Chapter 2752 Wexel Park. In hindsight, Vase shouldn't have been surprised. The Hexers may be bigoted, but they showed plenty of moments of foresight. It was a given that they were plotting an ambitious fallback plan related to the Red Ocean. The dwarf galaxy opened up for colonization represented a new start to anyone who was discontent with life in the old galaxy. While the Milky Way was the root of human civilization, many futurists predicted that their race would one day expand into the greater cosmos. However, the distance to other galaxies was unimaginably far. Both the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy were millions of light-years away. That hadn't deterred ambitious colonists from building ultra-durable generation ships in order to reach all of that untold wealth and plant their flag first, but it was far too difficult to expand to those distant stretches. For now, the dwarf galaxies orbiting around the Milky Way became the new frontiers of human civilization, and the Red Ocean was the first that people could realize their ambitions. The Hexers and Fredamen weren't the only people who harbored dreams of starting over. Many other people throughout the galaxy wanted to take part as well. This was one of the few opportunities where every pioneer started off from nothing. With no established states and only a few remnant alien survivors scattered around the Red Ocean, lots of lucrative star systems were just waiting to be developed. Of course, competition was fierce. The entry barrier set by the Gate Consortium ensured that only the best of the Friday Coalition, Hexadric Hegemony and many other states would get the opportunity to venture into this new territory. It was all well and good for Vase to dream about crushing the nascent colonies set up by the different coalition partners, but how could they possibly be weak? He had no doubt that the Fredamen fleets would all have master mech designers and other powerful people among their ranks. With the backing of a state, these fleets would probably be several times more prepared to face the challenges of the Red Ocean than his own expeditionary fleet. The key to succeeding in the Red Ocean and possibly ruining the colonies founded by the coalition partners is to expand your power and influence. Calabast summed up her thoughts. Our clan alone is not enough to contend against every threat we face, so it is vital that we seek to expand the Golden Skull Alliance. Only by pulling more organizations into our orbit will we be able to pursue our greater ambitions. She held a slumbering Lucky in her arms as she spoke. The cat had grown completely comfortable in her presence. Vase thought about the current state of the Alliance. How are the Glory Seekers and Crossers doing? Their ranks are severely depleted. How do they plan to make up for their shortfall in numbers? They're already in the process of recruiting new personnel, just like us. She answered. Are they succeeding? Yes. How? Calabast smirked. Why do you sound so confused? Did you think that our allies are incompetent? The Glory Seekers may not seem attractive to you, but there are enough women on Prosperous Hill V who are attracted to an organization that gives them primacy. It's a powerful ego boost to anyone looking for affirmation. The Woden dynasty has also dispatched reinforcements from the hegemony. Their quality isn't the best and they will take some time to reach the Prosperous Hill star system, but their arrival will do much to relieve some of the shortages. What about the Cross clan? It's already in decline. Even if it shows signs of recovery, I doubt that anyone would pick it over ours. You're letting your impressions color your judgment of them. While their recruitment effort was indeed lackal, tear at first, they took a lot of cues from you. Professor Cortez is personally interviewing every mech designer who comes to their recruitment hall while Patriarch Reginald Cross and his fellow expert pilots occasionally drop by to show their faces to any mech pilots who wish to join. What? Vase never expected that those two men would deign to show themselves to the masses like this. Both of them held a very high opinion of themselves. It seemed that Patriarch Reginald truly wished to revive the Cross clan. There was little doubt that many mech pilots would flock to the Cross clan's recruitment hall over the coming weeks. The opportunity to meet a high-tier expert pilot was too irresistible. Despite that, Vase wasn't sure if the Cross clan would be able to handle the influx. The Crossers didn't possess anything comparable to the Larkinson network, so there were bound to be troublemakers among the new recruits. After discussing the Larkinson clan, existing allies, Vase briefly inquired about any new candidates. Are there any local organizations or powers who might be a good fit for the Golden Skull Alliance? We are still looking, Calabast replied. There are hundreds of different organizations in the LRA that have caught our eye, but, you know how it goes. The candidates that are desirable in our eyes are either too demanding or have already made their own arrangements. The ones that remain all have their own shortcomings that make them more trouble than they are worth. The latter was a particularly huge stumbling block for many ambitious dreamers. Hardly anyone was able to earn 1 million MTA merits in their lifetimes. If they didn't have anyone who was powerful enough to earn merits with ease, or if they didn't have the guts to take on any high-risk missions, why should they even be considered? Even if the Golden Skull Alliance was still short on members, Vase did not want to let anyone in who suffered less than his Larkinsons. His clan had bled much to earn almost 40 million MTA merits. Its sacrifice had to stay meaningful in order to keep his clansmen stable. In addition, Vase only wanted to join forces with those who already experienced hardship and possessed the right mindset to succeed in the Red Ocean. After setting all of these requirements, very few organizations managed to make it through. Vase knew that he had to be patient in order to expand the alliance and gather the MTA merits necessary to redeem a Beander ticket. "I'd love to keep you company further, but I have work to do," the spymaster eventually said. "We are still in the process of scoping out Prosperous Hill V. While I haven't found any signs that any local power is targeting us, that doesn't mean we're safe. This is a foreign environment and we are still strangers here. We'll get into a lot of trouble if we inadvertently step on someone's toes." After patting Lucky's head a final time, Calabas departed the office. The next day, Vase and Gloriana spent the morning going over their mech design projects. The Ferocious Piranha IB and the Cherub designs were the closest to completion. The design teams just needed to perform more checks, develop some minute refinements and add some optional components in order to put an end to the projects. The Giant Killer design would take a little more time to complete its final round of optimizations due to its greater complexity. As for the Devious and Blinding Mech projects, the design teams weren't able to address all of their problems without the personal intervention of Vase. In order to solve the issues plaguing the projects, Vase decided to go on a special excursion. Gloriana didn't accompany him this time. She wouldn't be very useful on this trip and she could contribute much more to the projects if she worked in the design lab. That was why Vase boarded the rhino-headed shuttle with just Lucky and his guards at noon. The vehicle lifted off and flew away from Vieline while flanked by two different Infinity Guard mechs from yesterday. This time, he wasn't heading to downtown Vieline. The place he wanted to visit was located in one of the many nature preserves of Prosperous Hill V. His shuttle reached its destination after half an hour of flight. Vase called up a projection that showed an aerial view of what appeared to be carefully managed biomes surrounded by near-transparent energy screens. When the shuttle descended onto the landing zone, Vase and Lucky encountered a waiting attendant immediately after exiting their vehicle. "Patriarch Larkinson, we have been expecting your arrival. I am Trisha IV Lannon and I shall be your personal guide today." A uniformed woman greeted Vase with deference. "I bid you welcome to Wexel Park, the most popular destination for high-end exo-beast and designer beast lovers. We offer exclusive tours where you can experience the wonders of nature and the ingenuity of our beast designers with complete security." Vase smiled at the woman. "Please lead the way, Trisha." The woman turned around and led them past the main gates of the park. Despite making a reservation in advance, Vase and his guards still had to undergo extensive checks. Enclosed in a pit that was surrounded by a dormant energy field, Vase and a number of other visitors looked down on a pair of ferocious-looking dragons. The dragons possessed vivid red scales, 4 strong limbs, a pair of broad leathery wings, spiraling horns and an air of dominance that made it seem as if they were the true rulers of the galaxy. There was no way these red dragons were products of nature. Trisha confirmed his thoughts as she began to explain the creatures. "The 2 designer beasts before you are part of the Draco Magnus species developed by Autogenetics. They are the 3rd version of the Draco Magnus line. Compared to the previous versions, the current iteration requires less care and is slightly more obedient to individuals who they have genetically imprinted upon." "What is genetic imprinting?" Vase asked. "It is a complicated procedure that ensures that every genetic beast is loyal to its new owner. Beast designers such as those working for Autogenetics have applied special bioprogramming to their organic products to add this functionality to the beasts they cultivate. Once a customer wishes to purchase one, a beast designer will use sacred methods to stimulate certain genes so that the beast recognizes you as its master from their very bodies." That sounded quite extreme. This went beyond ordinary indoctrination. Vase couldn't imagine what it would be like to be unquestionably loyal to someone because his very genes compelled him to do so. The potential for abuse was enormous if it could be applied to humans. Trisha evidently noticed his reaction. "You do not need to be concerned about this technique. It is strictly regulated and never applied to humans. In fact, it is exceedingly difficult to add this kind of bioprogramming to existing people. It has to be active right from the moment of conception. That meant that only designer babies were vulnerable to this illegal treatment. Someone who was already an A, D, U, L, T-like vase wouldn't be susceptible to this kind of sabotage. Even if someone altered his genes somehow, it would definitely be noticeable enough to trip alarms. Vase relaxed after realizing all of this. How ubiquitous is genetic programming? It depends on the state. In the LRA, it is quite widespread as it is a proven and effective method to control designer beasts. However, other states either restrict or prohibit genetic loyalty programming entirely. Due to unfounded fears about their usage, you can rest assured that our biotech industry has never applied this measure to any humans. The LRA cracks down hard on any who think of growing an army of genetically loyal subordinates. Quote, That's a relief, I think. Meow. Even Lucky expressed his doubt. Chapter 2753 Mutated Beasts. It turned out that genetic loyalty programming was very controversial in many parts of human space. People were deeply afraid of having their freedom robbed without even knowing it because their genes made them this way. Abuse of this tech occurred in the past. Trisha was quite transparent about that as they walked past the dragon pit. During the Age of Conquest, a number of star nations rose up that stood out for their absurdly loyal populations. When other nations investigated, they eventually found out that the people who lived there were genetically instructed to give their loyalty to certain rulers. What happened once this became known? Vase asked. The controversy generated near universal indignation from other humans. The star nations in question were wiped out. Trisha straightforwardly answered. The rulers were hunted down to the last man while the rest of the population were cleansed in its entirety. What? They killed all of those poor citizens who didn't know any better. That is correct, Mr. Larkinson. While we have developed means to counteract genetic loyalty programming, at the time it was still too new. Extensive debates took place between biotech researchers and various leaders. Eventually, they came to the conclusion that it was too dangerous to let any human who possessed the tainted genes to propagate any further. They chose the lesser of two evils by erasing them from existence while they were still contained. They really killed everyone. Yes, Mr. Larkinson. Every star nation in the vicinity even extended their search into starships and their own territories in order to catch and eliminate any tainted humans who had traveled away from their home states. The hunters spilled a large quantity of human blood in those days, but no one voiced any protest. No matter how wholesome these genetically altered individuals behaved, their lineage could not be allowed to spread. Though Vase initially felt horrified, he slowly settled his emotions after realizing that it was probably the best decision to make at the time. By acting decisively, the death toll was kept to the lowest possible level. It was the least bad choice out of a selection of several awful options. Another mitigating factor was that genocide and wiping out trillions of humans at a time was not that big of a taboo back then. While slaughtering so many people was certainly frowned upon, the ones responsible this time had a righteous cause backing them up. Ultimately, the people involved in this massive operation were celebrated as heroes. This was a pretty good indicator that a lot of people supported this extreme measure during this period. In the age of mechs, the use of genetic loyalty programming is even more restricted. Trisha said as she guided Vase to a forest dome where various feathered and unfeathered birds flew among and over the tree branches. For example, the designer birds that are residing in this biome are still wild. They hold no affection for humans and it will take many generations to tame them through selective breeding alone. A careful mix of small-sized exo-beasts and genetic beasts lived in a single enclosed space that was several square kilometers in size. Vase noticed that the temperature inside was kept hotter than usual. The strange energy screen that covered the entire space was not strong enough to block attacks from mechs, but it was more than sufficient to keep the beasts inside while also regulating the local climate. Meow. Lucky looked rather interested in the birds. His tail swished excitedly at the thought of hunting a couple of them down. What purpose do these birds serve? They are not designed to serve a singular purpose. Trisha answered. The birds in this specific biome are kept as wild as possible to meet the needs of clients who dislike signs of artificiality in their own menagerie. Our customers may choose them to enrich their gardens, hunt down challenging prey, put them on display or fill their stomachs. Some species are more suitable for certain purposes than others, though. We can provide you with detailed advice and recommendations if you are interested. I'd like to keep looking. These birds look interesting, but they seem a little dim-witted for my tastes. Avians generally aren't known for their intelligence. Oh, they can be smart, but the incidences of intelligent and sentient avian creatures is actually quite low compared to other types. The lack of articulating limbs of most bird species means that they are not as stimulated to perform complex actions. Vase had been staring into the enclosed forest for over 10 minutes without detecting any hint of a spiritual mind. It was clear that he needed to be more specific in order to encounter a creature that might meet his needs. I hold a particular interest in sentient and near-sentient lifeforms. Could you guide me towards the exhibits that feature more intelligent beasts? Why, certainly. The attendant nodded and began to walk deeper into the expansive park. We feature a broad mix of exo-beasts and designer beasts that are capable of higher forms of thought. Do note that the intelligence of the species we host are limited. Beyond a certain range, an exo-beast stops being a very clever brute and starts becoming a sentient alien species that is capable of developing a civilization. The former is classified as humanity's prey while the latter is regarded as a competitor of the human race. Any alien race that could threaten humanity's dominance in the universe had to be wiped out or restricted as much as possible. This was a universal rule in human space that everyone abided by. Even the LRA abided by this restriction. This was why even highly sophisticated designer pets like xianxia were so cat-like despite their high potential. Rubarthan sentinel cats were made to be smart enough to protect and provide emotional companionship to their owners, but they were not capable of performing math, writing speeches or designing mechs. A cat must be a cat. If any of them acted like a human, then they were no longer pets, but potential threats. Since the distance they needed to traverse was a little further away, Tricia guided them to a transparent platform that speedily transported them tens of kilometers deeper inside the expansive park territory. Several different biomes flitted past. Vase kept his senses out for any unusual presences, but he failed to detect any spiritually strong lifeforms comparable to Zygra or xianxia. He knew that this search was a bit of a long shot, but he was determined to look anyway. It wasn't as if he had any other option if he wanted to gather the ingredients he sought. If Wexel Park wasn't able to provide him with any useful prizes, then Vase would just visit the other venues that sold various beasts. Eventually, the platform soaring through the air slowed down to a stop. It hovered right over a biome that featured a frozen climate with many steep, jagged rocks. Tricia began to explain the circumstances of this specific area. The Arctic, mountainous environment below us is home to a number of designer species designed by Snow Life, which is a subsidiary of Donovan Bioengineering. While they can be a bit difficult to see from this distance, the most popular species are the snow foxes that are constantly being improved by Snow Life. The snow rabbits have also proven to be popular among women. This wasn't enough to Vase. He needed an indicator of their positions below him in order to examine them closer with his spiritual senses. Can you mark out where all of the animals are located below this platform? Why, certainly, sir. Please wait a few seconds. Soon enough, the invisible platform began to highlight hundreds of tiny shapes below his feet. Vase looked fascinated as he could discern the distribution of different snow beasts. Some of them huddled in warrens as family units. Others prowled the jagged rocks by themselves. Now that he knew their positions, Vase began to extend his senses in order to sweep over them one by one. While that sounded rather tedious, he only needed a fraction of a second to determine whether an animal possessed a strong spirit. Can you fly lower? We are so high up that I can hardly spot any beast with the naked eye. Tricia did not immediately say yes. We can do that, but do note that this is not a recommended course of action. Any harm or death that befalls you or your entourage is solely your responsibility. While we endeavor to keep our guests as safe as possible, we cannot make any promises as certain exo-beasts and designer beasts may hide unusual abilities that can bypass our safeguards. As with any other forms of life, we cannot account for any mutations that might occur. Vase turned around to face her. He became a lot more interested in what she said. How often do these mutations occur? How dangerous are they? These mutations only happen a couple of times a year. His guide answered. In most cases, the mutations are quite harmless, but there are some cases where they pose a threat to our guests and to our other organic products. They are usually taken back in order to investigate whether their changes are replicable and controllable. Have these attempts succeeded? I cannot say, but from what I have heard, most mutations are products of very unique circumstances. Attempts to replicate them have always failed. You must understand that living organisms are always inherently unstable. They grow, they age, they change, they adapt, All of these processes and more result in constant physical developments that generally proceed in a predictable direction but can occasionally go astray. Tricia began to explain some other interesting facts about these so-called mutated beasts. Whenever any powerful mutations occurred, the beast in question became very valuable. Yet every time a team of biotech specialists studied the nature of their mutations, they were never able to cultivate an identical mutated creature. It is no secret that the biotech researchers of our state have only succeeded in replicating a modest number of weaker and less powerful mutations. She admitted, "Life is very interesting in this way. Mutations can make any beast become more powerful and lethal than their genes allow them to, but we are unable to replicate it on an industrial scale, let alone inside a biolab. Almost every beast designer in the galaxy yearns to crack the secret behind replicating mutated beasts. This is why these specimens are sold for astronomical sums despite the lack of progress in these studies." The various properties mentioned by Tricia caused Vase to be more and more certain about the nature of mutated beasts. While the weaker examples were probably beasts who mutated in an ordinary fashion, he suspected that the more powerful ones may have mutated in a spiritual aspect. Just like how a small amount of humans developed spiritual potential, smarter beasts were probably subject to the same phenomenon. In order to verify his suspicion, he asked a highly pertinent question. What kind of beasts are more prone to develop these mutations? Tricia did not hide anything. In general, these unanticipated mutations occur more frequently among more advanced and genetically complex specimens. Natural exo-beasts are more prone to mutation than designer beasts. Do sentient beasts mutate at a higher frequency than non-sentient beasts? That is correct. Sentient beasts, whether they are natural or artificial, possess much more genes. They are also more complex creatures. Both of these factors introduce more variables which are all vulnerable to random changes. This was interesting. If Tricia was right, the biotech industry probably didn't understand the truth behind these mutations. However, beast designers figured out enough clues to increase the chance of mutations if they wished. Could you show me the species that have produced these mutations in the past? Vase eagerly asked. He acted as if he found a new toy. I'd like to see what makes these beasts special. Sir, I can lead you to them, but please do not expect anything out of the norm. Mutations at this scale are rare and we always take them out of our biomes once we detect anything amiss. I understand, but please show me to them regardless. Chapter 2754 Low probability. It turned out that Vase didn't need to travel far in order to view his first species that had produced a mutant. The snow foxes ignorantly frolicking in the frozen biome underneath the floating platform were quite remarkable. Despite their modest physical sizes, they were quite clever in their own way. The mischievous foxes were designed to be very sensitive to emotions. They served as active companions to any traumatized humans who needed to learn how to have fun again. The snow rabbits on the other hand were designed to be as harmless and cuddly as possible. They possess an extraordinary gentle temperament. They were so unthreatening that they could cause even the most hurt and untrusting individuals to lower their guard. Trish pointed at the projected snow foxes. While the snow rabbits have not produced any mutations of note, one of the previous versions of the snow fox species once counted a mutated specimen among them. The creature in question generated a small sensation in our park. How did this snow fox mutate? Did it gain any special abilities? The mutated fox required 60% less sleep than other snow foxes. We extensively examined whether it suffered from any sleep deprivation. We failed to find anything detrimental. The fox was completely healthy, or at least as healthy as a snow fox living in this biome should be. We went on to auction it after our examinations failed to yield any further useful data. Vase became disappointed. That was it. A mutation that allowed a single creature to cut down its sleep was hardly the ingredient he sought. This example highlighted the fact that mutations, whether they were physical or spiritual, were not always useful. The definition of mutation covered both major and minor changes. Some mutations caused the organism in question to grow weaker while other mutations imparted them with extraordinary powers. The outcome was highly randomized. Perhaps certain species were more slanted towards specific categories of mutations, but even then it was still a lottery. As Vase honed his senses on each and every snow fox, he failed to encounter any creature that possessed more than a negligible spirit. Perhaps there may be a snow fox that had managed to develop a physiological mutation, but there was nothing extraordinary behind such a change. Growing an extra toe, becoming a little taller or being able to count to 20 instead of 10 hardly constituted design spirit. Material. Vase needed to find creatures like Zygra. Now that was a creature that had the potential to grow into an immensely dangerous entity. Even though it was impossible for the crown cat to escape the fate of getting hunted, Vase always wondered what life the huge cat would have lived if left on an untamed planet. What if Zygra developed even further? Perhaps his body might start to fail after a millennia of life. Perhaps the huge cat would probably die once his body failed, but what if he was able to exist behind in another form? What if he was able to live on in an incorporeal form? Would he transition into an entity comparable to the dark gods? Probably not. Any mutated beast who developed a powerful spirit would have to meet a large number of requirements. If they fell short in any way, then they could forget about transcending their mortal coil. In this regard, it was nearly impossible for any mutated beast to go all the way. The only exceptions that beat all of the odds were incredibly lucky for avoiding all of the pitfalls. Vase did not hold any ambitions of picking up a mutated beast that had already evolved a powerful ability. From what he had seen so far, monitoring was ubiquitous in Wuxia Park. Anytime a creature exhibited an unusual capability, it would immediately get flagged and taken away. All he wanted to look for right now were mutated beasts that had only begun to become extraordinary. If they were still in the process of growing their spiritualities, then they may not have developed any powers as of yet. As long as Wuxia Park wasn't aware of these special developments, then Vase would probably be able to buy the specimens without any opposition. This was very important. So far, the LRA only extended basic privileges to him that every foreigner enjoyed. Vase and his clan were not allowed to purchase many valuable products. A mutated beast definitely qualified as one due to their rarity and research value. Fortunately, Trisha did not harbor any suspicions towards him. She merely thought that Vase was dazzled by the prospect of owning a mutated pet. Plenty of rich people exhibited the same behavior. She was used to this kind of request. Once Vase dismissed the snow foxes, they moved to a nearby biome that featured a swampy environment. The Genodon palma is a hard-shelled alien species that lives in shallow swamps like these. Trisha introduced. While they resemble turtles, they do not possess any limbs or heads. Their senses are limited. They solely live by S-U-C-K-I-N-G in water through one of the cavities in the side of their shell. I see. They seem quite simple. How could these creatures produce a powerful mutation? His guide responded with a smile. That is a question that we have asked as well. So far, we failed to generate an answer. What mutation did the specimen in question develop? The abnormal Genodon palma was able to produce water out of nothing. Vase looked impressed. Is that true? She nodded. I am not referring to condensing moisture from the air in order to generate flows of water. That is something that many organisms are capable of doing. I am referring to spontaneously generating body fluid that resembles water. Something has to be lost, though. Vase grew a bit skeptical. We might as well throw the conservation laws in the trash if a random giant exo-beast is able to break reality to this extent. You're correct, Mr. Larkinson. After performing an extensive series of examinations, our researchers concluded that the mutated Genodon palma is able to extract energy from its body, the surrounding environment and possibly other sources. After accumulating a sufficient amount of energy, the creature directly converts it into matter in the form of the fluid that I have just described. It's quite magical. It was too absurd to know that a stupid shelled creature like this was capable of replicating high technology. Trisha understood his befuddlement. That is mutation for you. No organism is more worthy than others. While the more clever and sophisticated beasts have a higher chance to develop a notable mutation, theoretically every life form past a certain threshold is able to develop great powers. Including humans? Vase curiously asked. He had his own answer to this question, but he was curious what a representative of a biotech company had to say. How much did they equate humans to other lifeforms who were able to mutate? Trisha looked serious at Vase. This is a delicate topic that has always sparked contentious arguments. Wuxia Park officially holds no stance on this topic. Speaking on a personal basis, you should refrain from bringing this topic up with any of our beast designers and other professionals within the biotech industry. All I can say is that everyone has a different opinion on whether humans, aliens and other beasts should be lumped in the same category or not. What people believe usually shapes their approach towards their work in a highly profound fashion. Vase understood what she was talking about. It was a core philosophical question that pointed biotech specialists in different directions. Those who put humans at the same height as exo-beasts would not treat either of them special. A human was just another beast that just happened to wear clothes, use tools and form complex thoughts. As Vase thought about whether humans were more special than other organisms in the galaxy or not, Trisha guided him to numerous more species that once produced mutations. None of the creatures he inspected with his spiritual senses yielded any positive results. Whether a given species produced one mutation was not necessarily an indicator that a second one would follow. We have rarely detected multiple mutations in the same species. Trisha supported this argument. The only instances where subsequent mutations took place concerned species that we have hosted in Wexel Park for decades. I see. This basically meant that every beast he bought from Wexel Park had an equal chance of developing a mutation. If he wanted to increase the odds of obtaining a creature with powerful spirituality, then he would just have to purchase more. In fact, the best solution was to take over Wexel Park entirely. If he owned hundreds of thousands of different exo-beasts and designer beasts, he wouldn't have to be so circumspect about looking for mutations. If any mutated beast emerged, then Vase wouldn't have to compete against other biotech experts to obtain it. He also wouldn't generate as much suspicion either, as it was hard to explain why a mech designer like him was interested in studying organic creatures. As Vase thought about taking over an entire beast institution, he began to grow more and more in favor of it. He might not be able to buy out a company as large and strategic as Wexel Park, but he should definitely be able to take over a smaller organization. If the Larkinson Biotech Institute was able to absorb such an organization, then Vase could dictate all of the rules. He could set up biomes that increased the chance of organisms developing spirituality. He could perform all of the studies he wanted on a mutated beast in his possession. He could decide to fatten it up and slaughter it when the mutated beast had developed its powers to the desired level. He could even keep the powerful creature alive and use it as a design spirit. Of course, the latter sounded rather extreme. Vase would already be happy if he could set up a spiritual ingredient farm, where he could regularly harvest spiritual fragments or whole spiritualities of a diverse collection of beasts. He would need a lot of space, however. It was one thing to build a nature preserve on a planet. As long as he set it up on a rural planet where there was an abundant amount of land for the taking, he could erect a private zoo that was several times larger than Wexel Park. Yet if he wished to take his private zoo with him on his travels, then he would have to resort to other solutions. He needed a capital ship that was dedicated to studying and cultivating beasts. He winced. Such vessels were not only expensive, but also exceedingly difficult to run properly. There were many challenges to maintaining different biomes on a ship that only had so much space to spare. What was even worse for Vase was that adding a biotech research vessel to his expeditionary fleet would take up a limited slot in his capital ship quota. How would he be able to justify the addition of a science ship over a fleet carrier to the rest of his clan? Chapter 2755 Arganid Clysenta Vase inspected the beasts residing in over 30 different biomes. Trisha brought him through an expansive tour through Wexel Park. Each time, she pointed out different beasts ranging from giant reptilians to tiny bugs that had once produced a mutated specimen. Yet after sweeping his spiritual senses until he ran it ragged, he became more and more disappointed at the results. None of the exo-beasts and designer beasts he inspected possessed any remarkable spirituality. Not even the creatures whose bodies had grown in an abnormal fashion possessed any unusual traits that caught his interest. Vase felt disappointed. As he swept his eyes and spiritual senses through a biome that consisted of stacked layers of soil, he dismissed the giant worm species that burrowed through the ground like it was their own playground. All of these species which once produced mutations are quite random. There are hardly any patterns aside from surpassing a certain level of complexity. The dutiful attendant assigned to him by Wexel Park nodded. That is correct. There are theories in circulation that claim that mutation can occur in even the most rigid, immutable organic species. Of course, there are also experts who disagree with this notion and developed other theories to explain this phenomenon. That was all Trisha said about the matter. She was very careful not to say anything that put Wexel Park in an awkward position. Even though it was one of the most famed exo-beast preserves on Prosperous Hill V, its owners did not wish to spoil their relations with half of the beast designers working in this region. As Vase continued to observe the different beasts on display and for sale in the park, he combined his observations with the information provided by Trisha. He developed some theories of his own after he drew from his own knowledge and experiences. The most important one was that the reason why he hadn't encountered any mutated here was because the biomes did not provide the ideal conditions for them to emerge. The one that Trisha had brought him to next was a good example of that. It simulated an arid environment where the temperature at daytime never fluctuated beyond 42 to 53 degrees Celsius. Even the timing of rainfall and other weather phenomena was put on a fixed schedule. The plump, furry rats that scoured through this dry environment never had to worry about dying from thirst. They only had to wait until rainfall finally replenished all of the watering holes. "We have perfected the climate cycle of every biome," Trisha proudly stated. "It is impossible to preserve the life of every beast that is put into a given environment. Whether it is natural or artificial, creatures can lose their lives for all sorts of reasons. Outside of death by predation, mating rituals or old age, every other cause of death or infirmity represents a severe loss of value. We have spent decades accruing experience so that we have minimized unnecessary waste as much as possible. Many beast designers feel assured with putting their prized designer beasts in our care as we are able to guarantee the lowest rate of avoidable attrition on this planet. So that was why Wexel Park was not set up to cultivate mutated beasts, though it didn't mind if it gained any. However, its main business was the exhibition and sale of ordinary beasts. This was the bread and butter of the company, and everything its operators did served to maximize their revenue while minimizing their losses. Relying on mutated beasts to generate a profit was an incredibly unstable business model. The rate of mutations was low and very few measures were able to increase it. While the value of a mutated beast could be 100, 1,000 or even 1,000,000 times more valuable than a regular animal, they showed up so infrequently that it was no different from playing the lottery. Vase realized that Wexel Park was far from the ideal site to look for a beast with active spirituality. The biomes maintained by the company were so comfy and cozy that the beasts didn't have too many worries. The goal was to keep them happy and alive. Even the prey whose presence served to keep the predators fed didn't have to worry about running out of food, getting infected by strange diseases, or seeing their usual haunts broken up by mudslides or other disasters. Life in these stale and supposedly perfect biomes was not really a life at all. It was all an illusion. The wild and ferocious beasts living ignorantly inside their own invisible cages did not even know they were nothing more than free-range cattle. The beasts quickly learned that wandering off was a bad idea. Over time, they no longer developed any thoughts of exiting their designated territories. After all, why abandon their ideal living conditions for something completely unknown? The lack of hardships never drove these beasts to desperation. Just like mech pilots who spent their entire careers in harmless simulation battles and live training sessions, they never experienced the full inconveniences and threats of true war. Vase found it ironic that while the lifers of this state obsessed so much about living organisms, they did their best to turn every application into another form of commodity. The exo-beasts of Wexel Park were all treated like products instead of lifeforms that could turn into something greater if they weren't subject to so many artificial arrangements. Vase began to think he would be better off with gathering the ingredients he sought by visiting an untamed planet. At least the exo-beasts living on an alien planet untouched by humans wouldn't have all their needs taken care of as if they were nobles. This park is quite nice, but I am accustomed to environments that are larger and wilder. Are there any places where beasts live in a more expansive area, or where people such as myself can hunt them down? Why certainly, Mr. Larkinson. PQT Management, the parent company of Wexel Park, also managed an even bigger nature preserve on Prosperous Hill IV. Semros Park divided in several large territories where a large variety of exo-beasts and designer beasts live in environments that more closely match the conditions of wild planets. What makes the beasts sold at Semros Park different from those on offer here? Vase asked. Prosperous Hill IV is the true center for beast design in our region, so all of the most remarkable exo-beasts and best designer beasts developed by our local beast designers are put into places like Semros Park first. They are more savage, more unstable, but also more beautiful if you prefer this sort of charm. Many lifers appreciate these powerful beasts, so Semros Park especially caters to their demand. Vase inwardly sighed. The sixth planet from the sun was no good. He needed to gain access to the fourth planet in order to gain access to all of the good stuff that lifers largely kept to themselves. Is there any way that your company can arrange access to Semros Park to me? He asked. I am in the market for more impressive beasts than the ones I have just viewed. Trisha shook her head. My apologies, sir, but we cannot overcome the rules set by the state and the local government. Foreign guests are ordinarily restricted from entering Prosperous Hill IV unless they are vouched by a prominent lifer or have earned passage in some other fashion. We are unable to provide any assistance with regards to this issue. He expected this answer. Every time a local talked about Prosperous Hill IV, they always mentioned that it was a restricted planet. That made Vase want to step foot on it even more. As Vase started asking several questions about Semros Park, he briefly paused for a moment. He felt a presence tingling against his spiritual senses. He subtly paid more attention to his current surroundings. Trisha had led him to a rocky environment that featured lots of cliffs that were host to an extensive cave network. Numerous projections showed off 8-legged mammals scurrying about in dimly lit caves that were illuminated by bioluminescent plants. What are these odd little octopods creatures? He curiously asked. They belong to an exo-beast species called Arganid Clysenta. The Arganids are relatively short-lived mammals who prefer to live in dusky conditions such as this. What is interesting about them is that they are rather clever despite their diminutive size. They know how to set up traps and corral their prey in unfavorable terrain in order to catch them while expending less energy. This is quite important to them as they originally lived in an environment where their prey is scarce. They have to live the equivalent of weeks without the opportunity to fill their stomachs. Their digestion systems are highly developed as well. Yet that was not why he paid attention to them. He set his sights on a projection that depicted an Arganid that was a bit smaller. According to the accompanying text, the exo-beast in question was male and suffered some sort of disease on his native planet prior to his capture and transportation to Prosperous Hill. The beast that Vase was eyeing was supposedly 7 years old. Since Arganids were recorded to live up to 17 years, the specimen should be in the prime of its life. Yet as Vase observed the Arganid further, he noted that 2 of the creature's 8 limbs were not responsive. They were lame or damaged to the point where they were crippled. Not only did they not support any weight, they also caused the Arganid to drag them across the cave soil. This caused the creature to generate noise and vibrations, which did not help the exo-beast whenever he wanted to hunt. This was exactly the kind of pressure that could cause an exo-beast to mutate. Vase did not dare to inspect or pay any special attention to the Arganid in question any further. He knew what he felt. The small and weak-looking exo-beast somehow surpassed his fellow Arganids by developing a decently powerful spirit, thereby breaking into the ranks of the extraordinary. So far, he wasn't sure what powers the mutated Arganid gained. The creature wasn't doing anything special aside from digging holes to prepare his next trap. The Arganid spirit was also a lot weaker than that of Zygras when the latter was still a living cat. Whether this was due to differences in size, intelligence, territory or other factors, Vase didn't know. All he thought about was that this wasn't the time for him to be picky. He did not want to leave Wuxia Park empty-handed. After all of this touring, he finally found a potential ingredient. Vase was not about to let it slip from his grasp. Vase turned to Trisha. Please show me another biome. Do you have any fish or aquatic beasts? We do maintain a number of underground aquariums. The nearest entrance is a short distance away. He quietly followed Trisha as she brought him to a sloped tunnel that led into a chamber that featured transparent walls that showed breathtaking sights of aquatic biomes. As Vase pretended to admire the sea life inside, he never forgot about the Arganid that caught his attention. He did not dare to buy it outright at the moment. Vase did not want Wuxia Park to catch on that he might possess the means to detect a mutated beast. He also did not wish to let them know that the Arganid he chose was special. What if the caretakers working for Wuxia Park found something out when they inspected the Arganid? If Vase wanted to maximize his chance of obtaining a mutated beast, then he had to give everyone the impression that he was only vaguely interested in owning an exo-beast. Chapter 2756 Wasteful Purchase. Vase patiently spent 2 more hours viewing all of the biomes and exhibits that Wuxia Park had to offer. He pretended to be captivated in the beauty of the light of the aquariums. Different shades of light shone over the waters, causing the fish and other sea creatures to look more colorful than they already were. He made all of the right noises as Trisha led him to a special chamber which simulated the conditions of space in order to offer a friendly living environment to tiny astro beasts the size of fingernails. He even showed interest in the icky insects that were crawling their way through the tunnels of giant terrariums. The different species of insects had been warring against each other since Wuxia Park came into operation. The soldier creatures fought and died while their queens bred more and more replacements by laying lots of eggs. At the end of the tour, Vase pretended to be a little dissatisfied. It's a shame I haven't encountered anything that resembles a mutated beast. Trisha smiled back in an apologetic fashion. This is the usual state of affairs, Mr. Larkinson. We constantly try to identify any mutants as quickly as possible in order to isolate them. The biomes cannot guard against every newly developed ability, so it is irresponsible to keep them here. We do not wish to subject our guests to any harm. That's understandable, I suppose. Vase nodded and relaxed. I guess I'll stick to my original plan, then. I have quite a few gardens on my flagship that are awfully barren of wildlife. I'd like to purchase batches of harmless, exotic-looking creatures to populate these areas. I have made a few choices, but could you provide me with some additional suggestions? Why, certainly. That is what I am for. Please tell me your requirements and I shall make sure to point you to the right species. They spent over half an hour on considering and selecting different species. With the help of Trisha, they selected several dozen individual creatures of every species, no matter whether they were natural or artificial in nature. Vase made no distinctions in this regard. While he suspected that wild exo-beasts had a higher chance of developing spirituality, he knew that artificial creatures also possessed a chance. Otherwise, Zygra would have remained stuck as a dumb cat that could only threaten mechs with its physical prowess. Along the way, Vase picked up a batch of argonids that he had previously eyed. These mammalian octopods are adorable. They're like kittens with 8 legs. He said, "Am I right, Lucky?" Meow. The gem cat responded flatly as he lay on Vess's shoulder. "So you agree. I'm sure they will provide you and your fellow cats aboard the Spirit of Bentime with good company." It was as easy as that for Vase to purchase a number of argonids without drawing any special attention to the creatures in question. Vase did not let Trisha or the other staff of the park choose the specimens. Instead, Vase pretended to be a bit of a control freak and insisted on viewing and inspecting the data on every individual creature. Out of a selection of hundreds of individual argonids, he picked out 10 who were either younger or cuter than the A, D, U, L, T population. The arganid with the crippled limbs happened to be among this little group. When Trisha saw that Vase casually tapped his finger at the specimen's profile, she made a remark. "This individual creature is defective. According to the degree of inadequacies this male beast exhibits, we provide a 27% discount on the list price. Is this acceptable to you, Mr. Larkinson?" If Wexel Park knew that this harmless-looking mammal actually possessed a spirit that almost matched that of a newly ascended expert pilot, they would have never offered any discount, let alone sell the mutated arganid at all. The researchers working for the park would be crawling all over the poor creature in order to study the unique phenomenon further. Vase did not reveal any of his excitement. He carefully suppressed his growing anticipation and merely waved his hand as if he didn't care about any discounts. This should be his natural behavior considering his status. Even if his clan had lost a lot of strength, his mech company was still going strong. After the LMC abandoned its operations in coalition-aligned space, the Fredaman had no means left to hinder its growing business activities. While Vase was mindful of the fact that the Larkinson clan was spending enormous sums of money on purchasing raw materials to build its mechs and other necessities, it was still remarkable how much money he had at his disposal. Even if he had to save trillions of hex credits to fund the development of his expert mechs and the procurement of capital ships, no one cared if he spent a few 100 million hex credits here and there. He bought way more animals from Wexel Park than necessary, but this was a small price to pay to keep his target acquisition as unremarkable as possible. The arganid would have attracted a lot more attention from the staff if he bought the undetected mutant alone. Now that Vase had ordered hundreds of exo-beasts and designer beasts at once, the chance of discovery should be minimal. After making his selection of beasts, Trisha guided him to an office building where he formally signed a contract that set the transaction in stone. Vase transferred the necessary amount of money on the spot, even though he had to pay a bit more than the list price due to the need to convert hex credits to the local currency. Vase didn't even look at the final price tag. All he cared about was securing his little Arnold as soon as possible. Yup, he already named the critter he had his eye on. Perhaps his naming sense wasn't on point today, the name of the mottled gray creature was less important than his potential abilities. No entity who developed spirituality was average, not when they grew this strong. As Vase finally bid farewell to Trisha and entered his shuttle, he continued to keep himself under control. While he was very excited at securing his new prize, he still had to wait until the exobiologists working for Wexel Park performed a final health check before transporting the batch of beasts to Gentle Lotus Base. As Vase returned to his base of operations, he waited an entire day before a branded transport finally shipped over the goods. Since the purchased beasts had to be cared for by the Larkinson Biotech Institute, Vase summoned Drive Rania Woden to his side in order to discuss the exact arrangements. You should have consulted me before purchasing any of these beasts. None of our ships are set up to support a large and diverse population of different species. She told him, I've read the properties of each species you've bought. Half of them will die by the end of the year if you just dump them in the gardens aboard the Spirit of Bentime. It doesn't matter. Let the creatures die if they can't make it. I only care about one specimen in particular. You need to do your best to accommodate the creature and keep him alive unless ordered otherwise. Pardon. Vase turned to the exobiologist. You heard me. All of the other creatures I've bought have no value in my eyes. You can do whatever you want with them. Putting them in the garden compartments is just one suggestion. If that's too difficult, then use them as test subjects if you wish. None of our experiments require the use of animal testing. Simulations and testing on clone flesh are more than sufficient to test our treatments. Even if we resort to something as barbaric as this practice, we would choose animals whose genes resemble the human genome more closely. An ordinary laboratory mouse has worked well enough for thousands of years. Alien creatures and designer beasts are too different to serve as suitable surrogates. Disapproval dripped from her tone. A modern biolab engaged in proper research never performed any experiments on live test subjects. Only madmen and incompetent scientists resorted to this inferior, low-tech solution. Vase merely shrugged. Then check whether they are edible and butcher them if declared safe. I think we could all use some more diversity in our meals. The LRA happens to be a mecca for gourmets, I hear. And what if they aren't edible? Throw them into an incinerator or something. We don't need to waste any resources on useless assets. As the transport unloaded the enclosed cages that precisely regulate the temperature and other environmental conditions in their spaces, a crew of Larkinsons moved them over to loading vehicles that would bring them to a storage site. Vase and Rania accompanied the loading vehicles to a warehouse. As the crates were all placed inside, a number of exobiologists working for the Larkinson Biotech Institute went through them one by one to inspect the beasts slumbering inside. In order to minimize the disruption to the lives of the animals as much as possible, Wexel Park had already sedated them. The beasts wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Where is the beast you are interested in? I'd like to take a look for myself. Rania said, you will have ample opportunity to. Let me seek him out. He pointed at a specific crate. Please lift this one out for me and put it under my care. 15 minutes later, Vase stood beside Rania as she operated a scanner that thoroughly peered into the furry body of a sleeping arganid. Meow. Lucky looked curious at the alien critter as he hovered a short distance away. He behaved a bit ambivalent towards the new beast. Did Vase intend to adopt a new pet or something? Have you spotted anything that stands out? Vase asked as the initial scans came to an end. I'm not sure, sir. Rania admitted, I only have a passing familiarity of the arganid Clyzenta species. I do not specialize in studying small mammalian exo-beasts like these. I'm more into flora myself. I have exo-beast specialists under my staff who can provide you with more detailed judgment. No, don't let anyone else study Arnold. Only you are allowed to handle him. Vase declared, my subordinates can be trusted. It is unreasonable to leave this task up to me when I am not the most suitable specialist. I am already preoccupied with a number of research projects and administrative duties. I'm also doing my best to hire the biotech experts we need to expand the capabilities of our research institute. Vase looked at her with a measuring gaze. While I trust every Larkinson, I don't want certain secrets to be spread any further than necessary. Right now, I am presenting you with an opportunity. I know you are aware of some of the more unusual and extraordinary phenomena our clan has exhibited. Have you ever been interested in studying the more esoteric aspects of what I do? Do you want to hear the answer why this random exo-beast is related to my work? Rania paused her work. Are you saying, I'm offering to turn you into one of my confidants of sorts? Vase carefully spoke. I have already let you handle some sensitive materials beforehand. I'm quite satisfied with your discretion. I'm willing to let you in on a couple more secrets in order to point you in the right direction with regards to the beast lying on your testbed. All I am asking from you is to share everything you learn with me and no one else. Not even your wife. Not even my wife. Vase confirmed. The secrets that I am talking about are very dangerous if word of them ends up in the wrong ears. Now, do you agree or not? I am offering to enlighten you into one of the fundamental truths of reality. All you need to do is to keep your mouth shut. Doctor. Rania did not hesitate for a second. She offered Vase an accepting smile. As a loyal member of the Larkinson clan, I am at your disposal. I would be glad to be of service to you, my patriarch. Chapter 2757 Arnold. Even though Vase decided to share some secrets relating to spirituality to Dr. Rania, he only shared a few surface aspects for now. All she needed to know was that there was an unknown and difficult to detect form of energy in existence that served as the source to many extraordinary manifestations. Why have I never heard of these theories? Rania voiced her astonishment. You are talking about nothing less than the origin of high-ranking expert pilots. That's why I have always been careful with spreading this knowledge. You can't imagine how many people in the galaxy will want to silence us if we are too careless with what we say. Now keep listening because there are a number of other implications that you should know. He proceeded to tell her about how every form of sentient life possessed a quality that he called spirituality. He didn't add too much detail because he wasn't completely sure about them. He also wanted to prevent Rania from taking over too many of his biases. In order to make Rania as useful as possible, he wanted her to develop her own perspective towards spirituality. As an exobiologist, she approached the phenomenon from an entirely different direction. That was useful as time went on because she might be able to make observations that Vase would never make. Two heads were better than one, especially when they differed from each other. Explaining the gist of spirituality already took an entire hour. Rania listened with rapturous attention and asked questions whenever she needed clarification. Overall, she absorbed his theories remarkably quickly. She did not question his assertions. As a young and highly learned academic, she possessed the capacity to absorb groundbreaking new theories without rejecting them by reflex. Even if she held doubts concerning some of what Vase had shared, she knew better than to offer critique to someone who knew much more about this subject. While Vase left plenty of material out, Rania learned enough to know the nature of design spirits. She even found out where some of them came from. This is amazing, she uttered as she turned around to observe the slumbering Arganid in a whole new light. So if you are correct, this small and furry organism has the potential to power the glows of millions of mechs. That's correct, but potential alone is not enough. Vase added, we still have to find out whether Arnold has developed any usual powers or traits that fit with certain mech designs. For all I know, this furry beast simply stands out by being able to eat sand or something. That's not usable. I see. Now that Rania gained a portion of secret knowledge, she felt more driven than ever. She did not wish to disappoint his expectations and began to study Arnold from several different angles. The specimen's brain activity is indeed higher than the other slumbering Arganids. She pointed out, I can't detect any specific activity that stands out. The deviation is not very considerable. That's to be expected. Arnold's body isn't the focus here. It's his more intangible properties that catch my attention. I merely want you to study his body because I want you to see if his mental strength affects his physical development in any way. I also want you to keep him alive as best as possible. Even after Rania learned about spirituality, she hadn't been able to gather any data that was undeniably tied to Arnold's remarkable strength in this aspect. Vase did not hold any high expectations for now. He knew that plenty of scientists had tried and failed to tie the tangible and the intangible together. Don't worry about it. Just let what you learned inform you of anything unusual Arnold might do. He told her, let's wait until he wakes up and gets his bearings before we proceed with deeper examinations. I have other duties to attend to, so I'll leave you with my latest prize. Keep him under observation and inform me if he does anything outside of the norm. Yes, sir. Vase did what he said. He performed his usual duties and attended various meetings with different clansmen. He never really paid too much attention to what was going on, though. He only spared a portion of his focus on the matter at hand. What he really cared about was Arnold. He wondered about the planet where the Arganid Clyzenta species came from. Was it nearby? Would he be able to pay a visit to it? What caused the little critter to injure two of his limbs? How did Arnold manage to mutate his spirit when so many of his fellow Arganids were rather simple cave dwellers? Above all else, Vase wondered what kind of attributes Arnold possessed. He inspected the slumbering exobeast's spirituality many times. He tried to avoid getting too close for fear of frightening or injuring the beast, so he wasn't able to get a deep impression. What he did know was that Arnold wasn't simple. The Arganid possessed a murky spirituality that did not exude any strong or straightforward impression. He's different from Zygra, Vase muttered. Zygra was a crown cat. He lived and thrived in an environment that was specifically set up to turn the huge cat into an apex predator that was powerful enough to defeat mechs. In contrast, Arnold was many times smaller and only a fraction as powerful. Let alone smacking mechs, the Arganid wasn't even capable of scratching the coating of a mech with its diminutive physical body. When Vase finally returned to Ranya's groundside lab the next day, he noticed that she had rearranged the interior to provide a comfortable living environment for Arnold. One of the chambers had been converted into a cave-like environment where the lighting, temperature and other conditions were carefully controlled. This was good because the Arganid species did not do great in well-lit places. "He's awake," Vase said. "Has he done anything out of the norm?" "So far, I have not detected anything that stands out to me," Rania replied as she inspected a panel that described the environmental conditions inside the chamber. "I can tell you that Arnold is quite aware that he's been moved to a completely different place. He is nervous and is in the process of digging a new safehold for himself." Vase gazed at a projection that showed the creature using its working limbs to remove soil and small rocks in order to widen a new area inside the tunnel. "He's kind of cute. He doesn't know anything better." Vase chuckled. "What do you wish to do with him now that we have housed him? If you wish to observe him, then you will need to settle for the long haul. I don't want to waste too much time. I have a better way of learning what I need to know. Pull him out and bring him forward. I'd like to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with Arnold in person." "Are you serious? An Arganid possesses decent intelligence, but they are not known for their ability to communicate with humans. I'm different. I can communicate with animals, especially ones who possess stronger spritus," Vase casually revealed. "Just trust me on this. Please pull him out so that I can have a frank talk with him. The best way for me to learn what he is capable of is to make direct contact with him. I don't see the need to give him the illusion that he is living in his own little world." Perhaps this was a little too hasty and risky, but Vase didn't have time to take it slowly. According to all of the clues that Vase had gathered about Arnold and the Arganid species, he had a good hunch that the exo-beast might be able to contribute to the solutions of one of his current problems. It took several minutes for a lab apparatus to lock onto Arnold and lift him out from his hidey hole by manipulating gravity. Poor Arnold panicked as an invisible hand grabbed his furry body and moved him through the tunnels until he passed through a port that was normally blocked and camouflaged as ordinary rock. After the invisible hand carefully placed Arnold onto a transparent cage that didn't offer much room for maneuver, two upright bodies who appeared as giants to the Arganid's weak eyes suddenly came close. All of the fur on the eight-legged beast stiffened up as he thought that he was being preyed upon by a pair of greater predators. Rania stayed few steps back. She was curious how Vase would establish communication with an alien creature. He simply talked at first. "Hello, Arnold," Vase smiled. "Do not be afraid. You have nothing to fear from me. I did not take you from your old home because I want to eat you. You are safe." Squeak. The small exo-beast voiced in panic. Squeak, squeak. The dumb Arganid still believed he was in mortal danger. Vase saw that his initial attempt had completely failed. He decided to resort to more drastic measures in order to calm Arnold down. He quickly concentrated his mind and channeled a portion of Lufa's glow. A gentle and peaceful aura formed around Vase. Rania widened her eyes as she experienced a sensation that she ordinarily felt among LMC mechs. Plenty of wheels were turning in her head. When it came to most life forms, feelings spoke louder than words. Vase designed Lufa to neutralize any negative pressure and exude a sense of tranquility that made others feel as if they were completely safe. While this was just an illusion, it was enough for Arnold to subside his panic. The exo-beast started to grow curious at Vase instead. Squeak, squeak. Vase smiled and widened his arms. "I am your friend, Arnold. You have nothing to fear from me. While I do not resemble any of your fellow Arganids, I am not a predator. Just look at my flat teeth. Do they look like they are suited to bite into flesh like yours?" The fact that Arnold did not understand human speech was of no consequence. As Vase spoke out, he communicated with both his voice and his unique spirituality. Due to his life attribute, he was able to make an intrinsic connection with anyone he addressed. Somehow, Vase knew for certain that Arnold comprehended his meaning. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. Vase frowned. From Arnold's initial responded, he quickly ascertained a problem. Arnold was only intelligent, in the vaguest sense of the word. Compared to the likes of Zygra and xianxia, the Arganid fell considerably short in this department. It shouldn't have been a surprise that this was so. Arganids like Arnold lived their entire lives in a small stretch of caves and underground tunnels. They rarely moved and were never exposed to a lot of environmental variables. Well, no matter. A simpler exo-beast was easier to handle. Vase quickly adjusted his planned approach and tried to coax Arnold into trusting the strange, tall lifeform with no fur except for a single mop of hair on his head. You are special, Arnold. It's the reason why you have been chosen by me. You are worthy of my consideration. Squeak. Squeak. I am sure you know what I am referring to. Demonstrate your ability. Show me your blessing. Only by proving your capabilities will you be able to live a better life and rise above all of your fellow Arganids. Show me your ability. Vase retracted Lufa's aura at the end. He wanted to see Arnold in his natural element, not when he was drugged out from an external glow. Several seconds passed as Arnold hesitated. The eight-legged creature was both afraid and uncertain. His instincts and limited knowledge didn't teach him anything on how to navigate this strange situation. In the end, Arnold simply did what he was told. His furry face scrunched up as he seemed to call upon something. As Vase and Rania paid close attention, the small exo-beast's body suddenly began to blur. Chapter 2758 Blur. When Arnold's eight-legged body started blurring, Vase and Rania knew they were about to witness something special. The sensors pointed at Arnold couldn't really make sense of what was happening. They registered the blur and detected a number of odd fluctuations in numbers that weren't supposed to wobble in the first place. Unlike Rania, Vase had no fancy lab equipment to help him measure and record the details that he wished to examine. He had to rely on himself to perceive what Arnold attempted to accomplish. Just before the Arganid's body started to blur, Vase already perceived the small exo-beast exciting something from his head. This pretty much proved that his latest acquisition was definitely performing some sort of spiritual trick as opposed to activating a purely racial ability that every Arganid Xianxia possessed. Vase perceived a lot of new sensory input that he had never come in touch before. His curiosity spiked even higher as he became incredibly eager to see what Arnold could accomplish that other spiritual entities could only dream of. As the spiritual activity from the blurring body rose to a crescendo, it seemed as if something drastic was about to take place. Both humans held their breaths, only for Arnold's body to stop blurring and come into plain view again. The Arganid innocently blinked at Vase as his body came to a complete rest. Quote. That's it, Rania whispered. Vase scratched his head. Rania shuffled her posture. Several deflating seconds went by. Vase kept his spiritual senses active, yet he detected no lingering spiritual activity. Arnold's spirituality had grown a little weaker. This was a clear indicator that the little exo-beast expended his energy somewhere, but right now it wasn't clear what had happened. Is this a joke? Rania asked in confusion. No, I don't believe so. Something has definitely happened, but not all applications are straightforward. We can't make any conclusions unless we carefully study the data. I suggest we comb over the sensor and scanning data and mark out any parameter that has spiked. Vase and Rania proceeded to do so. They did not bother with calling up projections but directly fed the data feeds into their implants in order to process them faster. Even though the incident only lasted for a dozen seconds or so, scores of different sensors had made very detailed observations of every single moment. This amounted to entire libraries worth of raw data. The normal way to process this excess data was to have an AI or algorithm look for abnormal patterns or to pin down a time interval where the most notable event took place. This was not quite possible because neither Vase nor Rania knew what they should be looking for. When Arnold's body blurred, the sensors already recorded a heap of abnormal data, but much of it only explained the most superficial phenomenon. What the pair of observers wanted to know was the root cause as well as the ultimate effect of Arnold's confounding ability. Vase was unused to parsing through the types of data that Rania's lab had recorded. They measured all kinds of biological parameters that he wasn't familiar with. He didn't know what was normal, what was abnormal and what kind of measuring stick he should use. It didn't help that the Arganid physiology diverged substantially from the human norm. Mech designers like Vase weren't trained to take all of the changing variables into account. Fortunately, Rania was a trained exobiologist. Accounting for the unique properties of highly unusual alien creatures was as easy as breathing to someone of her profession. After analyzing all of the data, she eventually collected some unusual observations that might give them a clue of what took place. She tapped Vase on his shoulder. While I cannot say for certain whether Arnold's extraordinary nature is responsible for these unusual readings, I think they are highly suspect. Vase took a look at the snippets of sensor readings that she marked out for him. They pointed out something very odd. When Arnold's body blurred, his body actually stayed completely normal. His blood circulation, his body heat, his neural activity and countless other parameters remained normal. The only signs of elevated activity was a slight increase in heat radiating from Arnold's head. Yet why did Arnold's body blur in the first place? The explanation was simple. The optical sensors detected multiple instances of Arnold superimposing over his original body. It was as if someone attempted to project multiple images of someone at the same coordinates as the original. This was generally seen as an amusing trick that didn't do anything. The projected images that overlapped in the same coordinates only jumbled together without doing anything except confusing someone's vision. Vase couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Was that it? After all this anticipation, was Arnold capable of doing nothing more than conjuring up an optical illusion of himself? I don't think it's that simple. Rania voiced her opinion. I believe that Arnold here is constrained by the cage that is keeping him in place. Let's give him some more room before trying again. Maybe there is more to these illusions than we thought. That's a reasonable suspicion. Vase slowly nodded as he accepted her logic. Arnold is a little tired, though. I think he can only pull off his ability a single more time before he needs to rest. Squeak squeak. Yeah, I thought so. I know you are tired, but please show your worth properly this time. Don't hold anything back. I can give you a brand new life where you don't need to starve anymore. We will be bringing food to you. Doesn't that sound great? Squeak. He knew this offer would attract the simple exo-beast. Arnold lived most of his life running away from bigger argonids and other potential predators while waiting for days and weeks for prey to run in his section of the cave network. The prospect of having food delivered to his doorstep whenever he felt hungry was too irresistible to a creature that had never lived a complex life. Vase found it odd that Arnold did not even show any doubt or skepticism. The exo-beast was far more naive than anticipated. It would be just like raising Goldie. Of course, Vase wasn't willing to go through all of this trouble for any spiritual entity. If all Arnold could do amounted to summoning a couple of weak optical illusions that could easily be replicated by a projection device, then Vase was more inclined to butcher the arganids so that he could use the harvested spirituality as an ingredient. As Vase contemplated whether he should butcher or raise Arnold, Rania soon completed her adjustments. Arnold was no longer pressed into place. He was able to move a couple of meters in every direction. For a while, the easily distracted arganid reveled in his ability to waddle his 6 functioning limbs. Ahem, Vase coughed. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Please demonstrate your ability again. Impress me. The more powerful it is, the more food you get. You don't want to starve to death, right? Squeak squeak squeak. Arnold became so motivated that he began to activate his ability straight away. Vase could see that the exo-beast was putting in a lot more effort than before. Look, his body is blurring again. As Arnold's body blurred, Vase could perceive more clearly that the alien's original body remained in place. What actually showed up were more than a dozen different intangible images that only existed for a fraction of a second before disappearing. They're moving. The different images no longer disappeared once they stepped outside Arnold's body. 15 different copies of the exo-beast started to waddle in different directions. They moved to the sides of the expanded cage before stopping. Give him more space. Quick. Even though it wasn't entirely safe to do so, Rania grew curious as well. She quickly activated the command that caused the energy screen to expand further. Once that happened, the images proceeded to take advantage of the freed space and spread out even further. Something was obviously suspicious about these illusionary bodies. They walked in a jerked and accelerated fashion as if someone was watching a recording at 1.5x speed. While that made the fake Arnolds look wrong at first glance, they were able to traverse faster than the original. The extra bodies are fake. Rania spoke with certainty. They don't displace any air, they don't emit any heat or other signals, and they don't exert any weight on the floor. What's strange is that they can't pass through the energy screen for some reason. That did not sound good. If this was the extent of what Arnold could do, then he wasn't worth investing in. Vase was already starting to think about what he would do with the ingredient he could harvest from Arnold's body. Should he use it as an ingredient for a new spiritual product, or should he use it as an augment of one of his existing ones? Even though Arnold's ability was a little lackluster, it could produce a remarkable result when combined with other abilities. After 40 seconds, the phantom bodies began to destabilize. Arnold was no longer able to maintain them. As they all faded out of existence, only a single Arnold was left. What? Huh? For a small period of time, there were 16 versions of the organoid in the testing area. Vase expected 15 of the fake bodies to disappear while the original stayed in place. What actually happened was that the original disappeared at the same time as 14 phantom bodies. That left only one phantom body in place. Yet was it really a fake? Rania gasped as she double-checked the data. He's real. The Arnold that is left is the actual one. What? Vase rubbed his eyes as if there was something wrong with his vision. How? I thought for sure the Arnolds that had spread out were fake. According to all of our sensor readings, that is true. I'm pretty certain that if someone were to attack the Arnold in the center, he would get wounded for real. It's just that upon the moment where all of the fake Arnolds disappeared, the real one seemed to have taken one of its places. Quote. What happened to the original Arnold, then? I'm not sure. This is too new for me. I have to study the data a bit further. Vase looked at Arnold in a brand new light after this little demonstration. The organoid looked awfully tired and hungry. Fortunately, Wexel Park already supplied the Larkinson clan with a shipment of food that was tailored to the organoid Clysanta species. After Vase called for a bot to bring in a meal for the exo-beast, Rania revealed even more befuddling information. I did not detect any rapid movements from the original Arnold or his false bodies. The real body just seemed to take the place of a copy. Did you detect any tangible signs of teleportation? Vase inquired. I would have expected some air to be displaced at least. That's the thing. That didn't happen. It was as if the false Arnold in the corner was the real one all along while the Arnold in the center had always been fake. Vase looked perplexed at Rania. Don't ask me. I'm trying to interpret the data as best as possible, but there are some contradictory elements in it that really don't make sense when put together. What did all of this mean? What was Arnold's actual ability? Which of his bodies were real and which ones were fake? Vase had no idea. He was practically tearing his hair out as he studied the same portions of inconsistent data that Rania had just pointed out. The contradictory readings just made him even more confused. He turned around and looked at Lucky. Do you know what's going on, buddy? Meow. Chapter 2759 Mutant Ability Hours after Arnold gleefully filled his stomach before falling asleep, both Vase and Rania sat side by side as they methodically combed over the sensor readings. Since a surface-level analysis yielded too few answers, the pair decided to spend precious hours diving into the huge quantity of raw data. They had to know exactly what the sensors managed to record. They also had to question the reliability of the sensors in question. Vase even spent some of his time performing physical inspections on them in order to make sure they were properly calibrated. None of the sophisticated lab devices generated any skewed readings. Rania had only acquired them recently and she had already calibrated and configured them a short time ago. It was extremely unlikely for one of the lab equipment to malfunction, let alone over 50 of them at the same time. Vase no longer questioned the integrity of the lab equipment. After ruling them out as the reason behind the inconsistent readings, they tried to analyze the data from different angles. If the sensor readings were accurate, then the original body that had stayed in place simply turned fake without any odd disruptions. The exact timing of this transition happened at the same time as one of the Arnolds in the corner had turned into a real body. What drove the exobiologist and mech designer crazy was that there was no indication that such a swap had occurred. The sensors detected no outburst of signals, no explosion of heat and no displacement of air. It was as if real turned fake and fake turned real at the snap of a finger. Vase was reminded of one of the exchanges that he held with a mech designer he met in the past. Truth was relative. What people observed was not necessarily real. People interpreted sensory data differently. Many mistakes did not arise from possessing inadequate or faulty senses, but rather resorting to biases and flawed theories to explain something. He suspected that he was in such a situation right now. Due to various limitations, Vase was unable to come up with a satisfactory explanation of what happened. Teleportation seemed to be the most obvious answer, but Vase had a feeling that this was too simplistic. He would have been able to test this possible answer by performing a third test. It was too bad that Arnold was asleep now. If he was awake, Vase could have told the exo-beast to repeat his trick, but this time Vase would mark the original's body with a harmless marker. Would the Arnold that emerged in a different place boast the same marker on his body? If not, then that would have great implications for Arnold's potential. Do you really think that might be the case? Rania looked skeptically at Vase. It sounds far-fetched. While I'm not a physicist or anything, even I know that the ability to call upon alternate reality versions of yourself and eventually importing one of them to our current reality while putting your original self in an alternate reality to balance it out is ludicrous. It's just a theory, Doctor. While it sounds ludicrous, high-ranking mech pilots are known to have pulled off even more exceptional feats. I'm very much aware of those examples, sir. I seriously doubt that a weak and otherwise ordinary exo-beast like Arnold is capable of pulling off the same feats as exceptional ace and god pilots who have the support of powerful supermechs. She had a point. Even though physical strength was not necessarily correlated to spiritual strength, Vase already made an estimation of Arnold's spirituality. Almost every design spirit was able to overpower the Arganid when it came to this quality. It was quite difficult for him to imagine that a spiritually active lifeform like Arnold was capable of breaking the boundaries between alternate realities. The more Vase thought about it, the more silly he felt. Why did he propose this theory in the first place? He didn't have any proof. If he had to supply an answer, then he shouldn't let his imagination go wild. There were several more restrained possibilities that did not delve into something as fantastical as alternate realities. As Vase tried to find a more realistic explanation, Rania sighed and pushed herself back from her desk. I don't think we are engaging in productive activity. Does it matter if we know exactly what occurred? There are too many uncertainties in cutting-edge science. She reminded him. The strange sample of fluids you once supplied me still puzzle me to this day. I often put them under my scanners in the hopes of gaining some more clues, but I think it will take me years to crack more secrets. I don't let myself get bothered by that, though. You take what you can and leave the rest for another time. Even if we can decipher Arnold's odd powers, what can we do with what we've learned? Not much, I guess. Vase admitted. He began to view this situation from a more sober perspective. To be honest, I don't know how much of the applications of my design philosophy works. I've figured out a few mechanics and interactions, but I've only scratched the surface of what is possible. One of the reasons why I resorted to borrowing the powers of external sources to begin with was because I needed access to more powers than what I can provide on my own. I'm no Arnold, but as long as I can access his abilities, it doesn't matter. He began to let go of his unrealistic expectations. Once he did, he felt as if he removed a weight off his shoulder. He no longer saw Arnold as a source of lots of problems. Instead, he started to view the remarkable little exo-beast as a potential addition to his collection of design spirits. Once Vase began to turn his thoughts in this direction, he began to frown. He seriously doubted whether Arnold was capable of granting a mech the ability to swap its position with one of its phantom clones. Even though the term, swapping, was not an accurate description of what Arnold did, it was the most convenient term for Vase to use at the moment. Yet no matter what he called it, he seriously doubted whether his intrinsic ability translated completely to mechs. The energy requirements were likely astronomical. Perhaps only expert pilots and higher are able to leverage this ability with a mech. He muttered. While that sounded incredibly useful in certain situations, Arnold became a lot less practical if this was true. The only reason why he didn't give up on Arnold outright was the realization that the exo-beast was only just coming into his powers. There were other spiritual entities that lived a lot longer and expanded their abilities. Obtaining a spiritual entity at the start of his development was both a blessing and a curse to Vase. On one hand, he was able to nurture, feed and instruct Arnold in ways that caused him to grow in a form that Vase desired. On the other hand, this process could take years or decades to yield desirable results. While Vase felt that it was already possible to use Arnold as a design spirit right away, there weren't any mech designs that matched well with him. Which mechs needed the ability to generate useless and easily detectable clones? An ordinary projector module could easily do the same. Vase doubted that anything more would happen unless he was able to supply the mech with additional spiritual energy. That just returned him to another familiar problem. He still hadn't solved the energy supply problem of the blinding mech. While he already formed a plan to utilize the spiritual fragment of the unending one, there were too many risks associated with it. Vase did not feel he was fully capable of handling the remains of the most powerful dark god he had ever encountered. What he truly needed was another exo-beast or designer beast that also possessed the power to gather or manipulate energy. If that mutated beast happened to be just as naive and unsuspecting as Arnold, Vase would be able to manipulate the creature into another loyal and committed pawn to his cause. Yet that goal came with its own problems. Vase suspected that he wouldn't be able to encounter a suitable mutated beast on Prosperous Hill V. All of the best exo-beasts and designer beasts were kept on Prosperous Hill IV, which many people viewed as the regional capital of biotechnology. Gaining access to it wasn't easy. The only convenient solution that Vase could think of right now was to win his upcoming design duel against Dr. Federico Navarro. The notable journeyman ought to possess enough influence to give Vase an exclusive pass. The delay is too long, though. Gloriana and the Hex army were running out of patience. They didn't want to wait any longer to receive the next batch of Hexer mechs designed by the miracle couple. Vase found it hard to make a decision on how to proceed forward. Should he publish his long-overdue mech designs despite not reaching a level of performance that made him satisfied? I'll think about it later. After Vase and Rania wrapped up their examinations, they took one last look at the sleeping little exo-beast. It's hard to imagine that this Arganid is more powerful than most humans in the galaxy. Arnold is only powerful in a narrow sense. Vase replied, even if your spirit is weaker, your mind is far more developed. You're in control of this entire lab. You can utilize the power and knowledge at your disposal to do anything you want to his body. You can cut him up, put him in a coma, transplant extra limbs, and who knows what else you can come up with. Spirituality is not the only measure of power. Vase briefly swept her with his spiritual vision. He spotted no notable spiritual potential in her mind, which meant she was unlikely to develop any extraordinary traits. That was not a big deal as her profession was not reliant on spirituality. How do you wish to treat Arnold? He thought about it for a moment. I'll visit him occasionally, if only to remind him who's in charge. I can't visit him every day because I probably don't have the time to spare for that. I'll leave him in your charge. Me, you can assign someone else to this task if you need to. All I want is for Arnold to be taken care of. I don't want to visit you again after you notified me that he died under your purview. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Dr. Rania replied with a determined voice. How well do you wish to treat the exo-beast? Too much pampering is not necessarily good for a wild beast. Treat him decently. Let him feel somewhat comfortable, but not too much. While it may be better to subject him to some pressure, I don't think we need to bother with all of that in order to stimulate the Arganid's growth. All right, if that is what you want, I will see to it that Arnold will be kept in some comfort according to his species. Without the external pressure that Arnold experienced before, the mutated beast wouldn't be pressured to grow his abilities any further. Vase was well aware of this dynamic, but there were plenty of other ways to make up for this shortcoming. Vase did not acquire Arnold because he wanted to own a mutated beast. He bought Arnold because he wanted to expand his spiritual options. There were already several ways that the oblivious exo-beast could be of use. Vase just came up with another good idea. Wasn't he looking for a test subject to test whether it was possible to merge with a processed fragment of the unending one without going crazy? This looked like a great opportunity to proceed with such an experiment. Ha 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 ha. Vase burst out in laughter, surprising both Lucky and Rania. The reason why he couldn't control himself was because he just made an even greater realization. Mutated beasts could serve as test subjects as well. Not only that, but there were definitely more creatures like Arnold in the Prosperous Hill system. Vase just had to seek them out. Chapter 2760 Forceful Salvation. Vase kept thinking about whether he should acquire a ship dedicated to bioresearch. The recent developments concerning Arnold and the need to acquire more exo-beasts altered his previous calculations. If there were more mutated beasts for sale in human space, then Vase would be a fool to dismiss them just because his fleet lacked the room to accommodate their presences. While it wasn't a problem to keep a little furry mammal like Arnold in his office or something, there should be plenty of other mutated beasts whose sizes rivaled that of xianxia. The bigger creatures also tend to be more powerful, I think. He guessed. This theory might not be true. After all, one of the dark gods he encountered during the Nixian Gap campaign was a former Luminaire alien. Vase knew that Luminaires were originally tiny humanoids who constantly complained about how small they were relative to the other sentient alien species that populated the galaxy at the time. Yet despite this handicap, the Blinding One eventually developed into a supremely powerful spiritual entity whose visual manifestation practically towered over mechs. The tiniest lifeforms could develop devastating powers while the largest exo-beasts may not amount to anything beyond the strength of their flesh. Vase could only scratch his head in this chaotic circumstance. There didn't appear to be any rhyme or reason that determined whether a human or a beast developed spiritual potential aside from external pressure, and even that relation was rather weak. It was as if every living being took part in a cosmos-wide lottery and drew a ticket every month. While the chance of winning was astronomically low, a few lucky bastards who had nothing in common always won every now and then. Arnold just happened to be one among many of the Argonids and exo-beasts at Wexel Park who lucked out. The lack of control and predictability infuriated Vase. Many people he knew, such as Melkor, never had the opportunity to reach a new level of power. They deserved more, but due to a complete lack of control and understanding of how spiritual potential came to be, this avenue was closed to them. How was that fair? Then again, it wasn't as if spiritual prowess determined success in human society. Outside of mech designers and maybe mech pilots, most people didn't need any superpowers to rise to the top or achieve enough success to be content. For example, the Galactic Mech Council consisted of both mech designers and non-mech designers. It was highly unlikely that all of the latter consisted of spiritually powerful individuals. What did this mean? Average people were also capable of ruling human civilization. Rather than obsess what you don't have, you should focus on the qualities you do have. Norms weren't useless. Vase had to remind himself of that. He had been spending so much of his time and attention on different applications of spirituality that he had begun to lose sight that he lived in a society where ordinary people still ran most of human society. I'm starting to get a god complex. He shook his head. Meow. Lucky concurred as the cat landed on top of Ves's head. Hey, awareness is the first step towards prevention. I'm not letting myself get out of control. I'll be careful this time. He didn't have to engage in any reckless experiments this time. He wasn't under as much time pressure as before, which meant he could stick to a more methodical and systematic approach to his research. Of course, it would be ideal if he obtained more test subjects. The upside to experimenting on exo-beasts was that no one cared what happened to them. While experimenting on animals was frowned upon in the scientific community, it was not an offense that was worth punishing to the Big Two. While there were numerous states that prohibited experimenting on animals, Vase didn't have to abide by them unless his fleet passed through their territories. Even then, Vase would just have to keep his experiments out of sight. If he got caught anyway, then he would just use the Larkinson clan's sovereignty as an excuse. Well, I don't think I have to worry about this problem. I should think of where to house my test subjects instead. He was still reluctant to obtain an entirely new capital ship dedicated to bioresearch straight away. For now, Vase developed a preference for acquiring a more modest sub-capital ship that was capable of maintaining multiple different biomes. This was a less extreme solution that was more wasteful but required much less upfront investment. I bet there are lots of ships like that for sale here. Vase guessed. Once Vase composed and transmitted a message to Vivian Sai, he reunited with Gloriana and retired for the night. Over the next couple of weeks, he invested a lot of time in rushing his remaining projects to completion. Since the last round of prototypes hadn't revealed any significant issues or defects with the giant killer, the ferocious piranha IB and the cherub designs, they only needed a small amount of refinement before Vase was ready to declare them final. Vase, Gloriana and Juliet all gathered to inspect the design schematics of the three mechs one last time before they finalized the projects. It's been a long time coming. Gloriana huffed. I still have issues with all three mech designs, but I can live with completing them as is. The cherub is good enough to produce no issues with the Hex army, while the other two mech designs, well, our clan isn't as picky as the Hex army. Juliet only had eyes for the giant killer. My fellow penitent sisters will definitely embrace this powerful mech. With the blessing of the superior mother, we will never allow an enemy comparable to the Charlemagne or the Jeanne d'Arc bring us to our knees again. Vase crossed his arms. If neither of you feel the need to tweak these designs any further, then let's wrap them up. We can keep the name of the ferocious piranha IB the same, but we should replace the codenames Giant Killer and Cherub with proper labels. Do you have any ideas? Cherub is an adequate name for a communication mech. Gloriana stated. I don't see the need to alter it. I already consider the design to be called the Cherub in my heart. What about you, Juliet? Will our clan be making use of the Cherub ourselves? The other lead designer asked. I'm not sure. Vase hesitated. The Cherub is set up as an auxiliary Hexer mech that is piloted exclusively by males. I don't think that will sit well with our clansmen. This mech is useful, though. That's undeniable, but I don't want our clan to adopt it in its current form. Vase fell into thought for a moment. Let's do this. If there is time in the future, we can design a variant of the cherub that is tailored to the Larkinsons instead of the Hexers. The quality of the mech has to become a lot higher as well because I don't want any of our mech pilots to utilize a cheap mech again. The Larkinson clan had already gotten rid of its cheap second-class commercial mechs. While it would take more weeks for the PHTS to offload all of the useless mechs from the expeditionary fleet, not a single Larkinson was sorry to see them go. They had performed far too poorly against the Friday Coalition to win any clansman over. When it came to the giant killer, Juliet already thought up a proper name for the cannoneer mech. Eternal Redemption. Pardon, the penitent sisters would like to refer to the giant killer model as the Eternal Redemption from now on. Juliet said. Vase did not look pleased. He disliked calling his mechs with religious-sounding names. At least the name of the Transcendent Punisher fit the design. He found it difficult to imagine how a cannon-wielding mech had anything to do with redemption. The penitent sister journeyman noticed his confusion. The name that Commander Xianxia and I settled upon reflects one of our highest principles and aspirations. Each penitent sister seeks redemption, and the best way to do that is to fight against your enemies. Our debt is great, but the best way to reduce it is to eliminate any powerful enemy that stands in our way. By killing the evil and the wicked, we are not only working towards our own redemption, but also helping our opponents attain salvation as well. You've lost me there. Vase spoke. Gloriana bumped her elbow against his side. It's not that difficult to understand. Hexers such as myself constantly seek to prove ourselves. Those who owe a debt to society must work even harder to avoid damnation. One of the best ways to contribute to society back in the hegemony is to convert others to the cause. Somehow, I doubt that is easy. You're not wrong, Vase. There are at least two forms of redemption we are talking about here. There is the normal kind of redemption where people like myself can convert others such as you to embrace Hexer culture. Peef. As if that would ever happen. Then there is the other, more convenient but also the more permanent kind of redemption. And that is, why, killing, of course. Gloriana answered with a grin. Those who stand in the way of Hexers and do nothing but hinder us are in effect damned. For example, all of the Fredamen are damned because they want to wipe us out. This is why they need to be saved. Saved? Vase questioned. I'm being serious, Vase. The Fredamen may be our enemies, but they are only worthy of hate when they are alive. When we kill them, they are no longer able to hinder the hegemony or the Hexer people in any way. That means that they are no longer damned and therefore absolved of the sin of opposing our people. We have given them redemption. Isn't that great? Not only have we done the galaxy a favor by getting rid of evil, we also earn more merit because we have redeemed someone. Vase didn't know what to say. Gloriana's logic was as warped and twisted as any Hexer belief. It made no sense to him. The charlatan that invented this illogical outlook should have been fired for doing an awful job. Yet the fact of the matter was that Juliet and the rest of the penitent sisters practically lived and breathed this custom. This instance was yet another example that not even the Larkinson network was capable of reversing lifelong brainwashing. Vase was too tired to argue against the new name for the giant killer. Fine, if that is what you want to call it, then so be it. The mech is designed for your sisters in the first place, so if calling it the Eternal Redemption makes you feel comfortable, then it's fine. I expect good results, though. It costs twice as much to make as the Valkyrie Redeemer. While I don't expect your Eternal Redemptions to perform twice as good, your sisters better make sure it doesn't perform any worse. Please rest assured, sir. Juliet smiled in satisfaction. Our sisters will thoroughly cherish and master our new mech. You will not regret the work you put into it and the trust you have extended to us. With the Eternal Redemption in our hands, we shall redeem an ocean of enemies who have damned themselves by opposing us. No champion or expert pilot will avoid salvation at our hands. Okay, you go celebrate or something. We'll discuss how to slot the Eternal Redemptions in our production schedule later. We are still having some trouble securing additional mech production facilities, so we can only rely on the production halls of the Spirit of Bentime to supply your sisters with the first batch of our new mech. Fortunately, his factory ship worked fine. His clan were already starting to put the Bright Warrior IB into service. Chapter 2761 Joshua's Exploration Chapter 2761 Joshua's Exploration What did expert pilots do when they weren't performing their duties? Venerable Joshua Larkinson didn't really have a clue. He supposed that dedicated warriors spent all of their remaining time on one productive activity or another, but he didn't really feel as if he counted among their number. He asked his fellow expert pilots what they spent their off hours on. The answers weren't encouraging. I keep my shield of Samar company. Venerable Janzi responded to her ex-boyfriend. My life is tied to my mech, so it's foolish to neglect it. Don't you feel the same? The hangar where the shield of Samar currently resided was closed off and empty. Ever since it had been converted into a prime mech, the pressure exerted by the mech was too much to bear to the maintenance crews. Only expert pilots such as Joshua and Janzi were able to remain at ease while in close proximity to the huge and massive space knight. I get why you do that, but mechs are tougher than you think. They know their purpose. Outside of combat, they are perfectly fine with sleeping. Our mechs aren't babies. They don't need any pampering. At least, I'm pretty sure the Patriarch intended it to be that way. Don't let Vase make decisions on your behalf. Janzi burst out, her force of will pressed against his own as she stepped closer and pressed her finger against his chest. Vase may have made all of our mechs, but it is us who spend the most time with them. Our mechs are what we make of them. Treat them well, and they shall return the favor. That's easy for you to say. You're committed to a single mech for your entire life. I'm not sure if that's the right path for me. There are too many mechs I want to pilot to limit myself to a single choice. I don't even have my expert mech yet to do what you are talking about. He understood Janzi's viewpoint. Every expert pilot formed a different opinion about the mechs designed by Vase. The obsessions they formed and the principles they held dear colored how they perceived LMC mechs. Janzi saw them as partners charged with protecting the Larkinson clan. At the same time, the mechs needed to be taken care of as well. As for Joshua, he felt as if he possessed the greatest understanding of the nature of LMC mechs out of everyone aside from Vase. His instincts were highly attuned to the intrinsic life that was locked inside the machines. By interfacing with them, his greater sensitivity allowed him to synergize with his mechs to a high degree. He already noticed that he was far beyond other Larkinson mech pilots in this regard. Only special cases such as Janzi and her shield of Samar were able to exceed him on this front. This also explained their divergent approaches. Venerable Joshua didn't need to expend any effort to form an extremely high fit with a living mech. Venerable Janzi's ability to attune with a mech was worse, so the only way for her to develop a deeper bond with her mech was to work hard and invest lots of time with the shield of Samar. Even though this sounded like a heavy commitment, Janzi never uttered a complaint. The hard work she put into bonding with the shield of Samar would definitely pay off in battle. Of course, that was assuming that the design department upgraded the Space Knight to an expert mech. As a prime mech, much of the shield of Samar's potential was locked behind the physical constraints of the mech. Neither Joshua nor Janzi knew when they would receive their long-awaited expert mechs, but the time was drawing closer and closer. With the completion of the current round of projects, it was only a matter of time before the development of their expert mechs commenced. The coming period would definitely play a crucial role in their futures. In the end, Joshua didn't get much help out of Janzi. She had become so driven that she no longer spent any time on relaxation. She either spent lots of time with her mech or busied herself with keeping up with clan politics of all things. She expressed disbelief at his disinterest in the latter. Are you blind, Joshua? We are figureheads in a clan that already counts more than 50,000 members. From what it looks like, we'll definitely be breaking the 100,000 barrier during our stay here. It becomes more important than ever to ensure that everyone is being treated fairly. If warmongers like Vase remain unchecked, we'll end up in some other devastating battle where we lose at least half of our mech pilots. I don't think our Patriarch is as bad as you say. You blind fool, you worship Vase so much, but you never look at his downsides. Just look at the facts. In the short history of our clan, we have gone through numerous painful crises. The Battle of Kesseling 8, the Battle of Ulimo Citadel, the battle against the Abyss and the Battle of Reckoning are all engagements that our clansmen should have never gone through if Vase hadn't fooled them into joining his venture. Joshua blinked. We all knew the risks, Janzi. We managed to become second raters in record time because of the Patriarch's hard work. Besides, aren't you one of us? I guess that makes you a fool as well. Smack. I don't have time for your nonsense. Get out. His continued presence only reminded her why she broke up with him. Joshua didn't enjoy her company either when she brought up her pet causes. In hindsight, he should have ended his relationship with her much sooner. I'm glad I have Keddies now. He smiled as he exited the hangar. It was too bad that his current girlfriend had gone on an excursion together with other sword maidens. Joshua was sad to see her go. He could have spent a lot of time with her in Vieline if she was still with the rest of the clan. Still, she needed to go on this trip. Joshua had no choice but to support her decision and wished her luck. He decided he needed some male company and dropped by Venerable Tusa next. Out of all of the places where the light mech specialist could be, Joshua never expected to find him tutoring a mech cadet. Venerable Joshua, Lainey Larkinson stood up in respect. Thank you for saving us all. You really helped us out of a bind when you and your Valkyrie Prime defeated so many Fredaemon in the previous battle. Joshua casually waved his hand. Thank you for your appreciation, but I was not alone. Tusa here along with many other Larkinsons and allies did their own part. We are all together in this, Lainey. None of us can be heroes without the support of the rest of the clan. You'll know once you graduate and join our ranks. I'll look forward to that day. After a bit of chatting, Lainey picked up her data pad and left so that the two expert pilots could talk to each other in private. I heard you were spending time teaching cadets like Lainey, but aren't they too young for that? Tusa shrugged as he leaned against a wall. I like it. Grown-ups like us are already set in our ways to an extent. I find it easier to get a mech cadet to absorb my lessons because they haven't piloted real mechs yet. They're still malleable. Why, though? The Larkinson Mech Academy already has a lot of mech instructors who are experienced veterans. A bit of extra help can't hurt, Joshua. I care about the young brats who are being raised to follow in our footsteps one day. The mech instructors are good, but there are some insights that only expert pilots can impart to an audience. If spending a few hours with them will increase their chances of surviving by 5%, then that is a worthwhile investment. I never took you for a person who cared that much. Venerable Tusa frowned and crossed his arms. I'm a Larkinson. That means something to me. Don't believe in any stereotypes you have about light mech pilots. Just because I can't sit still doesn't mean I am solely looking out for myself. My reasons to fight are not that simple. Hey, I didn't mean to imply anything. The other expert pilot raised his hands. I'm just curious at how you choose to spend your time when you are not in training. Oh, don't get me wrong. I still go out to have fun when I'm in the mood. Just because we are expert pilots doesn't mean we are bots. We are still human, though we clearly possess a few extras. I don't think Janzi will agree with your assertion. She's way too serious for my liking. Tusa shook his head in disapproval. I get why she is like that. She decided to dedicate her entire life to her cause, which essentially means she isn't spending any time living for herself. I guess expert pilots like us come in many forms, but I can never agree with Janzi's approach. Life is all about fulfilling your own desires. I'm much more inclined to agree with you. Joshua nodded. It's just that I'm afraid of becoming too complacent. While Janzi doesn't have another life outside service, I can't deny she is growing stronger every day. Aren't you afraid of being left in the dust one day? Venerable Tusa chuckled. He. What does her success have to do with my self-esteem? This isn't a race, Joshua. I thought that people like you always try to be the fastest. I like to be the fastest on the battlefield, but I prefer to take it slow when I am out of the cockpit. I can't speed up my entire life, Joshua. I need to conserve my energy for when it truly matters. That is how I ensure I can perform at my peak when my services are called for. As for Janzi, I don't feel the need to compete with her. If she becomes an ace pilot well before everyone else, then good for her. She can reduce all of our burdens. Joshua didn't entirely agree with Tusa's approach. He seemed almost lackadaisical about his own progression. While Tusa was much more pleasant to be around, it might not be worth it if he ended up in a situation where his strength fell short. If he spent more effort on improving himself, he could have avoided a worse outcome. Once he got what he wanted, Joshua bid goodbye to Tusa and walked away. The two expert pilots he met were on the opposite side of the spectrum. Janzi was way too serious while Tusa was too laid back. Did that mean that it was best for Joshua to sit in the middle? Maybe. I'm not sure. What should I be doing, exactly? Fortunately, these periods of self-doubt didn't last long. His confidence as an expert pilot was real, and so was his will. He accomplished so much in the previous battle that it was impossible for him to be worse than others. He raised his arm and clenched his fist in front of his face. I'm strong. This simple declaration quieted much of his inner turbulence. In the end, Venerable Joshua never found a solid answer to his question. What he did gain was the realization that he should be looking less at others. Instead of trying to copy Venerable Janzi or Venerable Tusa, he should find something that fit him best no matter which direction it took him. This brought him right back to the beginning. What should I do? He asked himself. Chapter 2762 Imon's Request Chapter 2762 Imon's Request Imon Ingvar and Ksela Ingvar had grown apart from each other ever since they took on different roles in the clan. While they both had something in common by becoming expert candidates at the same time, they rarely trained together. Imon was just an honored member of the Avatars of Myth while Ksela Ingvar had become the leader of the Living Sentinels. He was happy for her sister's opportunity. Ever since the new Sentinel commander took office, he mostly heard good stories about her. Despite her greater strength, she showed considerably more care and attention for her subordinates. That was something that the Sentinels rarely experienced from Commander Magdalena back when she was in charge. That was the extent of his interest in her sister's new job. He was not cut out to be a leader. He got way too excited in battle to spare any attention on commanding his troops or keeping an eye on the bigger picture. He much preferred to let others do the thinking. Imon merely wanted to be pointed in the right direction so he could do what he did best, which was thrashing other mech pilots. Unfortunately, he was having a hard time doing that at the moment during a simulation battle. A powerful spear clanged against the chest armor of a bright warrior IB. Imon grimaced as his virtual mech bore another ugly mark. The two mechs were separated by a short distance in the air. The powerful flight systems of the two identical mechs flared brightly as they kept the simulated machine stable and aloft. "I'm not a punching bag," he uttered in frustration. However, his current opponent anticipated his actions. The spear cleverly jerked out of the way as the opposing bright warrior activated all of its boosters, causing the mech and its weapon to throw off Imon's rhythm and calculations. Clang! A few more exchange of blows occurred. After Imon found out that it was impossible for him to break the guard of his opponent, he tried to break past it and get close enough for the spear to lose much of its threat. Yet no matter from which angle he approached, the spear tip was always in the way of his mech. His bright warrior incurred more and more holes as he failed to enter a range where his sword could do its work. Several minutes went by as Imon was being put on the defensive. He had to put all of his concentration on trying to block and parry the relentless spear thrusts. As several systems of his mech began to falter due to incurring more and more internal damage, his enemy suddenly performed an inexplicable action. The opposing mech threw away its spear. Though Imon was befuddled, he knew better than to freeze up in battle. He listened to his instincts and immediately went on the offensive. "Even if you have another weapon, I won't let you draw it out." The weaponless bright warrior tilted its frame so that its back started pointing towards the ground. Just as Imon's mech chopped down its sword, the opposing machine kicked out its legs and slammed the weapon aside. Damn! Imon immediately commanded his mech to let go of its sword. He made the right choice as the opposing mech was already closing in after performing a kick. His opponent's mech attempted to grapple his machine with its leg, but Imon's quick thinking allowed him to kick back the lengthy limbs, causing them to go off course. An aerial wrestling match ensued. The opposing mech no longer fought with just its legs but instead righted itself in order to utilize all four limbs. The differences between the two sides lessened now that they had lost their weapons. Yet even so, Imon's mech fell into a disadvantage due to the damage it had already occurred and its mech pilot's inability to read all of his opponent's movements. The latter's faster responses and more skillful movements caused Imon a lot of grief. His mech attempted to punch, grab, kick and perform many other attacks, yet the opposing bright warrior seemed to do a much better job at showcasing the strengths of the model by pushing its capabilities a lot closer to its physical limits. In the end, the enemy mech attempted to maneuver behind Imon's machine. There, the enemy wrecked the vulnerable flight system so that the former sword-wielding bright warrior no longer possessed enough power to maintain its altitude. Secondary boosters and anti-grav modules desperately tried to arrest the bright warrior's fall, but they were only strong enough to make the crash landing softer and more survivable. It didn't come to that. As Imon was busy trying to make sure his mech survived the impending collision, the enemy mech dove down until its legs impacted the section where one of the crucial anti-grav modules tried to make the falling mech lighter. The impact knocked it out, causing Imon's mech to fall considerably faster than before. The hefty kick had also imparted significant force to the machine, causing it to be pushed faster towards the ground. Thud. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B was a tough mech, but when many tons worth of metal and machine collided against the ground, it was impossible for it to survive. Imon Ingvar lost. Again, I haven't done my best. Unfortunately, his opponent declined to go another round. Imon frustratingly disengaged the simulation and pulled his suited body out of the pod. A short distance away, another pod slid open its front cover. A woman bearing a substantially thicker and more decorated piloting suit emerged out of it. She noticed Imon's smile and responded with a smug grin. "You can forget about laying a hand on my mech. You're way too far behind to catch up to my level." Imon looked crushed. This was an absurd response because the skill levels between the two mech pilots were far apart. While he was stronger than almost every mech pilot in the Larkinson clan, his last opponent was one of the few who was undeniably superior to him in everything that was related to piloting mechs. "Tell me the truth, Venerable Orphan. How big is the gap between us?" he softly asked. The female expert pilot sauntered over and patted Imon's smaller and more slender shoulder. "Don't sweat it, kid. You're much younger than me and you went through much less crap than me, so it's not strange for you to take your time. I spent years grinding as an expert candidate before I got where I am today. In fact, with all of the crazy inventions that Vase keeps putting out, your chance might come sooner than you think. The Patriarch doesn't pay any attention to expert pilots like me." Imon muttered. "I hear that he and his fellow mech designers are almost ready to dedicate all of their efforts to design expert mechs. It must feel nice to be at the center of attention." The former Vandal commander snorted. "Being a demigod isn't all that sunshine and roses. There's something called responsibility that other people expect you to carry. You should ask your sister." "I already did. I don't want to follow her footsteps. I want to find my own way." "Good for you. I need your help, though." "Oh." Rosa raised a curious eyebrow. "What's up, kid?" "I heard stories about you, and Janzi, and Dice. Is it true that you're connected to some kind of giant lizard?" The expert pilot turned serious. "I don't know where you heard that, but that giant lizard you are talking about deserves to be addressed with respect. She's called xianxia. She's the source behind the glow of the Shield of Samar in the Aurora Titan design. She also has something to do with the ferocious piranha, though I'm no expert on the matter." Imon listened with rapt attention. He couldn't believe Venerable Rosa Orphan was willing to divulge so much in a casual conversation. "Who is xianxia, exactly? Is she truly a god like some of the Vandals and Sword Maidens claim?" Venerable Orphan snorted again. "She's not really a god, though she comes close, I guess. It's just a label. Some idiots on the planet she came from thought she was a literal god, but that is only because the dim-witted natives didn't know anything better. Just think of her as a very powerful friend and helper. She assisted us in battle several times, though I doubt any of you have noticed." "That's fascinating. So is it true that you and some of the other expert pilots possess a special bond?" "Yeah, it's not as mystical as you think. If xianxia likes you, then you can get close to her. It's as simple as that. Could you introduce me to her?" Imon cautiously asked. "I'd like to see if I can gain her help as well." The expert pilot pressed her lips together as she stared straight into Imon's eyes. Her expressive will retracted a bit as she fell into thought. "No, no, no," she repeated. "xianxia is a big girl. If she likes you, she would have reached out to you somehow. The fact that she didn't means that you'll only return with nothing if you approach her. Tell me, do you have a protective mindset like Janzi?" I guess not. I like to go on the attack." "Do you like piloting space knights like the Aurora Titan?" "To be honest, no. They're too slow and sluggish for my liking. I don't like to sit back and absorb attacks passively either." "Then what makes you think you are worthy to attract xianxia's notice? Didn't you and Venerable Dice succeed despite your inclinations? You can't draw any conclusions from our experiences. We went through some very weird stuff in the past. We also fight in a way that xianxia approves. Do you remember how I talked about responsibility earlier? That's what keeps me in tune with the big girl." After Venerable Orphan made it clear that Imon had no chance to earn xianxia's favor, he became downcast. Rosa took pity on him and patted him on the shoulder yet again. "Hey, a strong mech pilot doesn't need anyone's help to get ahead. Other expert pilots like Venerable Brutus over at the Glory Seekers are doing well enough on their own. Besides, there are more powerful helpers like xianxia hovering around. Just take a close look at the different LMC mechs and try and see what fits you best based on how comfortable you feel around their glows." Imon thought about the mechs he came in touch with. Sadly, none of them appealed to him in a strong way. Not even the new Bright Warrior made him feel very special. "I guess I'll keep looking." Venerable Orphan was about to turn away, but she stopped when a thought entered her mind. "Hey, If you really want to find a good helper, I have a tip for you. Go seek out the wreck of the Adonis Colossus. I think the remains are being stored somewhere within the cargo holds of the Spirit of Bentime. Why would I do that? Aimon asked with a confused expression. I have a feeling that you might just get along with the helper that made it special. If it could turn a useless bastard like Vincent into a hero, then it might be able to give you a hand as well. Though Aimon looked skeptical, he might as well give it a try. He needed this. He needed a way to keep up with Casella. Even though his sister was spending much of her time on managing the Sentinels as opposed to polishing her own piloting skill, she was still growing stronger somehow. While he was happy to see her having the time of her life, he did not wish to be left behind. Wouldn't he be the inferior sibling of the two if he remained stuck as an expert candidate while his sister was flying high? I'm a man, damn it. I can't let my sis get ahead of me, especially when I'm putting so much effort in my training. Chapter 2763 Mantle of Responsibility. The passing of the living prophet thrust Town Melon into the spotlight. He didn't exactly know why. The Ilvanan sub-community within the Larkinson clan held plenty of notable figures. There were several respected leaders who could have risen up to take charge of the only true Ilvanan believers that remained true to the faith. One of them was Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin, who was rather low-key but held a position of great responsibility within the clan. While she wasn't outright in charge of all of the ships of the Larkinson clan, she still had a lot of say in how they were run and where they should be positioned. With her experience in senior leadership and management, she should have taken to leading the remaining Ilvanans like a fish to water. Yet when Town approached her shortly after James Ilvain exhausted himself to death, the elder woman shook her head. I am already preoccupied with managing the affairs of hundreds of different starships. You don't have to manage everything by yourself, ma'am. There are other Ilvanans who can keep everything running. You just need to be there to provide direction. I'm aware of that, but I am already wearing one mantle of responsibility. My shoulders no longer have any space to accommodate another. Town practically wanted to drop to his knees. Please reconsider, ma'am. We need a stabilizing influence at the top who knows what must be done to keep us all together. I am not the stabilizing influence you seek. Why not? Because I'm a Cronin. What does that have to do with this issue? The Cronin, Poxco and Curan dynasties collectively led the Ilvanans astray. Their selfishness and distortion of the records has caused the Ilvain Protectorate to turn into an unrecognizable state. I don't think it is wise for a descendant of one of the three dynasties to lead the one dynasty that still holds true to the tenets and ideals of the Great Prophet. Town paused. A part of him felt that this reason was ridiculous. However, he knew enough old-timers who probably preferred it if anyone named Cronin, Poxco or Curan didn't ascend to the highest level. Even though Town knew that Ophelia was nothing like the corrupted leaders of her dynasty, the optics wouldn't look good at all. Ilvanans tended to be superstitious and sensitive to symbolism, so the fleet coordinator was not talking nonsense. It's fine, Town. I am a Cronin. I am a soldier. It is my duty to fight or serve in a military capacity. It is even more important for me to protect the flock now that the Cronin dynasty is tarnished. The only way we can restore everyone's trust in our names is to perform the mission that the Great Prophet charged us with. Someone else must take the lead, and the closest candidate is you. No one else is fit for the mantle that the living prophet has so obviously placed on your shoulders. I do not feel ready. Town softly shook his head. I know what I am capable of. I am good at piloting mechs. I trained my entire life to become more skilled at it. Give me a transcendent messenger or a transcendent punisher and I can make it sing. Put me in the shoes of the living prophet and I will probably hide behind his statue. I am not ready to lead our people. You're wrong. You are ready. How do you know? I know it because I can see it from the living prophet's actions before his passing. That is why he invested so much time in you. Out of every Ilvanan, you are the one who can keep our faith alive. The younger man did not quite agree with her assessment. While it was true that James Ilvain spent a lot of time with him, Town never learned anything about leadership and directing the future of the Ilvanan people out of their talks. He did not feel he was ready. Since Ophelia Cronin declined to be recognized as the person in charge, Town stopped by the design lab to catch Oscar D. Martin. The apprentice mech designer calmly listened to Tayan's request before shaking his head. The fleet coordinator was right to refuse your offer. My answer is similar. I am not suitable to lead our people. I can do much more for our fellow Ilvanans by working hard in the design department. Just look at Juliet Stamaros. Ever since she started to contribute to our design projects as a journeyman, the penitent sisters gained a lot more attention from the bright martyr. He even dedicated a unique mech design to the women. We already hold his favor. We received the transcendent Punisher a lot sooner. Oscar sighed. That is only because our ranged mech pilots are blessed. The bright martyr wanted to take advantage of that and developed the transcendent Punisher as a result. He has not shown great care in our plight. This was different from what he thought. I will do my best to help you and advise you. The Ilvanan mech designer continued. I have learned much about the mechs that the bright martyr has designed. Yet I cannot do anything further because I am not Ilvain's chosen. You are the heir to the prophet, whether you acknowledge it or not. I do not think that any Ilvanan in our midst will disagree with what I have just said. Why are you so certain? I can feel it. Your presence reminds us of the living prophet. We are drastically different people. That doesn't change my judgment. It is clear that the living prophet intended his successor to be someone different. You are a soldier, Town. I believe that your elevation is not a coincidence. The Larkinson clan will no doubt experience turbulent times, so we need strength more than foresight. You are our greatest hope. Be strong. Grow stronger. Show every other Larkinson that we can carry our own weight. While the expert candidate felt a little bit disappointed that no one wanted to take over the mantle, he realized that they might have a point. The living prophet favored him out of every other Ilvanan. That was undeniable. Whether that made him the next in line or not, no one else wanted to compete for the highest seat. That meant that he was the presumptive leader by default. Is this truly happening? Even though an expert candidate should have exhibited more certainty, Town did not want to make the wrong decision. The future of the Ilvanans in the Larkinson clan was at stake, after all. He never envisioned himself as a leader. He much preferred to be a follower. For some reason, that made him recall one of the living prophet's words of advice. Live for myself, not for my faith. Town took that to mean that he should think and act according to what he wanted instead of blindly looking up to his beliefs. What did he want? I want to do right by the prophet. I want to protect my fellow Ilvanans and see us all prosper. I want to prepare us all as best as possible for the time of ascension. Problems soon emerged, however. One of the most persistent issues facing the Ilvanan believers was the lack of growth. When the Larkinson clan reached the prosperous hill system, Ophelia and Oscar met with Town to discuss this problem. Compared to before, Town looked considerably more sure and confident in himself. He already possessed the beginnings of an air of authority, but whether it would develop into anything further was not certain. He had taken to wearing a white robe that was almost identical to the one worn by James Ilvain. The simple garment made him look holier somehow. Some people didn't look good in robes at all, but Town somehow seemed to fit in them like he was born for the purpose. Hello everyone. He spoke with greater confidence than before. Please sit down. I'd like to discuss something important today. Once the two visitors did so, Town began to outline his concerns. You must have already guessed why I have called you here. The Larkinson clan has already begun to recruit the first batch of mech pilots and other vital personnel, both to replace the losses we have suffered before and to expand our capabilities further. While I am glad to see the clan prosper, our own recruitment efforts have not maintained pace. That is not what happened before. Ophelia Cronin mildly frowned. Back in the Sanok system, we steadily managed to convert a fraction of the outsiders who entered the clan. What is our current conversion rate? Less than 1%. Town supplied the hard number. Quote. That is indeed a poor figure. Oscar remarked. The robed expert candidate took a deep breath. You understand my worries now. While I am glad that a couple of recruits have reacted positively to our gospel, we have failed to reach the heart of the remainder. The second raters, whether they are lifers or other people, look down on us. Our proselytizers have continually tried but failed to connect with the vast majority of incoming clansmen. Both Ophelia and Oscar frowned. This sounded much more serious than they thought. If this pattern continues, then the proportion of believers in the clan will dip below 5%. Ophelia Cronin predicted. That will render our influence almost negligible. While we will still be able to maintain a presence in our clan, more prominent groups such as the Penitent Sisters and Sword Maidens will surpass us in importance. The current leader of the Ilvanans sighed in regret. If the living prophet was still among us, he would have never encountered this problem. He had a way with words that none of us could come close to matching. I doubt he would let the fact that we used to be third-raters stop him from persuading the arrogant newcomers to consider his views. A few seconds passed in silence. This was one of the greatest losses of their people. Expanding their believer base had always been vital to them. Without enough adherents, how could the Ilvanen faith remain strong? Conversion was one of their highest priorities as a group. We need to find a strong speaker. Ophelia, it is unfortunate that we do not count many members of the Poxco dynasty among us. The attendants of Ilvain have always been the best at this type of work. After considering a few possible solutions, Oscar suddenly thought of an interesting idea. Our faith has not lost all of its speakers, he claimed. We still have an excellent proselytizer among us. His ability to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the masses and enlighten the unenlightened is undeniable. Who are you referring to, Oscar? The bright martyr. Both Ophelia and Town looked stumped. He's not called the devil tongue by his critics for nothing. Oscar began to grin. If he takes over the mantle of the living prophet, even for a short moment, then I am certain he can convert thousands of clansmen to our beliefs. Town did not immediately agree with the suggestion. We'll have to convince the patriarch first. You work for him on a daily basis, right? Are you confident that the bright martyr will agree to assist us in this manner? Oscar's grin dropped. We should work on that. He is not particularly enthused about our faith despite holding the prophet's trust and blessing. They spent hours discussing the issue. The Ilvanen faith had to keep going. Even when their numbers dipped to its lowest point in history, Town and the rest did not want to fail the prophet's expectations. Chapter 2764 New Toy Vase desired more mutated beasts with spiritual potential. Being able to find a treasure like Arnold proved that he could find new ingredients among the vast amount of organic products for sale in the LRA. Prosperous Hill V sold trillions of different beasts every day. Granted, much of that figure was taken up by tiny bugs and industrially grown organisms bred for medicinal or other production-related purposes, but there had to be a lot of undiscovered mutants out there that were just waiting to be taken. At least, that was what Vase thought. He spent 5 precious days of his schedule touring various different venues. He visited huge preserves similar to Wexel Park. Each one operated the same way. The only way to distinguish the parks from each other was by observing which beast designers and beast suppliers they cooperated with. Each group, alliance or faction seemed to operate mostly amongst themselves. He also entered downtown compounds where high-end beasts were put on display in cramped spaces. The exclusive stores either charged at rip-off prices or put the organic products on auction where the customers themselves drove up their value. He even visited a few shadier establishments. While Vase wasn't able to find or locate any black or gray markets on Prosperous Hill V, there were a few sketchier places that were nonetheless tolerated or supported by the local authorities. These were mostly marketplaces where lots of smaller suppliers sold their low-end products. Beginner beast designers, foreigners looking to make a living and many more struggling people attempted to scrabble for a living in these places. Quality control was inconsistent in these places. The mandatory checks that every beast had to go through were good at detecting short-term threats, but they weren't sufficient when it came to long-term issues. What if an exo-beast suddenly released poisonous mist when they reached the end of their lives? What if a designer beast went crazy and attempted to mate with a human when in heat? What if a beast used for cooking deposited an ill-understood substance inside a human body that turned into a brain-eating substance when combined with another harmless ingredient? Gourmets happened to comprise a large amount of the clientele. Vase simply couldn't understand their mindset. They paid the equivalent of tens of thousands to millions of hex credits to obtain a special beast only to butcher the precious animals before putting their parts on the grill. Vase actually held a lot more expectations when he visited these places. The lack of advanced lab equipment and the unwillingness to perform extensive testing should have resulted in more mutated beasts flying under everyone's radar. Unfortunately, his expectations fell flat. None of the creatures he observed with his spiritual senses met his criteria. The low-quality beasts for sale were less exquisite than the ones that were sold in places like Wexel Park, and that might have something to do with the low odds. While the busy marketplaces did indeed sell some mutated products, the specimens that Vase encountered were mostly physically deviant. Their unstable genes went fritzy, which caused them to grow abnormal limbs or teeth that were 3 times longer. These worthless mutations did not interest Vase in the slightest. He sought to encounter a creature that experienced a more profound change, yet despite passing through marketplaces where billions of creatures were available for sale, none of them possessed the spark that made them different from the rest. In the end, Vase decided to give up his search. The odds of encountering what he wanted was too low. It would have been great if he could delegate the task of combing through the marketplaces for spiritual mutations to his subordinates, but that wasn't possible. The more time he wasted on this fruitless search, the more urgent it became to cultivate a batch of spiritual adepts. It was beneath him to seek out spiritually strong beasts in person. His time was too valuable to be spent on menial tasks like this. The security risks were too great as well. None of his bodyguards enjoyed the extra effort required to guard him against threats while he passed through crowded halls and corridors. Never mind, then, Vase muttered. I guess I'll just settle with Arnold for now. I already have everything I require to finish my remaining 2 mech design projects. Only 2 design projects remained in active development, though his design teams already ceased to perform any work on them. The devious and blinding mech were auxiliary mechs, so their technical complexity did not come close to the likes of the Bright Warrior IB or the Ferocious Piranha IB. The only reason why the 2 designs remained incomplete was because Vase still had to finalize their spiritual properties. I guess I can't delay it any longer. Vase sighed. He had been putting off this task because the circumstances weren't ideal. He was seriously lacking in ingredients and other amenities such as large spiritual reserves and solid theory. If he had a choice, he would have wished to complete the 2 auxiliary mech designs a decade later. He bet that he would have been in a much better position to turn the devious and blinding mech into the products he originally envisioned. Sadly, he couldn't afford to wait that long. The projects were very time-sensitive and the client was already asking for status updates every day. I also need to move on to other priorities, he reminded himself. Development had already started on the 5 mechs that Vase wanted to prepare for his upcoming design duel. He also had to reserve some time to fabricate the first production copies of all of the designs he completed. Faced with no other choice, he grudgingly proceeded to perform the spiritual procedures required to turn the devious and blinding mech into usable products. I'll start with the devious first, he murmured. To be fair, the latest iteration already performed decently in tests. The superior mother's dust phase of existence already diminished the presence of the stealth mech in the minds of every nearby person. It worked, but that was it. The devious lacked sophistication and didn't possess as much value as his other Hexer mech designs. It was a product that barely made the passing grade, but Vase did not set out to design mechs that were only barely satisfactory. In order to add something special to the devious design, Vase decided to employ his latest asset. He put quite a bit of thought into the idea ever since he acquired Arnold. While the Arganid was unlikely to pass on its complete cloning and repositioning ability to any mechs, maybe some other benefits might pass on. There was more to Arnold than just his signature ability. Well, I'll just try it and see what happens. I can always reverse the procedure if I don't like the results. Since this was the first time Vase intended to make use of Arnold as a design spirit, he stopped by Ranya's lab. As he watched the 8-legged beast crawl contentedly through a special cave system that had been specifically constructed to make Arganids feel comfortable, he noticed a curious new change. You fixed his lame legs? Correct. Dr. Ranya nodded. The 2 damaged limbs bothered Arnold all the time. They not only unbalanced his body, but also caused significant psychological distress. There is no need to prolong his suffering when simple cloning and regeneration treatments can quickly make the limbs as good as new. I have also addressed all of the aches and shortcomings related to nutrient deficiency. He's as healthy as a normal Arganid at his age. Arnold's joy was very evident. His strong spirituality had grown vibrant due to his happy mood. The male Arganid eagerly scurried through the tunnels at speeds he could have never reached if he had to drag 2 defective limbs. Though Vase and Ranya didn't plan on making Arnold's life too comfortable, it was still worth it to fix all of the exobeast's health issues. Not only would the treatments ensure that his physical body would last longer, but all of the favors done to him had completely earned his favor. When Ranya activated a command that caused a portion of the tunnel to open up, Arnold spotted the 2 humans standing just behind the observation screen. The 8-legged exo-beast eagerly raced over to the edge of the energy screen. Squeak squeak squeak. Vase grinned. I'm happy to see you enjoying your new body. He briefly chatted with Arnold. Due to the mutated beast's simple personality, the conversation didn't last too long. Arnold, I'd like your help with something. Do you recall what I explained about your new role a few days ago? Now is the time to see whether it can work. This is going to feel quite strange to you, but please bear with it. I know you can handle it. Just tell me whenever you feel any pain, alright? Squeak. It was doubtful whether Arnold understood what Vase attempted to do, but that was not important. He just wanted his design spirit to accept the changes that might happen. Vase activated his comm and projected the devious design in front of his face. The wireframe model already exuded a subtle character that made it appear less noticeable than notable. The exo-beast on the other side of the transparent screen wiggled a bit. Squeak. Ah, you notice something. Squeak squeak. It appears you are quite a sensitive fellow. It made sense. While the Arganid Clyzanta species preyed on smaller creatures, it was small enough to serve as prey to many other threats. Due to his previous injuries, Arnold lived a very high-strung life. He had to remain alert to the most sensitive changes in order to ensure he was able to run away before any threat or rival Arganid approached. Well, let me introduce you to the Superior Mother. She's very powerful, but she won't harm you. I think she might even welcome your company. After he waited a few more minutes for Arnold to familiarize himself with the mech design and its current spiritual signature, Vase began the process of investing the small beast as its second design spirit. This was not as straightforward as the other times. Unlike incorporeal entities such as Zygra and the Superior Mother, Arnold was alive. How could Vase tie a living creature to a mech design? The biggest problem he faced was that Arnold's spirituality was fixed in place. Pulling it out and placing it elsewhere would definitely traumatize the poor exo-beast. Fortunately, Vase already thought about this problem. He came up with several possible solutions. The simplest and the one with the highest chance of success was to harvest a spiritual fragment from his source. Vase hesitated to employ this solution. Arnold had only come into his powers recently and his spiritual strength was still in the process of developing. Crippling it when he was at this crucial growth period would definitely do a lot of harm. Harvesting a small mote was much less harmful, but the results would probably be just as unnoticeable. There was no point to infusion just a fraction of Arnold's essence in the devious design. What solutions could he employ instead? After letting his imagination go wild, he came up with an interesting idea that might just actually work. Vase briefly left and returned with a box in his hand. He opened the box and pulled out a very accurate miniature model of the devious design. This is for you, Arnold. Say hello to your new toy. Squeak. Chapter 2765 Inappropriate Behavior. After introducing Arnold to his new toy, Vase stuck around for a few hours in order to make sure that the beast spent time with his gift. In the beginning, the stupid creature didn't know what to do with the scale model of the stealth mech. Whenever he wanted to turn away and run back into the tunnels, Vase intervened and blocked Arnold from leaving the miniature devious behind. Not yet. Bond with it first. Immerse yourself in its design and make it a part of you. I won't let you go back to your cave until you do as I ask. Though Vase maintained a friendly tone, there was an undeniable hint of coercion in his words. Squeak. Arnold decided it was best to do as he was told. He approached the miniature and began to touch it with its snout and forelimbs. Once he saw that the miniature wasn't dangerous, Arnold became bolder. He licked the surface of the mech and tipped it over so that he could step on top of the fallen object. Vase frowned as he witnessed all of this. Arnold still lacked too much understanding. He turned the miniature into his new squeeze toy. If not for the fact that the miniature was made out of high-quality materials, it would have sustained damage from Arnold's rough ministrations. After licking the miniature mech from top to bottom, left to right and front to back, the dumb exo-beast did something even more outrageous. It started to mount the miniature after flipping it over. Oh, hell. Vase began to look disgusted. Is it? Dr. Rania awkwardly coughed. Arnold's physical parameters are elevated. They match the levels of Arganids that have become excited. I'm uncertain what has led to this result. It might be that a particular material in the miniature stimulated his hormones. It could also be something else. Perhaps Arnold became more and more fascinated by the weak glow and subtle spiritual presence of the miniature mech. Vase widened his eyes. Since the devious carried a touch of the Superior Mother's presence, did that mean that Arnold acted this way because he was stimulated by this aspect? Before he could order Rania to separate the excited Arganid from his new gift, someone else intervened first. A giant, semi-transparent hand materialized out of nowhere. It quickly descended in order to pinch Arnold's body before pulling him off the miniature. What is that? Rania yelled in astonishment. Squeak. Squeak. The Superior Mother was very upset. Vase could feel the anger and irritation radiation from the powerful spiritual entity. He was afraid that she might squash his precious asset. Stop. Don't kill him, Mother. Please tolerate him. He doesn't know any better. Whether she listened to him or not, the Superior Mother did not apply any further pressure. Arnold dangled helplessly above the surface while two giant fingers kept him trapped in place. I need him. Vase continued to beg to the Superior Mother. Arnold can be a useful addition to the devious design. Can you help me out with this? Do it for me and for your worshippers. The Hexers can achieve much better results in the Komodo War if the devious becomes a more effective stealth mech with his aid. Don't blame him for anything. He's too young. You can educate him if you want. His words may have taken effect. The superior mother was a mother by nature, so she was naturally more tolerant to those who were younger and more ignorant. While Arnold wasn't a juvenile anymore, his ignorance and lack of any forethought obviously caused him to resemble a naughty kid. His looks and behavior were both adorable in a way. Eventually, the giant hand put down the furry mammal. Arnold's body shivered as it stayed in place. The frightened exo-beast did not dare to move in the face of such a powerful presence. He already figured out that it was useless to run away from such a powerful entity. Since the superior mother was listening to him, Vase quickly explained his intentions. By openly telling the powerful spirit what he wanted to achieve, he hoped to gain her assistance in this matter. The words took effect. Vase wasn't sure what happened, but the superior mother's giant hand gently poked Arnold's head before tapping the miniature devious that was covered in drying saliva. Squeak! Arnold's body convulsed as his spirituality suddenly underwent a change that caused quite a lot of distress. His mind experienced a lot of new stimuli that his limited mental capacity wasn't able to process. Mother, ease up on it. Whatever you are doing, don't kill the poor creature. As Vase kept observing what the superior mother attempted to do, he gained a bit of understanding. Don't force it, let me help. This is my specialty. He began to concentrate and form some spiritual projections in order to assist in the attempt to bind Arnold to the devious design. Vase supplied some of his spiritual energy to the process. It acted like a glue and a facilitator that allowed Arnold's spirituality to bond with the devious design. It took a few minutes for Arnold to stop squeaking. His exhausted body slumped on the floor while the giant hand that had tormented him disappeared from view. The pain had stopped, but the changes were here to stay. With the superior mother's help, Vase managed to master another spiritual technique. While that didn't sound too drastic at first, Vase already began to imagine how else he could apply this new technique. Was it possible to turn humans into design spirits? What would happen if he was able to invest one of his expert pilots as a design spirit to one of his mech designs? Vase could scarcely imagine what that would do to the expert pilot in question. He always considered design spirits to belong to a different class of spiritual entities than expert pilots. Yet maybe this was just a mistaken assumption. Didn't I do something like this before? He shook his head. The situation back then wasn't comparable. Utilizing a stolen spiritual fragment taken from an expert pilot to create a new design spirit was not comparable to directly investing an expert pilot as a design spirit. The latter was undoubtedly more direct and extreme. For now, Vase set aside these radical thoughts. They sounded way too dangerous for him to explore them casually. He at least needed to test this idea with some disposable test subjects before he mustered the courage to extend this idea to his clansmen. Let's get back on track, he muttered. In fact, Vase already became inspired by what he witnessed. He immediately decided to augment the devious design with a triggered ability. He ignored Dr. Ranya's persistent inquiries and immediately began to form a new spiritual construct attached to the spiritual foundation of his design. He spent half an hour shaping the new spiritual construct. The inspiration he gained and the satisfaction he felt at accomplishing something new had supercharged his creative process. Even though he was incredibly enthused with what he had learned, he still maintained enough awareness to exercise restraint. Arnold was still a weak entity. He simply wasn't able to provide as much assistance to a mech as the superior mother. I need to minimize energy consumption as much as possible while still adding something useful to the mix. This was quite a challenging requirement, but Vase already had a workable idea in mind. Once he finished the new spiritual construct, he wanted to try it out right away. Wait, sir, can you explain what just happened? Why did a giant hand appear from nowhere? Does it really belong to the superior mother? Why were my lab sensors unable to gather useful data out of the manifestation? Vase simply brushed aside drive Ranya as he raced towards the exit. I'll explain at a later date. For now, just keep Arnold under observation and stay on the lookout for any distress or unusual behavior. Bye. As Vase exited the lab, he began to call a few people in order to arrange an impromptu live test of the prototypes. 2 hours later, Vase stood in the observation room of a familiar testing grounds. The devious prototypes had already been pulled from their hangar bays in order to prep them for the upcoming tests. Despite the short notice, the subordinates he called up did complain. They were quite interested in seeing what Vase had done to the devious mechs for him to look so enthused. The mech pilots assigned to pilot the prototypes entered the cockpits and brought them online like they always did. Once they interfaced with the mechs, they immediately noticed the mech exuded a slightly different presence. Describe what you feel, Vase ordered. The mech is still as quiet and subtle as before, but there is a nervous quality to it now. I feel as if I'm slightly more sensitive towards potential threats. This was definitely a consequence of adding Arnold to the mix. After receiving some more vague answers, Vase urged the test pilots to proceed with the test. The first prototype began to get ready to perform an infiltration. The mech had to sneak around an alert mech pilot patrolling a stretch of the testing ground. While the Bright Warrior IB piloted by the guard did not possess any excellent sensor systems, they were still good enough to make a devious mech wary. Just before the test commenced, Vase passed on some specific instructions to the test pilot of the devious prototype. Understood, sir. I will do as you instruct. The first devious prototype turned invisible as it activated its stealth system. Vase and the other observers were only able to track the mech through special means. They could vaguely determine that the devious was inching closer to the patrolling Bright Warrior. Vase wasn't interested in seeing the prototype succeed in passing by unnoticed. He just waited for the moment when the test pilot finally activated the new addition to the devious design. It's happening now. Not a single person or sensor detected what happened next. Only Vase was able to infer that something was taking place by tuning his spiritual senses towards the prototype. The devious transmitted a vague spiritual signal to the Bright Warrior. A dozen seconds passed before something changed. Outside of every observer's expectations, the guard mech abruptly turned to a random direction and started to enter the maze of winding corridors. The devious seemed to anticipate this result and briskly started to march forward while still making sure it maintained its stealth. Since the only guard mech had left the vicinity, it had become trivially easy for the stealth mech to pass this test. What happened? It's quite simple. Vase grinned. The mech pilot of the Bright Warrior was chasing after a phantom mech. The target that he thought he was chasing doesn't actually exist. Mental decoy was the new triggered ability he imparted to the devious design. It leveraged an aspect of Arnold's ability to instill a mental illusion into the mind of an opposing mech pilot. While mental decoy was unable to affect any electronic systems, it worked well enough against average mech pilots. This was very useful in certain situations and would definitely allow the devious to stand out from every other stealth mech that the Fredaimon and Hexers had encountered before. Now this is a mech that I can feel proud of designing. His excitement barely dampened a bit after subsequent tests revealed numerous limitations. Mental decoy only worked on a handful of people at a time. It only lasted up to 2 minutes depending on the strength and vigilance of the targets. It didn't work against expert candidates and expert pilots. It's fine. The devious was already good enough for accomplishing this much. In a way, Vase was glad that it was subject to so many limitations. If mental decoy became even more amazing, then he might draw a lot of unwanted attention. Vase decided to complete the devious design after confirming the latest additions hit the mark. He quickly set his sights on the blinding mech. This was a trickier design that required a more drastic solution to solve its fundamental problem. The enthusiasm he gained from his previous success quickly made way for trepidation. The reason why he felt so wary was because his next experiment required him to play with one of the most dangerous assets in his possession. He drew out a box and opened it up to reveal a stone that contained the spiritual fragment of the Unending One. The remnant of the Dark God had remained dormant all this time, but what if that changed one day? I cannot stave this off any further. Sometimes, I have to face my fears. No more delays. No more procrastination. Vase was determined to work with the spiritual remnant of the Unending One. He had to harness the former Dark God's energy processing abilities in order to solve his growing energy needs. Let's begin. Chapter 2766. Not quite alive. The Unending One represented both extreme danger and extreme benefit. If Vase was able to harness the possibilities of the Dark God's spiritual remnant, then he would no longer be as constrained by his existing energy limitations. The insufficient supply of spiritual energy constantly hampered his work. His mechs could be greater if they were able to fuel their spiritual abilities with an additional supply of energy. He wouldn't be so hesitant about expending his own spiritual energy to perform various useful techniques if he obtained a replacement for his Grand Dynamo. He might be able to help Gloriana, Kedis and other mech designers unlock their potential by flooding them with energy. He could even elevate his prime mechs and future expert mechs by giving them the capability to generate spiritual energy independently, thereby lessening their reliance on mech pilots and design spirits. All in all, there were countless more applications he could think of that all required a supply of energy to function. While he was aware the Unending One was not capable of generating spiritual energy out of nothing, the Dark God's formidable processing capabilities made it a lot more convenient to supply it from different sources. There are some sources that possess an abundance of spiritual energy and some sources that are starved of it. Vase murmured. The design spirits of his Hexer mechs and commercial mechs had no problem with keeping themselves flush with energy. The spiritual feedback supplied by millions of customers continually ensured the design spirits were being paid for the services they rendered. While it was possible for them to borrow spiritual energy supplied by another friendly spirit, this was not a risk-free procedure. Contamination and incompatibility issues would definitely occur if entities continued to channel energy that did not align with their own attributes. What Vase wanted to obtain was a means to convert one flavor of spiritual energy into another flavor. The fragment of the Unending One gave him the best hope of accomplishing this goal. Just like how the Unending One was able to digest spiritual entities with completely different attributes, Vase wanted to create an energy converter that was keyed to different recipients. For example, an energy converter that was keyed to his spiritual signature would be able to absorb the excess spiritual energies of spirits like the Solemn Guardian and the Superior Mother and convert them into spiritual energy that completely matched his attributes. Vase could even establish trading relationships between the different spirits. Their spiritual energy became a form of usable currency that every spiritual entity was able to use. The ones that were rich with spiritual energy could trade favors with those who were starving, such as Bravo. That doesn't sound quite right. He frowned. The rich will get richer while the poor will only grow further into debt. Economics was not one of his strengths, so he didn't bother to explore this scenario any further. He would deal with the issue when it was possible for him to establish the necessary trade mechanisms. For now, he set his sights lower. He just wanted to give the blinding mech the capability of absorbing spiritual energy from external sources so that it could employ its characteristic ability with more force. Let's see if I can do something about this issue today. Vase rubbed his palms. He spent a few minutes inspecting the pea stone that held the dormant fragment. Vase wasn't really sure what he should do at the start. Should he feed it with spiritual energy so that it grew more powerful? That was too risky. He was well aware that spiritual fragments had a tendency to come back to life if they were revitalized. This was an especially great concern when it came to an entity with strange abilities like the Unending One. I'll just play it safe, he decided. This option entailed cutting a portion of the existing fragment. This would weaken the latter considerably. Yet this was a better alternative than the reverse. Let's do it then. Vase already planned all of the steps in his mind. The only reason why he didn't act with confidence was because the consequences of screwing up were too dangerous. Yet when he finally moved into action, nothing drastic happened. Let's proceed to the next step. Vase wanted to be as careful as possible with what he wanted to do next. In order to control the situation further, he inserted the piece he took and inserted it into a spare pea stone before putting that into his B stone lockbox. For now, he kept the lockbox open, but he could always close it and cut off any energy transfer if the process ever ran out of control. He also held his F stone with its remaining offensive charge within his reach in order to have a powerful weapon at his disposal. He even put on his unending regalia in order to prevent his own spiritual energy from being siphoned. On top of all of these precautions, he even contemplated whether he should perform this experiment in the presence of the statue of the Unending One or one of his prime mechs. He eventually decided against this option because he was too afraid that the glows they emanated would rapidly feed the Unending One. After checking that all of his existing precautions were in order, he proceeded with his plan. He kept the helmet of his unending regalia open in order to allow him to observe and manipulate external spiritual energy. The reason why he harvested more than a mote became evident when he began to draw out and cut a large amount of unknown and ominous feeling attributes. The piece quickly shrank in size as Vase ruthlessly cut out everything that wasn't relevant. In the end, he was only left with 20% of the original piece. Vase roughly judged that the attributes that remained untouched pertained to the Unending One's devouring and digestion abilities. I'm not entirely sure, though. The Unending One possessed so many different spiritual attributes that it was difficult for Vase to judge what they all did. He had to go by feeling and intuition, which wasn't exactly the most rigorous method to identify and filter attributes. Still, he had cut away so many other attributes that the personality of the unending one in the remaining piece should be very sparse. At least, I hope this is the case. He had a solution for that, though. After making sure that the purified piece was as clean as he could make it, Vase proceeded with the most important step of his experiment. He grabbed yet another pea stone that was currently storing a small spiritual fragment that he had recently taken from the U.S. Trias 1. It was for a good cause, though. Vase did not allow the U.S. Trias 1 to refuse his demand. The fragment of the U.S. Trias 1 was considerably larger and more powerful than the diminished piece of the unending one. This was on purpose. Vase trusted the U.S. Trias 1 a lot more than the unending one, so it was a given that the former would dominate his upcoming product. Here goes nothing. Vase began to follow the same steps he followed when he wanted to create a new spiritual product. He smashed the little piece and the larger fragment into shards. This wasn't all. In order to ensure greater compatibility, Vase decided to do something he never attempted before. He harvested a portion of the blinding Mech's spiritual foundation and shattered it into shards in order to add to the mix as well. This is a brilliant idea. I should have thought about it before. Before the shards of the three ingredients had time to decay, Vase quickly mashed them all together and supplied his own spiritual energy in order to force them to merge. Different from other times, Vase did not set out to create a new design spirit. That was still a bit too risky for his liking. What he wanted to make instead was a more advanced spiritual construct. Different from a newborn spiritual entity, a spiritual construct wasn't sentient. The latter was more of a machine than a living, thinking life form. Of course, the line between spiritual entities and spiritual constructs wasn't always clear. What Vase wanted to achieve today inched closer to the middle. He wanted the spiritual construct to be alive enough for his distinctive strengths to take effect, but he didn't want it to wake up and become intelligent enough to make its own decisions. I need an obedient puppy, not a clever troublemaker. While Vase generally believed that the evil of the parent did not pass on to the child, he wasn't willing to take any risks this time. This was why he insisted on making a construct. In order to make sure he did not birth a new abomination, he altered his overall approach by changing several steps. First, he did not piece together the shards at random. Instead, he attempted to form a predetermined shape as best as possible. Even if the shards only reluctantly stuck together, he pressed them together anyway as long as it conformed to a predetermined shape. Second, he explicitly thought about making a non-sentient, non-thinking spiritual product. His thoughts played a large role in how his spiritual energy went to work. He knew that it was key to creating new life, so by reining in this aspect, he hoped to avoid the worst outcome. Third, the quantity of shards along with the quantity of his own spiritual energy was substantially less than before. Creating new life was an energy-intensive process, so Vase thought it was a good idea to withhold a lot of energy. As the minutes ticked on, it seemed that everything was going according to plan. A new spiritual construct slowly came into shape. It was much less potent, powerful and lively than his previous spiritual products. Usually, he tried to maximize the life of his new creations, but not this time. All of the restraint that Vase currently exhibited was having the desired effect. The grin on his face widened as his new energy converter slowly became more complete. Once Vase affixed the final piece, an unprecedented new spiritual construct came into existence. My energy converter is complete. No complications or unexpected failures occurred throughout the altered procedure. The energy converter construct looked exactly as he envisioned. Different from his previous spiritual constructs, the energy converter felt more alive. Vase carefully inspected it again and again to make sure it had not reached a worrisome level. Looks like it isn't generating any thoughts. That was good. He did not need an energy converter that could think and act on its own. He wanted a machine that mechanically accepted input and spat out the correct output without any fuss. After Vase was satisfied with his checks, he carefully took the newly created spiritual construct and carefully installed it into the spiritual foundation of the blinding Mech. Fits like a glove. For the first time in months, Vase felt as if the blinding Mech was truly complete this time. There was just something about adding an energy converter that significantly altered his expectations of his innovative Mech design. Now, let's see if you can live up to your promises. Chapter 2767 Energy Converter. Vase returned to the testing grounds for the last time hopefully. He was still excited about the energy converter he invented. The conception and realization of this basic component was a critical step forward in his career as a spiritual engineer. Just like how the human race began to escape the confines of their physical limitations by generating energy from heat, Vase finally took the same step. To be sure, the energy converter he cobbled together was still rudimentary in form and function. This was normal as Vase had not mastered all of the nuances and theory involved with this kind of spiritual machine. In fact, I shouldn't be able to make it in the first place. The only reason why he managed to create it was because he borrowed the properties of a key ingredient. Without the fragment of the unending one providing a ready-made, OEM component, Vase would have never been able to create his desired end product. This situation highly resembled his current approach as a mech designer. While he knew how to make basic versions of existing components, it was much more efficient for him to license parts developed by specialists. The latter delivered far greater performance than anything he could cobble up. Vase also saved a lot of time by relying on someone else's work rather than waste an excessive amount of time on reinventing the wheel. Of course, mech designers developed a worrisome degree of dependence on others if they maintained this approach. It was generally good to master the development of at least one or two key mech components related to a mech designer's specialty. The problem with Vase was that his specialty was not directly related to a physical aspect of a mech. His core focus lay in spiritual design, and as far as he was concerned, his specialty worked equally well on a first-class multipurpose mech or a third-class rust bucket. The only true path left for him was to immerse himself in designing and creating spiritual components. This was quite an enormous challenge as he did not have any prior instruction in this field. He knew that there was a community of spiritual adepts out there that had systematically developed a complete framework of spiritual engineering. Yet he didn't have access to it. His mother kept denying him and it was impossible for him to knock on the doors of the Five Scrolls Compact. Therefore, Vase had no choice but to pioneer this field himself. Even though he felt annoyed that he had to start from the beginning, the advantage of doing so was that it was all his own work. Not even the system could take that away from him. The innovations he accomplished not only provided him with deep insights in the fundamental nature of spiritual energy, but were also completely attuned to his own design philosophy. The energy converter he made was a good example of that. Due to the peculiarities of his life domain, Vase found it easier to birth and grow his spiritual creations rather than to build them up like a normal machine. In this regard, he shared something in common with biomech designers. "I guess we are both life manipulators, then," Vase remarked with a chuckle. Still, he did something different today. Rather than let nature take its course, Vase adopted a more proactive approach and exerted much greater control over the creation process in order to prevent it from becoming alive. The result was a product that was neither lifeless or fully alive. It simply sat somewhere in between. Though the energy converter showed some traits of life, Vase had inspected it extensively and became reassured that it was not about to develop its own thoughts. At least for now. "Well, I can always kill it again if it gets too rebellious," he muttered. It didn't matter too much if the energy converter possessed a lot of faults. It was a first-generation product that opened up a lot of new possibilities. As long as Vase was able to build on this accomplishment, he could develop a much better version in the future. "I can create self-sustaining spiritual constructs with the help of my latest creation." The spiritual device he made was not useful on its own. Instead, it came to its full potential when integrated into something else. Engineering was all about combining smaller assets to form a larger asset that was more than the sum of its parts. A device that supplied energy to the greater construct was an essential requirement to create more advanced products. Just like how modern human technology such as comms, shuttles, mechs and starships all required exponentially more energy to operate, countless other spiritual applications needed to be fueled as well. In order to confirm whether this bright new future was within his reach, Vase had to test the operation of the energy converter in person. This was why he patiently waited for all of the pieces to be put into place. It took some time to prepare the 40 blinding mech prototypes for deployment again. The test also required the participation of an expert candidate and expert pilot in order to prove that his new mech's blinding pulse ability was finally able to affect stronger individuals. Gloriana caught wind of the test and took some time out of her busy schedule to visit the testing grounds as well. "Meow, meow, what have the two of you been up to lately?" Vase suspiciously asked. Meow. Clixie innocently blinked at Vase. Ever since a portion of the Larkinson clan landed on the surface of Prosperous Hill V and occupied Gentle Lotus Base, Lucky and Clixie were rarely at the side of their owners. Vase was worried whether they were bothering others. Even if they were skilled in infiltrating other places, the biotechnology employed by the locals sometimes produced exceptional results. Don't stir up any trouble, you two, he sternly warned. Meow. Before he could admonish them any further, his wife walked up to him and hugged him. Her floral scent quickly wafted over his nose, causing him to smile and revel in the presence of his spouse. Hey, Gloriana. Hey, Vase. She smiled into his eyes. I heard you have finally solved the most serious issue with our blinding project. Does it actually work now? That's what we're going to find out. To be honest, I can't guarantee anything. I might need to make some tweaks on the spot in order to obtain the desired result. Since this is a completely new invention, don't be surprised if it takes a lot of time to get it to work. Although he was confident in his work, he couldn't help but dial back his words at this time. Living with a demanding wife had taught him not to overpromise. It was better to do the opposite and delight Gloriana when he achieved an unanticipated success than talk big but deliver a fraction of what he complained. Soon enough, every piece was put into place. The mech pilots of all of the prototypes and the target mechs had arrived. The machines had all come online and were all warmed up and ready to show their capabilities. Vase commenced the first test. Let's start with a baseline. I want one blinding mech to activate its blinding pulse ability on one average mech. He first had to confirm that the base functioning of his auxiliary mech hadn't changed as a result of his changes. A randomly chosen blinding mech prototype slowly stepped forward and faced a bright warrior IB piloted by a test pilot from the Living Sentinels. Commencing test. Vase paid careful attention with his spiritual senses. He saw the mech responding to the command of its mech pilot and unleashing its blinding pulse ability. The mech pilot of the bright warrior IB uttered. I felt something. Nothing much had changed. Vase sighed in relief. He was afraid that damaging its spiritual foundation and inserting a semi-foreign component would alter the fundamental performance of the blinding mech. Is that it? Gloriana frowned in puzzlement. I don't see any improvement. It's not meant to be, honey. A solitary blinding mech shouldn't have the power to debilitate or incapacitate a single mech pilot. Not without some extra assistance. The energy converter of the blinding mech had not gone into action. No matter how amazing it wasn't able to generate any output without supplying some input. The question was where to source the input. Vase anticipated that the blinding mech needed quite a bit of energy in order to fulfill its ambitious purpose, so he needed to link the energy converter to an abundant energy source. The most obvious choices were his design spirits. The ones that were flush with spiritual energy such as the Superior Mother, the Solemn Guardian and several other entities could all pitch in and offload the excess. Yet Vase did not solely want to rely on tapping the production of other design spirits to make the blinding mech work. He had a more ambitious goal in mind. He wanted it to become more self-sufficient and be able to fuel its own expenditure. It was an ambitious goal, though. Vase did not believe the primitive energy converter he made was already at this point. It would already be good if the mech could supply at least some of its needs. As for where the blinding mech would get its input from, that was what the next test was all about. Alright, let's proceed with the main trial. I want all 40 blinding mechs to get ready. Joshua, please step forward with your mech. As an entire mech company of blinding mechs stood ready, the Valkyrie Prime piloted by its currently designed expert pilot attracted a lot of attention. Even though it wasn't an expert mech, it possessed its own qualities that made it appear remarkable. Even Vase couldn't help but feel fascinated by its compelling presence. Your orders, sir? Venerable Joshua dutifully asked. I need you to exercise your prime mech. Pardon, just move around and perform strenuous and difficult maneuvers. Pretend you are locked in a duel against another expert mech. I need you and your mech to work up a sweat before we can proceed with the next phase. Okay, sir. Though Venerable Joshua didn't understand how this was helpful, he executed his orders to the best of his ability. He strained his mind and tried to resonate with his prime mech. A weak resonance field formed around the mech as it began to fly around while stabbing its spear at an imaginary opponent. This went on for 15 whole minutes. The techs monitoring the telemetry of the different mechs didn't understand what was going on at all, but they all remained quiet. Gloriana did not. She frowned deeper and deeper. What is the point of all of this? Are you trying to test your invention out against a weakened expert pilot or something? Vase raised his palm. Be patient, it's almost time. After a few more minutes of random exercises, Vase finally called Venerable Joshua to cease. That's enough. Good work, Joshua. Once the Valkyrie Prime returned to rest, the test pilots of the blinding mechs finally received the command that they had been waiting for. The mechs all seemed to shine a little brighter than before. Commence. The blinding mechs all began to trigger their blinding pulse ability at the same time. As the person on the receiving end of this ability, Venerable Joshua was already on guard. His intuition had already noticed something unusual from the mechs wielding shields that were studded with luminaire crystals. When all of those crystals simultaneously flashed a light onto his Valkyrie Prime, he didn't experience a light glint this time. Instead, an entire beam of light seemed to have washed over his mind. It was at least 100 times stronger than the previous tests. Ah, Joshua cried as he held his head. It's like I'm seeing stars. It hurts. The blinding mech successfully affected an expert pilot. Even though Joshua quickly regained control after a couple of seconds, the fact that the blinding mechs were able to get to this point at all was a major turning point. Chapter 2768 Energy Sources, It Works. It works. Gloriana happily clapped her hands before smooching Vase on the cheek. You did it, Vase. We finally created a mech that can give expert pilots a hard time. Our work will definitely revitalize the Hex army and give the Fredaimon and their foreign helpers a lot of grief. Whoa there, don't celebrate just yet. Vase grabbed her waist and gently pushed her back. The only reason why those blinding mechs were able to unleash a pulse that was strong enough to affect Venerable Joshua was because they had been accumulating energy for at least a quarter of an hour. That's nothing in a controlled test like this, but the battlefield is an entirely different place. Her smile dropped. Gloriana finally looked past the initial success and began to consider all of the other factors that played a role in achieving this particular outcome. If I am guessing correctly, our blinding mechs are siphoning energy from the environment, am I right? Vase nodded. Correct. They are absorbing the spillover and waste energy released by Venerable Joshua and the Valkyrie Prime over the course of their activities. You can say that the blinding mechs have basically borrowed the strength of their own targets. This was not as impressive as it sounded. The amount of energy gathered through this method was low. This was because expert pilots and expert mechs converted most of their energy into something useful, such as generating a resonance field or activating their distinctive resonance abilities. Only a small proportion of energy spilled over, and that was what the blinding mechs sucked up. Their energy converters passively attracted any available spiritual energy and converted it into a form that was usable by the mechs themselves. Naturally, this step reduced the amount of energy even further. Vase keenly observed the energy converters of the mechs at work and noticed that their efficiency left much to be desired. All of this explained why Joshua only became incapacitated for 2 seconds in total. Was this significant? Yes. Was this enough to turn the tide of the Komodo War? Probably not. As Vase and Gloriana analyzed the data and formed their own thoughts, they both calmed down. While the results were undeniably a step forward, they were still too far away from their destination. Let's see what happens if the blinding mechs trigger their ability another time. Vase suggested. Only a few minutes had passed since the previous activation. The Valkyrie Prime remained on standby as Venerable Joshua hadn't received any orders to do anything. He had already recovered from the earlier flash he experienced. As an expert pilot, his mental fortitude was as hard as a rock, so he did not suffer any permanent damage from the strike. Vase wasn't certain whether normal mech pilots would be able to shrug off the flash as well. Theoretically, they were much harder to affect since most of their tiny spirits were hidden away. Yet if they got struck with just a tiny portion of the blinding pulse ability, they might not be able to take it. The possibility that a target might incur permanent harm made Vase very reluctant to apply a powered blinding pulse to any normal mech pilot. As far as he was concerned, the Hexers could test that out themselves. There were plenty of unwitting Fredaimon test subjects the Hex army could try to flash. Once the mech pilots of the blinding mechs all signaled that they were ready, Vase issued another command. Activate blinding pulse. The large and hefty mechs pointed their glittering tower shields straight at the Valkyrie Prime. The fragile luminaire crystals all flashed the Prime a second time. Even though the light show was just as bright as before, Vase immediately perceived that the spiritual pulses released by the mechs were much weaker. Venerable Joshua only experienced a mild sensation. Was that supposed to do anything? This time, the blinding mechs failed to achieve any substantial results. Almost every variable was the same. The only change was that the blinding mechs barely converted a negligible amount of loose spiritual energy to power the second wave of pulses. Gloriana began to comprehend the fundamental limitation of the blinding mechs as well. They were like leeches. If the enemy expert pilot did not perform any strenuous activities, then how were the blinding mechs supposed to do their jobs? I was wrong. This isn't what we wanted to make, Vase. The Fredaman will definitely try to take out the blinding mechs before they have time to charge up their special ability. Protecting them will take far too much effort considering they need to be deployed in larger numbers to be effective. It's not as bad as you think. Vase retorted and raised a finger. First, the blinding mech doesn't discriminate where it gets its energy from. Any extraordinary source can charge it up. This means that not only hostile, but also friendly expert pilots can also power up our new model. Second, a blinding mech should be able to charge up its energy reserves at any time. It doesn't have to be deployed on the battlefield to pre-charge its blinding pulse ability. A Hexer expert pilot could perform the same actions as Venerable Joshua just did to make the blinding mechs effective. Gloriana frowned and crossed her arms. The Hex army is already running their expert pilots ragged. I doubt they have the time to spare on such activities. But even if the blinding mechs are forced to charge their ability on the battlefield, they might not have to wait 15 long minutes to accomplish a desirable result. The more chaos and fighting that goes on, the more energy is being released. If multiple friendly and enemy expert pilots are clashing against each other, then the blinding mechs only have to wait a minute or two before they can unleash pulses at the same magnitude as before. There were factors that could diminish the effectiveness of the blinding pulse ability as well, though. While Venerable Joshua possessed a lot of promise, at the moment he was still a low-tier expert pilot. He underwent apotheosis not too long ago and still had a long way to go before he was able to match the more mature and developed expert pilots that most military organizations had on retainer. Even so, this was already a good enough result. The foreigners that the Friday Coalition had borrowed from the third-rate states largely consisted of low to mid-tier expert pilots to begin with. None of them stood out as exceptionally as Vase was aware of. Even if they existed, their quantity should be exceptionally low. Not even the Friday Coalition and Hexadric Hegemony themselves retained a lot of high-tier expert pilots. As for ace pilots, in my estimation of their power level, not even 1,000 blinding mechs can affect an ace pilot. Vase spoke with certainty. Gloriana did not hold any unrealistic expectations over this. The Hex army has a greater problem on its hands if the Fredaman deployed an ace mech on the battlefield. Only another ace mech can block such a powerful foe. Every ace pilot was a living legend and an important stabilizing factor of a state. Their symbolic value was just as great if not greater than their inhuman battle prowess. Unless the situation became truly desperate, Vase didn't expect either side to pull the trigger. He turned his attention back to the testing session. What the blinding mech just did was not the extent of its power. Vase only aimed to prove that his new work was capable of charging its blinding pulse ability without relying on any freebies. What would happen if Vase allowed the mech to receive handouts from other sources? Vase decided to modify the blinding mech design on the spot. He already planned it out in advance, so it didn't take much effort to add some extra motes sourced from two of his most energy-abundant design spirits. The Superior Mother and the Solemn Guardian were both tied to the blinding mechs. Vase looked carefully at the cockpit feeds of the test pilots. He could tell that they must have felt a change, but the influence of the motes was too small to make a substantial difference. He didn't pull in the Superior Mother and the Solemn Guardian to add their glows to the mech. You two know what to do. He whispered in the air. I don't expect you to bleed yourselves dry, but I hope you will pitch in and help the Hexers out when my blinding mechs need the power. This was another new development. The blinding mech's dependence on energy granted more influence to his design spirits. Vase did not dare to implement any mechanism where the blinding mech could forcefully drain energy from the two entities. It wouldn't work anyway. The blinding mech was nowhere near as strong to these two powerful spirits. Vase felt this was a good solution because it ensured that the Superior Mother and the Solemn Guardian did not drain themselves to death. They had to be picky because the expenditure would be far too great if they had to support the functioning of millions of blinding mechs at the same time. This was why the first test was so important. Vase had to make sure the blinding mechs could fend for themselves if no design spirit was willing to lend them a hand. As Vase explained all of this to Gloriana, she finally understood the overall scheme he had in mind. It's not ideal. She frowned and placed her hands on her H.I.P.S. The blinding mechs need to be ready to activate their ability at any time if we truly want to push back all of the enemy mech pilots. Right now, there are too many conditions before the mechs are ready to perform their function. She could complain all she wanted, but nothing was going to change. The only decision that Vase could still make was whether he should connect the blinding mech to other design spirits. Due to the explosive popularity of the ferocious piranha, its 3 design spirits all earned a lot more spiritual feedback from before. xianxia would probably be okay with this arrangement, but Lufa was too young and Zygra was too hostile. If Vase only tapped xianxia, then she would weaken her position relative to the other 2 design spirits. This might cause the ferocious piranha's glow to become more harmful towards friendlies. Vase did not wish to realize this potential outcome. He figured that 2 design spirits should be enough to make the blinding mech practical enough. Perhaps in the future he might revisit the design in order to upgrade its energy converter or apply some other upgrades. I think it's time to complete this project, Vase announced. Really? Vase nodded. I also have a good name in mind for this design. Its codename isn't adequate enough to fit in with other Hexer mechs. What name did you come up with, then? Gloriana asked. She grew curious. The naming sense of her husband was rather inconsistent, but he did exhibit moments of brilliance sometimes. Our blinding mech is an auxiliary mech that is meant to be piloted by boys. Conscripted boys to be more precise. Considering the mech's main feature and its projected users, I decided to combine these 2 traits into a name that encapsulates them both. From now on, this mech design shall be known as the Bright Boy. Bright Boy, Chapter 2769. Taking stock. The completion of the Bright Boy project formally put an end to the second round of design projects. Roughly half a year ago, the design department formally commenced work on 6 mech design projects. Vase briefly thought back on the designs he managed to complete. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B was a necessary mech model that served as the new standard mech of the Larkinson clan. Even though its numbers were still limited, the reaction from his mech pilots was already positive. The Ferocious Piranha Mark I version B was a true powerhouse in a deceptively small package. Too powerful to be released to the public, so far only a handful of Larkinson light mech specialists experienced its fantastic battle-changing glow. The Eternal Redemption, previously codenamed the Giant Killer, not only added a powerful anti-armor unit to the mech roster, but also delighted the Penitent Sisters. The loyalty of these former Hexers was no longer in doubt as far as Vase was concerned. The 3 Hexer mech designs that Gloriana poured her heart into were all relatively cheap but useful in their own way. Vase already had access to preliminary reports that detailed the incredible effectiveness of the Cherub model under a variety of battlefield circumstances. The ability to communicate securely did wonders in improving the command and control of the Hexer mech division that received the privilege of testing the Cherubs first. Right now, their numbers were too limited to affect the greater war, but that would undoubtedly change in the future. As for the devious design, Vase hadn't heard anything about it once he handed it over to the hegemony. Part of that was because too little time had passed for the Hexers to do anything with their new stealth mech design, but the devious mechs weren't supposed to attract attention in the first place. Even if dozens of them started to get caught by the Fredaemon, Vase doubted that he would hear of these incidents. Perhaps word about the new stealth mech with a highly unusual triggered ability might spread once the Hexers deployed it in large numbers and allowed it to gain more notoriety. That only left his 6th and final project, the recently completed Bright Boy design. Just as its name suggested, the renamed Blinding Mech was a mech that wasn't capable of doing anything except blinding its targets. Its default loadout didn't come with any weapons as the Hexers didn't find it terribly important to arm mechs that were piloted by boys. The other 5 recently completed mech designs didn't strictly need to be augmented with energy converters. Their dependence on spiritual energy wasn't as great, and introducing something extra might adversely affect their performance. For now, Vase intended to monitor the Bright Boy's performance as the Hexers deployed it into battle over the coming weeks and months. The energy converter's troublesome pedigree and traces of life meant that Vase did not have total confidence in its reliability and functionality. He wanted to be absolutely sure that the energy converter remained stable and reliable. If there was any sign that the unending one found a way to return to life, then Vase would pull the plug on the Bright Boy no matter the cost. That said, Vase didn't expect this to happen. It was too far-fetched for the energy converter, which had already formed its own distinct identity, to contain living traces of its ingredients. All of the spiritual products that he had developed before didn't exhibit this issue before, so there was little reason that the energy converter would be any different. Once he confirmed that his new innovation was safe for use, Vase would contemplate using it on other mech designs. There were a number of mech designs that could obviously benefit from gaining an additional energy source. The Transcendent Punisher was a good example of one. Ilvain was currently impoverished, so he did not have that much energy to spare to enable the Transcendent Punisher mechs from activating their cheat-like guided aim ability. Adding an energy converter to the Transcendent Punisher design will probably provide a lot of relief to Ilvain. I doubt this will allow Venerable Joshua and others to exhibit the power of a high-tier expert pilot right away. Willpower mattered more. Expert pilots only made use of spiritual energy as an amplifier. If an expert pilot's willpower was still underdeveloped, then it wouldn't be able to support so much spiritual energy. In any case, after the design department wrapped up the design work on the last remaining project, Vase felt as if he had passed another checkpoint in his life. The mechs he designed were all unique and useful in their own way. The Larkinson clan was about to become a lot stronger now that Vase had supplied it with 3 clan-exclusive mech designs. The Hex army should also be happy with mechs that granted their underprivileged male mech pilots an opportunity to make themselves useful. In fact, Vase could even repurpose the Hexer mechs into forms that were suitable for the Larkinson clan. I'll definitely have to design a Larkinson-friendly variant of the Cherub if I have the time. He expressed less interest in allowing the clan to adopt variants of his Devious and the Bright Boy designs. The 2 mechs were typical, army mechs, that were only practical when utilized by massive military organizations that were capable of fielding millions of mechs at a time. All 3 Hexer mechs were explicitly designed with economy and expendability in mind. Unlike the Valkyrie Redeemer that preceded them, the Cherub, Devious and Bright Boy models were all designed to serve the needs of a state under heavy pressure. To put it in uglier terms, they are cannon fodder mechs that only exist to make expendable mech pilots useful. That wasn't his problem, though. He was just a mech designer. Whether the female Hexers were able to convince their male counterparts to pilot these cheap mechs was none of his business. With the end of every project, one of the most favorite moments in Gloriana's life had come. "It's time to fabricate the first copies of our new design," she gleefully exclaimed. To be honest, Vase did not feel as enthused as his wife. He had way too many things he needed to do that he just couldn't spare as much energy for what was supposed to be a great moment. He knew that this was unfair to Gloriana. If he let his stress and deflated mood affect the results of their fabrication run, then his beloved would definitely yell in his ears until he turned deaf. "I need a short break," he announced. That caused her to freeze. How long?" "Half a day. Let me clear my mind and put my thoughts together. They are too jumbled for me to concentrate fully on my work." "Oh, okay, take your time. I don't want to see the same level of craftsmanship you exhibited when we fabricated the first copy of the Bright Warrior IB. You were awful back then, Vase. I hope you better get your head in order before we begin to fabricate our mechs. We have gone for too long without making a single masterwork mech." Vase refrained from telling his wife his true thoughts. Did she really think that masterwork mechs grew on trees or anything? They were quite lucky in their earlier attempts. He considered their current lack of success to be their default condition. In fact, one of the ideas he wanted to try out most was implanting one of them right inside his mind. This was not a simple task at all. Vase would have to perform extra research and conduct numerous other tests before he was confident that it was safe to add a foreign object into his head. "I'll go ahead and double-check our preparations, then." Gloriana turned around. "I need to make sure we have obtained the best samples of all of the raw materials we require to make our perfect mechs." Clixie followed after his wife, leaving Lucky with Vase. The gem cat stared after the Rubarthan sentinel cat. It looked like as if Lucky wanted to accompany the other 2. "Oh no you don't," Vase spoke as he grabbed hold of his cat. "You're coming with me. I need company as well, you know." "Miuo, who are you calling grumpy?" "I'm just a bit moody, that's all. I'm just a bit moody at the moment, that's all." Finishing 6 more design projects is a major accomplishment. Yet why did he feel dissatisfied, then? Ordinarily, he should have felt happy for completing so many mech designs, but once the joy he gained from succeeding in his innovations wore off, he felt empty and weary. The place wasn't actually isolated, though. Thousands of Larkinsons populated the rented base. When Vase looked down from his position, he could see and hear the throngs of clansmen moving about. Different from the previous time he resided on the ground, there weren't as many mechs moving around. Due to local restrictions, the Larkinsons weren't allowed to field their own mechs outside certain sanctioned occasions. For example, the authorities permitted the clan to use their mechs in the testing grounds, but outside of that the mechs were subject to a lot of restrictions. They not only had to be disarmed and saw-fed, but were also prohibited from being brought anywhere close to Vieline proper or any other urban areas. The heavy restrictions on mechs should have made him feel safe, but the lack of protection only made him feel more vulnerable. He would rather place his safety in the hands of his own troops than the supposedly neutral authorities. I hope I can move on from here as soon as possible. As Vase thought about the implications of his upcoming design duel, Vase received an unexpected call. Sir, Vivian Sai asked. Our department has finished going over the available trade offers for the Aurelus. We have compiled a number of dossiers of attractive offers that we think are worthwhile for us to integrate into our fleet. I think you'll be very interested in some of these options. While they are all pre-owned second-hand vessels, they are certified as free of bugs and other hidden malware. Vase automatically discounted the last part. Every ship was bugged, the only difference was the extent to which they were compromised. A certification at least guaranteed that the hidden dangers weren't too blatant. Regardless, Vase regained some of his good mood. The prospect of acquiring additional capital ships was always exciting. I'll be at your office as soon as possible. I look forward to viewing the dossiers. The spirit of Bentheim had already changed the way the expeditionary fleet operated for the better. With more utility-oriented capital ships, the Larkinson clan became more self-sufficient and less dependent on services provided by the state. Of course, Vase didn't forget about acquiring combat-oriented capital ships as well. We can definitely use a fleet carrier or a vessel that can withstand a lot of attacks. He had a feeling that he would definitely need the capabilities of such a vessel in the future. Chapter 2770 Graveyard, Meow Tilda. Lucky flew up to Vivian Sai and offered up his back for petting and stroking. The shipwright couldn't resist the cuteness. She grinned and put down her data pad to play with the gem cat. You're not as hard and cold as I thought. What is this unusual material? I've never encountered anything like it before. I would love to find out where to get some. Vase ruefully smiled as he sat down on the chair opposite to Vivian's desk. You won't be able to find it anywhere else. Lucky is quite a unique existence. Though Vase hadn't met with Vivian a lot, she already looked more comfortable in her own skin than before. Despite her relatively junior age and experience, she occupied a high position within the hierarchy of the clan. Being thrust in a position of great responsibility always changed people. Fortunately, Vivian successfully stepped up and managed to organize an entirely new department within the military bureau. With a small army of engineers, analysts, lesser shipwrights and other personnel answering to her, she had made a lot of progress in developing new capital ships while at the same time evaluating existing ones the Larkinson clan might wish to acquire to gain an instant boost. Right now, the meeting revolved around the latter. After Vivian had her fill with the affectionate cat, she returned to business. After several weeks of exploration, outreach, preliminary negotiations and investigations, we are ready to present you with a small list of choices that the Larkinson clan might wish to acquire. The decision to add another capital ship to the expeditionary fleet was not a trivial one. Making impulse purchases with ships worth more than 1 trillion hex credits was not done. Every buyer had to study every possible angle of a ship for an offer in order to make sure it fit their needs. Starships, especially larger ones such as capital ships, were often individualized. These were expensive assets that were usually put to use for 50, 100 or even 200 years. With such a long service time, it was well worth it to invest money to modify them to better suit a specific purpose. Over time, as new generations rolled in that introduced better technology and new innovations, owners might also choose to upgrade specific parts and systems to keep up with the times. Starships never remained static. A good crew and owner constantly invested in them and cared for them so that they delivered reliable performance. However, the opposite also happened. Plenty of starships suffered when dysfunctional crews and awful owners handled them improperly. These vessels exhibited greater problems that caused their total lifespan to shorten considerably. The dossiers that Vivian prepared for Vase happened to fall under the latter category. The conditions you have set have made it rather difficult for us to attract good offers. Vivian patiently explained. You chose to retain the 2 long-range FTL drives in order to upgrade the spirit of Bentheim. While this is your prerogative, the value of the Aurelus is severely diminished now that she has lost her greater advantage. She's still a very good fleet carrier. It's not as if she has become worthless after losing her long-range FTL travel capabilities. She possesses excellent armor coverage that is completely intact, and there are a wealth of modern military-grade systems and components inside her hull. Her capacity is also good at 600 mechs. The supply of good, armored fleet carriers like these is considerably higher than the supply of deep strike fleet carriers, sir. We are working in a much less favorable market environment. This has caused us to receive a large number of sketchy offers. Vase narrowed his eyes. Sketchy in what way? Whatever you can think of. Vivian shrugged. The people and organizations that reached out to us were opportunities trying to see whether we were gullible enough to fall for their tricks. While the capital ships they showcased all seemed like good value at first glance, our inspections revealed many issues. Worn-out FTL drives, improperly repaired hull structure, premature stress fractures in the keel, contorted software, and most egregiously unannounced downgrades. My men and I have witnessed too many instances where quality parts and systems were replaced by cheaper variants without documenting the changes. And this actually works. She nodded. I have grown up in the shipbuilding industry and I have listened to a lot of stories from my father and his colleagues. They have all encountered instances where the clients failed to do their due diligence. There are all kinds of reasons for that, and there are also sellers out there who explicitly fish for these customers. What we needed to do was show that we aren't gullible suckers. Once we rejected the outright scams, we were left with more decent offers that are actually made in good faith. I see. Tell me what you have encountered. Oh, there is quite a decent variety of second-hand ships on offer. Most of them are non-combat oriented though. Organizations tend to cling to their fleet carriers a lot tighter, so there is less on them in the market. Another issue is that the capital ships on offer are usually several decades old. The worst are over a century old. While they are technically in working condition, the outdated tech, worn construction and other issues mean that they require lots of time and effort to keep them in good condition. Vase was familiar with this condition. It happened to mechs as well. It's not worth it to acquire ships that are in the latter stages of their product life cycle. The upfront cost might be cheaper, but we will be bleeding a lot of money to replace their failing components and perform deep repairs. Those are our thoughts as well, sir. This is why we are left with only a modest selection of dossiers after we have ruled out all of the vessels that exhibit an excessive degree of maintenance issues. Do you have any favorites you want to start off with first? Here, Vivian waved her hand. Two separate projections appeared over her desk. There's one party who is actually willing to exchange our Orlis with another fleet carrier. Since the value of their ship is substantially less than our modern military capital ship, they have also put a smaller capital ship on the table in order to make up for the difference. Vase didn't feel very good about trading a good capital ship for two not-so-good capital ships, but there weren't many sellers out there who offered vessels of comparable value. Most private organizations that were capable enough to own capital ships still tended to go for cheaper ones. It was too much of a risk to invest too much in a single expensive vessel only to lose this expensive boondoggle in a space accident or pirate attack. The price-to-performance ratio of cheaper capital ships was also a lot more favorable. Customers had to pay exponentially more to gain a marginal degree of improvement. Any company would go bankrupt if it blindly chased after goods with the highest level of performance. Because better vessels commanded such a high premium, it was more than fair to exchange the Orlis with two complete capital ships. Vase immediately became attracted to a large and heavy vessel that was obviously built for war. Her hull construction looked odd. She resembled a junkship at first glance due to all of the different materials adorning her exterior. What am I looking at here? This is the graveyard, Vivian introduced. She looks odd, but there is a reason for that. First, you need to know that this is a dual-purpose capital ship. The genius part about this ship concept is that the two roles tie to each other. In combat situations, her thick armor belt allows her to act as a very sturdy shield against mass bombardment. Outside of battle, she possesses the capability to process and break down salvage. So she's a salvage ship with very thick armor. The shipwright grinned. The graveyard is more than that, sir. She's a salvage ship that can continually bolster her own armor plating. The reason why her exterior looks this way is because it is made out of lots of debris from fallen mechs and starships. She has been in operation for quite some time, which is why her outer layers are actually made out of parts taken from thousands if not tens of thousands of different vessels and machines. And this actually works. This sounded like a ludicrous way to build up a vessel to Vase. While it sounded nice to be able to turn any piece of hardy space trash into additional armor plating, the graveyard probably came under a lot of strain for this reason. Due to all of the variety and inconsistency, the parameters of the ship were highly inconsistent across her hull. One section might be overburdened with mass while another side lacked protection. Vase also found it hard to believe that all of the salvaged parts were able to stick together so well. He put much more faith in the protection offered by a uniform plate. Vivian obviously knew what she was concerned about. I know this ship looks dodgy, but the graveyard is worth a deeper look. While she looks a bit rickety from the outside, she's actually quite solid. The graveyard was built to be used this way from the start, so her design incorporates many accommodations that support the use of armor plating made out of recycled space junk. She pointed at the projection, causing it to grow in size. She tapped it again, causing a lot of different internal parts to light up in yellow. These are all systems that perform many different functions that keep the graveyard balanced, and her eclectic armor plating as solid as possible. The graveyard can dynamically shift her center of mass in order to balance out her hull. This was quite a good function. As Vivian pointed out several more critical systems that help the defensive salvage ship maintain her function under difficult circumstances, Vase began to recognize the charm of the vessel. The graveyard is a scrappy ship, he concluded. She's not the most sophisticated or expensive capital ship, but she is definitely one of the most robust. She's adaptable and can endure a lot of rigorous circumstances. I agree with you, sir. Let me put it this way. If I need a combat vessel to fight against powerful opponents in civilized space, I would take the Orlis over the graveyard any day. However, if I need a combat-oriented capital ship to function as the core of an expeditionary fleet in frontier space, then I would gladly give up all of the luxuries provided by the Orlis in favor of the more basic but less demanding graveyard. In other words, the graveyard was much more suited to venture into the Red Ocean. Vase nodded in agreement. A salvage ship is always useful in those places. We can't always fill up our cargo holds and travel to the nearest industrial system in order to sell or process our salvage. There are times when it is much better to process them on the spot ourselves in order to obtain usable raw materials that we can use to replenish our battle losses or upgrade our assets. Exactly, and the best part about the graveyard is that she can upgrade and repair her own hull without relying on any outside help. It is not a big deal if her thick, resilient but disposable armor belt incurs heavy damage. As long as the more delicate internal compartments remain untouched, her crew can renew the armor belt using the ship's own salvage processing capabilities. The ability to mount a ship with patchwork armor was very valuable when advanced services were unavailable or too far away. While it was possible to perform the same types of emergency repairs on the Orlis, the ship wouldn't be able to cope as well. Yet, not everything about the graveyard was all sunshine and roses. Alright, enough about the upsides of the graveyard. Vase said, what are the downsides? What do we have to take into account if we adopt this vessel? Chapter 2771 Adaptable Capital Ship. The graveyard offered a compelling package to organizations that needed a self-sufficient capital ship. While the graveyard still required deep maintenance every now and then to keep her systems in good condition, the fact that she was not dependent on shipyards to replace or beef up her armor was a major benefit. Yet an unconventional ship like the graveyard always came with a host of limitations that complicated her use. If this wasn't the case, then scavenger ships with armor belts made out of scrap would have been much more common in space. Vivian was all too well aware of the various shortcomings and problematic aspects of the graveyard. She pointed at the wireframe schematics of the graveyard. Properly speaking, the graveyard is built for danger, but not for war. Is there a difference? Vase raised his eyebrow as he petted an unruly Lucky. There is. The difference is quite substantial. The graveyard is not designed and built by a military organization, so she is incomparable to the Orlis when it comes to the defensiveness of her inner hull structure. What does this all mean? If an enemy manages to penetrate her exterior plating, the graveyard's core compartments are less well protected than the inner structure of true fleet carriers. The salvage processing machines and the engineering bay are just some of the systems and compartments that can get trashed. That was indeed a serious concern. All of this meant that the graveyard had to prevent the enemy from digging through her armor belt at all cost. While every ship suffered if an enemy force managed to open a hole through their defenses, combat vessels were highly compartmentalized and possessed a lot of interior reinforcement to limit spillover damage. Since combat vessels such as fleet carriers were built for combat, the shipwrights designed them to retain as many core functions as possible in the event they incurred heavy damage. In general, this was not a luxury provided to non-combat vessels. Developing a more damage-resistant internal structure massively drove up the cost. All of that extra spending hurt the pocketbooks of the clients and wasn't even necessary if the vessel didn't participate in combat. While the graveyard was different in that it was designed to play an active role in battle, she was not a military vessel. Her design, ship components, material usage and standards completely conformed to the private sector. This meant that the Larkinson clan would lose a considerable degree of defensive capabilities if it traded out the Orlis for the graveyard. Vase frowned and rubbed his smooth-shaven cheek. What's your opinion on this matter? The graveyard is not a bad ship because of this design limitation, sir. She answered. Her vulnerable core won't be an issue if we don't let her armor belt get penetrated in the first place. That means we need to proactively invest in her exterior and continue to pile up higher quality alloys. That sounded familiar to Vase. Wasn't this how his Devil Tiger worked? I see. It will cost a lot of salvage, but it can make a big difference to the graveyard if we outfit it with armor plates that are made from premium materials. Vase thought that Briar alloy might be a good option for this. The only issue was that it would take many years to cover the graveyard entirely with this material. In any case, the premise she presented was not wrong. Yet enemies rarely acted according to the intentions of the opposite side. It's not going to be easy to protect the graveyard's internals. This is especially if we wish to employ her as one of our main defensive bulwarks in battle. We can't keep her out of the line of fire because we are afraid of giving our foes the opportunity to break her shell. Then we just have to keep upgrading the shell so that it never has the chance to break entirely. This is why I said that she is suited for danger but not war. She won't fare well if she is pulled into severely high-intensive battles in quick succession. However, as long as we have time to repair our battle damage after an engagement, she can serve her purpose at maximum efficiency in the subsequent battle. This suited the Larkinson clan more. Vase did not expect his expeditionary fleet to enter into a feud with some other powerful faction and get entangled in lots of fights. It was much more likely that his clan would get caught in some major friction against other pioneers every now and then. There weren't any established states in the Red Ocean that could dispatch a continuous flood of powerful fleets. The graveyard is continuously upgradable. The female shipwright emphasized. Her wide tolerance for different exteriors means that it is very simple for us to upgrade her current basic armor belt with one that is made out of premium second-class materials. We can make the graveyard twice, thrice or even 10 times more resilient without ever needing to put her into a dry dock. Vase widened his eyes. This definitely sounded interesting to him. Other ships were more strict and limited in this regard. Every major overhaul demanded shipyard services in order to perform the necessary operations. The graveyard is also versatile in other ways, sir. In her current configuration, her armor belt is quite thick, which has a considerable impact on her mobility. If you speed the ship up, you can shed some of her mass and reduce her armor. If you think you need solid protection again, you can mount it up with thicker and more massive armor plating again. This was a great advantage. Her adaptability and ease of modification meant she could turn into different vessels at different times. The configuration of her armor belt could take on so many forms that the graveyard would always be useful regardless of the situation. If the Larkinson clan didn't like how she currently performed, then the salvage ship could just take on another form in a matter of days or weeks. This was a ship that had the potential to remain relevant to the Larkinson clan for many decades. Even if her current configuration and systems were rather basic, it was not impossible to upgrade them over time, especially if Vase found a dry dock to perform the desired improvements. What mattered was that the core concept and base of the vessel were solid. However, the graveyard also came with other caveats. There are some other downsides that you should take into account, sir. The ship is 2.1 kilometers long and much of her internal space is taken up by her salvage processing machines and cargo holds. She doesn't possess a substantial mech hangar and is only designed to accommodate 50 bunker mechs. A total number of 50 bunker mechs was on the smaller side for a capital ship of this size. The graveyard was designed to withstand incoming fire. Adding too many bunkers to a starship weakened her armor integrity and introduced more exploitable weak points. Vase frowned. 50 bunkers are not good enough, and the fact that she isn't designed to carry more mechs will substantially weaken her usefulness. This meant that the graveyard always needed to be escorted by other carriers if she was tasked with a special mission. Bunker mechs weren't enough to protect her from opportunistic raiders who wanted to capture a fairly valuable capital ship. Vase and Vivian entered into a deeper discussion on the salvage ship. Both of them began to go over several nuances and important properties of the vessel on offer. The graveyard is 47 years old, Vivian stated. The ship is definitely in a used condition, so her maintenance burden is slightly higher than when she was brand new. In another half-century, it becomes more strenuous to keep her systems running unless she undergoes an extensive overhaul. That said, I think this ship can definitely operate for decades at a time without exhibiting any serious defects as long as we care for her. Her adaptability also makes it easy for us to apply continuous upgrades that can extend her usefulness. This was a ship that the Larkinson clan could use for quite some time. Even if the graveyard would eventually be surpassed by better ships, she could still play a useful background role. Her functionality as a salvage ship always remained useful no matter where the expedition fleet traveled to. This was because the vessel also possessed limited ore processing capabilities. This paired well with a mining ship. Eventually, Vase gained a good overview of the capital-sized salvage ship. Despite her many limitations that might hamper her usefulness in the long term, she was an excellent short and medium-term addition to his expeditionary fleet. Vase urgently needed to bolster the defenses and capabilities of his fleet, and adding the graveyard would make a considerable difference on and off the battlefield. However, the Aurelus was worth way more than the graveyard. Vase did not want to trade his precious prize at a loss. Enough about the graveyard. I already know enough to make a judgment about it. Please tell me about the other vessel that is bundled into this deal. Vivian pointed at the second projection. This vessel isn't designed for combat. Instead, she is designed for beast transportation and bioresearch. Is this an LRA vessel? Correct. Vivian nodded. Bioresearch vessels like these are quite common in the Life Research Association. While most organic products are shipped in frozen containers and such, there are many instances where the animals have to be alive and well. High-value exo-beasts and designer beasts require special accommodations, and some biotech companies are willing to invest in good ships in order to accommodate this need. I see. It's still a bit extravagant to resort to a capital ship as opposed to a small ship class. This is why they are also used as bioresearch facilities, sir. Think of them as moving research bases. They can be moved into the orbit of any life-bearing planet in order to conduct specialized research on the flora and fauna found on the surface. They can also be moved to an isolated star system in order to conduct sensitive studies. Ah, Vase suddenly smirked. That makes more sense. Their mobile nature and extensive research facilities make them ideal for secret research. This is especially handy if said research is of the shady kind. Indeed, the Dragon's Den is kind of secure, actually. She possesses a lot of accommodations that serve to isolate signals, prevent unwanted snooping, and halts any infiltrators in their tracks. Her original owners were quite keen to maintain their privacy. Why did such a vessel become available, then? The owners I just talked about had been sentenced for very grave crimes against humanity. While much of the records aren't made public, according to what I heard, the previous users of the Dragon's Den conducted illicit research. Figures. The Dragon's Den was considerably bigger and more sophisticated than the graveyard. Her age was also quite tolerable. Despite her sordid history, all of her advanced lab equipment were completely intact and still in their original conditions. While the ship was quite valuable, there was a very serious issue that made Vase hesitant to examine her further. I'm sure the Dragon's Den is a good platform to conduct advanced bioresearch and transport lots of beasts, but I'm questioning whether we actually need her. Bioresearch is not one of our core activities at this time. Staffing her and maintaining her is a considerable burden, and she isn't even useful in combat situations. Why should we prioritize her acquisition over other possible capital ships? Vivian did not look admonished. My department has thought carefully about this issue. We have also consulted with Dr. Rania Woden and General Verl among other clan officials. There is a good reason to acquire bioresearch vessels such as the Dragon's Den right now instead of years from now. We can use her to attract a horde of skilled biotech researchers. Chapter 2772 Dragon's Den. Chapter 2772 Dragon's Den. One of our aims to visit the Life Research Association is to recruit a large number of doctors, exobiologists, geneticists, implant surgeons, veterinarians and other life science professionals, correct? Vase nodded as he stroked Lucky's back. The lazy cat had settled on his lap. That is indeed the case. I don't want to hire a bunch of average biotech experts at every stop. Since we have the resources and the opportunity to do so, I want to absorb a lot of doctors, specialists and researchers in a single go. Our demand for their services is already high and will definitely go higher in the future. Then having the Dragon's Den will definitely persuade the more skilled and proficient professionals to join our clan. Have you ever checked to see how the recruitment of biotech experts is going right now? They're not doing so well, but that is mostly because we don't have permission to hire the better ones in the first place. All we are getting so far are the rejects and the dregs. Vivian shook her head. Even if you gain permission, the recruiters still aren't optimistic. Think about the working conditions we offer. What are we depending on to attract new hires? Money, a path to greatness, becoming part of a rising clan, leaving behind the familiar in order to start a new life in the Red Ocean. A lot of people are attracted to these conditions to be sure, but the group you are targeting are different. Think about it. Lifers live in a state where biotechnology is ubiquitous. Will these professionals who are used to living in an environment where beetles take the place of cleaner bots want to live in a cold metal coffin in space? It is as alien as us trying to live on a bioship. Would you like to spend your years on an icky organic vessel that is made out of living flesh and bone? No, I wouldn't. Vivian made a good point. The best and most competent lifers available for hire wouldn't feel comfortable if they were assigned to live and work on a classical starship. While ordinary people like Vase and many other Larkinsons weren't bothered by living in a completely artificial environment that was mostly made out of metal, the locals thought differently. It was a lot more attractive for them to work aboard a ship with very clear biotech traits. The Dragon's Den was actually a hybrid ship in this regard. Her core structure and exterior were made out of metal, but her interior was made out of organic matter that would ensure that any lifer would feel at home inside. The Dragon's Den is not fully made out of biomatter, which is an advantage to us. The shipwright told him, it is easier for us to repair, maintain and upgrade most of her ship systems. As for her organic aspects, the biotech experts that will hopefully crew this vessel can take care of this need. I think it will make them very happy if they are responsible for decorating and setting up their own home. It wasn't just the living environment that made the Dragon's Den compelling in the eyes of the lifers. The previous owners and users of the bioresearch vessel were probably senior beast designers or something, because there was a lot of high-end lab equipment that ordinary researchers could only dream about. The facilities were so comprehensive that they were able to accommodate many other disciplines aside from beast design. Anyone involved in human augmentation, medical treatment, cloning and even food cultivation would practically feel as if they had entered paradise if they stepped aboard the Dragon's Den. On top of that, the capital ship was big. With a total length of 3.3 kilometers, the vessel was capable of carrying a lot of organic cargo. She could even be used to transport non-living cargo if the Larkinson clan urgently needed the extra space. All in all, it was very hard to encounter a bioresearch ship that was so large and well-equipped that she was capable of supporting an entire bio-industry chain. All of this sounded great, but Vase grew a bit suspicious. What are the downsides of the Dragon's Den? Well, it's quite obvious if you look at the projected schematic. Vivian answered and pointed her finger at the exterior layer of the vessel. As you can see, the thickness and sturdiness of her hull plating is incomparable to the graveyard. She's not designed for combat at all. She's a purely civilization research vessel that only possesses nominal capital grade hull plating. What does that mean? What is nominal capital grade hull plating? It means that the Dragon's Den is clad with the least amount of plating she can get away with. Her exterior shell has to be sturdy enough to support her inner structure and prevent any compartments from shifting. Her hull also has to be sturdy enough to withstand ordinary environmental hazards in space. Think of space junk, space dust, cosmic radiation, dangerous anomalies and so on. It's also helpful to have at least some mass to defend against incidental attacks from mechs. Thin hull plating to capital ships was actually rather thick for sub-capital ships. The Dragon's Den wasn't fragile at all in absolute terms. It was just that she was much less capable of resisting damage than sturdier capital ships. In any case, as long as the Dragon's Den was put in the rear, her poor defenses wouldn't be a problem. Are there any other concerns that I should know? Not as such. There are numerous complications due to her hybrid construction, but they are manageable. Despite her apparent sophistication, the Dragon's Den is quite a simple vessel in shipbuilding terms. You don't need to design a complex internal structure when the ship is only meant to carry beasts and serve as a research base. I see. I think I've heard enough. Let me think about this option. Even though Vase wasn't really interested in starting up a large biotech operation at the moment, that would definitely change in the future. Aside from accommodating the Larkinson clan's crucial biotech professionals, Vase also needed a place to carry his future collection of beasts. It was only a matter of time before he encountered more exceptional beasts like Arnold. While accommodating a tiny cat-sized exo-beast wasn't very difficult, what if he obtained an exo-beast as massive as Zygra? Vase always had a soft spot for powerful exo-beasts that were at least as large as mechs. They tended to be more complex lifeforms who developed very powerful abilities. How would he be able to keep them all happy if he stuffed them into cramped biomes aboard smaller sub-capital ships? It was better to get a bigger vessel right away in order to be ready to accommodate any large and powerful beast he might get his hands on in the future. Even though these considerations weren't enough for Vase to view the Dragon's Den as an essential acquisition, he was nonetheless on board with gaining possession of her as part of a trade deal. It's a good mix of ships, Vase murmured. The graveyard will definitely serve a critical purpose in the short term while the Dragon's Den has the potential to become a strong asset in the long run. Still, I can't help but wish for a fleet carrier instead. The fleet carriers currently being offered won't fit our needs. Vivian shook her head. This is the LRA. The fleet carriers built by the Lifers are designed to accommodate biomechs. Unless you intend to field a large amount of biomechs yourself, we are better off with setting our sights on other vessels. The regional ship market was largely dominated by bioships. There were only a modest number of hybrid ships like the Dragon's Den or foreign-built vessels like the Graveyard. If the Larkinsons wanted access to a greater selection of mechanical ships, then they were better off visiting another state. I'll take that into account, Vase murmured after he made this realization. We still have plenty of time to fill up our capital ship quota. Now that I'm here, I'd like to ask you whether you have made any progress on our in-house projects. A proud smile appeared on Vivian's face. The ship designs for the Gorgonean and Diligent Ovenbird are almost finished. Their overall properties haven't changed from when I initially introduced them to you. We have just made a lot of smaller refinements as we have fleshed out their designs. How soon can you complete them, Miss Sai? We can finish them in a matter of weeks. We can deliver a design faster if we concentrate on finishing one of them first. In fact, even if we complete them, we can still continue our optimization work. The more time you give us, the more we are able to refine the two ship designs. Both the defensive ship and the fleet repair ship contain many complex implementations that can surely be improved. As a mech designer, Vase understood what she was talking about. It was actually the same for mechs. If he wanted to, he could continue to work on the mech designs that he had recently completed in order to squeeze out more performance out of them. There were some mech designers who adopted this continuous improvement model. Vase wasn't a fan of it. He preferred to update his mech designs with major revisions. Are we in a position to order the construction of the Gorgonean and the Diligent Ovenbird? We are, she nodded. We have made contact with several shipyards hailing from the Star CL.U.S. tours along our overall route. Several of them are open to building one or two capital ships according to the design that we have specific. It's just that, it's going to cost us, am I right? Yes, the two ships aren't cheap. I've already mentioned how much they cost in a previous meeting. The Gorgonean will cost at least 3.2 trillion hex credits while the Diligent Ovenbird costs 1.7 trillion hex credits. Mind you, this is only the minimum. You want to add various upgrades and add-ons to the ships, then you should be prepared to pay double. Vase pressed his fingers against his face. While we aren't exactly short on money, it's not that easy to gather so much money at this time. We can either wait or we can apply for a loan. This was his problem, not hers. Vivian Sai was only responsible for providing him with ship-related options. It was up to him and other Larkinsons to fund the shipbuilding projects. I'll try to secure the funding for these vessels as soon as possible, he promised. I don't want to wait too long to obtain these two ships. The Gorgonean is an excellent complement to the Graveyard. With two defense-oriented capital ships in our fleet, we'll possess an undeniable edge in battle. The Battle of Reckoning already showed that the Larkinson fleet was not adequate enough. Vase wanted to reduce his dependence on third-party services, and the only way to do so was to develop substitutes within the clan. Despite her silly name, the Diligent Ovenbird would probably play a key role in his fleet. The ability to repair and potentially build new ships was just too compelling to Vase. He might not even need to purchase any ship again. After all, if he had the choice, he would definitely prefer to make use of starships developed in-house. Before he left, Vase briefly inquired on the plan to repurpose the long-range FTL drives pilfered from the Orlis. With complex ship components like these, it was impossible to slot them into the spirit of Bentime and expect them to work straight away. Vivian sighed. It will take years to prepare the long-range FTL drives for use. We have to disassemble them, inspect every single component and comb over and potentially rewrite all of her software. We can speed up the work if we hire more engineers and FTL drive specialists, but don't expect any miracles. Damn. Chapter 2773 A New Force The Gorgonean. The Diligent Ovenbird. The Graveyard. The Dragon's Den. 4 different capital ships. 4 different roles. 4 different investments. It wasn't easy for Vase to make decisions on the 4 ships. Each of them were attractive to him, but acquiring them and crewing them was anything but simple. Fortunately, the acquisition of the Spirit of Bentime taught the Larkinsons plenty of lessons. They were familiar with many of the complications and pitfalls associated with purchasing such an enormous asset. With an excellent shipwright like Vivian on staff, Vase wasn't concerned that his clan would botch the process. Vase talked a bit further with Vivian. Since he wasn't good at managing these kinds of affairs, he simply decided to delegate everything to his subordinates. I'd like you to be involved in every step of the way, Miss Sai. He spoke as he stood up. Don't hesitate to call or message me directly if something urgent has come up. I am relying on you to manage the acquisition of the Graveyard and the Dragon's Den as well as the construction of the Gorgonean and the Diligent Ovenbird. I know it will take a lot of money, manpower and resources to add all these huge vessels to our fleet, so you won't be working alone. General Verl, Fleet Coordinator Ophelia, Speaker Overin, Dr. Rania and many other leaders had to get involved. The military wing of the Larkinson clan had to fit the Gorgonean and the Graveyard in their battle lineup, while the productive wing had to make the other 2 vessels work. All of this involved trillions of credits and tens of thousands of personnel. Vase didn't even know where to begin to organize it all, so he decided not to bother with it at all. He simply set a goal and told the rest of the clan to get it done. This was not something new to Vivian. We are already corresponding with each other about these matters. We have already formed a committee of sorts that convenes whenever we need to make major decisions on how to solve the problems that you have mentioned. Good. Keep me in the loop, but don't bother me with insignificant details. I have a busy schedule and I am much more in my element when I am working with mechs rather than starships. They set some basic rules before he left. Vase didn't want to get flooded by queries, but he still wanted to be in the loop. He just wanted to make sure he had a say in the decisions he cared about the most. Every capital ship had to conform to his vision for his expeditionary fleet in order to serve as a pillar of his core fleet. While the prospect of filling his quota of capital ships filled him with happiness, he also became a bit concerned about running out of them too quickly. There was no way he wanted the Larkinson clan to settle with 7 capital ships forever. It would be great if he could earn a few extra million MTA merits so that he could squeeze at least 1 additional vessel. If not, we can always look into acquiring capital ships after we have reached the Red Ocean. He muttered. Unfortunately, demand vastly exceeded supply on the other side of the Beander Gate. Vase had little hope of being able to get his order accepted by any of the shipyards that had gone into operation in the Red Ocean. The only practical way to acquire capital ships would be to build them or to capture them from others. He just needed to get into a legitimate feud against a rival in order to excuse his attacks. The Fredamen are excellent targets for this. He grinned as he exited Vivian's office. We can hunt them all down and take their assets for ourselves. Isn't this a great idea, Lucky? Meow. His cat responded as he floated in the air. You'll have to play an indispensable role, of course. You're the perfect infiltrator and you still need to earn your keep. Meow. Lucky did not look forward to risking his life at all, but Vase didn't care. Ever since Lucky's gem production rate had dropped even further, he continued to be a significant drain on the clan's resources. Don't complain. The more big ships we have, the lower the chance we'll do badly in subsequent battles. Do you prefer to live on the edge of your seat each time we bump into opposition? Meow meow meow. I know. Once this duel stuff is over, we will begin development on our expert mechs right away. I hear that Gloriana has already started to lay the groundwork for the pivotal projects. While the pair hadn't been consistent in applying this agreement, Gloriana definitely did not accept anything less than absolute control for the following projects. Designing expert mechs was one of her biggest obsessions. In their prior projects, She had shown a great amount of patience and forbearance when Vase rammed through his design choices over her objections. This time, it was his turn to let his wife have the final say on every matter. As someone who had long been in charge of every design project, Vase found it difficult to accept that he would be surrendering control. No mech designer liked to be relegated to the side. Designing mechs was something intimate and a labor of love to people like Vase. Letting someone else push through a decision that clashed with his personal vision was not easy to stomach. Still, I don't have any choice. Gloriana's need for control was greater than his in this case. While Vase excelled at coming up with mech concepts that would play well with large groups of people, Gloriana was unquestionably better at tailoring a mech to an individual mech pilot. There was nothing standard about expert mechs. Each of them were personalized to varying degrees in order to maximize the performance of every expert pilot. His usual approach to mech design would not yield the best results, and Vase knew it. He was willing to put his trust in his wife, if only just this once. If it doesn't work out, I can always take back control. He reassured himself. He didn't think it would get to that point. With a master mech designer acting as a consultant and contributor to their expert mech design projects, it was impossible for Vase and Gloriana to screw up. His wife might not listen to him, but she would definitely listen to a female authority like Master Willix. As Vase walked back to his temporary living quarters in order to clear his mind, someone deliberately sought him out and met him as he walked through Gentle Lotus Base. Patriarch Vase, can I have a moment, please? Why certainly, Mr. Melon. The Ilvanan expert candidate walked up to Vase and saluted him. Thank you for meeting me. There is an issue that is currently plaguing our group. Ever since the living prophet left our side, we had to take charge of recruitment ourselves. Town Melon went straight to the point. He clearly explained the difficulty in persuading the new recruits to convert to the Ilvanan faith and how the group of believers were concerned about remaining relevant in the clan. Vase quickly understood the situation. He always felt uncomfortable with religion, but it was undeniable that the Ilvanans contributed much to his clan. Not only had they done much to help him in the past, but they were also a vital part of his clan in the future due to their unique strengths when paired with ranged mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher. Therefore, while he did not want the Ilvanan faith to dominate his clan, he didn't want it to atrophy either. Without a sufficient number of believers, it would become harder and harder to staff all of the Transcendent Punishers and other fantastic Ilvanan mechs he might design in the future. There were only several hundred Ilvanan mech pilots in the clan. This was barely adequate for now but vastly insufficient once additional capital ships entered into service. What do you require of me? Vase asked as he continued to walk forward. I doubt you decided to approach me because you wanted me to become aware of your situation. That is correct, sir. In truth, one of the solutions we have decided upon is to ask you to aid in our recruitment. If you can speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the recruits on our behalf, then we are confident that your oratory talent can sway those who seek answers in their life. Town started to have a bad feeling about this. Would the bright martyr agree? Vase had slowed down as he contemplated the request. He remained silent for over half a minute before he slowly let out a deep breath. It is not suitable for me to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on your behalf. He slowly answered. He purposefully kept his emotions in check. James is indeed best at this, but that doesn't mean your group should be flailing after losing him. Asking me to take over his role is no different from cheating. Every faith must have the capability to sway others. If you don't develop this yourselves, then you will always be deficient in this area. You cannot expect others to keep bailing you out. Then, you won't help us. I did not say that. I just think that it is counterproductive for me to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on your behalf. Instead, I am open to facilitating your own efforts in expanding your faith. One of the ways I have in mind will doubtlessly help. What solution do you have in mind, sir? Vase hesitated for a brief moment. He had been thinking about this for a while, but it was only up until now that he saw that it was necessary to proceed. I think it is time for you and your fellow Ilvanans to organize yourselves. I'd like you to form a new mech force that is centered around Ilvanan mechs like the Transcendent Punisher. This is the best way forward as the needs and circumstances of your mech pilots are different from that of the avatars and sentinels. Tan stuttered. The expert candidate was stunned. He didn't expect to be confronted by this initiative so suddenly. What do you think, Mr. Melon? Are you interested? We need to discuss this amongst ourselves. We never thought you would make this offer to us so soon. Personally, I am in favor of this, but we will have to spend a great amount of time and effort to organize everything. The rest of the clan will help you out. You are not alone in this. Just make sure that once all of the infrastructure is set up, you will be able to take care of yourselves. I rarely hear complaints from groups like the Flagrant Vandals and the Penitent Sisters, and I expect your Ilvanans to be the same. We will step up, sir. As long as we enjoy a sufficient amount of support from the clan, we will make it work, one way or another. Vase nodded in satisfaction. Town expressed enough determination, and that was enough. You should also think carefully on how to name yourselves. This will be the label which every Ilvanan mech pilot will carry in the future. I understand. We will pray to the Great Prophet for guidance. Chapter 2774 Good Rest. Setting up a dedicated Ilvanan mech force was another major initiative. It would definitely shake up the clan and cause the clan officials to become even busier in the next few months. Yet Vase still felt that this was the right time to start one. It was a lot easier to acquire all of the necessary ships, supplies and personnel when the expeditionary fleet was parked in a port system as opposed to being constantly on the move. While it was important for the Transcendent Punishers to be present on any starship with bunkers, the Ilvanans definitely needed their own starships to organize themselves and increase their cohesion. The Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens were able to maintain a strong identity and esprit de corps by concentrating themselves on their own ships. While that also meant that they isolated themselves from the rest of the clan to an extent, Vase believed the benefits outweighed the costs. With the Larkinson network tying every clansman together, he wasn't concerned with the possibility that any of his disparate groups would drift apart. After sharing his thoughts with Town, the expert candidate saluted Vase before racing off to share the news with his fellow Ilvanans. This initiative would definitely shake up the lives of every believer within the clan. Town had already pushed the recruitment problem to the side. The Ilvanans would definitely be able to tackle this problem once they attained the same status as the other specialist mech troops. Vase received no further interruptions as he walked back to his quarters. For the remainder of the time, Vase quietly relaxed while letting his mind drift from one issue to another. His mood calmed and his tangled emotions became clearer. He even took a power nap that energized his body and reset his mentality to an extent. Perhaps I need to take more breaks, he considered. He recognized that he was becoming increasingly more burdened with work. It couldn't be helped as his clan and mech business were slowly expanding in size and scope. While he was already trying to address the problem by recruiting more people and delegating more tasks to others, he felt as if he was constantly falling behind. I need to be more aggressive in offloading my responsibilities. He frowned as he laid on his bed while staring up at the ceiling. I also have to expand my inner circle. This was not a decision he made lightly. As a paranoid person by nature, he feared what would happen if one of his confidants betrayed his trust one day. Yet he couldn't keep everything to himself forever. He needed an increasing amount of help in his work because there was no way for him to accomplish everything on his own. This was why he made a calculated risk and shared a portion of his exclusive knowledge. So far, his willingness to do so paid off. The people he enlightened all used their greater understanding to their advantage and achieved greater results than before. Whether it was Gloriana who attuned her work to spiritual character of a mech design or Venerable Joshua who was able to develop a deeper bond with a living mech, they all benefited from gaining greater awareness of what was actually taking place. Was he being too generous? Perhaps. Yet Vase knew that this was an inevitable development. As Master Willix had reminded him many times, every mech designer had to bear their secrets to the public sooner or later. This seems to be an essential step for mech designers to advance beyond senior and master. Vase surmised. It was not realistic for him to keep everything to himself. He had to open himself up to others eventually. Since he was forced onto this path, he might as well do it on his terms instead of someone else's. As long as he was able to control the spread of information and remain in a secure position, then it was fine even if other mech designers became capable of imitating his work. In fact, Vase no longer feared the rise of competitors who attempted to usurp his design philosophy. How can the student ever overtake the master? He smirked. Every successful mech designer possessed a boundless amount of confidence in their own design philosophies, and Vase was no different. Everyone else who followed after him might enjoy an easier time at the beginning, but they would definitely progress slower than him when they had to explore their own way forward themselves. As Vase continued to think about how he should expand his inner circle, Gloriana eventually returned home as well. I'm back, Vase. Meow, meow. Clixie ran up to Lucky and joined him on a comfortable cat bed. The two nuzzled each other and began to doze off together. Gloriana took off her coat and approached the bed where Vase was laying down. She sat on its edge and stared into his face. Our workshop is all set up and ready to go. I have already calibrated and inspected the production machines from one of our ELKINE production lines, so we won't encounter any problems on that end once we start our fabrication run. Vase still wasn't very interested in the outcome of this run. Sure, he would celebrate if they became lucky enough to make another masterwork mech, but he still wanted to move on to more exciting projects. Gloriana seemed oblivious to his indifference, however. She smiled and babbled on about the extensive preparations she made. She even dragged over the statue of the Superior Mother in order to receive the Supreme's blessing. We're going to need as much practice as we can get in order to prepare for the development of our upcoming expert mechs. She told him, while I ideally want every expert mech to be completely unique, there will be times where we might borrow elements of our previous mech designs. For example, it's already a given that the expert mech version of the Shield of Samar will still retain a similar profile to the current version. Vase nodded. That's true, but some of our expert pilots will require more unique solutions. Venerable Orphan needs a dedicated spearman mech, for example. All of her previous mechs were former swordsman mechs that were hastily adapted to accommodate her weapon of choice. Don't forget about my brother. You agreed to cooperate with developing his expert mech as well. Designing 6 expert mechs at once is a heavy burden, but I am confident we can complete the projects within a year. We will learn so much during this wonderful period of time. I can't wait. Hi. She became so excited that she couldn't help but lean in and peck his cheek. You'll help me fulfill my visions, isn't that right? Vase nodded. Of course I will. You can count on me, but don't go too far on this. I can only work with you as long as your ideas make sense. I can't deliver something that I'm incapable of doing. You can make new proto-gods, though, right? He tentatively nodded. I can, but you already know it's difficult to make a good one. I need good ingredients to make one, and right now I have a distinct lack of them. I'm currently trying to address the problem by setting up an operation that allows us to cultivate and retain exceptional lifeforms, so hopefully I'll have more options in a few months. Aren't you concerned we're growing too fast? She wondered after she became appraised of the situation. All of those capital ships need skilled crews in order to reach their full potential. Skilled and knowledgeable spacers are currently in short supply in our clan. With the current state of the Komodo War, it's unlikely for the hegemony to dispatch another batch of trainers. Vase waved his hand. It's okay. We're no longer recruiting third-raters now. There are enough starship engineers and naval officers for hire in Prosperous Hill V to form new cadres for the 2 capital ships that we'll likely obtain first. If that isn't enough, we can reassign some of the Hexer trainers that are currently helping out aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Those Hexers won't be pleased, Vase. The Spirit of Bentime is a modern, state-of-the-art Hexer-built factory ship. It's a pleasure for them to serve aboard her. If you told them that they should pack their bags and work on a floating collection of scrap or a weird half-organic bioresearch vessel, how do you think they would feel? Vase remained undaunted. Months have already passed. I don't expect our native Larkinson spacers to have learned everything they need to perform their duties, but they should have at least moved past the total beginner stage. This was a test of his control over the temporary crew that was currently in control of many of the core systems of his flagship. If they weren't willing to play to his tune, then that did not reflect well on them. He did not wish for the heart of the Larkinson clan to remain hostage to the Hexers forever. Of course, Vase refrained from telling all of this to his wife for obvious reasons. A few hours went by as Vase and Gloriana relaxed in each other's presence. Both of them wanted to conserve their energy and make sure they were able to perform at their peak later, so they didn't engage in any strenuous activities. Once they had their fill of cuddling with each other and toying with their cats, they freshened each other up and moved to the mech workshop. After a long delay, Vase and Gloriana were finally ready to get their hands dirty. Vase simply checked the delicate ELKINE 3D printer and familiarized herself with its current settings. Are you ready? Gloriana eventually asked after she had finished her prayers. Even though some of the designs we've finished are already under production, we can still use this opportunity to warm ourselves up. No matter how many cherubs or eternal redemptions have already been produced, none of them bear our personal touch. The mechs we make by hand must always be better than those that come off an industrial production line. Don't fail my expectations. I'll do my best. Vase responded. They began with a ferocious piranha. It was the lightest and smallest mech, so it didn't take much time to put it together. Unfortunately, the end product never came close to a masterwork mech. The eternal redemption that came afterwards fared a little better. While the cannoneer mech they created did not merit its own name, Vase and Gloriana still managed to achieve a better result. I hope this trend continues. Gloriana said, our momentum is increasing. Vase wasn't so sure about that. He felt they were just a bit luckier than earlier. The thing about luck was that it could always swing the other way at any moment. They began to work on the Hexer mechs after this. In the span of a week, Vase and Gloriana practically toiled day and night to fabricate the Cherub, the Devious and the Bright Boy. Each time, the results were a bit better. In fact, the Devious and Bright Boy they crafted were quite excellent as far as Vase was concerned. However, this did not change the fact that they eventually fell short of their ultimate goal. Not a single mech came close to reaching the masterwork threshold. Gloriana became upset at the end. We failed. Chapter 2775 Dispute. Though Gloriana acted all dramatic after they failed to make a masterwork mech, Vase was already used to her tantrums. He simply stood still like a rock and let her vent her emotions. Perhaps his wife had become aware that her current actions didn't accomplish anything meaningful, because she ran out of steam remarkably quickly this time. After 10 minutes of raging about all of the errors and imperfections that prevented her from reaching the goal she set for herself, she crossed her arms and glared at Vase. We can't keep failing like this, Vase. Where is your drive? Where is your enthusiasm? I did my best. Vase defended himself. I may not have entered into a special state or anything, but I have never let my attention slip. That's not enough. You know as well as I do that passion is essential. You need to shape yourself up, Vase. You're losing your drive. After she said her piece, she grabbed xianxia and left the workshop. The mechs they fabricated had already been moved elsewhere aside from the ferocious piranha. Vase intended to work on it further as it served as an excellent base for a dueling mech. The upcoming design duel loomed closer and closer. Vase was eager to begin his preparations for his upcoming design duel. I need 5 good mechs. He needed to prepare 2 different bright warriors, 1 ferocious piranha, 1 Valkyrie Redeemer and 1 transcendent Punisher. The rules for this design duel were rather elaborate and intricate. This was because each mech had to fight at least twice, with different mech pilots each time. This meant that each of his dueling mechs would fight against Drive Navarro's biomechs under normal dueling conditions. Both machines would enter the dueling arena in pristine state, but once the fight had ended, it was very doubtful whether they remained undamaged. The damage might not be so bad for the winning mech, but the losing machine would definitely be in an awful state. This was why the design duel was split up in 2 phases. Once the first phase ended, both Vase and Dr. Navarro had 3 days to repair their respective dueling mechs and ready them for the second phase. 3 days is not enough. Vase grumbled. This was especially in the case for mechs that had suffered defeat. Vase might have to make a strategic decision to abandon one of his dueling mechs in order to divert more resources to his remaining 4 machines. He also had to make many more decisions on the spot. For example, it might not be worthwhile for him to repair a broken arm when other areas needed his attention more. I'll have to make sure my dueling mechs are robust enough to work even if they are no longer in good condition. According to the rules, the dueling mechs still had to reflect their original designs. Vase and Navarro were only allowed to make a limited number of adjustments. No matter what they did to their machines, their mechs still had to match their normal work. They weren't allowed to present something completely new and different that was clearly only used for this specific duel. There were a bunch of other rules that limited what he could do. They all existed to make the duel as fair as possible, though there were still a few issues. For example, it was quite challenging for Vase and Navarro to put forward dueling mechs that belonged to the same price category. No one thought it was fair to pit a mech that cost 400 million hex credits against another mech that cost 600 million hex credits. Though Drive Navarro designed quite a lot of biomechs over his longer career, it wasn't possible to create completely fair matchups based on their design budgets. This was why each mech design either had to slim down and remove some parts or do the opposite. In the end, all 5 pairs of dueling mechs had to be even in value. This is going to take a bit of work. He frowned. This was because Vase based the budgets of his mechs on hex credits. For example, the design budget for his Bright Warrior IB model was a simple rounded sum of 500 million hex credits. However, drive, Navarro was used to thinking in a different currency. This caused the closest equivalent mech models to be worth the equivalent of 435 or 523 million hex credits. This was why every design had to be corrected. Of course, Vase also had to make sure his dueling mechs weren't exclusive to specific mech pilots. His Bright Warrior, Valkyrie Redeemer and Transcendent Punisher were all exclusive mech designs. For his dueling mechs, Vase had to alter their spiritual design so that they became open to neutral mech pilots who didn't have any ties to Hexers or Larkinsons. Vase had never really done that on a larger scale. This is going to be a challenge. It was easy enough to convince an open-minded design spirit like the Golden Cat to open herself up to strangers. After all, her spirit connected with newcomers all the time. Ilvain was a lot more picky, though. The Transcendent Punisher was a powerful artillery mech as long as its mech pilot matched its design spirit. Even if it was possible to prepare a special Transcendent Punisher that did not judge its own mech pilot, how would it be able to show its special feature when the mech pilot did not respect the Great Prophet? While his artillery mech was still a strong gun platform without its iconic ability, it was not enough in his eyes. Dr. Navarro wouldn't be holding back during the design duel, so Vase could not afford to weaken any of his dueling mechs in order to increase their compatibility. Vase had to find a way to make all of his dueling mechs play nice with strangers. Fortunately, he still had plenty of days to work on all of these issues. The biggest difficulty was that Vase wasn't able to anticipate what kind of mech pilots would fight on his behalf. The mech pilots that did the actual fighting had to be trustworthy and neutral. This was difficult to accomplish since one of the conditions was that they had to be lifers, but there were several neutral organizations that supplied them with mech pilots with integrity. I need to overcome their biases towards biomechs in order to get ahead. Vase had to put extra effort into making the piloting experience as pleasant as possible. That meant that the spiritual foundation and the design spirits of his mechs had to welcome the strangers as warmly as possible. Vase reviewed the changes he needed to make. He had to make a lot of technical and spiritual changes to every dueling mech. Time was tight, but he was confident he could complete all of the necessary steps by the time the first phase of the design duel commenced. It was at this time that Vase received a call from his assistant. He frowned but accepted the call. "What is it, Benny? Did you know that your design duel has suddenly blown up into a public event?" "Huh, it's Dr. Navarro," Gavin exclaimed. A few days ago, he began to invite his fellow biomech designers and his other buddies to attend the design duel. Vase nodded. "I recall that I allowed him to do so. There is no compelling reason to hold the design duel away from prying eyes. However, this is different from turning it into a public spectacle." "What happened?" "In the beginning, it's just as you say, boss. Hardly anyone except industry insiders care about a duel between two journeymen. It's just that the first batch of people who drive Navarro invited began to interpret the duel in a creative manner. That didn't sound good. What did they say, exactly? We don't know who is responsible, but word started to spread about a competition that decides who is capable of designing the better living mech. Some of the rumors even state that you openly reject that biomechs aren't truly alive and that your mechs are the only ones that deserve to be called this way." The panicked tone that Gavin used to relate these developments did not faze Vase. "Those rumors aren't wrong," he replied. "I truly do feel this way, though I think I sounded a lot more polite during my exchange with Dr. Navarro. Peef. No matter what kind of nuanced debate you held with your fellow peer, once your argument leaks to the public, you can be sure that there will be people who don't understand any nuance. There are also those who wish to drag your name through the mud for their own ends. We might have stumbled into a political dispute without even knowing it. There are conservatives in the LRA who insist on maintaining their current approach and there are radicals who wish to change the course of their state. Wait. Start from the beginning. What is this political dispute all about and why am I involved?" Gavin gave him the short version. "As you know, the Life Research Association has always been a proponent of biotechnology and biomechs. However, they spent several centuries trying to popularize their tech without accomplishing any significant results. Even its neighboring states shun biotechnology in favor of classical technology. This has caused some lifers to doubt whether they are making any progress. The radicals among them want to pursue a more aggressive approach. What does this aggressive approach entail? Are they going to invade other states in order to spread their biotechnology by force? It's nothing like that, boss. The radicals simply believe that they should loosen some of their rules in an attempt to make their products more attractive. These changes don't sit well with the old fogies who pursue stability above everything else. Is there anything about the stances of these two factions that is interesting to us? Vase asked. Well, the radicals also advocate that the prosperous Hill Stars system should get rid of its restrictive rules. They want to remove most prohibitions that prevent foreigners from venturing into the inner system with their own ships. They also want to allow visitors to bring more armed mechs down to the surface. They want to stimulate trade in order to facilitate their goals. This meant that the radicals wanted to get rid of the slow and overburdened prosperous Hill transportation service. Vase was quite annoyed at how many transfers took days instead of hours to complete because the PHTS refused to assign more transport ships to meet the needs of the Larkinson clan. However, his expeditionary fleet was not going to stick around for long. Whatever happened next was none of his business. Vase angrily snorted. I don't really care about how the factions resolve this dispute, but what I do care about is someone pulling me into this vortex without my say. Which faction is responsible for turning my design duel into a spectacle? What purpose does it serve in the context of this struggle? Gavin hesitated for a few seconds. The Conservatives don't have a compelling reason to do this. These folk want stability. They don't want to rock the boat. It makes much more sense for the radicals to be behind this action. They want to draw people's attention to the division between biotechnology and classical technology. Whether you win or lose, tongues will definitely wag. Doesn't that mean the radicals want me to win in order to prove their point? Correct. At the same time, the Conservatives do not want Drive Navarro to admit defeat. That would imply that biomechs in their current state are inferior to classical mechs. As long as Dr. Navarro can stand his ground, the Conservatives will still be able to claim that their approach can still work. Vase palmed his face. He didn't care about this stupid fight. Is this all? Not quite, boss, Gavin replied. There are more factions aside from the Conservatives and radicals. While they aren't as influential, they all have their own reasons to support you or tear you down. Great. Chapter 2776 Lifer Factions. Every state was rife with division. As long as humans were individuals, they always found ways to disagree with each other. A dispute could revolve around something as trivial as the color of a uniform to something much more influential such as the prohibition against arming warships. No single human completely agreed with the stances of another human. It was impossible. Billions and trillions of humans existed in a typical state. How could all of their relationships possibly remain stable with each other when every single one of them represented a source of instability? The reason why many societies hadn't fallen apart was because a lot of rulers and governments had become quite good at manipulating their own people. Nationalism, education and scapegoating were only a handful of the tools that officials used to unite different people and prevent them from clashing against each other. Yet what happened if the people in charge disagreed with each other as well? After all, the people at the top were no different when it came to disagreeing with each other. In fact, their disputes were much more consequential and damaging due to the immense power and influence they possessed. This was why political disputes were so troublesome and dangerous to people like Vase. The bystanders and people at the bottom could easily get entangled by a feud between two powerful factions that were willing to go through any means to advance their cause. As someone who suffered quite a few times from political disagreements, Vase instantly became wary. Give me a rundown on the local politics according to your understanding. He commented. Who do we need to watch out for? Who are the crazies who have already resorted to extremes in the past? Gavin expected to hear this question. He already prepared a small presentation. He waved his hand, causing a small diagram to pop up that showed some of the most influential factions in the LRA. The LRA is a technocracy in theory. This means that the person at the top should be the smartest and most respected scholar in the state. The issue with that is that the current supreme sage has always been in charge from the beginning. He's a 400-year-old fossil who doesn't bother with any governance at all and usually engaged in extremely secretive high-level research. Vase understood the feeling. At a certain point, being in charge was an annoyance. If not for the fact that giving up all of that authority opened up the possibility of betrayal, holding on to it was a necessary evil in order to ensure that resources kept flowing in without interruption. I take it the Supreme Sage is part of the conversative faction. Vase guessed. You got it, boss. Due to the immense prestige of the highest leader of the LRA, the conservative faction has always been dominant. It's just that different people who formed different thoughts emerged over the course of the LRA's history. I've already mentioned the radicals. They are the second most influential faction. They are mainly united by their desire to overturn the cautious, restrained policies set by the conservatives and take on a more aggressive approach to promoting biotechnology. Vase grimaced. These folk are the ones who benefit the most if I am able to defeat Drive. Navarro in a design duel, right? That's correct. Gavin slowed. In fact, we have already begun to receive messages that likely come from this faction. The individuals who contacted us have all offered to support you in various ways. I don't want or need their help. If there is one thing that I have learned, it's that sticking our noses in a local dispute rarely benefits us in the end. We will only inherit the enemies of the people we get in bed with and increase the risk of getting screwed. We are aware of that. We have always taken great care to project ourselves as neutral visitors who are merely interested in conducting transactions. It's just that where there is a will, there is a way. As long as involving us benefits someone, it's hard for us to avoid getting entangled. The best way is to project enough strength to deter improper actions, but we aren't at that point yet. Our might is quite impressive when compared to other individual organizations, but in the face of factions that united hundreds if not thousands of different power players together, we are still small fry. Maybe the only consolation is that factions are usually rife with division as well. Tell me about the other factions in the LRA. I doubt that this state is as orderly as it seems. Scientists and researchers all look calm and collected on the surface, but when it comes to their research interests, they can be quite fanatical about pushing their own views. Vase knew this quite well since he was one of them. Academics and engineers were supposed to view reality from an objective standpoint, but the reality was that no one was able to agree what objective reality was supposed to look like. This meant that even the skinniest nerds could turn into hulking barbarians when someone questioned their opinions. Since the LRA was basically ruled by thousands of biotech experts, that meant that it was actually being run by lots of nerds who constantly tried to push their subjective truths against each other. The third largest faction in the LRA are the Combinants. Vase raised his eyebrow at the odd name. Combinants. They're basically a bunch of tech enthusiasts who want to embrace both biotechnology and classical technology. Gavin elaborated. Before you ask, they do have something in common with the radicals. The Combinants broke off from the original opposition group because they wanted to go much further. For example, they're usually called cyborgs because they want to augment every lifer with a combination of electronic and biological implants. That does sound extreme. In general, every human should be able to choose their own implants if they had the means to obtain them. This was a general principle that many people upheld. It was frowned upon to force someone to integrate a specific collection of implants. This represented a violation of human rights. Of course, this did not stop determined states and organizations from attempting such. They merely resorted to milder means of persuasion such as excluding benefits to refusers or indoctrinating the population to favor one kind of implants of another. What else do these Combinants want? Vase asked. I'm not sure. They're rather messy because they have all kinds of personalities in their ranks. Some want to pursue immortality by unlocking the secret to digitize human consciousness. Others want to develop cyborg mechs that blend organic and mechanical parts to take advantage of both. They even want to develop cyborg beast species that are able to breed new offspring that are also half mechanical in nature. Okay, that sure sounded out there. Research related to digitizing human consciousness was highly controversial. Plenty of overconfident researchers attempted to transfer their thoughts and personality into a computer, only to kill themselves and a lot of people in the process. Since the Big Two didn't like all of this killing, the researchers mostly experimented with beasts these days. This was a much better approach because they might stumble upon a special life form whose minds were much easier to digitize than human minds. This was their holy grail. As long as they could find the right species, they could study creatures and decipher what allowed them to succeed where others failed. Once the researchers cracked the secret, it wouldn't take long before a geneticist developed a new gene template that might be able to transplant the same properties to humans. As for cyborg mechs, Vase had never encountered them so far. The conservatives pushed for pure organic mechs that were grown rather than assembled. Anything that tarnished this purity would definitely attract a lot of backlash. They existed, though. Development on them was rather slow because there weren't a lot of mech designers to push these mechs forward. Cyborg mechs are even harder to design than biomechs. Vase spoke. The barrier to entry is extremely high because the amount of knowledge you need to know before you can even begin to design a cyborg mech is insane. You not only need to learn how to work with biological components, but also know all of the ways to combine them with mechanical parts without anything going wrong. Gavin nodded. This is why the combinants are more obscure. They are constrained by their inability to expand their numbers. There aren't a lot of mech designers in this state who graduate with a balanced focus in both biotechnology and classical technology. It's either one or the other. I understand. What do they think about our upcoming design duel? That's difficult to determine, but I think they are even more excited at the prospect of our classical mechs beating biomechs. However, they don't want us to win too easily. The combinants want to show to the public that biomechs are weak, but classical mechs aren't much stronger either. In order to gain support for their agenda, the combinants have to persuade the LRA that the best way to go forward is to take the best of both worlds and combine them into cyborg mechs. There was no chance of this happening. Unless the combinants were led by genius biomech designers, it was far too difficult to come up with a cyborg mech that clearly performed better than other kinds of mechs. Cyborg mechs were rife with complexity. Not just the parts themselves, but the relationships between the parts had to be regulated. An excessive amount of variables introduced more failure points and more interconnected problems that were insanely difficult to balance. In practical terms, this meant that it was 10 or even 100 times more difficult to optimize a cyborg mech. Perhaps that might change in the future. As long as technology continued to advance, mech designers became capable of performing greater feats. Yet Vase seriously doubted that such a possible transition might happen at all. No matter how he looked at it, biomechs and classical mechs already possessed plenty of advantages on their own. Adding a third kind of mech to the mix that took far more time, knowledge and effort to design was not competitive. Do we have to worry about the combinants messing around, Benny? That's difficult to say. I think Calabast can tell you more about the dangers coming from that direction. From what I can see, the combinants are much smaller, so their influence isn't big. Even if they want to try something, the conservatives and radicals will surely oppose them. Even if the latter two groups are opposed to each other, they are still advocates of biotechnology. They merely differ on how flexible the LRA should be in propagating their tech. All of this sounded a bit convoluted. The conservatives and radicals were enemies to each other, but didn't hesitate to band together to oppose other factions if it served their interests. Vase was beginning to see why Majestic Teal was such a complicated place to live in. The current discussion merely covered domestic politics. The friction between the different second rates of this star sector was also troublesome. Okay, I think I got the gist of the combinants. Are there any more groups that we should be worried about? Well, there are plenty of groups that I haven't mentioned yet. There are beast supremacists who want to increase the presence of living beasts in people's daily lives. There are hivers who wish to live on giant planets that are completely made out of organic matters. There are hundreds if not thousands of groups like these. Chapter 2777 Pinnacle Research Biotechnology opened up many new possibilities to humanity. The distinctive properties of biomechs, exotic beasts, biomachines and human augmentation conveyed advantages that classical technology couldn't match. Yet as with any tech, not everyone liked all of the new possibilities that became viable. Just because you can, doesn't mean you should. This phrase was bandied around a lot. There were lots of applications that people abhorred or thought went too far for their liking. Yet as long as options existed, there were always advocates who wished to embrace them. Different personalities became attracted to different possibilities. There were always supporters out there who invested in an idea no matter how crazy or harmful it sounded. This meant that the LRA was home to a lot of obscure groups and organizations that supported anything from cultivating superhumans by growing them like biomechs to converting giant exo-beasts into pilotable biomachines. As Gavin shared plenty of examples, Vase became utterly bewildered by all of the nutcases in the LRA who supported these wacky ideas. Is common sense in short supply in this state? Vase despairingly asked. We're only talking about the outliers. Strictly speaking, most biotech experts are conservatives. They're the most normal people of the bunch. While they are slow to change, you can always rely on them. The radicals are obviously a bit more impatient, but they are also known for their innovations. The rest are all marginalized and don't really merit much attention. I see. The mere fact that they were talking about these other groups meant that they received much more attention than they deserved. Their ideas were extreme, but their following was too small to exert much influence. Both educated and uneducated people supported these radical beliefs. Vase had encountered them plenty of times to know their cherished opinions never held up against sound logic. Not that it mattered, as fanatics never abided by any proper logic to begin with. Each fanatic possessed the magical ability to ignore all contrary evidence and overemphasize any unreliable hearsay that supported their stances. Their groups were more like tribes or cults in that sense. The self-reinforcement mechanisms within these groups were so strong that there was no way to crack them from the outside. This meant that they could develop any sort of plan with no one around to question them whether it was a good idea to begin with. Fanatics weren't known for critical thinking. Vase felt a lot less secure all of a sudden. Beneath the orderly facade of Prosperous Hill was a society that was rife with doctrinal and other kinds of conflicts. Normally, the state was quite good at isolating their visitors from its domestic struggles. Yet all of that changed for Vase once he agreed to compete against Drive Federico Navarro in a design duel. He lowered his head to his palm. I should have swallowed my pride and refused to engage in a design duel. I don't have to prove myself to others. My existing work already provides me with a sufficient degree of validation. There are also more ways to gain more privileges from a state than relying on Dr. Navarro's support. Design duels were sacred and meaningful to mech designers. This was why Vase was already inclined to accept a challenge even if he didn't gain any solid benefits. There was no way out now that he accepted the challenge. Vase had no choice but to go forward from this point and make the best out of the situation. Which faction does Drive Navarro belong to? Vase asked an important question. He didn't seem very political when we last talked with each other. According to the clues we've gathered from the galactic net, he's an ordinary conservative. Gavin answered. He's one of those normal biomech designers who believe that biotechnology will eventually succeed. They just need to work on it step by step. A single small step won't get you very far, but as long as there are thousands more steps, you can reach a lot of different places. Vase narrowed his eyes. He felt something was off. When he initially met the journeyman, he thought that Dr. Navarro merely challenged him for professional reasons. They were two mech designers who each held different opinions on what form of living mechs were better, so the most straightforward way to settle this difference was to conduct a design duel. Vase thought that the challenge merely revolved around this, but now he began to think that Dr. Navarro might have something else in mind. The biomech designer was an experienced journeyman in his 40s. With his calm and stable mindset towards his work, Vase felt it was unlikely for Dr. Navarro missed the greater implications of his proposed duel. Did this biomech designer deliberately aim to set up a duel that had the potential to blow up into something more? This was quite a frightening thought. Dr. Navarro had transmitted a dueling challenge to Vase months ago. Vase had made a mistake by listening to his competitive urge rather than his caution towards foreign states. If he had delved deeper into the divisions of the LRA, he could have anticipated this outcome. Some time after he finished his conversation with Gavin, Calabast paid him a visit next. I have been apprised of the situation, she immediately said as she arrived with a guest. There is much to unpack. Meow. As she entered the room, Lucky woke up from his nap and flew over her until he rested on her slender shoulder. Calabast habitually raised her hand and scratched the cat's chin. She didn't come alone. Vase turned to the other person who wore the uniform of the Black Cats. It took a slight amount of time for him to recall where he had seen her before. You're Captain Raina Ember of the Zona Stalkers. Have you finished getting in touch with your old families? We have, sir. The older woman calmly answered as she maintained a straight posture. As we have previously mentioned, not all of our relatives wish to connect with us again. While some of us were lucky enough to reconnect with their old families, others require help to accept the fact that their former friends and families had moved on. That has kept us all busy for a long time. You don't need to offer any excuses for that. Vase dismissively said, I recall that you've promised to get in touch with the relatives that are willing to talk to you in order to gather inside intelligence on the LRA. Have you come to report on what you've learned? Calabast smiled. You can think. That's quite impressive, Vase. I indeed brought her here to give you a deeper insight on what goes on behind the scenes. Captain Ember was an old woman who had long been forced to blend in with the pirates of the Nixian Gap. After the Larkinsons rescued the Zona Stalkers from Ulimo Citadel, Vase had overlooked them as he became preoccupied with other matters. It didn't seem very important for him to study the circumstances of the Life Research Association in detail. He wasn't interested in how the Zona Stalkers were exiled in the first place. The Zona Stalker officer began to speak. The LRA is united from the outside, but very much divided from within. The reason for this is because the researchers are all vying for funding and resources. Those who achieve more success and gain more support receive greater privileges than others. This can make a huge difference, as a lot of ambitious research projects can't succeed without state backing. Why is that so? I'm not talking about regular research projects here. Captain Ember clarified. One aspect that you must know about the LRA is that it is both a state and a research institution. Under the leadership of the Supreme Sage, it has never shed its former function. The LRA merely expanded in scope and came to rule an entire territory in order to support its primary mission. What the captain is trying to say is that the LRA is a research organization that has taken the guise of a state instead of the other way around. Calabast put it in clearer terms as she began to cuddle with Lucky. The lazy cat enjoyed the spymaster's gentle ministrations. Captain Ember nodded. In practical terms, a considerable portion of state income is diverted into research labs, special resources and even first-class lab equipment. Every biotech researcher that is recognized by the state can make use of these amenities, but only for a limited amount of time. There are too many biotech researchers for the state to accommodate them all. Some are able to obtain greater access privileges while others are locked out from this system. Vase began to understand the greater context. I think I understand the implications. These research labs are comparable to first-class research facilities, correct? Only on the bottom end. That is still a huge attraction to many researchers. If they are able to gather more precise data or perform experiments that they could never conduct in other circumstances, then they are much more likely to achieve a breakthrough. The Zona Stalker officer nodded. This is why there is a lot of competition to access these pinnacle research facilities. People will literally kill to be able to gain a week's worth of access to these labs. Is that what happened to your group? Vase questioned. Yes. Captain Ember sighed. To put it simply, we used to work for a marginalized organization that badly wanted to receive quota to the pinnacle labs. In order to secure this quota, our superiors concocted a high-risk plan that basically amounted to performing a secret mission to obtain blackmail material on someone that has a quota. I take it this operation failed. Yes, we managed to make it out alive, but we became exposed in the process. We were no longer able to remain in the LRA. In fact, our actions have upset so many people that we had to run all the way to the Nixian Gap in order to shake off our pursuers. So that was it. The Zona Stalkers had fallen victim to someone else's ambitions. Captain Ember's story U.S. traded to what extent the scientists and researchers of the LRA were willing to go to realize their ambitions. Out of curiosity, which group did you answer to? Will we have to worry about your old bosses coming back to reclaim you or anything? Hey, we're already burned, sir. We have already cut ties with the organization. We used to work for the Combinants. Combinants. No wonder your superior didn't possess a pinnacle quota. Vase remarked. Do you still have sympathies for their cause? No, my fellow Zona Stalkers and I have long moved past this issue. We were never eager to become cyborgs either. We were just employed to do a specific job. That was a relief. Vase didn't look forward to adding another bunch of fanatics within the clan. I didn't bring the captain here to talk about old times. Calabast interjected into the conversation. I brought her here so you can hear her personal insights on the current matter. Your upcoming design duel has attracted a lot of interest from different parts of the LRA. Multiple parties are hyping it up on the galactic net, which means that many people from the state will pay attention to your upcoming bout. Great, that was just what he needed. While Vase did not eschew publicity, he didn't not want to attract attention for the wrong reasons. There was no way that all of this free publicity was benign. Vase definitely sensed malicious intent behind these very deliberate actions. Chapter 2778 Deeper Implications. Before I begin to share my perspective, let me begin by stating that I am basing all of it on secondhand information. In our line of work, sources matter. Since we don't have a strong foundation in the LRA, the information we have gathered is not necessarily true. That can skew our analyses. I'm already aware of that, Captain Ember. Just proceed with what you think about our situation. Vase impatiently said. Very well, sir. The Zona Stalker officer said as she collected her thoughts. There are many possible plots at work, so I cannot determine with a high degree of confidence which one is true. I can only state that the most likely purpose of blowing up your upcoming design duel is to exert pressure on the conservatives. Vase raised his eyebrow. Just that. What you need to understand here is that the conservatives are already under a considerable amount of pressure. Criticism and opposition to their steady approach has been mounting for centuries. If your products succeed in trouncing drive, Navarro's creations, then the conservatives will be humiliated in full view of the public. When this shameful outcome is combined with other sources of pressure, the conservatives may no longer be able to rely on the public support they used to have. Many ordinary lifers were either indifferent or supportive of the conservatives. In their ordinary lives, they were content with the stability provided by the current regime. One of the reasons why the supreme sage was in charge for over 4 centuries without interruption was because he essentially guaranteed that the lower half of society was able to live well. The generous benefits and other helpful policies might end once other factions took charge. The radicals were eager to take risks and change the current course of the LRA, but that might lead to disaster if handled incorrectly. This was why the conservatives remained secure despite the weakening support from other researchers. The LRA was both a state and a research institution, and right now the former played a decisive role in keeping the dominant faction in power. Still, that doesn't sound like the complete story. Vase replied after he thought about it. Why pick out this particular design duel? Why not another one that involves seniors or masters competing against each other? Those clashes are 100 times more interesting than an ordinary design duel between 2 relatively young journeymen. Calabast frowned as well. It definitely has something to do with your identity, but we don't have enough information to make a judgment. There is just something about you that has convinced the masterminds to fit your design duel in their plans. Maybe it is because you design a different kind of living mech that contrasts more poignantly against biomechs. Maybe the plotters want to take advantage of your existing reputation. Also, the fact that you are just a journeyman and not a higher-ranking mech designer means that you are much easier to target. That was true. Vase seriously doubted whether a local faction wanted to screw with him if he was an honored master. Just the power, wealth and influence that he would have at his disposal would be enough to deter anyone from casually messing with his life. That shouldn't be all there is to it, right? Vase still frowned. Captain Ember reluctantly nodded. From our talks with our relatives, we have learned that the internal stability of the LRA has become more shaky in the past few decades. The conservatives are definitely feeling the heat while the opposition has become more active. While much of this turbulence is kept out of the eyes of the public, every lifer feels that a major shift is in the making. Eventually, one side has to give. And how will my potential victory against Drive Navarro play into this situation? Aside from what I have already mentioned, the Supreme Sage himself will face significant pressure. As brilliant as he is in pushing the boundaries of his research fields, he is not a true leader. The pinnacle research facilities I've mentioned were mainly set up to further his own projects. They only became available to other LRA researchers when too many of them fell idle when the Supreme Sage was done with his studies. Still, at any given time, he occupies a large amount of labs that could have been used to accelerate the progress of plenty of rising talents. Captain Ember began to explain this angle. As long as everything was well in the LRA, the other researchers had no qualms in letting their leader hog the best labs that had been funded by the entire state. Yet if the rest of the LRA clearly wasn't doing so well, then it became less and less justifiable for Supreme Sage to occupy so many pinnacle research sites. No matter how much respect he deserved, the LRA was not supposed to be a personality cult. The interests of the collective outweighed the interests of the individual. If a mech designer like Dr. Navarro fared too poorly against Vase in a design duel, then that was a sign that the current policies were weakening the LRA's biotech industry. The Supreme Sage was already old and wouldn't last longer than a century or so. When he was finally gone, how could the remainder of the biotech industry fill the void he left? Continuity must be ensured. The LRA had to maintain its position as the strongest center of biotechnology in the star CL.U.S.Ter. If not, it was highly doubtful whether it could maintain its current level of prosperity. In the worst-case scenario, other states might invade them in order to steal their precious pinnacle research facilities. In this context, blowing up a single design duel out of proportions made more sense to Vase. The goal of these unknown masterminds is to emphasize the relative weakness of the LRA's biomech industry. Calabast summed up the situation. If your design duel isn't enough, then they will simply pick more losing duels to create a sense of urgency. We have already identified 3 possible goals. The first is to weaken public support for the conservatives. The second is to pressure the Supreme Sage into giving up his hold over the pinnacle research facilities. The third is to convince every lifer that they need to take a more drastic course of action. Vase frowned and crossed his arms. I can see how the radicals and the other fringe groups want to see my product smack down biomechs. What I can't see is why Drive Navarro is the one who has taken the initiative to challenge me to a duel. If he's a conservative, then he should have been keeping his head down all this time. Why hasn't a radical come to challenge me instead? The design duel won't have the same effect if you are challenged by the latter. Calabast shook her head. There will be too many questions about whether your opponent deliberately held back in order to produce a dramatic loss. You needed to be challenged by someone who has every reason to aim for victory and no reason to throw the match. Dr. Navarro might have good reasons to spark this challenge even if it gives his own side a lot of difficulties. Captain Ember added, the conservative faction is the largest, but that means that there is more diversity of opinion within their ranks. Navarro might be part of a group that thinks the conservatives need to change some of their policies in order to remain dominant. Vase frowned. When I talked to the fellow, I didn't really get that impression. Sure, the doctor recognized that the LRA's current strategy wasn't working so well. I haven't heard any words about wanting to start a revolution. He seems friendly and open to me. I never got the sense that he was plotting something behind my back. That was a great inconsistency now that he thought about it. Was Dr. Navarro an unwitting pawn, or was he just blind to the potential consequences? Even Calabast couldn't figure out the biomech designer's motives. He'll do his best to win the duel. He has to. Throwing the match will absolutely ruin him while also causing the entire design duel to come under suspicion. However, the question is whether he truly wants to win. There is a difference between pursuing a victory because it is expected and pursuing it because you want it. This can make a substantial difference. I don't think we need to suspect Drive Navarro's willingness to win, Vase strongly stated. I talked to him, I felt his passion. He is utterly sincere in wanting to prove that his way of designing mechs is superior to my own. This is something that mech designers can sense from each other. We are not just putting our pride on the line. We are also trying to validate our design philosophies through this confrontation. The winner will receive a substantial boost in confidence in his own design philosophy, while the loser will seriously begin to doubt his own research direction. This was the danger of serious design duels. When the mech designers put so much at stake, then losing had serious consequences. This was especially the case when the two sides held opposing stances on a specific matter. In this case, the central issue was which form of living mech was stronger. There was no way that Vase wanted to see his mechs lose. Dr. Navarro should also be the same. Only an absolute degenerate of a mech designer would do something as heinous and self-defeating as trying to lose. Both Calabast and Captain Ember took in his explanation. They both looked at each other for a second. This means that Dr. Navarro is definitely pursuing some sort of agenda. Calabast concluded. Whether he is acting on his own or on behalf of someone else, he's not simple. Right now, we can't determine any more than that. We'll have to investigate the local undercurrent further in order to gather more clues. I'm already planning to allocate more personnel to dig out as many information as possible from the doctor. They talked a bit further but gleaned no further insights. Vase was already happy with what he got. He had become aware of all of the interests surrounding the outcome of his design duel. To know that it could even affect the position of the Supreme Sage was daunting. Yet no matter who wanted him to win or lose, Vase did not intend to do anything different. He still planned to prepare his dueling mechs to the best of his abilities. In fact, in order for him to strengthen his mechs even further, Vase planned to perform major upgrades to their spiritual design. A grin appeared on his face. The rules of the design duel were fairly tight and all-encompassing, but they left out a major loophole. The strength of a dueling mech was limited by their physical design and their cost. This meant that neither Vase nor Drive Navarro could apply too many improvements to their respective machines. Yet this was an area that Vase never specialized to begin with. He had always focused on furthering his ability to improve his mechs on a spiritual level. This meant that his dueling mechs could remain in their stock configuration but receive a complete makeover to their spiritual designs that drastically altered their capabilities. Of course, the changes had to conform at least somewhat to the original designs. This meant that it would be absurd to apply the same glow of the ferocious piranha to all 5 dueling mechs. Still, Vase had no doubt that he had a lot more leeway in this area. I don't care which faction wins or loses in the LRA. I just want to win, he declared. Chapter 2779 Guard Master. The day of the design duel drew closer. An air of excitement had dawned over the prosperous hill system. What should have been a private design duel between two journeyman mech designers suddenly took on a greater meaning. For several weeks, unknown agitators fanned the flames throughout the Life Research Association. Whose living mechs are stronger? Has the LRA gone astray all this time by designing the wrong living mechs? The great test has come. Let the ultimate clash between biomechs and classical mechs begin. Through a combination of word of mouth and untraceable posts on the galactic net, a lot of lifers began to pay attention to this event. As more and more lifers began to pay attention, their odd behavior caused more people to pay attention as well. A positive feedback loop formed until billions of people connected to the biomech industry and beyond began to pay special attention to what appeared to be a direct challenge against the current regime. The Larkinsons immediately noticed the consequences of all of the eyes pointed in their direction. Vase didn't even dare to take a step outside Gentle Lotus base. Anyone who wanted to eliminate any risk of Dr. Navarro losing would have a lot of incentives to assassinate the challenger. Although the chance was unlikely that some sort of sniper secretly squatted a distance away, Vase did not dare to show himself in the open at all in order to minimize the risk. That didn't stop attackers from bombarding the base with a mech-grade weapon, but the Larkinson clan quickly solved that problem by shipping and setting up a couple of Starship-grade shield generators. The authorities did not prohibit guests from bringing in defensive equipment as long as they controlled their usage. Unlike mechs, shield generators and the like did not have the potential to inflict mass casualties. Even though these shield generators were expensive to operate on a constant basis due to their high energy consumption, Vase and the other Larkinsons didn't mind the cost. Once several opaque bubbles formed over Gentle Lotus base, its occupants felt much more secure. While the large shields could be overwhelmed by mass attacks, it could easily buy valuable time for help to arrive. The Larkinsons even brought in a lot of underground detection equipment in order to guard against tunneling actions. Naturally, they weren't alone in this. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan also occupied the expansive base compound. They did not hesitate to erect their own defensive measures in order to decrease the chance they might get affected as well. Yet this wasn't enough. If the occupants of the base truly wanted to deter attackers from launching an attack on them, then they had to show some teeth. It was too difficult for the Larkinsons to truly guard their patriarch if they weren't allowed to field their own mechs. Vase had personally applied for an exemption from the local administration, but he had been rebuffed at every point. The Infinity Guards achieved a bit more success. Through their local connections, they managed to obtain permission to dispatch 2 more mechs to the ground, thereby increasing the amount of escort mechs they could field to 4 machines in total. Suffice to say, Vase was very underwhelmed by this concession. Fortunately, the Planetary Guard of Prosperous Hill V didn't sit around. The local authorities evidently wanted to take care of security themselves. An entire mech company of aerial biomechs showed up in the vicinity of Gentle Lotus base one day. All of them were covered biomechs whose bone-like plating was coated in reassuring green colors. The mech company boasted a mix of mech types in order to be able to respond to any situation. Since it wasn't suitable for Vase to step out and greet the guard detachment, General Verl walked up to the main entrance of Gentle Lotus base while wearing his new uniform. A mech officer exited from one of the formidable-looking Lancer biomechs. The officer wore some sort of biosuit that contained an organic anti-grav module, allowing him to descend to the ground with ease. "I am General Verl of the Larkinson clan. I speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of Patriarch Larkinson." The man standing opposite to the general did not display any additional respect. The local mech officer merely nodded. "Captain Jin Saren, another colleague and I have been assigned to lead the guard detachment tasked with guarding your patriarch. We will ensure there will always be 40 mechs on patrol around your leader. My assistant will dispatch some documents to you that will outline a number of important details that you must take into account. 40 mechs to protect a mech designer who is responsible for leading a mech company that spans the entire star CL. U.S.Ter sounds rather insufficient. General Verl carefully stated, "We have thousands of trustworthy and reliable mech pilots at our disposal. It would be optimal if we can draw on our own forces to bolster our security detail." Unacceptable. Captain Saren immediately shook his head. "Security is our responsibility on this planet. We do not allow any outside influence to bring in any elements that pose a substantial risk to our population. Then at least expand your security detachment." With more and more eyes directed towards Patriarch Larkinson, 40 mechs cannot stop a determined attack. "You may issue your request to our headquarters, but as long as we receive no new orders, we will strictly adhere to our current mission. It became clear that Captain Saren was quite unyielding. He remained stiff and formal throughout the conversation and did not bend at all to any request. This was not a request. There was no way for General Verl to refuse this reasonable-sounding request. Very well, the newly promoted leader of the Larkinson clan replied through gritted teeth. We shall take the proximity of your guard mechs into consideration. However, do note that we have already employed the Infinity Guard in the same capacity. Please do not hinder our private guards from doing their duty. Fortunately, Captain Saren did not object to this request. We are already aware of their presence. The Star Strider security group enjoys an excellent reputation in the LRA, so we permit your hired help to have a slightly greater presence on this planet. We cannot promise you anything more. This didn't sound very reassuring to General Verl. The greatest threat that Vase currently faced came from the lifers themselves. Since the conservatives didn't want him to win, then there was a considerable chance that they might launch some sort of attack. In fact, considering that the conservative faction was the most dominant one in the LRA, the Planetary Guard might be rife with their agents. This was something that Captain Jin Saren was all too well aware of, so he took the rare initiative to provide some reassurance to the Larkinson. Our Planetary Guard forces are strictly neutral. They are all vetted and have vowed not to develop any ties to any individual or organization for the duration of their service. We have gone out of our way to select the most reliable and impartial mech pilots and supporting personnel as possible to guard your Patriarch. Though this was not an absolute guarantee, it was the closest that the Larkinsons would get out of the inflexible Planetary Guard. General Verl nodded stiffly. Thank you for the clarification, Captain. We will place the safety of our Patriarch in your care. He only hoped that there were enough safeguards in place in the event that one of the Planetary Guard mechs attempted to launch a surprise attack. As long as there were enough loyal mechs around, such an attack would likely be unable to get past all of the barriers. As Verl returned to the building that housed the best mech workshop in the base, he threw an admiring glance towards the 4 heavyset night mechs stationed at the corners. The 14th Fleet dispatched 4 identical Guard Master 12X mechs to form a powerful defensive envelope around the mech workshop structure. The Guard Master 12X was explicitly designed to protect VIPs. It possessed no armaments but instead possessed a large frame as well as interlocking shield plates that could be deployed in a variety of different configurations. By default, the mech looked as if it carried a pair of foldable shields. This allowed it to block any attacks from a single direction. Yet what happened if the person they were tasked to protect was being attacked from multiple sides? Aside from banding together with other defensive mechs, the Guard Master was capable of shifting its configuration of shield plates in order to envelop a small group of humans. Under ideal circumstances, a Guard Master was able to wrap Vase and anyone nearby into a sturdy, protective metal ball. In fact, this was one of the emergency measures the Infinity Guards could employ if any attackers were on the verge of breaking past the defenses. Before that point, a Guard Master would most likely wrap its entire frame around the metal ball. The Guard Master's physical structure was designed in such a way that it could easily provide all-round protection to the ball in this manner. General Verl was already reassured if just one of these Guard Master mechs was present. With 4 of them present at the same time, their ability to stall for time was amazing. When Verl stepped deep inside the mech workshop and approached one of the sites where work was being done to a ferocious piranha, he dutifully reported to the clan Patriarch. Vase sighed as he turned away from the partially disassembled arm of the mech. Well, we already expected the Planetary Guard to be stubborn. One of my cousins used to be a part of them, so I know how difficult it is for law enforcement to restrain mechs that have gone crazy. It's already bad enough to limit the damage that a third-class mech can do. A second-class mech is at least several times more destructive. Granted, a city built to second-class standards usually wasn't fragile either. Many structures were built with superior materials. They had to in order to prevent any collateral damage from killing thousands of citizens at once. Yet there was only so much that structures could do to prevent mass slaughter. This was why the Planetary Guard and other local security forces abhorred others from bringing in their own mechs. The good news is that the Planetary Guard have acquiesced to the presence of the Guard Masters. Vase smiled. That is indeed good news. I trust mechs made of metals a lot more than biomechs. I admire the Guard Master. Its mech concept is extremely useful to people like me. Our clan should have this kind of mech as well. Once we are done with designing our expert mechs, I'll think about designing a comparable mech. Isn't that stealing? Mech concepts can't be stolen. Vase replied. They're merely ideas. Only specific designs are protected by the MTA. If my design adheres too closely to the Guard Master, then I'll just license it. I don't care too much about originality. I just want a mech that can protect myself and other important people when we are out and about on foot. Chapter 2780 Infantry plans. Ever since the 4 Guard Masters along with a regular rotation of biomechs were stationed at Gentle Lotus Base, the Larkinsons became a lot more relieved of their situation. They had already noticed that the amount of observers and strangers stationed in the remote district had decreased. While plenty of people and bots were still staring at the base, the Larkinsons purchased a large-scale interference field generator and activated it to block most sensors from getting a good look inside the base. That stopped most watchers from getting anything useful. While it was still possible to overcome the wide-area interference field, the hardware required to do so would have to be very large, powerful and obvious. Conducting deep scans on someone else's property was not only highly suspicious, but also a crime in Prosperous Hill. Still, Vase wasn't satisfied with the security precautions. This was why he held a brief talk with Colonel Amos Pendulum of the Infinity Guards. The latter's projection looked apologetic at Vase. We have continually tried to lobby the Planetary Guard to allow us to dispatch additional mechs to the surface, but the officials we talked to are far less accommodating than we expected. It is clear to us they are merely obeying instructions from high up. The good news is that no one else should be able to influence the Planetary Guard either. I see. Vase felt as if he had inadvertently stepped into a cage for reason. He hated losing control of the situation. A part of him felt that he shouldn't have descended from orbit to begin with. If he had insisted on staying aboard the Spirit of Bentime, he would have never ended up in such a precarious situation. Even though no one jumped out and attempted to launch an attack on him, Vase did not make the mistake of assuming that there was no threat. If he was wrong, then no harm was done. If he was right, then at least he'd be prepared. Due to all of the limitations imposed by the local authorities, the Larkinson clan only possessed a limited number of means to bolster Ves's security detail. One of those ways happened to be deploying more guards on foot. A lot more armored guards were patrolling around Vase these days. We already formed plans to expand our infantry forces, but we've allocated more resources and personnel to accelerate the timeline. General Verl reported. Don't worry, sir. All of the guards that are assigned to your upgraded protection detail are all old-timers who have been with us from the early days. We have used the influx of recruits to cover other security assignments in order to free up the guards we can rely on the most. Vase looked around and swept his gaze over the different guards. Each of them wore formidable suits of armor that were coated in the colors of the battle criers, the avatars of myth and so on. He noticed that his guards made use of brand new equipment. I see you've upgraded their arsenal as well. Correct. We face greater threats these days. We have invested a considerable sum of money to procure premium weapons and armor from the local markets. While there is a lot of bioequipment for sale on this planet, there are still plenty of foreign offerings that are easier to work with. Our hackers and armorers have already performed extensive examinations on each of the gear we purchased before we issued them to the guards assigned to your detail. None of them are tampered with. We even pulled out some components that are responsible for automating certain functions in order to rule out the possibility of any of the weapons acting out on their own. Vase looked satisfied. That's a prudent precaution. I would have suggested the same. Out of curiosity, how many infantry soldiers can we field before the Planetary Guard gets pissed? Unlimited. Really? The general smiled ruefully at him. It doesn't matter if someone fields 100-foot soldiers or 100,000-foot soldiers. A couple of mechs can easily slaughter them en masse. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but it was mostly true. In an open field, an argument could be made that 100,000-foot soldiers could easily down any mech by firing all of their rifles at the same time. However, as long as the terrain was a bit more complex and if the mechs were already distant or behind cover, the huge machines possessed a decisive advantage. There were good reasons why the Planetary Guard showed an abundance of caution against mechs but completely disregarded infantry-sized threats. As long as they themselves were able to deploy as many mechs as they wished, not even 1,000,000 foot soldiers would be able to destabilize a city. Of course, we're not going to recruit, equip and field so many soldiers. General Verl shook his head. We don't need that many and we can't exert effective control over so many new recruits. What we intend to do is to bolster our guard infantry ranks by at least several thousand heads. We are also looking into hiring specialized elites such as boarding specialists, aerial assault troops, urban combat troops and so on, but this is not the ideal star system to recruit these kinds of operators. It sounds like you are intended to implement a large overhaul of our infantry troops. General Verl nodded. To be honest, I am thinking about decoupling our infantry soldiers from our mech forces. While there are many benefits to lumping them together, the former will always be subordinate to the latter. If we want our infantry troops to feel valued, they need to be given the opportunity to stand on their own. What do you think, sir? This was a rather difficult question. There were pros and cons to both. As far as Vase was concerned, the mechs and mech pilots of the Larkinson clan were much more important than some simple guards. The most dangerous threats he faced always came from mechs. There was absolutely nothing that infantry soldiers could do during the Battle of Reckoning. However, there were still situations where soldiers on foot played a key role. On restrictive planets such Prosperous Hill, aboard starships such as the Spirit of Bentime, and anywhere indoors such as this mech workshop, it was physically impossible to rely on mechs to provide security close to his body. The guards that Vase had long been accustomed to played a vital role in keeping him safe. Even if they didn't do anything but walk around and scan for enemies that didn't exist, they still provided him assurance for the few times that enemies were sneaking up on him. They deserved more recognition for their service, but wouldn't get any because the mech pilots hogged all of the glory. Yet there were also reasons to keep them as part of their existing mech forces. They adopted their unit's unique esprit de corps and they possessed similar characteristics to their mech pilots. The infantry troops could also be trusted to guard the people and assets of whatever force they belonged to. A different unit, even if it was also part of the Larkinson clan, would still evoke some mistrust. You can decide this for yourself. I trust in your judgment. Vase eventually said. He couldn't decide between either option. There were way too many implications and he didn't possess the expertise required to interpret them all. It was better to leave the matter in the hands of someone who actually knew what he was doing. Very well, Verl responded as if he already expected the answer. We do not intend to implement any changes in the short term. Right now, we think it is best to absorb our new recruits into our existing system. While that makes it harder to change them down the line, we need to integrate them into our clan as soon as possible. As Verl talked about some of the changes he intended to make to elevate the infantry into a respected force, Vase began to imagine what he could do to help. While it was impossible to outfit all of his foot soldiers with combat armor that was comparable to his unending regalia, he may be able to outfit them with something better than what was sold on the market. As a mech designer, he was somewhat proficient in developing simpler items such as combat armor. He might have to borrow the expertise of those who specialized in their development, but Vase could do much to apply a portion of his advantages to an exclusive suit of combat armor for the Larkinson clan. He could turn every piece of handmade gear into totems that carried a touch of Goldie or another design spirit. It was much more tolerable to utilize his stock of Briar alloy to equip his guards with better and more resilient protection. While Vase doubted he could approach equipment design in the same way as mech design, there was enough overlap to make it worthwhile for him to branch out into infantry gear development. Of course, he still had to prioritize his mech design projects over any other fancy toys he felt like making. The importance of mechs far exceeded that of infantry. General Verl eventually departed in order to allow Vase to get back to work. Maybe I should invest extra effort into outfitting my honor guard. He glanced at Nida, who was still wearing a custom suit of armor that was plated with unending alloy. The combat armor worn by his other guards were far behind. He should at least do something about that before he was scheduled to attend the first phase of his design duel. Well, I'll try and squeeze more time in the next couple of days. With all of the security measures in place, there was practically no way for hostiles to penetrate the base defenses in order to take his life. It was impossible for Vase to enjoy the same level of protection when he went out. He would be at his most vulnerable when he was traveling to the dueling site. The venue itself also imposed limitations, especially when hundreds of thousands of spectators already bought tickets to the event. Since when am I a duelist? Allowing so many civilians to attend the design duel only complicated the entire situation further. Lots of innocent people were in danger if someone decided to go loud. A strange thought entered his mind. Maybe that's the point. Those civilians are hostages. Anyone who wants to employ heavy weapons to take me out will doubtlessly kill a lot of lifer citizens. All of this blood will taint any group or faction responsible for the attack. It was one thing to kill a foreigner. It was another thing to butcher fellow citizens. There was no way that a faction would have any credibility left in the eyes of the public. These kinds of moves indicated that the people at the top were definitely paying attention to this spectacle. Their plans were quite thorough. It was too bad that Vase didn't entirely feel reassured. One way or another, someone would get impatient. Not every person was able to make rational decisions under pressure. If it turned out that Vase was gaining the upper hand, then he bet that someone would definitely intervene regardless of the cost. He needed to be ready to handle every possible situation. He still had time to prepare some additional security measures. Hey, didn't I recently obtain the Odin? The expensive system-bought object still acted as the third eye of the Valkyrie Prime. Vase hadn't bothered to take it out because he had no pressing need for its capabilities. Until now, since Vase was unable to bring along his Valkyrie Prime, he might as well take back the Odin and use it for himself. Chapter 2781 New Honor Guard. The fated day had come. Prosperous Hill V turned into a vortex of anticipation and excitement. While the biotech industry dreaded what might happen during the first phase of the design duel, most lifer civilians didn't think so much. They had grown up in an environment where they had been constantly told that biotechnology was unquestionably superior to other forms of technology. This was why many of them were practically assured that Dr. Navarro would trounce the foreigner. "I'm so envious of you. How did you manage to snag a ticket to the duel?" "Hehe, I was just lucky. Unfortunately, my ticket is only valid for the second phase. That's a couple of days later." Why did the mech designers split their duel into multiple days? Because it gives them time to fix up their dueling mechs. The unusual format of the design duel did much to fan everyone's interest in the duel. Even though it was annoying that the entire event was stretched out over several days, it also added to the tension of the competition. Would a mech designer who did badly in the first phase be able to make a comeback in the second phase? Still, no matter what complications might occur, most lifers believed that Dr. Navarro would prevail in the end. He enjoyed too much of a homeground advantage to lose to some arrogant foreigner. As Vase woke up and prepared to face a momentous day, he activated a projection that tuned into one of the local news broadcasts. The projection exhibited a giant stadium that had been fully set up to host a very impactful design duel. Early fans had already arrived at the entrance. They were all chanting slogans while wearing green clothing. Security was in force as well. Vase already spotted around 200 aerial and landbound mechs on patrol. At least the local planetary guard was being diligent this time. "Are you ready?" Gloriana asked as she approached his side. "Meow," Clixie echoed as she was being held in her owner's arms. "It's not as if I can say no." Vase depreciating said, "The lifers will drag me out of my bed if I claim I'm sick. They'll probably have a cure for just about anything." Gloriana joked, "I don't think they have cured aging. Not completely, at least. The LRA would be a lot more successful if it did. I heard that optimizing life-prolonging treatment is one of the Supreme Sage's biggest obsessions." "Well, he's already more than 4 centuries old. His lifespan is getting smaller and smaller. It shouldn't be a surprise that he is invested in improving life-prolonging treatment. His life is literally on the line." As Vase stepped out while chatting with his wife, he was quickly surrounded by a squad of very different-looking bodyguards. With the help of Gloriana, his assistant mech designers and some other technical personnel, he managed to provide 12 hand-picked guards with Briar alloy fortified combat armor. There wasn't any time to equip them with other fancy gear, but the improved combat armor alone should definitely make a difference. The 12 soldiers formed the start of his new honor guard. While Vase hadn't really fleshed out their identity as of yet, the honored soldiers already carried the air of trusted elites. Even Gloriana looked impressed. They look much more formidable in their new gear. That's the point. The stronger they look, the stronger their deterrence. I really don't want my day to be ruined by someone who thinks they can get past my guards. His honor guard was much more suited to cover him than the guards he had before. Vase drew a bit of inspiration from the guard master mechs and equipped his chosen soldiers with heavy deployable Briar alloy shields. Hopefully, they wouldn't be needed, but if that wasn't the case, then the guards could erect a protective wall around Vase. The deployable shields might not be able to resist heavier sustained attacks, but they would give Vase plenty of time to equip his unending regalia. The group moved to a hangar bay where a special vehicle had been prepared. The planetary guard prepared a monstrous-looking organic passenger transport to bring Vase and his people to the arena. The large vehicle did not look like any animal or beast that Vase was familiar with. It was a squarish lengthy transportation vessel that could easily carry hundreds of passengers as well as a bunch of heavy gear. Thick organic plating that was just as good as mech plating clad the entire transport. The plating was colored in earthen brown as if the vehicle went out of its way to look as boring as possible. No markings or any other distinctive features marked the transport. Many of the seats were already occupied by other Larkinson Guard infantry troops. Aside from that, a few other familiar faces were invited to accompany Vase to the arena. Both Venerable Joshua and Venerable Orphan decided to attend. Their different force of wills caused many clansmen aboard the shuttle to feel their influence. Even if they didn't do anything but sit, it was difficult to dismiss their presence. There were two reasons why the expert pilots took part. First, they showed a lot of interest in the design duel. He didn't forget about the time when he was part of a brighter diplomatic delegation sent to broker peace with the Visions. Back then, the Vision diplomats brought along Venerable Foster for the sole purpose of denying any enemies from using indiscriminate bombardment to kill everyone with a single massed attack. The MTA tended to frown heavily if expert pilots were killed outside of the context of a mech battle. Although Vase could have made do with just one expert pilot, he didn't mind if he brought two. Both Joshua and Orphan certainly looked like they looked forward to seeing his new mechs in action. Aside from the pair, two additional Larkinsons wanted to attend the duel in person. Vase, long time no see, how are you doing, pal? Rayla Larkinson smacked her boyfriend in the face. Hey, have some respect, he's the patriarch now, and he has been for a while. Ouch, please don't do that, I'm a wounded warrior, have some mercy, please. Vase distinctly lowered his gaze. Unlike everyone else, Vincent was stuck on a hover chair. When will the doctors fix his legs? The first surgery starts within a week. Rayla answered. It's taking a bit longer to optimize the newly cloned legs. Apparently, the new batch of doctors hired by our clan think they can do better. I'll soon become complete again. Well, it looks like he's happy enough. Rayla smirked and patted her palm against the surface of the hover chair. Vincent has been driving himself crazy. There isn't much a man can do if he's stuck in this contraption all the time. As Vase sat down next to Rayla, Lucky settled down on her lap and began to beg for attention. Meow Tilda, oh, you cutie. She grinned as she began to stroke his plaited back. You're much tougher than Vincent, aren't you? At least you aren't liable to lose your limbs as easily as him. Look at how pathetic he looks. He isn't even permanently disabled but he already acts as if he's on his deathbed. Hey, I resent that, you should try and see what it's like to be in my position. I can't even use a normal toilet. Instead, my hover chair automatically takes care of that. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Thank heavens my lower body is covered up. At least the designers of this hover chair have at least some humanity left in their brains. Vase didn't bring the two along for their meaningless banter. Both of them were avid duelists and could be considered authorities in this field, if only tentatively. While he didn't have many ways to affect the outcome of the individual matches, it was still nice to hear their analyses of the situation. This way, he could prepare his dueling mechs better for the second phase of the design duel. The transport didn't even shake or vibrate in any way as it lifted into the air. Vase called up a projection that showed an exterior view. Over 100 aerial biomechs surrounded the passenger transport in a bubble. Their very frames formed an impressive physical barrier against incoming long-ranged attacks. No other vehicles accompanied this procession. Vase had already shipped out the dueling mechs he prepared yesterday. Most notably, no other clansmen traveled to the arena. They were forbidden from doing so for safety reasons. As the transport went on its way, Gloriana ran her fingers through Clixie's luxurious fur while she smiled at her husband. How confident are you in winning? I feel quite good, but that's all I can say. He replied, I have added something extra to each of my 5 dueling mechs that will hopefully give them an edge in the arena. I have faith in you. Have you added any new innovations to your mechs? Several, in fact. Vase grinned. You'll see some of them in action during the matches, I'm sure. Oh, just some of them. What about the others, if there are any? They're only there as a contingency. To be honest, I really don't want to activate them, but if the situation calls for it, I want the option to be there. Are you willing to say anything more about it, Vase? No, I don't want to say anything incriminating. Gloriana looked deeply into his eyes, but Vase kept his mouth shut no matter how much pressure she exerted on him. He had plenty of secrets that he never wanted to share with his wife, so what was one more? If all went well, Vase would never have to resort to any desperate measures. However, things rarely went well in past events, so he had become accustomed to making excessive preparations. Bringing the unending regalia along was just one of his measures. Vase also brought Lucky's misfortune harness should he have needed to make someone's life very miserable. He filled up an entire floating crate with weapons, gadgets, ordnance and other useful supplies. There was no way he was going out in the open without a miniature arsenal if he could help it. If the arena guards didn't allow him to bring his goodies, then tough luck. As Vase went over his security preparations for the umpteenth time, Vincent tried to catch his attention. "Hey, boss, I wanted to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to you for a while, but Rayla always stopped me. Since you're here, can you listen to my request?" "What is it, Mr. Rickolin? You owe me a new mech. I selflessly sacrificed my Adonis Colossus, and now it's dead. Don't you think you should give the newest and most handsome expert candidate of the Larkinson clan a new partner? If not, can you pass me one of those juicy-looking prime mechs? Just make it manlier. I don't want to pilot a mech that doesn't have anything between its legs." Vase looked flatly at the hover chair-bound expert candidate. "I am a very busy mech designer. I don't design mechs for any random person. The needs of the clan goes first. Right now, that means that I should be focusing my energy on developing expert mechs for our expert pilots. After that, there are a number of other mechs I need to design. As for you, your request sits at the bottom of my list of priorities." "Oh, come on, don't be so mean. Have some sympathy for a fellow brighter and an old friend. What do I have to do to get you to design my new alpha machine? You should defer to the rules of the Larkinson clan. There is a provision that allows you to request a custom mech from me. Come back to me when you have earned 1,000 Larkinson merits or something." "What? How can I possibly earn so many merits?" Chapter 2782 Ruzin Arena. Every major planet featured at least one grand arena. It was a necessity. As long as more than 1 billion people lived on any given planet, the demand for exciting duels and competitive matches reached a critical threshold. Either the governing bodies gave in and acquiesced to constructing a large arena, or else the citizens would make sure to elevate someone else in power who satisfied their craving for the best and most exciting action between mechs. Larger arenas provided numerous advantages over smaller ones. They could accommodate more people, for one. They also provided more space for mechs to maneuver and use any terrain features if the competition format included this variable. Smaller arena spaces simply didn't offer enough flexibility for certain types of mechs. Ranged mechs were especially disadvantaged by the lack of the space, which also happens to be one of the main reasons why ranged mechs were much rarer in competitive matches. They only truly showed up in group matches and competition formats that excluded melee mechs. In any case, Prosperous Hill V was one of the most developed and populous planets in the region. Its grand arena reflected this in its large and unique architecture. "It looks like a crown of trees," Vincent remarked as he looked at the projection of the distant arena. "Look at those odd trunks that are arcing out from the side. Those are the places where the seats are situated," Rayla said. "Every spectator has an elevated view of the action. I even hear that the lifers are able to grow or shrink the trees as needed, though it only happened a couple of times throughout the Ruzin Arena's existence." Vase frowned as he gazed at the Ruzin Arena's overall design. It sure looked impressive and wonderfully showcased the possibilities of organic architecture. Yet its overall security setup left much to be desired. Due to the fact that it was made of interconnected trees that arced out from the side, there were plenty of gaps in the structure. He could tell that the architects deliberately designed the Ruzin Arena to be that way in order to make the entire structure appear open and welcoming. Yet that was exactly something that Vase did not wish to see. He preferred more traditional arena structures. At least there the amount of angles that someone could choose to attack someone else was minimal. Unfortunately, the problem was worse than it looked. In practice, any attack that was launched through one of these gaps would likely bump into the powerful energy shields and transparent walls erected around the fighting zone. Since the Ruzin Arena frequently hosted matches that pitted 5 second-class mechs against the same number of opposing machines, its defensive safeguards were very robust. Additional safeguards shielded the spectators from any attacks that might have slipped through the initial layers of defense. Each spectator tree featured a separate and isolated defense system that could act independently. There were probably a lot more safeguards than that, but it never got to that point in Ruzin Arena's history. It hosted more than 10,000 matches without ever suffering a breach of its initial defense layers. The operators of the Grand Arena frequently checked its defensive measures to make sure they were in good shape. In fact, this was something that biotechnology was inherently good at. Unlike normal constructions, biostructures possessed inherent self-repair functions. Ordinary wear and tear never afflicted them unless they reached an extreme age. Of course, biostructures faced another set of problems. Not only did they require nutrients and energy to function, they also became susceptible to heavy toxins, specific bioengineered diseases and other threats that only living organisms worried about. They also had a finite age, though tree structures were famed for their longevity. All in all, biostructures offered greater conveniences but also introduced other problems. Vase didn't feel comfortable with them. As a mech designer, he possessed enough technical insight to know how regular structures were put together. He understood what allowed them to remain standing, how they were able to resist strong winds and how their electrical systems worked. He lacked the same assurances when it came to biotechnology. Anything beneath the surface of biostructures was a mystery to him. Bioengineering was a well-established field and their applications have become so refined that they were comparable in complexity to other advanced constructs such as shield generators or computer processors. Still, no matter how uncomfortable he felt about the arena, the lifers insisted on using it as the venue of choice. It didn't matter if Vase and Dr. Navarro originally booked a smaller and more modest mech arena. With all of the attention directed towards their influential design duel, the higher-ups simply decided to shift it to Ruzin Arena, and that was that. It was yet another sign that his design duel had gone out of his control. Vase hoped that the actual proceedings wouldn't be tampered with. He did not want to be a part of a scripted show. He did not wish to sully his integrity as a mech designer. The heavily escorted transport eventually slowed down and descended just before Ruzin Arena. A secure entrance on the ground opened up, allowing the transport as well as a couple of guard mechs to pass through. There were a lot of spaces below Ruzin Arena. The logistics required to move mechs around and such required an elaborate tunnel network in order to run every match as smoothly as possible. Ordinary spectators never entered these halls, so the place was largely devoid of decorations. Only pure functionality remained. The walls were made of the same wood-like growth that was used in other organic structures, but they seemed sturdier and more metallic than before. Once the transport touched down on the ground, a large number of soldiers and other specialists exited first. Vase and his little group exited only after the guards cleared the landing hall. Patriarch Larkinson, you have arrived on time. Good. An older woman wearing a business suit approached. A gaggle of assistants followed from behind. I am Assistant Director Gisha Dumart. I will be responsible for managing your stay at Ruzin Arena. We have already received your dueling mechs. They are undergoing final inspections in order to verify that they conform to the rules. Would you like to see your machines? Vase nodded. Please. The mechs had left his sight for at least half a day. Now, several unknown inspectors were crawling all over them. While it was unlikely that one of them would violate their duties and subtly sabotage his mechs, he still felt compelled to verify them with his own eyes. The group exited the landing hall and walked through a wide underground corridor that was large enough to accommodate mechs. It was currently very empty right now, giving Vase and the others the illusion that they were walking through an ancient underground ruin. I don't need to remind you that trillions of people will be tuning into the broadcast of this design duel. The director began. As such, we must ensure that everything must appear proper. While interest in your upcoming duel is highest among our domestic audience, an outsized proportion of foreign viewers will also be watching the show. As such, we wish to make sure that our state is presented in a good light. Whether Drive Navarro wins or loses, we hope that you will cooperate with us to make us appear as good hosts. Vase responded with a mild smile. I have no problem with describing the truth in front of the recorders. As long as you and your fellow lifers treat us well, then I have no problem with making that known. He was making his stance very clear. He was not going to lie if his hosts acted improperly. Now, he wanted to see whether the assistant director accepted this response. If not, then a very considerable problem might ensue. As I have already stated, we are under intense scrutiny. It is more important than ever to ensure that your design duel proceeds as fairly as possible. From the selection of mech pilots to the conditions of the dueling ring, we are working harder than ever to control every possible variable. That sounded reassuring to Vase. Director Dumart basically said that the lifers had no intention to unfairly stack the deck against him. They wouldn't have been able to get away with it anyway. He was sure that plenty of mech designers and other knowledgeable people would be watching the spectacle. Perhaps some of the viewers might even be master mech designers. The observation ability of the latter was so frighteningly high that not even the limitations of projection technology hindered them all that much. This meant that any tampering, any signs of unfairness and any odd incidents would never escape their sight. What if some foreign experts spotted a sign that the lifers were unfairly providing drive? Navarro with an advantage, they would definitely use it as a weapon to damage the reputation of the Life Research Association. As a state that depended heavily on trade to generate prosperity and pursue their noble mission of spreading biotechnology, the lifers paid a lot of attention to their image. This was why it became more important than ever to make sure that everything ran properly. As long as the lifers handled everything correctly, they would be able to prove that they were both hospitable and magnanimous. Vase was quite aware of the political implications of this show, so he did not adopt an overly suspicious posture. Right now, both sides wanted everything to go as smoothly and properly as possible. They eventually reached the prep area where his 5 dueling mechs were undergoing final inspections. How impressive! The director genuinely expressed her admiration of his mechs. Despite their standardized appearances, it is astounding how much presence they exude. We have never seen anything like your products. I hope the characteristic glows of my mechs haven't given your staff undue problems. While it is a bit too much for our mech technicians to remain comfortable in close proximity, the seniors that have agreed to cooperate with us can easily handle the pressure. A number of older-looking men and women were buzzing around his mechs. They were perusing the data generated by power scanners while at the same time flying closer to any sections that caught their interest. Vase could see that the seniors weren't suspicious that his mechs contained anything improper. Any powerful scanning device would be able to pick that up sooner or later. Instead, their faces betrayed genuine fascination. Vase guessed that they must be wondering which mech component was responsible for providing glows. One of the seniors noticed the new arrivals and distanced himself from the bright warrior mech he was inspecting before lowering himself to ground level. Professor Tawin, what are your conclusions? Our verdict is the same as before. The brown-haired mech designer responded in a respectful tone. Mr. Larkinson's mechs are all in order. They are all well designed and well engineered. Their quality and performance is considerably higher than what journeymen are typically capable of delivering. I can tell they will not fold easily against drive. Navarro's work, have you found any irregularities? No, Director, not physically at least. However, I cannot speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about the less tangible properties of the dueling mechs. They are obviously abnormal. In what way? The director frowned a little. Vase quickly coughed. The rules of the design duel do not cover this aspect. The entire point of this event is to match different and unequal design philosophies against each other to see which one is stronger. As such, deviations in this area should be expected. Director Dumart did not look amused, but the professor nodded without hesitation. Mr. Larkinson is correct. Every design philosophy is different. It is because they are unique that design duels are necessary. Determining which mech or mech designer is better cannot be done by comparing spec sheets. We need to see the mechs in action, and in order for the duels to have validity, the products must showcase the ability of the mech designer to the best of their ability. While I am not well versed in the design philosophy that has made these machines so remarkable, I feel they are within tolerance. Chapter 2783 Distinguished Gathering. A simple inspection was not enough to determine whether the dueling mechs were truly proper. What if someone better than Vase fabricated these mechs? What if an unknown senior or master secretly assisted in the preparation of Vase's machines? This was one of the many ways in which mech designers could cheat. That was what the seniors were for. Their connection with mechs and their sensitivity towards them granted them a good sense of judgment of whether others were involved. While the mechs that Vase presented were all based on collaborative mech designs, this was nothing unusual. Many mech were designed in collaboration. The point was that the mechs had to be representative of Vase. The mech designs had to conform to his design philosophy, and no one stronger should have covertly or overtly improved any aspect. Of course, there were still other ways to cheat. For example, a master mech designer could point out several problematic aspects to one of the participants of the duel. Vase could think of several other ways to gain an unfair advantage. This was why it was important for someone like Professor Tawin to evaluate the dueling mechs in person and develop an overall judgment by relying on his feelings and judgment. Since Vase hadn't actually done anything improper according to the letter and spirit of the rules, he never showed any concern. As an innocent mech designer, he knew his work would pass this test with flying colors. Of course, He also didn't think it was wrong to take advantage of a very obvious loophole and substantially upgrade the spiritual design of his dueling mechs. Vase temporarily said goodbye to them as the assistant director guided him, his wife and the rest of his entourage to a different underground area. They eventually entered a large lift that took them upwards. It soon became clear from the winding path that they were ascending one of the winding tree structures that surrounded the main arena. The lift stopped just as it almost reached the top of the giant tree structure. The director all led them to a fortified exit that was manned by lots of armed guards. Dr. Navarro and a gathering of distinguished guests are inside, she told Vase as everyone went through an extensive security check. While your guards are allowed inside, they will have to remain in the back and under restriction. Vase frowned. Why? The other dignitaries have all brought their own guards. The viewing platform will become too crowded if all of the guards are mingling with our honored guests. There is no need for concern. The security measures of this viewing platform are the highest and we have even upgraded it further in order to prepare for this occasion. He had no choice but to consent to this measure. If the others in the viewing platform agreed to this measure, then Vase obviously wouldn't be able to secure an exemption. He quickly turned to Nida. Please remain alert. His tall bodyguard silently nodded. What reassured Vase quite a bit was that his pets were also allowed to accompany them. The security personnel also allowed them to keep any small arms and other gadgets as long as they weren't too destructive. Evidently, the security personnel were very confident in their ability to control the situation. The entire viewing platform along with the rest of the artificial structure was completely under their control. When the group finally stepped into the large balcony-like platform, a lot of guests immediately turned their attention to the new arrivals. Gloriana hitched her breath. She not so subtly bumped her elbow against his side. How many masters are there? At least 6. Vase replied. He could feel their powerful spiritual presence from this distance. There's also a bunch of seniors and other important-looking people in this place. Over 100 dignified-looking people had gathered on this platform. It was clear that they were all the most important VIPs who decided to witness the design duel. Vase felt a bit worried at the concentration of so many important people. Then he relaxed as he realized why this was a clever move. All of these important masters and seniors were indispensable treasures to the LRA. The state would never allow anything to happen to them. Vase even bet that each of the masters and other officials belonged to different factions. By tying all of them to a single place, any provocateurs would think twice of attacking someone in their midst. Their attacks could easily kill the wrong person and piss off a bunch of new enemies. Soon enough, Venerable Joshua and Venerable Orphan moved away. They became attracted to a gathering of lifer expert pilots. When Vase glanced in their direction, he could feel the tension between their clashing force of wills. No one would feel comfortable staying in their midst. Despite their smiles and polite conversation, it was clear to him that the expert pilots didn't mind about in order to prove their strength. Mr. Larkinson, I am glad to see you again. Dr. Navarro smiled as he and his young protege approached. Our duel has taken quite a different meaning since we have last met. I hope that the changes hasn't affected your battle spirit. Vase kept his smile, though inwardly he felt quite upset at the other journeyman. I am not an easily distracted mech designer. Don't worry, I did my best to prepare my dueling mechs for our upcoming confrontation. I hope you have done the same. Have no fear, it has been some time since I have last put my products to the test against a competitor. I feel quite excited to do so again and in such a grand stage. Clearly, Navarro did not seem discouraged at all. Vase only regarded him with even greater suspicion. I do not feel the same way, Doctor. I did not ask for this publicity. The dynamics of this design duel has veered considerably from my expectations. I am especially upset at my inability to control the situation. Even the parameters of our duel are taken out of our hands. I apologize. Navarro bowed. I didn't mean to distress you or complicate your life any further. The situation is out of my hands, unfortunately. I am in the same position as you. I suggest it is best to go with the flow and allow this duel to proceed as if nothing has changed. It's not as if we can choose any differently. The two continued to chat a bit. Vase constantly tried to probe the biomech designer's true attitude, but Navarro was annoyingly good at presenting a simple front. This was not the result that Vase wished to see. If the other journeyman showed any guilt or circumspect behavior, then that was very telling behavior. He briefly turned to Yelkin Zernzin. Perhaps Vase might have better luck with someone who exhibited much less self-control. Hello, Yelkin. Is this the first time you've attended a design duel? The teenager enthusiastically nodded. I've watched many broadcasts of it before, but this is the first time I get to witness one in person. What do you think about all of the fuss that other people have kicked up? I can't imagine that it is pleasant to see your teacher attract so much attention. I don't really understand all of the stuff that goes on above my head. I don't think that our state has to be afraid. Your mechs are quite good and might even put up a decent fight during the first phase, but I'm definitely sure my teacher's mechs will come out on top at the end of the second phase. Vase chuckled. We'll see. Yelkin's confidence wasn't unwarranted. Biomechs always enjoyed a repair advantage. The organic machines were capable of fixing smaller problems on their own while requiring much less time and effort to repair major damage. Still, the difference was still tolerable to Vase. Some repair procedures were much less cumbersome when applied to classical mechs. After exchanging a few more sentences, it became clear that he wouldn't get anything out of the young mech design student. Yelkin received enough training to know what he was and wasn't supposed to say. Even his excitable mind didn't give anything away that merited greater attention. Vase still felt the situation was fishy though. His instincts told him that he should remain vigilant. After he finished catching up with Dr. Navarro, he and his wife began to talk with some of the other guests. The first distinguished guest that approached the pair was someone they had already met once before. When I heard that you were entangled in this design duel, I decided I had to be present. Professor Werther Klein said as he approached with a drink in hand. I hope that you are not unduly troubled by the latest turn of events. Our state is normally a lot more boring. It is just that you have come at a slightly more sensitive time than usual. I'm used to it, Vase curtly replied. Can I ask whose side you are rooting for, Professor? As a mech designer, I only root for the better mechs. As a lifer, I am always compelled to support my fellow citizens. I hope these different desires do not conflict today. In other words, the master mech designer favored Drive Navarro, but wouldn't mind if Vase won if his products proved to be better. This was not a very revealing answer, though. Vase decided to be more direct. In the contest of your society, who do you favor? Professor Klein sent a knowing look at Vase. I favor stability. It would be much better for all of us if Dr. Navarro is able to prove that biomechs are competitive in the eyes of the public. Mind you, he doesn't necessarily have to win. A close loss is also sufficient. The two of you are quite evenly matched despite the differences in age. Based on your mech catalogs, Drive Navarro has the edge in refinement while yours are more innovative. However, the application of your products are much more useful in group battles as opposed to single duels. That was true. Vase always designed his products towards real users of mechs. His commercial mechs were targeted to mercenary corps and security companies while his commissioned products were often adopted by state militaries. None of those situations encompassed a situation where his mech designs had to be optimized for single combat. His entire design philosophy revolved so much around empowering mechs under actual battle circumstances that he was out of his element this time. Still, Vase had no choice but to adapt as best as possible. Design duels were a part of every decent mech designer's life. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to justify the worth of his design philosophy in the most demanding test possible. The mech industry did not welcome useless mech designers. He asked a different question. Will you be supervising the design duel? The distinguished biomech designer nodded. Every master attending this duel will oversee the proceedings. We come from a mix of different backgrounds in order to ensure that we can pay attention to different aspects of a mech. For example, I specialize in stimulating cell activity, so I will be paying close attention to Dr. Navarro's biomechs to ensure their organic tissue hasn't been tampered with. I can also pay close attention to specific aspects of your mech. I see. Thank you for your service. Shouldn't there be a foreign master among you in order to ensure a greater diversity of opinion? That is not possible, sadly. Masters from neighboring states aren't inclined to visit us. We can only make do with what we have. That's a shame. Chapter 2784 Vincent the Pundit. It was quite rare for journeymen like Vase and Gloriana to be able to talk to a genuine master mech designer. Even though this was not their first meeting with Professor Klein, the pair still wanted to take advantage of the moment. Do you believe that the biomech industry has fallen behind? Gloriana asked. This was a sensitive question, but it wasn't enough to rile up a master. Perhaps. The professor shrugged. Does that change anything? Not necessarily. When you live to my age, you think less in the moment and more across longer stretches of time. In my perspective, trends come and go, certain mechs become fashionable while others are phased out for whatever reason. These are all momentary events that are all part of a greater tapestry that tells the stories of mechs. Too many people make the mistake of focusing on the part of the tapestry that is in front of them. That is a short-sighted approach. You can gain an entirely different understanding if you take a few steps back and view the tapestry as a whole. Not everyone gets to live as long as you, Professor. Vase responded in a mild tone. What might be a moment for someone who is more than 3 centuries old can be half a lifetime to an average mech pilot. That is an unfortunate reality. Every society is diverse. That is what makes it so rich and vibrant. While it is regretful that life-prolonging treatment still hasn't become accessible to the wider population, I hope that will change one day. Our society will become very different if average citizens are able to reach my age. Vase wasn't so sure if he wanted to welcome such a future. When people lived beyond their natural lifespans, they tended to get very weird. If human civilization became filled with geriatrics with mentalities that were warped by age, then who knew what might happen to the future of their race? You have a very optimistic view of humanity. I cannot bring myself to accept your viewpoint. The proportions of humans in the galaxy that can only look at what is right in front of them far outnumbered those who can view the entire tapestry. Even though the latter has a considerable say in how our civilization is run, it is the former who truly decides how we live. That is true. This is why education is important. Even if progress is slow, we must never fail in our endeavors to improve everyone's lives. I have hope that we will one day achieve a level of progress where everyone can live like a prince. Yeah, right. Vase had to resist the urge to snort. Instead, he offered a restrained answer. Many millennia have passed since humanity ascended to the stars. Even after going through the disaster that was the end of the Age of Conquest, the lives of many humans haven't fundamentally changed. Our tech has improved, but humans who are born today still have to struggle to make a living and get caught in the same senseless wars. The master mech designer looked tired. That is because the dominant model of our current civilization is an extension of the same flawed model of the past. The future that I and many of my colleagues are working towards is one where the solutions of biotechnology solved many of the shortcomings of societies outside our state. You may think us odd for favoring a technology base that seems alien to you, but we believe in our cause. You've been working for this cause for several hundred years. Gloriana noted. How much longer will it take to attain your goals? No one can answer that question. We can only continue to soldier on and wait until the moment is right. It might take centuries. It might take millennia. However, a time will come where the existing model has run its course. That is when our alternate model based on tech that works on different principles will show its value. Though the professor did not raise his voice, Vase could feel the older man's conviction. The strength of a master mech designer's belief was very strong. Still, Vase wasn't fooled. Just because someone lived several centuries old and just because someone had become extremely good at designing mechs didn't mean he was automatically right in everything else. Even masters could be wrong. Vase had to remind himself of this truth. They continued to talk about other topics until the duel was finally slated to begin. As was usual in glitzy occasions like these, an extensive introduction followed first. As the announcers started to address the crowds of spectators who were all sitting on different viewing platforms extending from different tree structures, Vase and Gloriana sat down next to Rayla and Vincent. The lifers are really pulling out all the stops. Vincent looked impressed as a famous celebrity from the LRA appeared on the center stage in order to sing an inspiring song. Rayla smirked. They have to be. This is the biggest show that the LRA has held in a while. It's all a bit rushed, though. The lifers could have organized a much better introduction if they had a few extra months to prepare in advance. Vase found their remarks to be intriguing. Are you saying that the organizers are going above and beyond to popularize the design duel? Duh, a single design duel isn't all that special, to be honest. The only ones who really have a stake in the outcome are the 2 mech designers taking part along with the mech pilots that fight on their behalf. It's not an interesting spectator sport to be honest because the real competition is too technical and abstract to laymen. She was right. Mech designers were able to understand much of the nuance of design duels. As for ordinary people, they much preferred to view ordinary mech duels where passionate fighters instead of bookish engineers were the protagonists. While there was a sense that the LRA had to put out its best foot in the eyes of the public and foreign viewers, Vase still found it to be an odd decision to organize such an elaborate show. As singers, performers and even biomechs began to dance and sway with the music, Vase felt as if the lifers were doubling down. For some reason, the higher-ups, which was mostly made up of conservatives, were very confident in Dr. Navarro's victory. Even with all of the effort they had undertaken to level the playing field as much as possible, the leaders still acted as if their fellow lifer would ultimately prevail. What gave them the confidence? What caused them to act as if Dr. Navarro had already won? Vase didn't know the answer. There was a humongous risk that all of this showmanship would blow up right in their faces if the foreigner won. Once the festivities ran their course, the main arena finally cleared. The enthusiastic announcer dramatically began to introduce the first pair of mechs. Now, the moment that you have been waiting for has finally arrived. Please welcome the first mech to enter the field. No one clapped or shouted when a gold-coated mech passed through the entrance and entered the field. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B is one of Mr. Larkinson's most recent mech designs that are exclusive to his clan. It is a modular mech platform that possesses multiple configurations and infinite versatility. This particular machine comes in the swordsman mech configuration. Its main armament is a balanced sword, but that is not the only weapon. The Bright Warrior is a flight-capable mech that fights best in space but can handle other environments as well due to its flexible design. Vase was a bit upset that so many people got a good look at one of the mainstay mechs of the Larkinson clan. It was not good if others were able to witness the Bright Warrior IB's performance and be able to analyze its strengths and weaknesses from the footage. However, it was not as if his mechs would be able to remain obscure forever. Deploying them on regular patrols around his fleet already exposed their external appearances to any sensors pointed in their direction. Any decent mech designer would be able to make a lot of estimates about the Bright Warrior model's performance from those long-ranged observations alone. Yet estimates were quite different from solid data. With so many high-quality sensors and recorders documenting the upcoming match, his enemies would definitely know what to expect. Fortunately, the Bright Warrior that had stepped onto the field was not an exact replica of the basic model. This modified version contained several deviations that should hopefully give it a better chance. Currently sitting in the cockpit of the Bright Warrior is Captain Alazar Ipsik. A mercenary captain of the adventurous Dreadden Shearers, Captain Ipsik has fought many battles and skirmishes inside and outside of our state. Due to his extensive foreign tours, our good mercenary captain has piloted plenty of classical mechs alongside his beloved biomechs. He is equally proficient in piloting them both and has expressed no difficulty in piloting this specially prepared swordsman mech. The projected profile image of Captain Ipsik displayed a typical mercenary officer. As was customary among second-class mercenaries, the captain dressed well and took pride in his work. He was anything but the sloven cowards that Vase typically associated with third-class mercenaries. He didn't know much about the man, though. The selection of mech pilots was out of his hands. He could only put his faith in the assurance that every selected mech pilot would be impartial in their evaluation of the mechs they utilized in the first and second phase of the design duel. Since the winner and loser of the design duel rested in the hands of mech pilots like Captain Ipsik, Vase felt quite uncertain how much bias would play a role. He's been through a lot, that's for sure. Vincent commented from the side. You can tell he's a real survivor, like me. He's been through rougher times than me, though. You can see it in the eyes. Those are the eyes of a man who has dropped into hell and used his own two hands to crawl out of it. Experiences like that changes people. I can also tell that Captain Ipsik really needs a girlfriend, though. Vase disregarded the last sentence but did not discount the rest. As idiotic as Vincent sounded sometimes, he was quite good with people. How will he fight in battle? That depends. Vincent paused and thought. Mech pilots like Captain Ipsik will fight with caution for the most part. It's baked in the DNA of a merc, but it's also due to his nature as a survivor. However, if he ever becomes cornered, you'll see a different side of him. Survivors can burst out a lot of strength if they feel their life is on the line. Rayla looked a bit skeptical at her boyfriend. You're just talking out of your B.U.T., Vincent. Do I need to remind you that your B.U.T. is currently fixed to your hover chair? There's no way your psychoanalysis is accurate. That's because you're a woman, babe. Mark my words, that fellow will fight exactly how I've described. Only true men understand other true men, and Captain Ipsik is exactly one who has proven himself in battle. The only question is whether he'll ever unveil his desperate side. The dueling ring is incomparable to an actual battlefield. Fights never result in fatalities. There's a reason why veterans and most working mech pilots underperform in the mech arena. It takes the mindset of a true competitor in order to showcase your full might on the stage. That was an interesting perspective. It sounded quite logical as well. As Vase thought about what Vincent said, the opposing biomech finally entered the dueling as well. Chapter 2785 Home ground. The Bright Warrior in its swordsman mech configuration projected a distinct impression to the audience. Those who watched the broadcast only caught a hint of it, but the people sitting on one of the many elevated viewing platforms were able to sense its presence a bit better. Even though the audience was too far away to truly experience its glow, if they were any closer, they would have felt its welcoming embrace. This was a product of the Bright Warrior's heavily altered spiritual design. For one, he made an agreement with Goldie to play nice with whoever piloted the mech. He also dug deep into the dueling mech's spiritual DNA to widen its target audience. The Bright Warrior product line was never supposed to be piloted by non-Larkinsons. This was baked into its very identity and served as the root of its existence. Vase envisioned the second iteration of the Bright Warrior concept as the basic and most fundamental protector of the Larkinson clan. While his other mechs may be stronger or flashier, the Bright Warrior could always be counted upon to deliver reliable performance in many different situations. As a modular mech platform that was designed with maximum compatibility in mind, the Bright Warrior was not a suitable dueling mech at all. There were many junctions where Vase and the other lead designers prioritized adaptability and universality over pure performance. A mech that was fine-tuned to accommodate a specific mech pilot would always perform better than one that attempted to be a good mech to many different mech pilots. Still, it was not as if Vase could have taken the opposite approach. The design duel format prevented the participants from learning about the mech pilots beforehand. This meant that Vase and Dr. Navarro were both forced to keep their mechs open-ended enough to accommodate different personalities and fighting styles. Therefore, what was supposed to be a traditional weakness of the Bright Warrior actually came somewhat handy at this time. Its balanced specs, wide range of motion and great attention to its piloting experience were all capable of making any newcomer to the Bright Warrior feel at ease. Captain Ipsic has adjusted well to the Bright Warrior, Gloriana remarked as she analyzed the fluent movements of the modified mech. As an experienced mech pilot, he should already be fairly good at adapting to different mechs, but I don't see much signs of discomfort so far. Whatever you did has worked. The side projection that displayed a view of the cockpit showed that Captain Ipsic was sitting comfortably in his piloting chair. His body was only moderately tense, but that was normal whenever a mech pilot was about to do battle. The captain should still be getting used to piloting a living mech. Vase murmured as he observed the mech with his spiritual senses. A familiarizing period ensues anytime a mech pilot interfaces with one of my products for the first time. Just like two different people meeting for the first time, the captain and his mech are just strangers. Since they're meant to fight with each other, they need to familiarize themselves with their new partner and establish a solid relationship as soon as possible. This was one of the complications associated with piloting his mechs. Ordinary machines did not possess any personality or capacity for independent thought. They were just there. This meant that any mech pilot could hop into its cockpit and pilot it straight away, only needing to worry about mastering its technical capabilities. This was different. Captain Ipsic's slightly distracted expression signified that he was still exploring the surprising degree of responsiveness from his current machine. What made the experience more wonderful than usual was that Vase had asked Goldie to enhance the modified Bright Warrior's spiritual foundation all the way to 75 Vase. He hesitated a lot before Vase made this decision. 75 Vase was very close to the limit that ordinary mech pilots could bear. If Captain Ipsic's relationship with the Bright Warrior ever deteriorated, then his piloting experience would quickly worsen. While that didn't necessarily mean that the mercenary officer would lose the ability to put up a fight, there was no way he'd be able to fight at his peak anymore. Hopefully, that doesn't happen, he muttered under his breath. This was the double-sided nature of living mechs. Since they had gained the ability to love their mech pilots, they were also capable of doing the opposite. Vase really hoped that none of the selected mech pilots had a history of abusing their own machines. Good mech pilots don't mistreat their gear, Gloriana reassured him. This is especially so for lifer mech pilots, I think. The biomechs they utilize are often treated as living partners. It is customary for the mech pilots of this state to treat their biomechs like pets or buddies. Meow. Clixie senselessly agreed as she luxuriated on Gloriana's lap. Meow. Lucky hadn't been paying attention to the upcoming match at all. Instead, he kept sniffing his nose in different directions. His artificial green eyes gazed hungrily at the bodies of the various masters and other dignitaries that were sitting together in small groups. Each of them carried high-class gear that probably relied on high-quality exotics to deliver amazing performance. Even Vase briefly imagined what it would be like to incapacitate a master and rifle through his or her belongings. There was bound to be a lot of priceless gear on their bodies. He quickly squashed this temptation. He even patted Lucky on his head. Meow. Stop staring. Do you think you've been subtle? Each of these people can probably turn you into a rust bucket before you can blink your eyes. Biomech designers always augmented their bodies to some degree. Even if they didn't specialize in human augmentation, they surely knew someone who did. While the masters of the LRA might not be as perverse as Dr. Jutland, their bodies should have definitely reached a superhuman level. Look, Vase. Gloriana pointed at the other side of the arena. Dr. Navarro's first mech is coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to a biomech that is derived from one of Dr. Federico Navarro's most successful works. The entire audience stood up from their seats and clapped even before the bipedal biomech had exited the tunnel. Dr. Navarro's homeground advantage fully came into play at this time. Vase and his fellow Larkinsons all pressed their lips as the local spectators treated the opposing mech like a returning hero. Vase had overlooked this aspect. In fact, the original design duel should have taken place in a smaller mech arena with only a handful invited guests bearing witness. He had never anticipated that a confrontation between two journeymen would attract several 100,000 spectators. Even if there were a number of foreigners in the crowd, there were so many locals that the supporters of Vase had no chance of making their voices heard. Rila shook her head. This is bad. Home ground advantage is a real psychological factor that can swing the outcome of any match. Look at all of those distant people cheering and clapping. Their collective energy is quite massive. All of that support will feed into the mech pilot of the opposing mech. Vase was able to sense this phenomenon on a faint level. While nothing much happened on a spiritual level, he still perceived a growing undercurrent. This was the power of a crowd. The biomech that had entered the arena ground was an uncovered biomech that looked like it was made out of pure muscle. Vincent immediately drooled. Wow, look at those abs. Look at the biceps. If not for the smooth lower side, I would have wanted to pilot this mech as well. Looks are important, but they don't necessarily determine how well a mech performs. Vase hoped. That shouldn't be the case. Gloriana retorted. Dr. Navarro hasn't made it this far by being vain. I can sense plenty of power in this biomech. Once everyone formed an initial impression of the second mech, the announcer finally began to reveal its properties. The Epsilon Mosar this biomech is based upon is one of Dr. Navarro's proudest melee mech designs. Having sold over 20,000 units since its introduction to the market, the Epsilon Mosar has quickly won over its mech pilots for its offensive capabilities. The Epsilon Mosar trades protection for power and speed, allowing it to take the initiative and fight its opponents at its choosing. The base model is armed with a pair of biometal swords and a backup pistol, though it also contains a number of surprising options depending on the variant. Vase had to admit that the Epsilon Mosar made him worried. Its overall design truly possessed an aggressive air. No matter if the mech won or lost, its attacks were bound to pressure its opponents. Don't forget about Dr. Navarro's design philosophy, Gloriana quietly reminded him. His products are famed for their morphing ability. While this usually takes hours, which renders it impractical in combat, who knows whether he has added any short-term solutions to this modified dueling mech. Vase added a lot of additional depth to his dueling mech, which meant that Dr. Navarro could easily do the same. While the latter was more constrained by the rules, there were still plenty of changes he could make without straying too far from the original design. The mech pilot of the modified Epsilon Mosar happened to be a woman. Sitting in the cockpit of Dr. Navarro's dueling mech is Kelly Geedon. Her U.S. Trius decades-long career is split up into periods. She spent the first half of her piloting career as a mech athlete of the Triton Blasters, winning numerous trophies along the way. Once her competitive career ended, she shifted over to working for a troubleshooter division under Coslin Protection, a renowned security company based in this very city. As a troubleshooter, Pilot Geedon has been dispatched to many problem areas and fought many different opponents. Her combat experience is quite abundant. Damn, Vincent cursed. This woman is much more familiar with the arena. Rayla grimaced as well. Kelly Geedon is clearly an old hand at this. Perhaps she never fought on a stage as big and popular as this, but she clearly looks as if she is taking in the moment. Together with the home ground advantage, I'm afraid her fighting spirit has already reached a peak. The projections showed that Kelly Geedon was grinning. She couldn't wait to bear the expectations of the crowd and beat down the opposing metal mech. In this match, the Bright Warrior and its mech pilot had turned into the villains. There was no way the local audience wanted to root for them. Instead, they threw their entire weight behind the Epsilon Mosar and the Geedon, which caused this pairing to take on a heroic aura that appeared to be just as strong as one of Vess's glows. This was all an illusion, of course, but psychology didn't care about that. As the seconds went by, the noise from the crowd slowly faded. Eventually, they fell silent. The first duel of the first phase was about to start. Begin. The two mechs did not delay. The moment the announcer gave the signal, the opposing machines already moved. It's taking flight. The Bright Warrior instantly boosted into the air, causing it to ascend by at least 100 meters in an instant. The Epsilon Mosar moved in a different direction. It had unsheathed its biometal swords from its back while at the same time dashing forward. Chapter 2786 Different characteristics. The initial moves made by the two mech pilots betrayed their inclinations. Captain Alazar Ipsik was a cautious mercenary officer who had survived many sticky situations. Recklessness was not in his blood. As someone in charge, he had a responsibility to lead his subordinates well and avoid putting them in a position where their lives could easily be lost. Therefore, Ipsik favored making the best use of his time. Since there was no rule that stated that he had to launch an attack immediately, he wanted to maintain distance from his opponent in order to assess the situation further. To a grizzled veteran mech officer like Ipsik, acting without information was a quick way to end a mercenary mech pilot's career. His opponent adopted a different mindset. As a former mech athlete who fought plenty of competitive matches, Kelly Geedon knew that the usual rules of the battlefield did not necessarily apply to the dueling ring. The rhythm of a mech duel was completely different. Rayla sighed. Momentum matters more than careful planning. Too many mech pilots who have never learned how to fight in the dueling ring always make this mistake. They think too much. There is no way that they can come up with a killer strategy when there are so few variables in play. In this situation, the dumber mech pilot always comes out on top. Isn't that right, Vincent? Why are you asking me? The hover chair-bound expert candidate looked befuddled. Vase believed in his cousin's words. He had witnessed several mech duels himself and was always impressed by those who exhibited more aggression. It was not a coincidence that those who pressed forward the most tended to be the most successful and celebrated mech athletes. The Bright Warrior had taken flight, but the Epsilon Mosar that had sprinted forward quickly adjusted by flaring its organic flight system in order to continue its pursuit. The flight speed exhibited by the Epsilon Mosar made it clear that the mech was no slouch when it came to aerial maneuvering. Damn, Vase cursed. The Epsilon Mosar is designed for both landbound and aerial combat. It performs best on land, but its aerial performance is not that much worse. What's more important is that the Epsilon Mosar isn't burdened by design choices that place additional burdens to it in order to allow the mech to operate in space. Gloriana noted, "You can't say the same for our Bright Warriors. I already took that into account." Vase responded, "I've removed several elements that are useless in planetary combat and put in something else in the capacity that has become available." Still, there was only so much he could do. The Bright Warrior was designed as a spaceborne mech first, and that could never be changed. The difference it made wasn't too large, fortunately. Vase had enough time to make some targeted adjustments that increased its combat ability in the air. Their speeds aren't too far apart. The Bright Warrior kept its distance from its pursuer. Vase smiled at this sight. Ever since Juliet Stamaros joined the design department, the flight systems and other mobility systems of his mech designs received a substantial bump in improvement. Even if aerial combat was not the Bright Warrior's strong suit, it was enough for Captain Ipsik. The mercenary officer currently looked quite troubled. He had lost the initiative from the moment the duel commenced. Mindlessly going into the fray was not his style, but his opponent clearly thought differently. Due to the limited dimensions of the dueling ring, the two mechs began to circle around. Seeing that the Epsilon Mosar wasn't able to catch up in a short amount of time, Kelly Geedon decided to employ the secondary armament of her machine. The fleshy biomech's mouth opened up and discharged a thin green laser beam. The beam accurately struck the flight system of the Bright Warrior. While the attack was too weak to damage the protruding elements of the classical mech, the Epsilon Mosar already released a second laser beam. This time, the Bright Warrior dodged an instant before the second release, causing most of the beam to splash harmlessly against the energy shield erected to contain the duel. Captain Ipsic did not let his opponent attack his mech with impunity. The bright warrior pulled out a backup pistol and started to fire back at its pursuer. Unlike ordinary flesh, the matter that made up much of the biomech's structure was based from exo-beasts that had evolved to survive very hostile environments. The heat that struck the exotic's reinforced flesh only caused its outer surface to dry and blacken for a bit. This was hardly enough to injure the biomech. Rayla sighed. Something has to change. Pursuits always end up favoring the chasing side. Just look at the two circling around. While Kelly Geedon is able to fire at the Bright Warrior's flight system with impunity, Captain Ipsic is reduced to firing poorly aimed snapshots at an awkward angle. It was not that easy for humans to fire behind them. While mechs possessed more conveniences such as being able to rely on a rear sensor to observe its target without turning its head, it was still awkward for a humanoid mech to fire a weapon towards the rear. Any laser beam that struck the undaunted Epsilon Mosar merely impacted its front, which ruled out the possibility of inflicting any crippling damage. Though Captain Ipsic was cautious by nature, he wasn't stupid. Seeing that his current approach didn't work, he commanded his mech to holster its pistol and turn around. He was no longer avoiding the clash. A huge cheer of excitement came from the crowd as the Bright Warrior lifted its two-handed sword and closed in on its opposition. Clang! The Epsilon Mosar's attempt to chop the Bright Warrior failed when the latter zipped to the side to avoid one blade while blocking the other that couldn't be avoided. As the two mechs passed each other by, they quickly circled around in order to perform another exchange of blows. Clang! The shorter and slimmer biometal blades held up well against the solid alloy sword of the Bright Warrior. This time, the differences between the two mechs became more pronounced. The mass of the two mechs was roughly even, but the Epsilon Mosar was able to exert more strength. The Bright Warrior was a bit more rigid and solid. This served the mech fairly well when one of its opponent's swords slashed against its chest plating. The momentum behind the attack left a modest groove in the chest armor of the Bright Warrior. Vase and every other Larkinson winced at the sight. The opponent managed to land the first true blow. This is just the start, Vase said as if to console himself. The Bright Warrior's chest armor can still take a lot of hits. As a lifer mech pilot, Captain Ipsic was well aware that uncovered biomechs did not possess any thick exterior plating. This meant that it was a bit easier to inflict damage to them with lighter attacks. In contrast, mechs with hard outer shells such as nearly every classical mech in existence possessed solid armor that was capable of bouncing off weaker attacks. The short swords in the hands of the Epsilon Mosar would never be able to score such a powerful hit against the strongest section of the Bright Warrior if not for getting a head start. Therefore, the obvious conclusion was that it was better for Bright Warrior to push up right into the face of the Epsilon Mosar. If you want to brawl, then I'll satisfy your wish. Captain Ipsic finally showed some heat as his Bright Warrior no longer parted from the Epsilon Mosar. Instead, the two mechs stayed in close range and started to clash against each other with no hint of retreat. Kill the garbage can. Chop off the arms of that classical mech. Biomechs forevers. In contrast, the Bright Warrior's single blade missed the mark more often than not. Captain Ipsic may be a competent mech pilot, but his opponent was just as skilled. Fortunately, the mech pilot of the Bright Warrior wasn't helpless. The mercenary captain no longer defended against certain weaker attacks in order to inflict a more powerful blow against the opposing biomech. Slick. Soon enough, the crowd all expressed their dismay as Ipsic managed to outmaneuver Kelly Geedon and inflict a deep slash on one of the Epsilon Mosar's shoulders. A spurt of alien purple blood leaked out from the wound before automatically closing. The cut area even showed signs of merging back together. Still, the initial attack had served its purpose. The left arm of the biomech had become slightly less powerful. The attacks from this limb had become less threatening, at least for the moment, allowing Captain Ipsic to gain the initiative. Even though his Bright Warrior already showed several deep slash marks on its frontal surface, its operational efficiency still remained at a peak. Although it seemed as if the Bright Warrior had gained an advantage due to the characteristics of its physical form, the balance was not as skewed as it seemed. All biomechs can heal, Gloriana stated. While their healing ability isn't perfect, the damage suffered by the Epsilon Mosar can still be mitigated over time. Indeed, what she said had come to pass. The damaged limb of the Epsilon Mosar slowly recovered. While it did not restore itself to its peak, it had changed enough for Kelly Geedon to go on attack yet again. More slash marks adorned the exterior of the Bright Warrior. Captain Ipsic did his best to block and avoid any incoming strike. When that wasn't possible, he tried to spread out the damage across the entire surface of the mech. This was what the armor of a mech was for. As long as all of the destructive energy was wasted on some solid metal plates, then the vulnerable internals were spared from damage. This was key in allowing the Bright Warrior to keep up the fight. As the bout continued to persist like this, Vase began to analyze the battle from a spiritual perspective. So far, the spiritual elements of his Bright Warrior didn't really seem to play a role. While Captain Ipsic had rapidly gained a lot of proficiency in piloting his current mech, his progress wouldn't have been much different if he piloted a lifeless mech. In the heat of battle, it was hard for weak and subtle effects to exert any influence. The glow of the golden cat seemingly played no role in this duel. Vase could see this, and so could his wife. The Bright Warrior isn't resonating with its current pilot, Gloriana stated. The mech and its mech pilot are still separated by too many barriers. They have too little in common. He could see that as well. All of the changes he made to prevent the Bright Warrior from rejecting a non-Larkinson mech pilot might have achieved its purpose, but they didn't do much to facilitate cooperation. Fortunately, Vase still had options. It seemed it was time for him to activate one of the measures he had implanted in the Bright Warrior's design. Unknown to anyone else, Vase discreetly concentrated his mind and spiritually reached out to the Bright Warrior. He gently tweaked its spiritual design until it activated something that had lain dormant. The fairly pleasant glow of the Bright Warrior suddenly switched. Goldie's presence no longer dominated the mech. Instead, her aura faded in order to make way for another, more aggressive glow. The Bright Warrior suddenly seemed to have turned into a bigger, more ferocious predator. The hostility emanating from the previously sunny mech was so abrupt that Kelly Geedon's momentum had suddenly flagged. Captain Ipsic, who was influenced by the sudden change, acted exactly according to the new glow and began to unleash an aggressive set of moves that pushed the Epsilon Mosar back again and again. What just happened? Gloriana widened her eyes while gripping Ves's hand. Did you? Vase smirked. I did. Who says the Bright Warrior only has room for a single occupant? Xigra had taken over from Goldie. Even though nothing physical about the Bright Warrior had changed, the contrast was so striking Kelly Geedon wasn't able to adjust. Chapter 2787 Unrelenting Aggression. If the modified Bright Warrior entered the dueling ring with Xigra's glow to begin with, then Kelly Geedon would have been able to adjust her expectations beforehand. However, the abrupt switch in the middle of an ongoing bout had caught both mech pilots by surprise. The difference was that Captain Ipsic rolled with the change of glows. The new presence that seemed to have swept over the battle-scarred Bright Warrior was aggressive, but most of its ire was directed outwards. Since the mercenary officer already directed its ire towards his opponent, he meshed pretty well with Xigra. It didn't matter if they were strangers to each other. Since both of them were united by a common purpose, they rapidly got along with each other. As long as Ipsic did everything possible to take down his opponent, Xigra would have his back every step of the way. How come Captain Ipsic has gone crazy? The mech has changed somehow. Is this the special ability of the Bright Warrior? How fascinating. The master mech designers and other dignitaries weren't as ignorant as other people. They were able to reach closer to the truth. With their powerful spirits, they were easily able to sense the altered glow of Ves's mech. Even though they quickly realized that the change hadn't actually changed the physical performance of the mech in any way, the effect it had on the mech pilot was quite profound. Normally, Goldie exuded a bright and inspiring presence. Her distinct aura was not only useful in encouraging every clansman to develop a common bond with each other, it was also helpful in keeping large amounts of Larkinson mech pilots in high spirits during battle. However, its effectiveness in crowds did not translate to the current setting. Goldie still worked best when she was paired with a Larkinson mech pilot. Since this wasn't the case anymore, then what about letting another design spirit take her place? It sounded simple, but it really wasn't. The Bright Warrior was never designed to accommodate other design spirits. Doing so rashly led to various compatibility problems. In the worst case, the spiritual foundation of the mech actively rejected the foreign design spirit. In order to avoid this outcome, Vase had invested his own energy into modifying the spiritual foundation of his dueling mechs. He did something that he had never truly done before, and that was opening up his mechs. He did not just open them up to mech pilots outside of their initial target audience. This was why the Bright Warrior, which was a model that was only ever designed to represent Goldie, was unexpectedly able to accommodate Xigra. Of course, there were a number of problems. First, the fit between the Bright Warrior and its new design spirit was not good. This was why Goldie was still present in the background. Her role had been relegated to keeping the mech placated. If she was removed from the picture, then the mech itself would have likely clashed against the foreign intrusion. It didn't help that the mech had been enhanced to 75 Vs by feeding it with Goldie's spiritual energy. This not only made the living mech stronger, but also caused it to grow closer to the golden cat. All of this meant that the bright warrior could have embodied Zygra better if it was designed to accommodate the aggressive design spirit from the beginning. As it was, the hasty modifications that Vase had made barely allowed the mech pilot and new design spirit to work towards a common end. Defeating the enemy came first. This was something that they all agreed upon, and this was why the altered bright warrior had turned into an unrelenting attacker without showing any major inconsistencies. The reaction from the crowd had changed along with the swing in momentum. The biometal swords wielded by the Epsilon Mosar were having a hard time blocking the fast and powerful strikes of its opponent. Inside the cockpit, Kelly Geedon began to show more and more frustration on her face. She gritted her teeth as she felt as if she was being pressured on multiple sides. Physically, the aggressive bright warrior put the defensive capabilities of her biomech to the test. The exposed flesh of the Epsilon Mosar began to exhibit more and more wounds that were covered by drying purple blood. Every so often, a sword would break through the Epsilon Mosar's guard and score another wound onto its upper body. What was worse for Kelly Geedon was that Captain Ipsic did not show any signs of flagging. The ability of a mech pilot to maintain an offensive was limited. Only one misstep or mistake could easily allow the opponent to break off or turn the tide. Yet for some reason, Captain Ipsic turned into a beast. His desire to chop the Epsilon Mosar in half was so great that he employed his full ability as if he was in a life-or-death match. Soon enough, the unrelenting offensive finally achieved a critical result. As the flying and spiraling mechs continued to press their weapons against each other, the bright warrior suddenly overloaded its flight system and boosters, causing it to push itself forward with much greater force than it displayed before. The extra momentum it gained allowed the bright warrior's powerful blade to break past the Epsilon Mosar's hastily crossed swords and dig deep into the pectoral muscles. A groan of pain and disappointment rang out from the crowd. When the biomech maintained the upper hand, then the encouragement from the crowd had a wonderful effect on Kelly Geedon's confidence. Yet now that she and her mech entered into dire straits, the encouragement from the crowd had stopped flowing. Instead, the spectators began to express all kinds of negative emotions. Anger, dismay, disappointment and unwillingness continued to flow from them all, causing the entire arena to take on a different atmosphere. I don't know how Captain Ipsic turned into such a maniac, but I like it. Rila grinned. He has finally stopped holding back, and started to show everyone what a real man is capable of. Vincent echoed. Gloriana looked amazed as well. She was one of the few people who understood the change. She was amazed not only by how Vase managed to enable such a switch to take place, but also at how Captain Ipsic underwent such a drastic swing. His combat effectiveness had practically jumped by 50%. This was while he was still piloting the same mech with the same physical properties as before. Vase continued to smile at the sight. The events that took place vindicated his theories. The strength of a mech was merely one factor that decided its battle effectiveness. The fit between the mech and mech pilot was another factor that could make a major difference. As long as mechs were piloted by humans, then it made sense to invest in the synergy between the two. Gloriana eventually wasn't able to hold in her curiosity. How come Ipsic is able to sustain his assault for so long? Did you do anything extra? Maybe. Vase mysteriously responded, mindful of the public setting he was in. I just made some realizations about my design philosophy and how I have been letting my existing paradigms limit my options. It's been some time since I advanced to journeyman, yet I have largely been working in the same narrow direction that I had previously set when I was an apprentice. He had no doubt that the master mech designers sitting behind him possessed ears that were sensitive enough to hear his whispers. This was why he didn't say anything more specific. His wife still wasn't satisfied, though. She frowned. I don't understand. Your specialty is good at affecting mech pilots, but this is something else. It's as if you've injected Ipsic with a stimulant. The new life that Ipsic showed had not faded at all. Instead, as the captain continued to maintain his offensive rhythm, his fit with his mech and its new design spirit continued to rise. His moves became a little more fluent. He responded faster and was able to read his opponent more accurately. Even though some of the internal components of the Bright Warrior was already showing signs of breakage after being subjected to continuous strain, the mech's momentum continued to rise at a steady pace. Kelly Geedon attempted to break away from the unstoppable Bright Warrior many times. Her increasingly bloody mech kicked, dropped, boosted or turned around its relentless opponent. Yet no matter what the Epsilon Mosar tried, the Bright Warrior always managed to stay close enough for the tip of its sword to hit the injured biomech. What is happening? No one was able to answer her question right now. Just as the Epsilon Mosar managed to gain some distance, the Bright Warrior pushed forward and stabbed forth with its sword, heedless of how much it exposed its damaged frame. At this point of the battle, the Bright Warrior incurred some internal damage. A couple of hits from the biometal swords managed to take advantage of the earlier wounds they inflicted and damaged some of the internal components that were right underneath. Even though the Epsilon Mosar stabbed its swords into these openings right away, the longer reach of the Bright Warrior caused its blade to sink into the chest of the biomech first. The mech prepared by Dr. Navarro suffered a heavy injury. Even though its thick and resilient muscles prevented the sword from running through its back, the Epsilon Mosar still suffered a heavy injury. The counterattack launched by the biomech failed to affect the Bright Warrior to the same degree. One of the limbs went out of control, causing one of the swords to miss and slide off the surface of the opposing mech's exterior plating. The other sword managed to sink in and damage some internal components, but the Bright Warrior hardly seemed to notice. Its redundancy and compartmentalization weren't particularly high, but they were still adequate enough to contain the blow. "It's over," Ipswich roared as the blade of the Bright Warrior retracted before chopping down right afterwards. The sword missed only because the Epsilon Mosar lost altitude. With the injuries it suffered, Kelly Geedon thought it was better if she brought the fight to the surface. "Oh no you don't." Captain Ipsic wasn't having it. The Bright Warrior dove down with greater speed as it still retained more of its power. With a powerful swing, its sword clanged against the crossed blades of the biomech once again. This time, the performance of one of its limbs was too heavily affected to defend against the attack. The left arm lost its grip on the sword as the latter flung away. Another spurt of purple blood sprayed from the Epsilon Mosar as it suffered a deep cut. Due to the attack, the biomech lost control of its descent. It fell faster than before and crashed straight onto the surface with more force than was considered safe. It didn't even have time to correct its posture. Its flight system was crushed flat. "Finish the biomech," Vincent excitedly roared. The Bright Warrior seemed to have reached the peak of its aggression. After adjusting its flight, it dove straight at the prone mech. Yet before the tip of its sword was able to drive home, a signal sounded out. "The first match is over. Captain Alazar Ipsic has won." Safety measures instantly came under play. An energy shield formed over the prone biomech, preventing it from getting exposed to any further attacks. Powerful gravitic modules underneath the arena acted upon the diving Bright Warrior, pushing it upwards and causing its falling momentum to bleed away. Though the mech looked as if it desperately wanted to finish off its opponent, the match was already over. The crowd fell silent. "How could this be?" someone questioned. "How could one of our biomechs lose that easily?" The audience was in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a well-regarded mech had lost in such a clear and obvious fashion. The match wasn't even close at the end. "Don't lose hope. We still have 4 more matches to go, and this is just the first phase. There are 9 more matches for our biomechs to gain the upper hand. Now that we know what these trash cans can do, our mech pilots won't fall for the same trick twice." The mood among the spectators gradually stabilized. There were plenty of chances for Dr. Navarro and his mechs to compensate for this loss. Chapter 2788 Interesting Matchups. Vase Larkinson has won the first match of the design duel. The first match ended in a clear victory for Vase. Captain Alazar Ipsic rode the emotions induced by his Bright Warrior and thrashed the Epsilon Mosar piloted by Kelly Geedon. Even though the two mech pilots came from different backgrounds and pursued different careers, their skill in battle was roughly even. The variables that decided the match came down to the qualities of the mechs and how well they cooperated with their pilots. The strength of the mechs were roughly even. They had to be in order to make the match fair. What differed was where they focused their strengths, which in turn provided different possibilities to their mech pilots. It was still a bit of a gamble to determine whether the mech pilots were able to utilize the strengths of their mechs to their best effect. This was an area that Vase focused on a lot in his work. His ongoing partnership with Gloriana had steered him into becoming even more sensitive towards increasing the fit between mech and mech pilot. Yet the problem of doing so in this design duel was that both participants went in blind during the first phase of the design duel. Neither of them knew exactly who would enter the cockpit, so they had to keep their dueling mechs open to many different personalities and fighting styles. This entailed making lots of unpalatable compromises. Yet Vase had an advantage in this aspect. The malleability of a mech's spiritual foundation granted him a unique advantage. It was a realization that he had always been aware of before but never utilized to the greatest degree. He was able to alter a mech while it was in the middle of a fight. It sounded so obvious to him, but that was exactly why he overlooked its value. Any other mech designer would have become green with envy if they learned what Vase was capable of doing. Other mech designers such as Dr. Navarro, Gloriana and Kedis had no choice but to sit around and do nothing while their products were put into action, whether on the battlefield or in the mech arena. In fact, Vase didn't have to intervene in person just then. He could have programmed an automatic routine that would have released the right design spirit in the right situation. It was just that he lacked the time to set it up and wanted to exert more control of the process. What many people didn't realize was that the bright warrior responsible for delivering Vase his first win had a lot more under the hood than everyone thought. The bright warrior didn't just have 2 design spirits. It actually held 5 in total. This was one of the new concepts that he had come up with. While it was not to allow multiple design spirits to inhabit a single mech design all the time, what if Vase set up a rotation? This could be a game changer. Of course, this did not work for every mech. The Valkyrie Redeemer, for example, was so female-centric that it would definitely reject a macho design spirit like Bravo. It might tolerate a female design spirit like xianxia, but only reluctantly. This was where a relatively open mech design like the Bright Warrior came in. Due to its overall design direction, the mech was inclusive. This turned it into a universal platform that could play host to many different design spirits as long as they weren't too extreme. This enabled him to implement his newly invented carousel and spin it around whenever he judged the mech was better served with a different design spirit in a given situation. Although the alternate design spirits weren't able to exert that much influence through a mech that was not designed to take advantage of their unique traits, the base effect of their glows was already enough to change the situation. This was why Gloriana began to look at the Bright Warrior design in a new light. This has a lot of potential. If we came up with a mech that is specifically designed to take advantage of this possibility, then... Her body shook with excitement. She ravenously turned to Vase and grabbed him by the arms. This is perfect for Venerable Joshua. He's such a versatile mech pilot that his expert mech has to be versatile in all aspects as well. You're going to take care of this, won't you? Yes, 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 whatever you say, honey. She was probably revising the outline and mech concept for Joshua's expert mech design. Vase could only shake his head at her single-minded behavior. Meanwhile, the public could barely process how the first match had ended. The Bright Warrior that was slowly flying off the stage under its own power had already switched back to the Golden Cat. However, the memory of the mech displaying unrelenting aggression just a moment ago was still seared in everyone's mind. How can this be? The Epsilon Mosar model is way stronger than this. Its regeneration ability barely had time to show its value. That's what made this loss so bad for us. Captain Ipsic is one of us, remember. He knows what biomechs are good at, especially uncovered ones like the Epsilon Mosar. Since he is piloting a metal mech, he can't adopt the same approach anymore. He needs to finish the match quickly before the match goes on for too long. The first match U.S. traded the classic considerations of battles between classical mechs and biomechs. The latter generally fared better in attrition battles. Depending on their properties and how they were used, biomechs could last for quite a long time. Their physical restoration capabilities were much more practical than the self-repair mechanisms of classical mechs. Unfortunately, the first match proceeded way too intensely for Kelly Geedon to cope. Even though it was not a big deal when she held the initiative, the moment she lost it, her mech failed to stall out the assault or escape from it. If it was able to buy some time, the Epsilon Mosar could have gained a small reset which allowed it to resume the fight with renewed power. Avid and experienced fans of competitive matches knew that the initial result was rarely indicative of the final outcome. The design duel had only progressed by 10%. Anything could happen in the remaining 90%. Just wait, we know what the foreigner's mechs are capable of now. If this is all his mechs can do, then we can definitely beat the next ones. The amateurs came up with all kinds of explanations, some of which were quite reasonable. Yet Vase wasn't interested in their random opinions. Even though he was looking elsewhere, his ears were closely tuned to whatever sounds the 6 masters of the LRA were saying. Sadly, they just sat there sipping their tea or other favorite drinks. None of them spoke up. Either they were communicating through their implants, or they were simply being pretentious. Vase currently favored the latter theory. Their expressions were all tranquil and calm, as if they were sages who disdained to intervene in a trivial journeyman-level design duel. He felt someone's gaze on him. Vase turned his head to see Drive, Navarro nodding at him. The biomech designer acknowledged his loss. Good show. The challenger spoke. Even though I do not agree with the premise of your design philosophy, its value is not in doubt. However, it takes a lot more than a single match win to prove that your mechs are truly alive. Vase merely smiled back. We shall see. I'm quite interested in what kind of mech pilots will show up next. The ones we have seen so far are certainly colorful, though I find it odd that only one of them has arena experience. Dr. Navarro did not agree with him. Miss Geedon's experience as a mech athlete did not avail her in the end. Besides, it doesn't matter too much if there are differences in strength. She will pilot your mech during the second phase. That wasn't entirely fair. Still, if Dr. Navarro always received the stronger mech pilot during the matches in the first phase, then his biomechs would incur less damage due to better performance. This in turn meant that it was a lot less cumbersome to repair the organic machines after the end of the first phase. Vase didn't bother to quibble over this matter, though. If the bias was too obvious, then Vase wouldn't be the only person who understood the implications. The LRA would lose a lot of credibility if such a plot existed and became exposed. Once the downed Epsilon Mosar was carted out of the arena, the second pair of mechs and mech pilots entered the stage. Our second match is a clash of warriors, literally this time. Two defensive mechs will be attempting to wear each other down. Which armored colossus will fall first? The two knight mechs that appeared in view might possess the same role, but functioned very differently. On the left, we have yet another bright warrior mech, but this time outfitted in its knight mech configuration. On the right, we have Drive, Navarro's impressive-looking dragon-scale warrior. Both mechs are made to withstand immense punishment. This will be a real slugfest. Ugh, I hate this boring matchup. Vincent complained. Whose idea was it to pit one defensive mech against another defensive mech? These clashes last forever. However, the match quickly revealed something that introduced some much-needed excitement. It turned out that both of them were young. Now this match is a breath of fresh air. The next match will be fought between two rising stars. The mech pilot of the second bright warrior is Trip Oxen. He is the 17th ranked elite graduate of Greenstar Academy. The mech pilot of the dragon-scale warrior is Xianxia Bavros, who is also an elite graduate, this time from the Dorman Piloting Institute. He is the 14th ranked mech cadet of his class. Vase frowned a bit when he heard that. He only relaxed when someone mentioned that Greenstar Academy was slightly better regarded than the Dorman Piloting Institute. Of course, the differences were minor and subjective. The two were pretty much even in many aspects, and so were the mech pilots. Why choose younger mech pilots this time? He questioned. It could be to test whether your mechs are easy to pick up or not. Rayla guessed. It could also be a way for the LRA to showcase their comprehensive strength to the public. The lifers must be quite confident in the performance of these rookies if they chose this pair to fight the second match. Vincent did not think much of these so-called elite graduates. These fellows have to work for it if they want to screw up in front of a crowd. Anyone can pilot a knight mech. They're easy to learn and easy to master. Even someone who has lost half a brain can still be useful with a knight mech. Don't let Janzi hear you saying that. While Vincent had a point, knight mechs were capable of performing in many different ways. Their mission might be simple, but a creative mech pilot could always find new ways to leverage a knight mech's capabilities. Chapter 2789 Dragonscale Warrior Trip Oxen and Xianxia Bavros possessed a lot more similarities than the last pairing. They were both young. They were both elite graduates. They both specialized in piloting knight mechs. They both minored in piloting classical mechs. It was like pitting them against mirrors of each other. Of course, this was just the first impression. Vase was sure that he'd be able to witness their individual differences soon enough. The arena operators did not delay too long. After providing the audience with a brief introduction of the mechs and mech pilots, the match soon commenced. They're colliding against each other. This time, both mech pilots had no intentions of stalling the fight. Both Oxen and Bavros drove their mechs towards each other while pressing their entire frames against their enormous tower shields. Boom! Vase could practically feel the air ripple as a thunderous collision took place. The two mechs bounced back after suffering various degrees of damage from their reckless collision. He wasn't sure what the point of it was, but the two mechs immediately closed in on each other before hacking at each other's shields with their one-handed swords. Sparks flew and sharp noises sounded out as the two knight mechs hacked their swords and bumped their shields against each other without any interruption. Knowledgeable mech insiders and mech fanatics knew that this was just the start. When two defensive mechs were pitted against each other, it was virtually impossible for one of them to achieve a decisive victory in the first couple of minutes. Instead, the mechs had to outlast their opposition. The way to do so was to steadily chip away at the defenses of the enemy while not wasting too much energy and other resources in the process. That dragon-scale warrior mech looks quite different, Rayla noted. Its exterior is made out of lots of relatively small scales. I don't know what that means in terms of defense, but the biomech is definitely more agile and flexible than our bright warrior. This was true. The dragon-scale warrior probably gained its name from the rippling scales that were able to resist and deflect the probing attacks that made it through its guard. Gloriana shook her head in disapproval. Classical mechs can adopt this armor scheme as well. It's just that it isn't worth it most of the time. The solidity of a single bigger plate is hard to match when you replace it with several smaller scales. The fact that they have to be mounted in a particular way to allow for additional range of motion introduces weaknesses that make it easier to break through them. They also offer less defense against blunt force trauma since they are comparable to a tough hide rather than armor. Vase agreed with her assessment as well, but he was sure that the dragon-scale warrior had something special in store. Otherwise, it didn't make much sense to design it as a commercial mech. Several minutes went by. The excitement level from the crowd had dimmed once they observed how slowly the mechs incurred damage. Many sword strikes deflected off the curved shield or bounced off the armor of the mechs. The offensive power of the mechs was relatively low, especially when pitted against the defenses of another knight mech. Man, whose idea was it to pit two knight mechs against each other? The first match was much more exciting. Can we refund our ticket? Some viewers even started to yawn. Despite the youth of the two mech pilots, neither of them attempted to pull off any flashy moves. It was as if their minds had just blanked out, regressing them into more primitive versions of themselves who only knew how to hack and slash. Only the mech insiders knew better. Knight mechs weren't designed to pull off brilliant maneuvers in the first place. They were built to slug it out like this. Before either mech pilot could put their talents to use, they had to change the circumstances and do their best to expose a new weak point in the opposing mechs. The differences between the two sides soon became evident. It's just as I expected. The dragon-scale warrior is less durable, Gloriana concluded. Just look at the gap in its arm. It only took 2 slashes to wear away a portion of the scales. The bright warrior became more aggressive as a response. Pilot Oxen began to exhibit some of the restlessness of his youth. The sword wielded by his mech attempted to attack this weak point many times. Of course, Pilot Bavros was well aware of the danger. The dragon-scale warrior positioned itself so that its shield blocked every attack directed against the exposed limb. Its bone surface gained more and more cracks and chips. Even if the bright warrior was unable to break it in a couple of blows, continued attacks on the same section steadily caused the bone shield to be dismantled. While the bright warrior's metal tower shield incurred similar damage, Bavros was currently on the back foot of this ongoing clash. The dragon-scale warrior would definitely fold first at this rate. Vase did not expect his mech to gain the upper hand so quickly. It was not that good of a knight mech considering that it was based off a modular mech platform. Yet its simple, beginner-friendly design characteristics allowed Trip Oxen to learn the ins and outs of his mech remarkably quickly. In contrast, the dragon-scale warrior deviated substantially from other ordinary knight mechs. Its abnormal armor scheme and added flexibility increased its learning curve and forced Zenandia Bavros to spend more time on how to leverage these properties to the best effect. While the mech pilot of the organic mech slowly began to pull off more extreme moves, it was still difficult to reverse the situation in a short amount of time. Growing impatient with the lack of progress, Oxen decided to take a risk. His bright warrior kicked out against the lower side of the dragon-scale warrior's shield. This caused the solid bone object to tilt. A sword instantly threaded through a gap in the defense and impacted the chest of the dragon-scale warrior. Even though the scales were thicker and sturdier at this section, the stab still caused a few of them to scatter. However, the wounded mech did not suffer this attack without hitting back. Rather than mounting a hasty and flawed defense, Bavros decided to take advantage of the bright warrior's exposed posture. The dragon scale warrior hacked at the arm of the classical mech with a biometal sword, causing its thinner arm plating to deform. The two mechs quickly inflicted a couple more telling blows until Bavros finally managed to extricate himself out of the tricky situation. When the dragon scale warrior kicked its agile legs against the bright warrior's shield, it used the surface as a platform in order to gain some distance. For a moment, the two mechs were separated. Both of them have taken a beating. Vase murmured. The bright warrior received less injuries. While several sections of its thick and sturdy armor featured sword marks, its armor coverage was still intact. The only worrisome aspect was that its tower shield was already starting to crumble. Its middle section had taken the brunt of the beating and was already showing signs of cracking in half. The dragon scale warrior was in a similar situation. Its bone shield was a bit less massive than a solid metal shield, but its odd organic structure provided it with a bit more stability. The mech itself displayed some concerning injuries. Its chest and one of its limbs displayed traces of purple blood where the broken or torn scales failed to withstand the incoming attacks. Yet something remarkable happened as the mechs separated. The flesh underneath the damaged or missing scales rippled. In just a couple of seconds, any scales that were still attached to the mech got absorbed into the flesh. In their place, new and pristine scales covered the exposed section. What? Vase leaned forward as he observed the projection that displayed a close-up of this phenomenon. The dragon scale warrior can do that. Now that the biomech restored its exterior protection, Bavros drove the rejuvenated mech forward with renewed confidence. Even though both mechs fought against each other at the same intensity as before, Bavros began to show the true capabilities of his biomech. He took advantage of the regeneration capabilities of the dragon scale warrior. By accepting a moderate blow, Bavros was able to hit back just as hard against his opponent. Even though the solid metal armor of the bright warrior was not that easy to penetrate, every blow added up. While the bright warrior's chest and limb armor slowly incurred more scars, the dragon scale warrior received more serious injuries due to the weaker protection ability of its scales. Bavros didn't care. The dragon scale warrior slowly replenished its missing scales, drawing upon a vast reserve of energy and nutrients that were deposited in the center of the biomech. As long as these resources lasted, the dragon scale warrior would always be able to regenerate its scales. What was even more frustrating was that the underlying flesh of the mech was still tough enough to resist moderate blows. This made it very hard to take advantage of a momentary opening. Even if Oxen managed to inflict a couple of hits on an exposed section, the only result was that a lot of purple blood leaked out before the flesh quickly knitted back together. This mech is all about regeneration, Gloriana concluded. Unless the bright warrior is capable of inflicting a single overpowering blow, it has no choice but to enter an endurance race. Vase sighed. A defensive mech can't possibly inflict a powerful punch unless it is able to perform a charge, but Bavros is smart enough to prevent Oxen from disengaging his mech. The bright warrior attempted to draw back several times, but the dragon scale warrior turned into a leech. No matter where the former went, the latter always followed right behind. The nature of the match had changed. Since there was no feasible way for the bright warrior to win by overpowering its opponent, its mech pilot decided to conserve its energy. The metallic mech no longer performed any wasteful moves and remained on the defensive a lot more than usual. The dragon scale warrior was different. Its active regeneration allowed it to maintain its peak condition longer, but that came at the expense of its total operation time. With every minute that passed, the mech expended more and more energy and nutrients. The regeneration process was so intensive that the mech even started to release steam due to the buildup of heat. As the organic mech grew hotter, so did its fighting approach. The dragon scale warrior launched attack with the fury of an offensive mech rather than a defensive mech. Its scales rippled in the light as its flexible limbs allowed the biomech to inflict damage from tricker angles. The bright warrior was suffering serious damage. With repeated blows, its shield was slowly crumbling and its chest armor exhibited more damage. Its limbs began to suffer some hits as well. Unlike its opponent, the bright warrior wasn't able to regenerate its damage. Even though it would definitely be able to outlast its opponent if the fight went on, this didn't matter if the aggressive dragonscale warrior was able to cripple the opposing mech. The bright warrior needed a hand, and Vase knew where to find it. He concentrated his mind and repeated the same steps as before. The only difference was that he drew out a different design spirit. As Goldie receded yet again, a different presence came to the fore. xianxia emerged from the shadows. Trip Oxen immediately became influenced by the different glow. He became a lot more defense-minded and began to waste less energy on launching attacks. Since the Dragon Scale Warrior was on a time limit, the only thing the Bright Warrior had to do was to resist the storm and wait for it to end. However, just as the Bright Warrior settled in for the long haul, its diminished tower shield finally collapsed under all of the strain. My chance has come, Bavros exulted. The young mech pilot of the Dragon Scale Warrior drove his biomachine forward, causing it to collide against the shieldless Bright Warrior. The two mechs quickly stabbed against each other, though their armor managed to mitigate much of the damage. While the Bright Warrior attempted to disengage, the Dragon Scale Warrior opened its mouth and attempted to chomp onto its opponent. Chapter 2790 Shedding. When the Dragon Scale Warrior opened its mouth, it revealed rows of sharp and jagged teeth. They certainly looked like bad news, especially when the biomech possessed a jaw that looked strong enough to apply a lot of force. However, before those teeth could actually sink in, an energy shield came into existence. Trip Oxen had not forgotten about this feature. While the Bright Warrior did not possess a particularly powerful shield generator, it was still strong enough to block the Dragon Scale Warrior's surprise attack. The energy shield disappeared shortly afterwards. Its capacity was limited and it was too wasteful to leave it up all of the time. Eat this, Oxen yelled. The low-profile missile launchers mounted on the shoulders of his mech fired a bunch of missiles at point-blank range shortly afterwards. Even though these explosions weren't very strong due to the restrictions set by the design duel, all of the missiles happened to carry incendiary payloads, which meant that a lot of flames and flammable materials spread out from between the two mechs. Flames began to burn on the frames of both machines. The Bright Warrior didn't suffer that much damage because its damaged chest armor was still solid enough to prevent the flames from spreading inside its frame. The Dragon Scale Warrior fared a little worse. The process of healing and regenerating its scales didn't happen instantly, which meant that a considerable amount of flesh became exposed to the flames. While the flesh of the biomech was too tough to burn so easily, it was not pleasant in the slightest to let the flames persist. Both mechs put out the flames as soon as possible, drawing back as they did so. The stab wounds they inflicted on each other looked serious but hadn't sunk too deep, thereby limiting the impact on their performance. Even so, the battle had definitely entered a new phase. The Dragon Scale Warrior had exposed a third weapon in the form of its sharp teeth. While its range was absurdly short, they still looked deadly enough to cause serious damage. The Dragon Scale Warrior had accumulated even more heat, but that did not stop Bavros from continuing his assault. The biomech stormed towards the Bright Warrior and began to push the classical mech back. At this point of the match, both mechs had lost their shields. This not only removed some obstacles in their way but also allowed them to wield their weapons with greater force. Continuous clangs sounded as the two flying mechs crossed blades again and again. At this time, the Bright Warrior had given up on launching attacks. Oxen firmly tried to block or mitigate every incoming blow in the hopes of tiring out the opponent. He was performing quite well in this capacity. Against a single opponent, the Night Mech Specialist was quite proficient in blocking and evading attacks. This frustrated Bavros as his Dragon Scale Warrior had already expended a lot of resources on regenerating its wounds and was expending even more energy to maintain its current assault. The Bright Warrior still put up a lot of resistance despite incurring some internal injuries. Its altered glow not only caused Oxen to become more efficient at defending his mech, but also made Bavros feel as if none of his attacks had any effect. The mech pilot of the biomech grimaced. This is just an illusion. He was not unaware of the power of glows. It was just that experiencing it was considerably different than reading about it. There was just something about glows that caused him to look at LMC mechs in a different light. Under other circumstances, Bavros preferred to admire a mech that could make him feel this way. This was not the time to listen to those impulses, though. After making a few considerations, he decided to activate one of the Dragon Scale Warrior's most desperate solutions. It's drawing back. The biomech uncharacteristically pulled back. It flew away from the Bright Warrior, causing Oxen to become suspicious. Even though the move favored him because his intention was to stall the fight, he was not naive enough to assume his opponent would play along. He listened to his instincts and reluctantly drove his mech forward. The Dragon Scale Warrior did not intend to stay away for long. It just needed to buy a few seconds of time to initiate one of its special features. Purge, Bavros shouted. The Dragon Scale Warrior suddenly released a lot of steam. Not only that, the mech actively shed all of its remaining scales. The bone-like material fell from the skies and clattered onto the ground like hail. What was notable about the growing pile of scales was that they appeared hot. This was because the dragon scale warrior actively transferred a significant portion of excess heat to them before shedding them from its frame. The results of this transformation were obvious. Not only did the biomech got rid of a lot of mass, it also vented much of its heat in rapid tempo. The exposed flesh of the dragon scale warrior had also shrunk as a consequence. Of course, the downsides were also clear. The defensive properties of the dragon scale warrior were no longer as comparable as before. It also expended a lot of energy to enable the transformation, which meant that it shouldn't be too far from running out of juice. Yet at this time, the scaleless biomech turned into a completely different machine. It zipped forward but circled to the side before the bright warrior was halfway to turning around itself. The shrunken and unburdened biomech wasn't fast enough to reach the rear of its opponent, but it was still able to dive forth and transfer its entire momentum in an attack that was about to inflict serious damage to the weapon arm of the bright warrior. Fortunately, the classical mech activated its shield generator, causing the incoming attack to be stopped in exchange for exhausting the defensive option. Damn, Vase cursed. The bright warrior quickly passed its sword to its other arm, but the dragon scale warrior had already turned around to make another attack run. This time, Oxen managed to respond in time. Not only did the bright warrior move aside, it also lifted its sword to block. Unfortunately, the incoming stab had so much force behind it that the bright warrior's guard was overpowered. A serious blow struck the bright warrior. Its side armor failed to stop the remaining momentum of the dragon scale warrior and incurred a deep stab wound. This time, the classical mech suffered a substantial problem in transferring power. The LMC mech's responsiveness decreased considerably, causing its defensive posture to fail. Vase tightly gripped his hands. He had not lost hope completely as of yet. Even as the transformed dragon-scale warrior inflicted major damage, its exhaustion was very much evident. The mech was definitely overexerting itself in order to sustain this performance. Just as he thought that the dragon-scale warrior was about to run out of steam, the mech practically contorted itself in order to reach around the bright warrior flagging guard and sink its sword into one of the stab wounds it had already made. Since the attack struck at a different angle, the penetrating blade damaged a different set of components. A few volatile elements within the bright warrior exploded, causing the mech to lose most of its functionality. "It's over," Vase groaned. He knew exactly what kind of damage his mech had suffered. Since the bright warrior was not a true defensive mech, its redundancy and compartmentalization only stretched so far. His mech was no longer able to contain the damage. Before the dragon-scale warrior could finish off its immobilized opponent, large-scale energy shields came online and forcibly separated the two mechs. Anti-grav modules came online to give the falling bright warrior a gentle landing. The second match has concluded. The dragon-scale warrior prepared by Dr. Navarro has prevailed this time. Please give a round of applause to Zenondia Bavros for his excellent performance. This time, the crowd truly went wild. Even though Bavros would soon turn into an enemy 3 days later, right now he was the champion of the biomech industry. His excellent use of the capabilities of the dragon-scale warrior not only delivered drive Navarro a convincing victory, but also showcased the advantages of biomechs in the process. The second match splendidly negated the humiliation of the earlier defeat. At the very least, drive Navarro avoided a double loss, which would have depressed the morale of much of the audience. Vase and the Larkinsons all saw the spectators sitting far away celebrating as if they had won the battle of the century. Rayla looked amused. Water always tastes sweeter after a draft. The lifers are desperately trying to overcompensate for their earlier defeat. It's working, though. Yes, it is, Vase. I'm afraid the third match will start under less than ideal circumstances. As the damaged and downed mechs along with all of the debris was being moved away, Gloriana grew a bit suspicious. Your mech this time did not perform as well as the one that went before. There isn't much that it can do, Gloriana. Sometimes, a loss is a loss. The dragon-scale warrior proved to be the better of the two mechs this time. In fact, if Vase really wanted to, he could have tried to activate one of the trump cards he embedded into his mechs. He just didn't see the need to do so. Victory in this design duel wasn't decided by winning or losing the matches. It was decided by the preferences of the mech pilots participating in the matches. This meant that he could lose all of his remaining matches and still be in contention for victory as long as he won over enough mech pilots. Of course, an awful record and ugly personal losses would definitely color the opinions of the mech pilots, so winning matches was still important. It was just that Vase didn't think it was necessary in this case. Even though the Dragonscale warrior showed some amazing capabilities, it demanded too much from its mech pilot in order to leverage all of its special capabilities. While the Bright Warrior's defensive configuration was lacking in features, its solid performance and overall reliability must have left a good impression. Qilanzhou's glow also helped with facilitating Oxen's defensive mindset. Hopefully, that was enough to give the young mech pilot a yearning for piloting LMC mechs once again. The regeneration ability of the Dragonscale warrior is unusually high. Rayla said, "Are biomechs always that hard to deal with, or is this one just special?" "It's the latter," Vase responded. "The Dragonscale warrior is based around it, so it doesn't actually do anything else. The resource consumption of regenerating its injuries and scales is so high that it's impossible for the mech to last long on the battlefield. This is a mech that is much more suited for duels and short engagements." Dr. Navarro had been in business longer than Vase. That meant that the biomech designer had a larger mech catalog to draw upon. The Dragonscale warrior was clearly a mech designed to serve a specific purpose. Vase couldn't see how it could be commercially viable considering how much energy and nutrients it expended to allow it to restore itself in the field. None of that mattered right now. Whether a mech model sold 100 times or 1,000,000 times was completely irrelevant. As long as it existed, it was a valid entry to this design duel. Vase glanced in the direction of the masters. Compared to before, he had the sense that their moods had shifted a bit. Even though their expressions remained virtually unchanged, their powerful minds betrayed a portion of their reactions. Professor Werther Klein showed a hint of satisfaction, for example. Even though this trace was small, it still revealed that he was rooting drive Navarro to win the design duel. What was notable was that the other 5 masters reacted in the opposite manner. In fact, the one who was sitting furthest away seemed a bit more upset than the others. Chapter 2791 Fairy Stinger 2 Rapid Forms soared in the air. After pitting 2 sluggish defensive mechs against each other, the third duel presented viewers with a completely different experience. 2 different light skirmishers were zipping around the dueling ring. Even though they were forced to make frequent turns due to the limited dimensions of the fighting area, this gave center stage to the mobility of the dueling mechs. Even minor differences in agility, acceleration, mass and so on became crucial. The mech that was able to move a little faster than the other would always be able to secure the initiative. At least, that was what people were used to seeing from duels between 2 swift machines. The reality was very different. One form was lighter and possessed a greater thrust-to-weight ratio for that reason. Yet this light mech was doing everything possible to distance itself from the opposing mech. The other mech was not as fast and nimble as the other mech, but it exuded so much threat that its opponent simply refused to clash up front. The audience sitting on the elevated viewing platforms extended from the crown of trees all fell silent. Their enthusiasm quickly faded after the start of the third match. There was very little to cheer about once the 2 mechs exchanged their first blows. Practically even before the biomech designed by Dr. Navarro closed in to perform an attack on its opponent, it was already attempting to escape. The battle never turned around after that. Even though the 2 mechs were supposed to be in the same range, one mech acted like a scared rabbit while the other flew forward like a shark smelling blood. "This is a disgrace," someone yelled. "I thought the mech pilot of the Fairy Stinger was supposed to be a military mech pilot. Why isn't Katerina Volsamar turning around to fight the metal mech like a real soldier?" Light mech pilots are all cowards. They just differ by their degree of cowardness. We just had the bad luck of drawing the more frightened mech pilot this time. Stunned dismay soon transformed into pejorative remarks. The frustrated lifers who expected to see a repeat of the second match's glorious victory instead witnessed a completely different show. They all felt scammed. They all thought that there was something wrong in Volsamar's head. How could the design duel possibly attract such a flawed mech pilot? The only reason why the audience hadn't let their tempers rise any further was the realization that she would become Ves's problem in the second phase. Still, so long as Katerina Volsamar piloted a biomech, she was practically shaming the LRA's entire biomech industry in a live broadcast watched by an uncountable amount of people. These people don't understand. The much maligned mech pilot spoke through gritted teeth. "It's not as if I want to run away, but I have no choice. I can't maintain my battle effectiveness when I'm in the vicinity of that infernal metallic mech." She expected a very different fight. As an experienced special operations mech pilot, Volsamar went through plenty of tough situations. She had come on top in situations where she was outnumbered, where her unit performed a classified mission but got cut off and even fought against an expert pilot and managed to live to tell the tale. Her mental fortitude was anything but feeble. In fact, the people who approached her with the offer to participate in the design duel explicitly told her that they were looking for someone who could endure a lot of mental pressure. They even gave her a heads up on the mech she was about to fight in the first match. While information on the second-class version of the ferocious piranha was fairly sparse, she was able to study the third-class version extensively. She even had the opportunity to experience its glow in person, allowing her to get accustomed to it as much as possible before the match began. Yet for all of her preparations, acclimatizing to the glow at rest was completely different from experiencing it during combat. For one, the ferocious piranha's threat never centered around its glow alone. It was the combination that truly comprised the hurdle that she had to overcome. Even if she was strong enough to maintain her wits at close range, she still had to exert significant mental effort in order to properly pilot her mech. Ha ha ha, I love this mech, the mech pilot of the pursuing machine exulted. Every light mech should be like this. Hardly anyone can match me in close quarters combat as long as I'm piloting a ferocious piranha. Rez Killigan indeed realized his current advantage. As a military scout, he did not clash against hostile mechs very often, but learned to capitalize the opportunity when it presented itself. He unabashedly drove his ferocious piranha forth, trying to keep up the pressure by sheathing one of the heated daggers of the mech in order to pull out a pistol and firing potshots at the biomech's colorful flight system. The fairy stinger was supposed to be a challenging mech to overcome. Compared to the ferocious piranha, the uncovered biomech fared worse against attacks but possessed a very crucial speed advantage. Its exceptional nimbleness and flightiness turned it into a fantastic aerial duelist. The biomech's offensive power was also fairly potent. It was armed with two fang-like daggers that were designed to sink into weak points in order to inject corrosive acid through the hollow tubes running through the length of the weapons. The specially formulated corrosive acid had the potential to seriously damage or degrade the internals of either biomechs or metallic mechs. In fact, according to the information provided by the mech, the acid tanks of his fairy stinger currently carried a substance that was supposed to be especially potent against metallic components. Yet all of this lethality didn't even have a chance to play out because Volsamar couldn't put up an adequate fight against the ferocious piranha. She could forget about sinking one of her stingers in the opposing mech. Instead, she had to worry about her biomech getting stabbed instead. Even though the heated daggers wielded by the ferocious piranha weren't anything special, the threat they posed to the fairy stinger was quite significant. This was because the biomech did not feature a lot of protection. While its flesh was relatively dense and resistant to damage, the fairy stinger was too skinny to possess much muscle mass. This meant that serious attacks could easily punch through the relatively thin flesh layer and damage the crucial internals. Even though the fairy stinger avoided this fate by maintaining its distance from its pursuer, this was not a long-term solution. The ferocious piranha's laser pistol constantly seared the backside of the biomech. Even though the output of the laser pistol was not that impressive, the fairy stinger's rear was not able to cope that well against attacks. Its majestic rainbow-colored wings were especially exposed. If not for the biomech trying its best to evade every incoming attack, its flight system would have been knocked out long ago. Volsamar was also thankful that the ferocious piranha wasn't optimized for ranged combat. Still, plenty of hits still got through. Even if the laser beams didn't hit the flight system, they still impacted the back of the fairy stinger, causing the flesh to blacken and smoke. This not only degraded the range of movement of the mech, but also brought it closer to defeat. To its credit, the fairy stinger was not without solutions of its own. It sheathed one of its daggers as well in order to pull out a biopistol. Different from the weapon wielded by the ferocious piranha, the biopistol was capable of integrating into the palm of the fairy stinger. This increased integration brought numerous benefits, such as added stability and more efficient transfer of heat and energy. Instead of firing energy beams or solid projectiles, the biopistol fired a different payload. As the weapon fired, fleshy orbs accelerated forward at massive speeds and either impacted the pursuing mech or exploded around it if they missed the mark. As the orbs ruptured, they released a small but potent quantity of corrosive acid. Lots of acid splattered onto the surface of the ferocious piranha if the orbs hit the mech, but even the ones that exploded in the vicinity managed to spray a few splatters onto the side of the chasing mech. This caused the mech to slowly accumulate smoking pits onto its surface. Yet no matter how much acid stuck onto the ferocious piranha, the substance's ability to melt through its armor was notably slow. The reason why the ferocious piranha was not as swift as the fairy stinger was because it boasted better protection. Its thin but well-regarded armor system provided it with enough of a buffer for Res Killigan to completely ignore the threat of the biopistol. A few successive laser strikes managed to impact one of the wings of the fairy stinger. The biomech's flight destabilized a bit as it wasn't able to accelerate as well as before. "You have no choice," Killigan shouted. Volsamar couldn't afford to keep running away. The arena was too tiny to allow the fairy stinger to utilize its speed advantage to shake off the ferocious piranha. Seeing that the fairy stinger's biopistol required far too much time to penetrate the ferocious piranha's exterior, Volsamar finally gave in to the inevitable. "I'm not running away anymore." Unfortunately for Volsamar, her determination to acquit herself well encountered some issues. The damage inflicted on the rear of the fairy stinger slightly reduced its maneuverability. This caused the mech to become a little more clumsier up close. Combined with the overpowering disorientation field projected by the ferocious piranha, Volsamar felt as if she was forced to fight with two hands bound behind her back. Her responsiveness and ability to plan out her moves suffered badly the closer she got to the LMC mech. Killigan clearly noticed the difference and fought more aggressively as a result. Even if he took some risks, his opponent wasn't capable of exploiting his openings. "I'll finish you off before you can turn the tide." He took no chances and ruthlessly pressed his ferocious piranha close. With some clever moves, the metallic mech batted aside the stinger daggers and plunged into the chest and lower abdomen of the fairy stinger. Smoke sizzled from the wounds as the red-hot daggers pierced deeply and inflicted a lot of heat damage to boot. Unlike wounds inflicted by regular blades, it was a lot harder for a biomech to heal flesh that had been burned or cauterized. The initial stab already damaged or destroyed numerous bio-components. This prevented the fairy stinger from mounting a defense before the ferocious piranha pulled out its weapons and stabbed a second time. Kill. A succession of stabs ensued as heated dagger after heated dagger turned the chest of the biomech into an ugly rendition of a victim of a serious killer. Upon the 14th stab, a massive energy shield forcibly bounced the dagger aside. The third match has ended. Mr. Larkinson has achieved his second victory in the first phase. The score is now 2-1 in favor of our foreign visitor. The end of this match felt like a relief to all of the lifers. The audience had long accepted the possibility of defeat. They could only hope that Dr. Navarro would be able to improve the fairy stinger before the next phase commenced. "We only have 2 more chances left to gain the upper hand today. Please, don't drop the ball again." Chapter 2792 Froken. The fourth match featured one of Vess's most iconic mechs. The Valkyrie Redeemer had captured the imagination of many people in the Komodo Star sector. Even foreigners who paid attention to foreign affairs envied the Hexers for being able to make use of a mech with so many capabilities. The mech had already played a starring role in the Komodo War. Many female Hexer mech pilots dreamed of piloting the spear-wielding machine in combat. Those that did always felt blessed as their minds directly came in touch with the presence of the superior mother. Not a single unit that deployed Valkyrie Redeemers suffered from morale problems. In fact, the commanders frequently had to rein in their subordinates because they had grown too enthused with charging their mechs forward. The Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants always performed at their best when on the attack. Aside from the Hex Army, the Golden Skull Alliance also adopted the same mech model. Both the Glory Seekers and the Penitent Sisters used the Valkyrie mechs to good effect during the last battle. The Penitent Sisters together with Venerable Joshua even used this mech to pull of the most extraordinary feat of the Battle of Reckoning. Now, the Valkyrie Redeemer made another appearance outside of the raging battlefields of the Komodo War. The moment this mech showed in the dueling ring, many women became captivated by the feminine mech. The Valkyrie Redeemer exuded a sense of feminine strength that felt strangely empowering to those who identified with its gender. Many female mech pilots felt the irrational urge to pilot it in battle. "So this is the highly regarded Valkyrie Redeemer." A visiting mech designer spoke. "I can see why it has managed to conquer the hearts of those bigoted women. A mech like this appeals to some of their greatest desires and aspirations." Mr. Larkinson is an excellent marketer. Indeed, a lot of people regretted that the LMC didn't sell the Valkyrie Redeemer to the public. Not even stealing or copying helped. Its anti-theft systems were so good that any non-hexer would have a very hard time interfacing with a living mech that was unwilling. Yet that was what made the current sight so odd to those who were familiar with the remarkable mech model. For the first time, the Valkyrie Redeemer was being piloted by a mech pilot who wasn't a Hexer or a Larkinson. Not only that, but the mech pilot in question was very obviously a man instead of woman. He. If you think that this little trick can fool me, then think again. Vase grinned. The mech pilot selected to fight with the Valkyrie Redeemer was a lifer mech pilot called Carter Day. Compared to the military mech pilots of the last two matches, Carter appeared to be a bit underwhelming. He was just an average employee of a local security company. Since Prosperous Hill V was so strictly regulated, the security companies based in V-Line didn't get to do much. Only a couple of mechs were allowed to escort or guard certain facilities at a time, so there wasn't much work available. The lack of mechs also meant that there were remarkably few mech-related incidents. Carter Day could count on one hand how many times he fought an actual battle throughout his 20-year career. A male mech pilot who pursued a steady job and didn't have much actual battle experience should have been a poor fit with the Valkyrie Redeemer. However, as the battle commenced, Carter had little difficulty with adjusting to the quirks of his new mech and quickly began to utilize it in a proficient manner. His battle experience might be lacking, but his basic skills were highly polished. He was still a second-class mech pilot, and that counted for something. By practicing and keeping up his skills over a long period of time, his fundamentals were pretty solid. At the start of the battle, the Valkyrie Redeemer performed a little too rigidly. It was as if the mech was fighting while covered in rust. Yet as Carter began to ease into the peculiarities of the mech, he slowly became more fluid in controlling the famed mech. He even learned how to utilize one of its distinctive features. When the third eye of the Valkyrie Redeemer came to life, it shone a beam of light straight onto the opposing biomech. The moment the beam struck the mech designed by Dr. Navarro, its flight hitched for a moment. The infamous glow of the Valkyrie Redeemer had reached out several hundred meters in order to pin the mech pilot of the opposing mech with an unsettling sensation of doom. Even though this glow was not as debilitating as the glow of the ferocious piranha at close range, it definitely unbalanced the target. This caused the current match to play out similarly to the last one. There were differences, though. Mobility-wise, the Froken was roughly just as fast and agile as the Valkyrie Redeemer. Its defenses may be a little worse due to its inherent organic properties. This was why the mech was able to hit back hard even when it was trying to maintain its distance. Myria may not be a stellar mech pilot either, but she was a lot better at marksmanship than wielding axes. As long as the Froken remained distant, the focused glow of the Valkyrie Redeemer couldn't do more than plague her with illusions. "I won't fold," she gritted her teeth. Though she admiringly maintained her courage despite constantly being subjected to the sensation of being stared at by a monstrous presence, her performance definitely suffered. As the two mechs chaotically danced in the air, many of the Froken's shots went wide. While its positron rifle was capable of inflicting serious damage, it took a lot of time to achieve a result if only a handful of beams was able to strike the Valkyrie Redeemer for more than an instant. In fact, the beams that did train on the Valkyrie Redeemer were usually blocked by its hexagonal shield. Yet when the beam managed to score a hit, the Valkyrie Redeemer gained a serious-looking scar. Even though its armor was rated to withstand the rigors of all-out warfare, the rifle that Dr. Navarro added to the Froken design a quality weapon that was notable for hitting hard. Even though the energy consumption of the positron rifle was just as impressive, that didn't matter too much in a duel environment. "I'll burn through your shield eventually," Myria Linshoden declared. The Valkyrie Redeemer possessed comparably less firepower. It was armed with a relatively weak pulse submachine gun that was inaccurate at longer ranges. The mech fared best when it was fighting up close. Even so, being able to fire at the flight system of the Froken was a massive advantage. If this went on, even a weaker weapon was able to knock out the flight capabilities of a powerful mech. Linshoden obviously knew this. The last match already U.S. traded that mechs never seemed to run out of energy to maintain their glows. Outlasting them was unfeasible. Should I get close or should I maintain my distance? Many people could see her dilemma. They didn't know how much pressure it took to fight against the Valkyrie Redeemer up close, but it seemed that it wasn't easy to confront it at range either. Gloriana looked confused from the moment the match began. She stared at the Valkyrie Redeemer that Vase had especially prepared for the design duel. It was one thing for Venerable Joshua to be able to pilot the Valkyrie Redeemer. He was not only an expert pilot, but someone who possessed a great affinity with living mechs. This was different. She was pretty sure that Pilot Day was a male mech pilot, and not an exceptional one at that. Yet this man didn't even have to exert a lot of effort to be able to pilot the Valkyrie Redeemer fluently. "How did you do it?" she asked. "It's complicated," Vase curtly replied. "My mechs aren't as inflexible as you think. Even the mechs I've designed for the Hexers can be open-minded if I wanted them to be. You overlook the fact that my Hexers' mechs are designed by us, not the Hexers." What Vase believed was different from what the Hexers believed. The superior mother who exerted a huge influence on the mechs was also different from a traditional Hexer. It was therefore relatively easy to tweak some aspects of his Valkyrie Redeemer and alter its scope to welcome male mech pilots as long as they served a greater cause. Since Carter Day was fighting on behalf of Vase in a significant design duel, why should the superior mother hinder his efforts? She should be supporting the lifer mech pilot instead, and that was exactly what she was doing. It took a personal request from Vase to alter her treatment, but he could see the results. The Valkyrie Redeemer was flush with energy and seemed to have become alive. One of the consequences of this was that the Valkyrie Redeemer was remarkably accurate in its fire. Its pulse submachine gun might not fire any powerful energy particles, but a lot of them managed to hit the flight system of the Froken. The incessant hits wore away the protective layers surrounding the flight components. Even though the Froken's powerful positron beam attacks had almost worn away the Valkyrie Redeemer's shield, the Hexer mech itself was still in decent shape. It was at this time that Myria Linshoden decided to alter the situation before the flight system of her mech incurred real damage. After activating a special command, the Froken's fleshy body suddenly rippled. Thick hair follicles started to emerge from its entire frame. The black hair grew so rapidly that the mech quickly went past the level of a gorilla and turned directly into some kind of bushy monster. "What the hell is that?" Vase sputtered in shock. The inexplicable sight completely dumbfounded the Larkinsons. Even the lifers looked a little confused, but they were less shocked by the sight than others. Biomechs were often known for being able to activate strange abilities. As soon as all of the hair had formed around the mech, it turned around and attempted to close into melee range. Though Carter Day was a bit reluctant to confront a very bushy mech, he did not have any choice. His Valkyrie Redeemer kept firing its submachine gun but also drew out a spear in order to get ready to fight up close. As the transformed Froken flew close, it chopped with its axe. The Valkyrie Redeemer dodged the telegraphed blow and attempted to thrust its spear into the biomech, only for the hair to react and entangle the weapon. "Let go." The hair stubbornly prevented the Valkyrie Redeemer from pulling back its weapon. Even though it couldn't hold onto the spear forever, the Froken gained enough of an opening to launch a counterattack. Yet before its axe could strike a telling blow, the Valkyrie Redeemer ejected a starburst grenade which exploded in their midst. At the same time, the mech also unleashed its shock and awe pulse that caused an intense enough reaction from the biomech to allow the Valkyrie Redeemer to disengage. The two mechs separated for a bit, but the Froken did not remain deterred for long. As soon as Myria Linshoden recovered from the disorientation, she drove her hairy mech forward once again. "Why are you running? Is my mech that scary? It's just a little bit of hair." For a moment, the match turned into an odd spectacle. The Valkyrie Redeemer, which was normally known for its aggressive charges, was trying its best to stay out of the range of a hairy mech. Chapter 2793 Beetles, How Can the Valkyrie Redeemer Lose? Gloriana complained. The mech she favored the most had put up a good fight. Carter Day even adopted a more aggressive approach and tried to pull off a few charges. Yet the relatively small fighting area prevented the Valkyrie Redeemer from being able to perform at its best. The mech was much more suited to fight in open space where there was virtually an unlimited amount of space to work with. Without enough room, there was no way for the Valkyrie Redeemer to build up a sufficient charge. "It's the hair," Vase muttered. "The Froken is very tricky to deal with. I don't know what it's made of, but it is exceptionally resilient against physical attacks." The hairs moved like tentacles and entangled the Valkyrie Redeemer's spear whenever it came close. Not only that, but they functioned as a damage cushion that negated a lot of damage. It was as if the mech was surrounded by a permanent energy shield. The end result had become increasingly more clear. After the Valkyrie Redeemer exhausted its starburst grenades, it was only able to rely on its death-based glow to induce a lot of discomfort towards Myria Linshoden. Yet even if the Valkyrie Redeemer was able to accept the presence of a male, there was no way to forge synergy between the two. The Valkyrie Redeemer's performance was only adequate, which wasn't enough to overcome the disadvantages it faced. "It's all because they put a male inside the cockpit," Gloriana complained. "This isn't fair." Now, the Valkyrie Redeemer has incurred a lot of blows from the axe that are difficult to repair. She was right to feel upset. The Valkyrie Redeemer got struck several times by a biometal axe. The powerful weapon damaged large portions of the mech's frontal armor before the female mech finally succumbed. All of that battle damage would take a lot of time and effort to repair. "It's okay," Vase said as he placed his hand on her palm in an attempt to calm her down. "The Valkyrie Redeemer will rise again. The damage looks bad, but large portions of it can easily be replaced. I think the Froken doesn't look so good either. If there is one lesson that I have learned from witnessing the transformation abilities of biomechs, it's that they always pay a price for their power." Once the duel had ended, the Froken didn't outright collapse, but it didn't look healthy either. Its bushy hair all turned gray and shed from the mech within a minute. The biomech's flesh looked shrunken and drained, as if it had sacrificed its own health to generate all of that animated hair. While it probably didn't take much effort to restore the mech by feeding it with nutrients and allowing it to grow back to its peak, this was not an instant process. Once the arena operators cleaned the battlefield, the fifth and final match of the day commenced. This time, the mechs that emerged from the sides possessed no significant flight capabilities. They were too heavy to be able to lift themselves under their own power under standard gravity conditions. The heavy mechs have come. Even laymen were able to recognize the last pair of mechs as heavy machines. They were larger than anything that had entered the dueling ring. Compared to slimmer and lighter machines such as the ferocious piranha, the mechs about to fight the fifth match of the day were several times more massive. The transcendent Punisher exuded a holy presence as usual. Just like the mechs that came before, its usual constraints no longer applied anymore, allowing it to accommodate any mech pilot, even someone who wasn't an adherent of the Ilvanan faith. Even though Vase didn't expect the mech pilot to synergize well with the heavy artillery mech, he at least hoped it was enough to activate the mech's iconic ability. Its mech pilot was a heavy artillery specialist called Gwyneth Ulcer. Her brief record did not reveal much. Aside from informing everyone that she was an active serviceman, her public profile only revealed that she was good at multitasking. The mech pilot of the biomech was also a woman. Ilse Lieberman was also a heavy artillery specialist, but she belonged to a different mech division. Her profile noted that she achieved high marksmanship scores. This was quite a frightening claim. Accuracy mattered a lot to artillery mechs. Even though the distance between the two mechs wasn't much, it was still useful if a mech pilot was able to target the weak points of an opposing mech. In order to down a mech, it was already sufficient to destroy the internal components that were vital to allowing the mech to function. Trying to destroy the entire armor system of a mech was not that useful in itself. The two heavy mechs possessed several similarities. They were both hexapods, 6 legs extended from the underside of their fat and broad torsos. The legs not only provided the mechs with exceptional stability, but also allowed the mech to move its prodigious mass without worrying about losing its balance like bipedal mechs. The two artillery mechs also boasted similar performance parameters. Even though their shapes diverged, they were both slow, massive, weighed down by armor and carried several potent weapons. Yet this was where their similarities ended. The Transcendent Punisher was a familiar sight to the Larkinsons. Its main armament consisted of a pair of Gauss cannons and a pair of positron cannons. Together, these weapons were able to inflict heavy damage onto any immobile target, particularly other heavy mechs. Yet the opposing mech didn't look like a vegetable either. It looks like a beetle. Vincent summed up. A fat beetle. Dr. Navarro gave his heavy artillery mech an imposing name. The so-called Swarm Monarch looked like a larger, more combat-oriented version of the utility beetles that usually perform the role of cleaning and maintenance bots in LRA society. Unlike many of his other mechs, the Swarm Monarch was covered by a hard exoskeleton that offered solid protection from attacks that came from every direction, even below. 4 big nozzles extended from the back of the Swarm Monarch. 2 of them were able to swivel directly forward, but the other 2 were only able to maintain an upwards angle. It seemed that the latter 2 cannons were capable of lobbing shells in order to bombard targets from above, thereby bypassing any terrain or other obstacles in the way. This wasn't very relevant though. The dueling ring was completely flat, so there was nothing standing in the way between the two mechs. Both of them possessed a clear line of sight against each other, and they had already trained their weapons to fire as soon as the signal was given. Let the final match of the day commence. Both mechs instantly exploded into action. Both 6-legged mechs had already begun to move. They slowly moved in a circle. This not only allowed them to maintain their current distance towards each other, but also prevented the ground at their position from collapsing or becoming unstable due to Excessive bombardment. In the beginning, the Transcendent Punisher immediately unleashed a lot of direct firepower. Gwyneth Ulcer did not hesitate in firing all of the Ilvanen mech's armaments. Gauss cannon slugs slammed against the front of the beetle's exoskeleton plating. Positron beams struck the beetle's organic plating as well, causing significant sections of its surface to heat up or deform. The Swarm Monarch did not let the classical mech beat it up without hitting back. Two of its organic muzzles immediately unleashed positron beams of their own. Of course, the thick surface of the Transcendent Punisher easily withstood the initial strikes. One of the reasons why heavy artillery mechs possessed so much armor was because they were designed to take out enemy counterparts. An artillery mech that boasted little armor usually didn't last very long on the battlefield. A mech with high threat such as an artillery platform with lots of guns always needed a way to mitigate damage. Since all of the heavy weapon systems weighed the artillery mechs down, it was not feasible for them to rely on mobility to evade incoming attacks. The only solution left was to pile as much armor as was feasible and hope that the mech was able to last a little longer than the opposite mech. Vase expected to witness a straightforward slugging match. It wasn't as if the mechs could do anything else such as closing in on each other in order to trample their opponents. They were too slow and unwieldy to perform those moves. Look, the beetle is firing its second set of guns. Rila pointed out. Vase immediately sensed something wrong. The arcing projectiles didn't seem like regular shells. They only soared for a short amount of time before descending on top of the Transcendent Punisher. No explosions ensued. The projectiles didn't appear to be explosive at all. Instead, Vase and the other Larkinsons looked astonished as the shells came to life. They're beetles, Gloriana shrieked. The small and squat beetles moved quickly and jerkily. They seemed to possess some rudimentary intelligence because they immediately moved to the relative weak points of the upper side of the Transcendent Punisher. Once the pair of beetles found their positions, they began to bore through the relatively weak armor sections with a strange drill extended from their mouths. Not only that, they also released acid that softened up the upper layers, allowing the drilling beetles to achieve faster progress. Damn, Vase slammed his fist against the armrest. The Transcendent Punisher can't shake those beetles off. We never thought to implement any countermeasures against insects of all weapons. Even Gloriana found the situation to be absurd. Those beetles are too effective. How can they drill so fast when they're so small? The answer soon became evident. The beetles slowly deflated as they continued their drilling. Eventually, they exhausted all of their reserves, causing them to fall over and die. It didn't matter. The Swarm Monarch had already fired several volleys of additional drilling beetles during this time. Soon enough, the Transcendent Punisher hosted a dozen drilling beetles. Vase figured that the Swarm Monarch could have lobbed additional beetles onto its target, but Ilse Lieberman was clever enough to realize that she would quickly exhaust the ammunition reserves of her biomech. The Swarm Monarch could only carry so many beetles. Launching too many of them at once would only cause a lot of surface damage to the Transcendent Punisher because the beetles weren't able to occupy the same position at once. While the Swarm Monarch let its drilling beetles do the work, it continued to apply pressure by firing its positron beams at the legs of the Transcendent Punisher. The legs weren't as resilient as the torso, so they were relatively easier to damage. Targeting the lower half of the Transcendent Punisher also prevented the Swarm Monarch from killing its own beetles. Although they seemed resilient to both heat and physical damage, they didn't look like they could survive a direct hit. It was too bad that none of the weapons carried by the Transcendent Punisher was able to aim its weapons along its own surface. They simply couldn't angle the cannon muzzles so low. I'll definitely fix this shortcoming, Vase vowed. Even though the Transcendent Punisher looked as if it was getting stung to death, it was not the only mech that was suffering. Its prodigious firepower was heavily savaging the Swarm Monarch. The constant, direct volleys savaged the front of the mech so much that it was forced to angle itself in order to avoid exposing its heavily injured sections. Not only that, but Gwyneth Ulcer finally achieved the right conditions to activate the signature ability of the Transcendent Punisher. Its glow became more active as a different presence reluctantly lent its power to a non-believer. It's starting. Chapter 2794 Gwyneth Ulcer. The final match was a visual spectacle beyond compare. Unlike the previous matches where the opposing machines mostly fought up close, the current pair of mechs were beating each other up with overwhelming firepower. The armor of both mechs were being sorely tested as they incurred damage after damage while at the same time trying to wear away their opponent as well. Both heavy mechs were growing further and further away from their original conditions due to all of the attacks they endured. Everyone could tell that while the mechs were still hanging on, the end was drawing closer. The insectal swarm monarch seemed to have exhausted much of its drilling beetles. More than a dozen of them were currently drilling into the weak points of the Transcendent Punisher, sacrificing their entire life potential in order to penetrate deep enough. However, before one of the beetles could pierce through the final layers blocking them from tearing through the internals, the Transcendent Punisher did something surprising. Gwyneth Ulcer had been thinking on how to solve the beetles crawling over the frame of her mech while directing all of its firepower towards her adversary. The metallic mech had already lost a few minor sensors and other components due to the incessant drilling. It was only a matter of time before the drilling beetles breached a weapon compartment or something. This was why Gwyneth urgently had to find a way to remove or at least stall the beetles from succeeding in their objective. As the Transcendent Punisher kept firing its weapons at full blast, she diverted a portion of her concentration to do something unusual. She deliberately took over manual control over a few components and deliberately deactivated them. Since they belong to the heat management system, the circulation and diversion of excess heat generated by the positron cannons suddenly had nowhere else to go. The heat rapidly began to pool up until it vented alongside certain portions close to the energy weapon mounts. As a result, several sections of the exterior of the Transcendent Punisher turned into a sizzling hot surface. Even though the Transcendent Punisher was suffering all sorts of minor internal damage due to the excess heat buildup, the beetles that were stuck on the surface were being cooked as well. The acid they drooled out evaporated while their drills blackened and cracked. The only reason why the beetles hadn't fallen over was because they were designed to cope with excessive heat, but this property had its limits. Wow, even I didn't think of that. Vase looked pleased at the mech pilot's ingenuity. It's going to be troublesome to repair, though, Gloriana reminded him as she watched the battle with a more critical eye. The Transcendent Punisher bought itself a bit of time with this self-damaging stunt. Still, its front limbs were already falling apart due to getting struck by constant positron beams. The mech almost collapsed as its remaining 4 limbs were being forced to bear the remaining weight. While getting immobilized was not necessarily fatal to the metallic mech, it would definitely give the opponent a major advantage. The Swarm Monarch didn't look so good either. The superior firepower of the Transcendent Punisher had inflicted a lot of damage across the beetle-shaped biomech's frontal surface. Gauss cannon rounds, positron beams and even pulse particles struck the hardy exoskeleton with constant abandon. A medium mech would have long been torn apart after getting struck by so much firepower. However, each time the Transcendent Punisher almost managed to breach through the exoskeleton, the Swarm Monarch simply turned around and presented its undamaged side towards its opponent. The cannons mounted on the Swarm Monarch were largely omnidirectional, which meant it was still able to fire at the Transcendent Punisher even if it faced its rear towards the enemy. This made it quite difficult to finish off the Swarm Monarch completely. Its ability to withstand attacks was at least 10 times more if it was allowed to absorb damage across its entire frame. The Transcendent Punisher was able to do this as well, but only to a certain extent. It was designed as a bunker mech and not a landbound artillery mech. While it could function at the latter, it wasn't optimized for the role. Something had to change, and Gwyneth Ulcer was trying her best to find a solution. She knew what the Transcendent Punisher was capable of. The manual of the mech along with the data it provided hinted at something more. Yet in order to activate this mysterious ability, she had to enter the right mindset. Even though she hadn't piloted the Transcendent Punisher for long, her mind was constantly processing a lot of data and other experiences. She always possessed an open and inquisitive mind. While she might not be as good at targeting precise components as her current opponent Ilse Lieberman, she had always been good at splitting up her focus to attend to multiple priorities at the same time. This was why she was able to ensure that each of the Transcendent Punisher's weapon systems were being properly managed so that their firing rate remained as optimal as before. They also aimed in the direction at all times. Furthermore, she was still managing the deliberate accident she created in order to keep the surface of her mech as hostile to the drilling beetles as possible. Throughout all of this, she continued to keep an eye on the state of her opponent, the environment and what lurked within her own mech. "This mech is unlike anything that I have ever piloted before," she whispered. Although her contact with her mech was fairly shallow at first, she became more and more absorbed with what she found inside. There was a pure and all-encompassing presence inside that constantly drew her closer. Her mind began to experience something different. She seemed to have passed a threshold where she felt as if she gained enlightenment. Her performance started to slip as she opened some eyes to truths that she had never realized in her life up until now. The Life Research Association was a state that was based around science and viewing reality with a grounded perspective. The mech she was interfacing with apparently saw reality in a different way. It was strange, odd, fantastical yet fascinating all the same. A part inside Gwyneth became excited for reasons that flew above her head. For the first time in her life, she felt as if she was touching upon a greater cause and truth. The future of humanity was much more turbulent from an outsider's perspective, and her place in the fabric of time could be much more significant if she escaped the confines of her current life. She knew what to do. Most of her attention may have been scattered, but a portion of her had always kept an eye on the overall situation. Gwyneth could already foretell the end if no other variables changed. Her mech already lost much of its mobility, and it wouldn't be long before the swarm monarch's persistent particle beam attacks would bore through a hole that had already been weakened by the drilling beetles. "This is not the end I want," she abruptly shouted. With great will, she triggered the new option. Immediately, her transcendent Punisher seemed to open up to that great source. Power poured in and began to affect the mech in some special way. Through the man-machine connection, much of that power flowed into her mind, whereupon she started to see reality in a different manner. Her eyes narrowed. She began to act on the information she received. The cannons mounted on the transcendent Punisher began to aim in slightly different directions. Boom, boom, hiss, hiss. The artillery mech fired 4 shots in quick succession, each of them targeting a different portion of the mech. A Gauss round impacted a joint of one of the swarm monarch's legs at a precise angle. Ordinarily, a single attack shouldn't have been able to inflict serious damage to the limb, but due to the tricky angle, the powerful impact somehow caused a number of critical organic components to shift or crack. The limb was knocked offline. Since the beetle had tipped forward a bit due to the unanticipated attack, a portion of its upper surface became exposed. A second Gauss cannon round slammed onto an already damaged portion of the upper exoskeleton. A powerful crunching sound ensued as the round seemed to have knocked a portion of the damaged organic plate away, thereby creating a gap that exposed the internals. 2 precisely aimed positron beams slipped into the gap and wreaked havoc inside. Even though the beams only affected the upper portion of the swarm monarch's internals, many of them were closely related to its weapon systems. All 4 organic mounts sputtered and died down. Most crucially, the biomech's powerful positron cannons had fallen silent for some reason, causing the mech to lose much of its direct damage potential. While the swarm monarch quickly righted itself up, the portion near the gap in the upper armor suddenly expanded as a second volley of Gauss cannon rounds precisely impacted the sides, causing the opening to widen by 75%. The transcendent Punisher continued to pile up the damage. It even overloaded its weapons and incurred considerable overheating damage in order to crank up the firing rate as high as possible. The swarm monarch couldn't endure all of the firepower. It never found the opportunity to hunker down and regenerate the damaged organs that could bring its main armament back online. The moment the energy shields came to life in order to stop the hot and enraging transcendent Punisher from continuing on, the result was clear. Gwyneth Ulcer and the transcendent Punisher provided by Mr. Larkinson has won the 5th match. After achieving this victory, the first phase of the design duel has come to an end. The final score is 3-2 in favor of Mr. Larkinson. The second phase will commence in 3 days. The announcer hardly sounded enthused this time. He only perked up a bit when he said the last sentence. The mood in the arena had grown quite weird. The final moments of the 5th match had progressed so suddenly that none of the spectators could process what had happened. How was it possible for the transcendent Punisher to defeat the swarm monarch in frontal combat? Prior to this odd turn of events, Ilse Lieberman had been using the entirety of the biomech's frame to good effect. "We lost. This is absurd. How can a random section of armor collapse so easily? The swarm monarch's design is flawed. Its upper section is too weak. Once drive Navarro reinforces this section, the biomech will not be taken down so easily anymore." The crowd all sounded dismayed. This was not the result they wanted to see. Yet despite their complaints, the local spectators remained remarkably calm considering how much was at stake. The second phase was where the match would truly be decided. Vase had 5 more matches in store, and even if he maintained his lead to the end, the verdict of the mech pilots might diverge. "It could be better, but this is as good of a start as any," he said. "You've proven yourself to be a serious contender." Gloriana smiled proudly at him. "The lifers can't dismiss you as casually as before. You pose a serious threat to the reputation of their biomech industry. That's not necessarily a good outcome. Vase could already feel the daggers staring at his back. Chapter 2795 flattered. The local and regional news publications already began to spin 100 different narratives after the end of the first phase of the design duel. Life Research Association is on its knees. Its biomech industry has fallen behind the times. Clash between flesh and metal ended in a decisive victory for real technology. Catastrophe. Foreign mechs succeeded in bullying our homegrown biomachines. Dr. Federico Navarro must resign. He is unfit to represent our biomech industry. Beware the devil tongue. Doom follows in his wake. Not a single state survived his PS assage intact. All of these overblown headlines accompanied even wilder claims spoken by pundits and analysts of all stripes. The lifers had become utterly obsessed over a single design duel that shouldn't have merited all of this attention. All of the gossip and speculation significantly riled up the locals. The prosperous hill system became more turbulent as lifers of all stripes expressed their anger, frustration and hopes all at once. When the spectators began to leave their viewing platforms, Vase and his fellow Larkinsons gathered together. Even the two expert pilots had bid goodbye to their lifer counterparts. All of the initial excitement at Ves's favorable standing had passed. Let's not celebrate too soon. Vase warned his fellow clansmen. I am only ahead by one win, and Dr. Navarro might be able to gain the upper hand in the second phase. Also, don't forget about the real win conditions. I need to win over enough mech pilots to win the design duel. Venerable Orphan clicks her tongue. The lifers are only mildly upset right now, but they'll definitely become a lot uglier if we prevail in the end. We should start worrying about how we can depart from this planet if we manage to humiliate the lifers for real. That was a valid concern. Vase didn't think she was blowing the situation out of proportion. He wanted to win, but he didn't want to endanger himself and every Larkinson either. A part of him wanted to lose so that he could go back into obscurity, but his pride, reputation and his integrity as a mech designer prevented him from doing so. He was willing to bend many principles, but some of them were too indispensable to his self-image. A mech designer must be bold. A mech designer must stand up for his own work. A mech designer must have the courage to face a challenger. If he acted in an opposite manner, then one of the strongest pillars that propped up his identity might collapse. This would be a disaster since this kind of collapse could easily cause the foundation of his design philosophy to crumble. His spiritual domain centered around life and mechs. Each of his actions must align with these two attributes. The more he acted in accordance with his domain, the faster it grew. Vase even speculated that it might evolve after receiving enough nurturing. So far, Vase noticed that his domain was very weak and immature in comparison to the domains of other mech designers. Dr. Navarro possessed a more solid and developed one while the masters were in a league of their own in this regard. He turned his attention back to his current concerns. Gloriana, yes, honey, when you go back to Gentle Lotus Base, please tell General Verl and the rest to exercise more caution and prepare for a hasty departure. Why? His wife frowned. I've lived through several situations where the situation got hairy, so I'm very sensitive towards volatile situations. While I'm not certain if this star system will blow in the near future, we should prepare for the worst and prepare some contingency plans just in case. He began to pass on some simple instructions. He wanted the Larkinsons to either abort or accelerate some of their preparations. He wanted every non-essential Larkinson to leave Gentle Lotus Base and return to the expeditionary fleet as soon as possible. The latter is going to be a problem. She warned him, even if we book tickets right away, it will take days for thousands of Larkinsons to gain passage aboard one of the passenger transports of the PHTS. The service is way too overburdened. We should do our best regardless. Anyone we move back to the fleet is one less headache we need to solve if the situation on the ground turns chaotic. He also issued a few other instructions. He wanted his Larkinsons to speed up recruitment. It didn't matter if they rushed through the vetting and testing procedures. As long as the new recruits gained Goldie's approval, then they shouldn't be a problem. Ah, and don't forget about the capital ship swap. Vase said, rush the exchange if possible, but don't hesitate to drop it if it takes too long to gain control over the new vessels. Trading capital ships was different from trading cows. All kinds of steps needed to be taken in order to conduct transactions responsibly. Even if the new additions to the expeditionary fleet fell into their possession, the Larkinsons still needed to round up a couple of crews in order to activate the two vessels. Gloriana and the rest took in the words and nodded. Even if they didn't share the same concerns as Vase, they had gone through several turbulent events themselves. They didn't think there was anything wrong with overpreparing. I hope the situation doesn't deteriorate, but if it does, it's better if we're already prepared. Venerable Joshua concluded. As the Larkinsons were about to depart, some of the people on the VIP platform approached Vase for a chat. The first person to approach him was a familiar presence. Professor Werther Klein looked a bit more impressed at Vase than before. While I have thrown my support behind Drive, Navarro, I am impressed by your work. I'm sure you can design better mechs. Vase humbly replied, "Oh, you don't need to belittle yourself. Your mechs have unique properties that we have never seen before. This is a good sign that you are pursuing the right innovation. While I cannot believe your mechs are alive, the fact that they are able to channel an effect that makes them exuberant is quite a novel sight to my fellow colleagues and I. You have opened up a new door for us. Perhaps there is merit in focusing more on the mech pilot and less on the mech itself." As a master, Professor Klein already realized his mech design. This made him a lot more open-minded towards other research directions. Though Werther Klein exercised impeccable control over his body language, Vase could easily sense anticipation from the old fossil. Vase experienced this kind of attention several times from Master Willix. He was long accustomed to people who expressed intense interest in the fruits of his labor. I still have a long way ahead of me before I am able to realize my design philosophy. He modestly spoke. I've learned a lot from the first 5 matches. I thought my mechs were already fairly strong compared to the works of other mech designers, but Drive Navarro has surprised me time and time again. His biomech designs are truly praiseworthy. The professor casually waved his hand. Dr. Navarro excels at transformation in related areas, but he isn't capable of designing mechs as varied as the Dragonscale Warrior and the Swarm Monarch without the support of the rest of our biomech industry. Each of these designs are collaborative works. That's only fair. My dueling mechs are derived from collaborative works as well. The only difference is that the influence of other mech designers isn't as obvious, at least for the moment. Gloriana beamed at his words. Master Klein did not come to lavish praises on Vase. He quickly brought up a more serious matter. I couldn't help but listen to your plans. You seem quite concerned about your safety. We are. Vase nodded. I don't know whether I'll win the design duel, but if I do, I'll be surrounded by a lot of angry lifers. Who knows whether one of them will be crazy enough to lash out. I originally planned to stay here longer in order to rebuild our fleet, but I think it is best if we cut our schedule short. I do not blame you, Mr. Larkinson. It is rather regretful that our state has been less than hospitable to you. While I am not in command of Prosperous Hill, I can still pull some strings to ease some of the restrictions you face. Vase looked surprised. You'd do that for us, sir. I do not wish anything to befall a talented mech designer such as you. The old man said, you have earned my respect. I can read the passion and drive you've invested in your mech designs. Witnessing 5 of your works in action has taught me that there are more directions that we can take our work. This lesson alone is worth the tiny amount of effort I need to take to aid your clan. Even though it was rather unexpected, Vase truly needed all of the help he could get. Thank you, sir. We appreciate the favor. Master Klein nodded at Vase once again before he departed. Apparently, he didn't have any other plans in mind. Another master mech designer approached. Vase keenly remembered that this second powerful biomech designer didn't go along well with Master Klein. Mr. Larkinson, please don't listen too much to Master Klein. He means well, but he is a bit behind the times. He doesn't see nearly as much promise in your mechs as I. Let me state that I am impressed by your work. Your mechs truly have the capital to live. Vase looked flattered. Thank you. That means much from a master. Regardless of how suspicious this fellow seemed, he still possessed the wisdom and power of a genuine master. People at this level usually didn't bother to lie. Why should they? They sat near the top of their profession and every word they said would always be scrutinized. Each of them had a reputation to uphold, and as one of the best mech designers in existence, they were always sincere when it came to mechs. You need to stay sharp and make sure that you do not spend the next 3 days trying to restore your mechs to their old conditions. Dr. Navarro's mechs are famed for their malleability. Your dueling opponent can induce drastic changes in the span of a few days. The Dragonscale Warrior might not even be covered by scales in the next engagement, and the Swarm Monarch may even replace its beetle cannons with conventional guns. Do not expect any of his biomechs to fight your products in the same manner. This was quite an important reminder. Are you allowed to say that, sir? Vase questioned. It's fine. My advice does not go as far as providing you with specific aid. You still need to develop your solutions yourself, or else the design duel will no longer have any meaning. When I was around your age, I dueled quite often against other biomech designers. My ideas are different from my colleagues, so I constantly had to prove the merits of my design philosophy in front of my naysayers. Regardless of the outcome, every challenge polished my approach towards my work. I know, but I'm a working mech designer. I am already juggling a lot of priorities. I can't divert too much time on duels. Then make sure you make the most out of this experience. The strange master didn't stick around for long. After chatting a bit more, he began to leave. Wait, sir, could you tell us your name? Vase asked. I am Master Lehigh Brixton. I am based in Prosperous Hill IV. I am known for my cyborg mechs. That last part immediately caused Vase to jolt. A cyborg mech designer. That was someone who not only utilized both organic and mechanical components, but fused them together into an integrated whole. Chapter 2796. Old Men. Master Lehigh Brixton turned out to be a controversial mech designer. Even though he was a master who was rooted in the LRA's biomech industry, he rejected its orthodoxy. With a career that spanned 2 centuries, Master Brixton developed his design philosophy step by step and endured lots of opposition towards his deviating ideas. The LRA's biomech industry is deeply flawed. He spoke to Vase. That old geezer Klein was already old back when I was starting my career. He was just as opposed to innovation as before. When one master criticized another master, Vase thought it was prudent to keep his mouth shut. If he really had to say something, then he had to do his best to stay neutral. I don't really understand the division within your biomech industry. Vase innocently said, I'm just a visitor. I didn't even know that there were mech designers who preferred to design cyborg mechs such as you until recently. You know nothing, Master Brixton said in a heated voice. Our state is kept in constant stagnation due to all of the geriatric daughters who are currently in charge. You may know them as conservatives, but they are cowards who are afraid of taking risks and value the status quo above all else. The mission to propagate the wonders of biotechnology to the greater galaxy is no longer on their minds. They don't care if their mechs are falling behind as long as they are able to lord over others in the LRA. Oh boy, not again. What was it with old people and their rants? Vase had a lot of practice with being on the receiving side of rants. Gloriana yelled in his face often enough for him to develop different strategies towards different kinds of rants. Luckily, Master Brixton did not direct his ire at Vase. This made the situation much more tolerable. Besides, the master mech designer was revealing a lot of insider information. Human civilization is built upon multiple forms of information. The mistake made by old fogies like Master Klein is that they only think about incremental improvements. They just think that biomechs will eventually win everyone's hearts if they improve their performance step by building upon existing accomplishments. They're wrong. These slowpokes are so bad at innovating that once they achieved a breakthrough, the conventional mech industry has already taken several steps forward. I thought that several centuries of failure would have made them realize that they're constantly falling behind, but they have done the opposite. They have dug in even deeper. From what Vase had learned about the biomech industry, he wasn't sure whether that was fair. One of the factors that complicated the matter was that the LRA's biomech industry did not exist in isolation. There were other enclaves throughout the galaxy that had chosen to adopt biomechs rather than classical mechs. Even if the local biomech industry failed to make any significant breakthroughs, it could always leech from the success of other communities. The current leaders of our industry have all exhausted their usefulness. They may have contributed significantly to our sector when they were in their prime, but they have lost their drive to push their craft forward after achieving their greatest dreams. Becoming a master is the end to many mech designers, but it is just the beginning to the truly ambitious. And you happen to be among the latter. That is a given, Master Brixton proudly stated. His mind bloomed and loosened some of the restraint that kept it contained. Vase sensed a conviction that was so inviolably strong that it could probably endure a direct attack from a dark god. Life-prolonging treatment is both a blessing and a curse. It can make the worthy live longer. It was originally meant to extend the lifespans of useful and productive people so that they can contribute even more to society. However, each century of life also removes an immense degree of urgency to the recipients. Those with feebler ambitions have become too complacent after they have lived a couple of centuries. They are no longer willing to do whatever it takes to lead our state to greatness. What did this have to do with Vase? He was still in his 30s. The profound issues related to extending people's lives was so far above his head that he couldn't even imagine what he would be like if he was 2 centuries older. Master Brixton suddenly adopted a calmer tone. The younger generation deserves a chance to be in charge. They're closer to contemporary society and their thinking is not as outdated as those who have lived in a time when the age of conquest was still a short-term memory. Constant change is necessary to move our state forward. No matter how much conservatives such as Master Klein are willing to consider other solutions, they always default to the least drastic option. It's in their name. To be honest, while Vase agreed with Master Brixton's logic, he didn't think that the conservatives were doing anything wrong. Sure, they hadn't come up with anything exciting for a very long time, but that just meant they were doing a good job in maintaining people's livelihood. Stability may not be as XY as radical innovation, but it also did not introduce any volatile changes that could easily worsen the lives of trillions of citizens. The conservatives were good stewards of the state. Whatever their faults, the lifers were happy and enjoyed a high standard of living. Many other second-rate states were less well off. The Garland Empire was in a constant state of internal warfare while the center of the Komodo Star sector turned into a slaughterhouse as millions if not billions of people died every day. Of course, not everyone was satisfied with providing a good life to citizens. Some leaders wanted to achieve more, and they weren't afraid to risk the happiness of lots of people in order to accomplish a goal that many people might not even care about. Earlier, you questioned who I am. Well, let me introduce myself to you properly. I am Lehigh Brixton, cyborg mech designer and co-founder of the Combinants. Vase already guessed that Master Brixton was related to the Combinant faction. The amount of cyborg mech designers in the LRA was definitely small, so it should be a given that each of them banded together in order to pool their strength. What he didn't expect was that the old man currently in front of him was one of the faction's leader figures. In fact, he might even be their visionary considering his outspokenness. Although Brixton mostly came across as a cranky old man to Vase, the man's ability to design cyborg mechs was unsurpassed. Anyone who could design mechs that could compete against the products of other masters was still worthy of respect. Vase awkwardly smiled. As an innovator, I wish you luck in your goal. I need to go now. I only have 3 days to fix my broken mechs and I can't afford to linger too long here. Every second counts. A strong grip clamped onto his arm. Master Brixton wasn't done with him yet. You must win. The older man hissed. I already intend to win. You must win. The master emphasized. I am being serious, here. Our faction has already given up trying to clear the fog from the minds of old fogies such as Master Klein. These geriatrics are beyond redemption. What we can do is break the illusion that has captivated many of our citizens. Too many laymen who have no idea about the true state of our biomech industry think we are already strong enough to hold our ground. They're wrong. We're the Combinants responsible for hijacking the design duel and turning it into a matter of national pride. That possibility caused Vase to become a lot more vigilant towards Master Brixton. Even if Vase sympathized with fellow innovators, he never wished to get caught up in someone else's ambitions. I can't promise anything, sir. While I am confident in my own design philosophy, I am still younger and less experienced than Drive. Navarro, I can only promise that I will do my best. No matter what is going on around me, I am still a mech designer. I will exert myself to the best of my abilities and let my mechs do the work. Master Brixton slowly let go of Ves's arm. He took a deep breath. That is good to hear, young man. Keep my advice in mind and do not base your decisions on faulty assumptions. Biomechs are highly adaptable and Dr. Navarro is better at changing the configurations of his mechs than other biomech designers. If you want the second phase to go smoothly, then you must adapt your mechs as well in order to avoid getting countered. I got it. I'll do my best, though there is only so much I can do in just 3 days. The older man stared deeply into Ves's eyes. After a few seconds, the leader of the Combinants finally departed. Vase could feel the expectations put on his shoulder. The most galling part of this was that he never asked to carry the hopes of a faction he knew nothing about. Just as he thought that he was rid of the cranky old man, Master Brixton abruptly stopped and turned around. He walked back and presented a pleasant smile towards Vase. I have studied your situation to an extent. You wish to venture into the Red Ocean, is that right? Vase nodded. This was no secret. That's correct. We are only at the start of our journey, but we will definitely make it to the other side. That's great. The old galaxy is filled with entrenched rulers who are already content with their existing accomplishments. Only a new region of space will allow ambitious pioneers such as you to bloom. Have you already gathered the necessary amount of merits to obtain passage through the Beander Gate? We are still working on it. We'll probably satisfy this requirement once we reach the gate. Well, let me offer you some aid. I happen to have a few million MTA merits to spare. I will grant you 5 million MTA merits if you are able to win this design duel. Is this an interesting offer to you, Mr. Larkinson? What? Even though Vase already earned a lot of merits, it was extremely difficult for him to earn more. The prospect of gaining 5 million MTA merits was a very attractive prospect. However, nothing came for free. There was also another issue with this reward. Aren't MTA merits supposed to be non-transferable? That's correct, Master Brixton replied. While I cannot transfer any of my accumulated merits to your personal account, I can still put the aforementioned amount of merits at your disposal in another manner. How? I can transfer one of my students to your Larkinson clan. Once he is a part of your organization, you will effectively gain control over the merits he possesses. This was a viable way to transfer merits between people. Technically, the merits belong to the individual. Master Brixton's apprentice could easily refuse to contribute his merits, but Vase didn't really care about this problem. He had plenty of ways to persuade an unwilling person to act on his behalf. Vase needed more information, though. What kind of person is your student? He's a fairly accomplished journeyman mech designer. He's a little older than you, but not as brilliant. He's similar to Federico Navarro in that regard. To be frank, he's one of my more disappointing disciples. I am not sorry to let him go, and he has already expressed a desire to leave and find his own way. That didn't sound very glowing. Still, awful mech designer or not, Vase was not about to let 5 million MTA merits slip from his grasp. Vase smiled. As long as your student is willing to be a part of my clan, then I will welcome him to the fold. I am certain he will be ecstatic to hear the news. The two had formed an agreement at that moment. Chapter 2797 Advantages. Majestic Teal was rife with plots. This was what everyone said about the Star Sector. Open warfare rarely broke out in this region, but that did not mean that everyone had lost their ambitions. In fact, the people who lived in the second-rate states of Majestic Teal felt both content and restricted. They were content because they lived in stable and well-run societies. They were frustrated because the lack of chaos restricted their upward mobility. With all of the centenarians and older folk clinging onto their positions of power for centuries at a time, the younger generation could only climb so much before they hit an impassable wall. The Supreme Sage was the most egregious case. Born before the advent of the Age of Mechs, he lived through multiple eras in the Life Research Association's history and remained unquestionably on top for an immense amount of time. Since he monopolized a large amount of high-level resources for himself, the biotech researchers who were ranked just behind him had become increasingly more jealous at their leader's persistence. While it was true that the Supreme Sage was a treasure to the LRA, his noteworthy successes came at the cost of strangling the growth of his possible heirs. Plenty of renowned beast designers, biomech designers, geneticists and other brilliant figures wished to perform groundbreaking experiments in one of the much-lauded Pinnacle labs, but the Supreme Sage was already putting these facilities to work for his own ends. Vase actually sympathized with the Supreme Sage. He felt that this legendary scientist's position was similar to his own. The Life Research Association largely owed its leadership position in biotechnology to the big guy's accomplishment. Without someone as brilliant as the Supreme Sage holding down the fort, the LRA would have been much worse off. The surrounding states wouldn't have been so restrained towards the state if their rulers didn't need the services of arguably the best native biotech expert in the Star CL, U.S.Ter. The success of the Supreme Sage elevated the prosperity and privileges of everyone under his care. People like Master Werther Klein and Master Lehigh Brixton only managed to climb up to their current positions by benefiting from the excellent growth conditions provided by their highly accomplished superior. Yet the lifers were split on whether they should be grateful to the living legend of their state. Conservatives such as Master Werther Klein remained humble and recognized that they would have never attained their current level of success without their current shelter. Opponents such as Master Lehigh Brixton didn't even bother to look back. Instead, they solely complained about how their futures were blocked by their original benefactor. Ungrateful bastards, Vase muttered as he stepped into the mech workshop underneath Ruzin Arena. As far as he was concerned, if the malcontents wanted to achieve a greater level of success, why not strike out on their own? The LRA clearly belonged to the Supreme Sage, yet Vase did not voice this opinion in front of Master Brixton. Not only was it unwise for him to talk back against a master mech designer, but they also entered into a cooperative relationship. I just have to win. Vase loved free deals like this. He already intended to win the design duel anyhow, but now that someone had taken the initiative to sweeten the pot, he would definitely make sure that 5 million MTA merits entered into his pocket. Of course, that didn't mean he was blinded by the rich reward. No one randomly offered to give away 5 million MTA credits. This was why Calabast visited the workshop right after the end of the first phase of the design duel. The black-clad spymaster sauntered closer to Vase as he looked up at the 5 beaten-up machines. "Can you fix them all up in time?" she casually asked as Lucky dove into her welcoming arms. Meow. The gem cat cutely rubbed his head against her arms. Vase ignored his pet's antics as usual. "I'll manage. This challenge isn't about fixing everything. It's about testing how much battle effectiveness we can restore in a limited amount of time. Granted, biomechs have an advantage in this aspect, but I am not about to let my opponent roll me over from this advantage alone." He didn't have to do a perfect job. He just had to be good enough for his mechs to remain competitive. As he scanned his eyes over his 5 dueling mechs, he was already cataloging which battle injuries he should address and which ones he should leave alone. Vase had to achieve the maximum amount of results in the least amount of the time. This meant that he had to forego many easy repairs because they yielded marginal results. Other repairs were drastically able to bring a mech closer to its peak condition, but took up too much time to complete. Both cases were undesirable. Time was the most valuable resource right now, so Vase had to ration it as efficiently as possible. Fortunately, Vase was already accustomed to these kinds of situations. He didn't panic and he didn't overestimate his capabilities. The lifers may have provided him with a pretty good workshop, but the tools and production equipment were not comparable to the ones in his personal workshop. He needed to take this into account as well. "This deal I've made with Master Brixton sounds fishy, but it is too irresistible to me," he told her. "Under ordinary circumstances, I have to go above and beyond to earn 5 million MTA credits. I have never encountered a situation where I can just bend down and pick it up from the street. You have to win the design duel, though," Calabast reminded him. "From what I can tell, that's anything but certain." Vase briefly dropped his smile. "That's true. I don't know what's in store for the second phase, but drive. Navarro is limited by what he can do as well. Anyway, I didn't call you here to talk about this. What I'd like you to do is dig into Master Brixton's background and find out which of his students he wants to dump on my lap. Are you expecting any problems on that front? No mech designer wants to get rid of a useful helper, Calabast. These kinds of people are worth their weight in high-grade exotics. They can provide so much assistance that it's an enormous waste to kick them out of orbit. There has to be a problem with this fellow. Master Brixton himself has already alluded that he isn't sad to let his student go. I'm definitely being scammed. I just want to know how I'm getting screwed." Calabast frowned as she tickled Lucky's belly. "If you think this is such a bad deal, why entertain it at all? Oh, don't get me wrong. I still think this is a win-win arrangement. I am happy to take on any delinquent as long as I get my 5 million MTA merits. I just think that I'll be winning less than Master Brixton. Someone who is capable of earning so many merits through his own efforts is definitely a talent, but if that comes paired with behavioral problems, then I need to know as soon as possible." What he learned would largely determine his treatment of this unexpected addition to his clan. If he was confident he could manage a difficult personality, then Vase didn't mind giving Master Brixton's student an opportunity to develop himself. If not, then Vase could just arrange an accident right after his expeditionary fleet passed through the Beander Gate. Even though it was likely that Master Brixton would become very incensed if this happened, Vase didn't care at all. There was no way that someone that was stuck in Majestic Teal could extend their power all the way to the Red Ocean. "I will look into this as soon as possible," she promised. "Don't expect too much, though. My agents report that Prosperous Hill has become increasingly more volatile. A lot of visitors have arrived to watch the design duel or take part in the excitement. The locals all smell that something significant might be taking place, and even the Zona stalkers have received worrying signals from their family members." "Do you have anything more specific than that?" Calabast shook her head. I'm as frustrated as you in this regard. We can only vaguely tell that major movements are taking place in the background. Do you want to know the reason why the Prosperous Hill transportation service recently became a lot more backlogged than usual? A number of very powerful organizations have claimed much of the transportation capacity that is usually allocated to visitors. They're shipping a lot of assets to and from the surface. And this started only recently. A few days before this design duel, actually. That's definitely not a coincidence. All of these signs pointed out that the local factions weren't sitting still. Turning the design duel into a spectacle was only one component in some greater plan. Vase wished that Master Brixton had been a little more forthcoming in what he and his people were up to. The combinants were definitely involved. After Vase and Calabast finished their discussion, Lucky mournfully bid goodbye to the latter. Miuo, be a good boy and stick to Vase, she said as she petted Lucky's head. I'm a big girl, I can take care of myself. Meow. Despite all of the trouble in the air, Vase didn't want to give up on the possible gains he could make from this visit. He might have to curtail some of his plans, but he definitely did not wish to leave before he recruited enough personnel, particularly skilled and desirable. Biotech experts. The Larkinson clan also had to stick around long enough to finalize the exchange of the Orlis for the graveyard and the Dragon's Den. It wasn't necessary to wait until their new crews had fully broken in the capital ships. They could learn on the job if they had to. The two vessels just needed to be space-worthy enough to keep up with the rest of the fleet. Everything else could be worked out later. All of this will take a few more weeks to complete, he estimated. We can't leave until then. It was a pity that the Larkinsons wouldn't be able to replenish all of its mechs. The production of Bright Warrior IBs and other Larkinson-exclusive mechs was still limited, which meant that most of his mech pilots were still waiting to receive their new machines. The Larkinson clan might be forced to place a production order in one of their upcoming destinations, but Vase was not very happy with this solution. Making a third-party company responsible for producing the mainstay mechs of his clan was no different from leaking their entire designs. Even if their glows and spiritual designs restricted unauthorized people from piloting them, their limitations and weak points would no longer be confidential. I guess I'll have to contract the Infinity Guards on a longer-term basis, he muttered. The mercenaries hadn't been too useful lately, but that was because they didn't have much room to exert their strength in Prosperous Hill. That would change once his grand expedition resumed. Well, I can worry about that later. I still have a lot of work on my plate. He turned his attention back to his mechs. One of his bright warriors along with a Valkyrie Redeemer were in quite poor shape due to suffering defeat. However, the mechs that had managed to win were not that better off either. From what it looks like, I might have to lower the priority on the most badly damaged mechs. This was a painful decision, but one that made the most sense on a strategic basis. He could achieve much better results if he spread his attention to just 3 damaged mechs instead of 5. Chapter 2798 Hasty repairs. 3 days wasn't enough to fix every mech. Even if he stopped going to bed and jacked himself up with stimulants, it was impossible for Vase to complete all of the tasks within 72 hours. In fact, I still won't be able to finish all of the repairs within a week. A lot of repair tasks were so extensive that the procedure was no different from fabricating a new mech from scratch. That's only in case I want to restore my dueling mechs to their peak condition. If he lowered his standards, then he could do a serviceable job in just a fraction of the time. He just needed to make sure that his sloppy rush jobs didn't fall apart when put to the test. This was still a great test for any mech designer. They had to employ great planning, judgment and other necessary skills. A mech designer would never be able to achieve success in the mech market if they weren't capable of working efficiently. This happened to be one of the qualities that Vase thought he was good at. He had plenty of practice in rushing projects and he knew his way around a mech workshop. Of course, drive. Navarro isn't a slouch in this aspect either. Biomechs possessed an inherent advantage in this area. From what Vase had learned, it was a lot more complicated to repair major injuries such as amputated limbs, but it was very trivial to repair lots of minor damage. Dr. Navarro just has to chuck his biomechs into specially prepared feeder pools and let the organic machines do the work themselves. The fact that this was possible placed a heavy burden on his shoulders. If Vase dueled against conventional mech designer, then he didn't have to try so hard to accelerate his progress at this stage. Well, I already knew this when I accepted the design duel. I can only live with this handicap, he muttered. Meow. Lucky disinterestedly replied as he curled up on a nearby table. Vase no longer tarried. He had already spent enough time going over the battle damage and surface scan results to form a basic plan. First, he decided to split his mechs into two groups. The other group was made up of mechs that were not worth a lot of investment. While Vase intended to perform a few quick and impactful repairs, he had no illusions that they'd be able to fight anywhere close to their previous level in their upcoming matches. I still have a chance of winning, though. I just have to ensure that the piloting experience is still pleasant enough to woo the mech pilots. He consoled himself. Choosing which ones he should put on a lower priority was painful to Vase. All 5 mechs possessed their own merits. Each of them had qualities that made it worth it for them to be employed in the defense of his clan. Still, not every machine was suitable to fight in a dueling environment. Vase turned his eyes towards the defense-oriented Bright Warrior and the Valkyrie Redeemer. The former not only lost its tower shield, but also incurred heavy damage to its frame. It took at least several days to replace all of the damaged frontal armor plating, and that was just for a single mech. It's a waste of time to go through all of that effort. He muttered. He could probably restore at least 50% of the Knight mech configuration of the Bright Warrior by hastily slapping some standardized plates onto the frame. Even if they didn't fit all that well, they would still be able to do their jobs to a degree. At least it wouldn't be as troublesome to fabricate a new tower shield. Vase just had to program a production machine and feed the necessary materials to it. As long as he simplified the design of the shield, he didn't need to supervise the process in turn. He also had to replace the critical components that got cut when a sword stabbed deep into the internals of the Knight mech. Even if Vase skipped every redundant broken part and only focused on restoring the most essential components, it would still take a few hours to complete this job at minimum. This will definitely be one of the ugliest rush jobs of my career. He helplessly shook his head. He briefly glanced at the Valkyrie Redeemer, which got savaged by the Froken after it suddenly produced a lot of hair. Vase still couldn't wrap his head around the odd transformation. What kind of mech designer would come up with such an absurd idea? Well, stupid or not, it worked. I guess that is enough of a justification to ignore how creepy it looks. Vase didn't have much hope for the Valkyrie Redeemer in the next phase. It was a powerful mech when utilized in the context of a larger unit, but by itself it was not the best. The damage to its frame was very extensive. The hair that grabbed and pressed onto the frame had led to a lot of dispersed damage to its armor system. It was like an eggshell that was already cracked across its entire surface. While Vase could still spend some time to fill up the cracks, this was merely a stopgap solution that would only allow the Valkyrie Redeemer to survive a few more minutes on the dueling ring. I also have to fix up the worst of all of the axe attacks. The Froken not only chopped off one of the Valkyrie Redeemer's arms, but also tore apart large sections of the front. Well, the arm can be fixed, but with so little time at my disposal, it'll be ugly. To call the limb that he had in mind an arm was a travesty. It would be nothing more than a fixed appendage that permanently held a shield. It was the best he could manage with so little time at his disposal. I'll work on the Valkyrie Redeemer last. Vase murmured. If I have to spend more time to complete the other repairs on the agenda, then I would rather do that than invest too much time in this lost cause. The only reason why he wanted to spend a few hours on this machine at all was because he didn't want to leave an ugly impression to the audience. He also hoped that its mech pilot might get swayed by its charm despite its awful condition. After making this determination, Vase got to work. He started with the mech that went into battle first. The Bright Warrior in its swordsman mech configuration acquitted itself well. Its ability to switch design spirits had come in very handy. So handy in fact that its frame was still reasonably intact. The first match ended too quickly and too decisively for the Epsilon Mossard to inflict too much damage onto its frame. The most troublesome aspect about this mech was that a lot of internal components became affected by the battle. Captain Alazar Ipsic put too much strain on the Bright Warrior's frame. The armor breaches to its front also destroyed a number of internal components that were situated close to its chest. Just like with the other mechs, it was impossible for Vase to fix them all, especially when he was by himself. While he had an army of bots at his disposal, they were only capable of performing basic functions such as hauling components back and forth and cleaning up debris. Vase hastily fabricated or pulled basic pre-made parts off a shelf and put them into the damaged Bright Warrior. He skipped most tests and procedures and simply trusted that the newly installed components would do their jobs. They don't need to last long. As long as they can hold it together in a single match, then I don't care if they fall apart a second later. He muttered. He didn't have enough time to provide the same treatment to the smaller breaches and cut marks. He simply filled up the gaps with filler materials that were much weaker than proper armor but could still withstand at least some damage. In certain spots, Vase even patched up the holes with jury-rigged plates. In the end, the sword-wielding bright warrior got back into shape. Its offensive power had mostly been restored, but Vase did not have too much confidence in its ability to withstand damage. It has to go on the attack. This mech will go down a lot faster if it is forced into a defensive posture. Vase couldn't do much about that. He immediately moved on to the next and most optimistic-looking machines of the 5. Out of all of his dueling mechs, his ferocious piranha performed the best by far. Its game-changing glow was too difficult to deal with against any melee opponent. This happened to turn the ferocious piranha into a nightmare against other light skirmishers. Still, even if it was his best mech, it had not come off its match unscathed. The fairy stinger had been able to inflict a decent amount of corrosive damage to the ferocious piranha. Even though its armor was quite good, it was also thin. Vase quickly patched up the worst affected sections of the exterior of his mech. Even though these ugly repairs would likely slow down the ferocious piranha, it was better than exposing its fragile internals right away. Aside from that, he also performed more thorough repairs on the flight system. Mobility was one of the most important strengths of a light mech, so Vase wanted to make sure the fairy stinger wouldn't be able to take out the wings. Since the ferocious piranha possessed a smaller frame than other mechs, it didn't take long for Vase to perform the most essential repairs. He moved on to the Transcendent Punisher last. This mech had taken an extensive beating. While his artillery mech inflicted even worse damage onto the Swarm Monarch, Vase could not get around the fact that it took way too much time to address every deficiency. Fortunately, much of the damage was contained to the surface. The drilling beetles and positron beams had inflicted extensive damage to the legs and the upper side of the heavy mech, but all of that armor had done its job. It was fairly simple to repair the upper section. Vase fabricated very thick plates and simply fitted them over the parts that already looked ruined. The new plates didn't entirely fit and they looked extremely out of place, but the Transcendent Punisher was strong enough to bear all of the extra plate. Fixing the legs was more troublesome, but Vase was lucky that the Swarm Monarch only fired its particle weapons at the lower portion of the leg. Once Vase completed all of this exhaustive work, he didn't forget about implementing a countermeasure against the drilling beetles. Even though Vase had no guarantee that the Swarm Monarch would use the same mode of attack in the next round, Vase did not want his Transcendent Punisher to be forced to overheat its surface in order to get rid of its parasites. He mounted some minor weapons across its hull. While they weren't strong enough to damage a mech, they were still capable enough to get rid of some beetles. Aside from that, he also made some hasty modifications that allowed the Transcendent Punisher to overheat every section of its exterior without needing to rely on improvised solutions. Any beetles that land on my artillery mech will have an awful time. Chapter 2799 Competitive Spirit. Vase cut so many corners that Gloriana would probably faint and collapse if she saw his work. He did not put quality in mind at all. His only priority was to put as many components back in working condition as possible. In order to accomplish this ambitious goal, Vase relied extensively on his jury-rigging ability to improvise faster but inferior solutions. An ugly mech was still a mech. Even if its performance had dropped to 30% of its peak, it was still a serviceable war machine in most circumstances. While Vase had to employ plenty of creative solutions to shave off minutes and even hours of his time, he reveled in the challenge. The pressure of facing biomechs that were able to heal much of their minor damage by themselves constantly loomed behind his back. He knew his opponent would show up with more extensively healed mechs, and that drove him to employ as much haste as possible. He didn't just fix up his mechs though. He did not forget about the warning he received. Biomechs were more malleable by nature. Dr. Navarro's design philosophy was highly geared towards transforming his products into a different configuration. As long as he had a few hours, he could turn a melee biomech into a ranged biomech, a heavy biomech into a light biomech, and so on. Of course, not all transformations worked out, and it was very difficult to ensure a biomech retained enough battle effectiveness after going through an extensive transformation. This was why Vase didn't expect Drive Navarro to pull any unexpected rabbits out of his hat. With all of the constraints he faced, it was much more reasonable to assume he would only make targeted transformations. This was already difficult enough to deal with, though. The uncertainty of the situation daunted him the most. The fact that Vase wasn't able to predict what surprises his opponent might add to his damaged biomechs meant that he had to take thousands of possibilities into account. What if he prepared his mech to face a melee mech only to encounter a ranged mech that employed kiting tactics? What if Dr. Navarro transformed his Swarm Monarch mech from a heavy artillery mech to a melee mech? Although it sounded absurd, biomechs offered enough versatility to enable such a transformation. Even if the resulting melee biomech wasn't comparable in performance to a proper melee mech, it could still thrash the Transcendent Punisher if it survived long enough to get close. It would be great if I got a sneak peek of his work. He idly muttered. A few seconds later, he froze. Was it possible for him to obtain advanced notice of the modifications that Dr. Navarro applied to his biomechs? If Vase was able to obtain even a single image of the biomechs as they were being worked on, he could derive a lot of useful information out of what was visible. In fact, it would be even better if he could obtain detailed scanning data and Dr. Navarro's own documentation. The more information, the better. Normally, Vase would treat this desire as an idle daydream. Dr. Navarro was fixing up his mechs somewhere else and it wasn't as if they could pay a visit to each other's workshops. Yet what if he could circumvent these restrictions? What if he could obtain the information he needed? He actually thought of at least 3 different methods to gain the intelligence he desired. James may be dead, but Ilvain was still alive. The religious design spirit actually fared a bit better these days as the Ilvainan contingent of the clan had managed to recruit several hundred new worshippers. This was not bad considering the background of the new recruits. It was much harder to persuade second-raters to abandon their old convictions and embrace new ones. Even so, Ilvain was still a pauper. Vase didn't think it was a good idea for him to tax the design spirit's energy unless it was a life-and-death situation. The other option he thought about was trying to utilize his spirituality to take a peek. He had already developed several ways to extend his perception beyond his visual sight by forming specialized spiritual projections and constructs. The problem was that he was never good at extending them beyond a modest range. The underground complex below Ruzin Arena covered a lot of distance. Dr. Navarro's workshop might be situated at least a kilometer away from his current position. Vase stretched his arms and pretended to need a break from his work. He slowly sauntered over to the table where Lucky was blissfully dozing off. The lazy gem cat treated this period like a nice vacation. Yet before he came close enough to put his cat to work, Vase stopped in his tracks. Was this the right course of action? That was an important question. Using Lucky to sneak into Drive Navarro's workshop in order to gather very pertinent intelligence was not within the scope of the design duel. It was cheating. Vase wasn't supposed to gain advance notice of what his mechs would have to deal with in the second phase. The same applied to Dr. Navarro. Both of them were supposed to be working blind and depend on their own judgment to prepare their mechs for the subsequent matches. If Vase managed to gain a peek at Drive Navarro's biomechs while denying his opponent the same opportunity, then the sanctity of the design duel came into question. No matter how Vase rationalized it, it was undeniable that he cheated. His ability to spy and gather information was not related to his capacity as a mech designer. While Vase didn't mind cheating and taking advantage of a situation in order to advance his cause, the problem right now was that this would have the opposite effect. I can lie to others, but I can't lie to myself. He reminded himself. Even if Vase pulled it off without getting caught, he would always know in his heart that he had acted improperly. While he was currently under a lot of pressure, his design philosophy thrived off the situation. Abiding by the rules put a lot of restrictions on him which forced him to utilize his mech design abilities to the utmost. Cheating would put an end to this process. If he wouldn't feel as pressured anymore, then he wouldn't be able to make as much progress as he expected. In fact, his design philosophy might stagnate and regress because of his actions. By betraying the core principles of a mech designer and acting against the competitive spirit of his profession, Vase feared that he might consider himself unworthy to go further. This was a complicated matter that Vase could not adequately put into words. He just knew in the depth of his heart that there were some lines that he should never cross if he wanted to become a great mech designer. Yet just before his professionalism asserted itself, he briefly recalled what was at stake. Leaving aside intangible gains such as advancing his reputation and generating lots of publicity for the LMC, Vase could also look forward to receiving 5 million MTA merits. This was a very attractive reward in itself. It was almost worth cheating for this alone. Yet, it wasn't enough in the end. If gaining 5 million MTA merits came at the cost of ruining his future prospects as a mech designer, then Vase could not bring himself to accept this solution. A contrarian thought emerged from his heart. There's no need for me to resort to this option. If I am confident in my own abilities, then I should depend on myself in order to prevail in this design duel. This was how a true competitor behaved. Vase was not weak when it came to designing mechs, so he definitely had a chance of winning if he just played by the rules. I will grasp victory with my own hands. He gripped his fist in front of his face. His drive and competitive spirit became more stoked than ever before. While he already wanted to win in order to earn a lot of extra merits, this time he wanted to win in order to prove to himself that he was stronger than his peers. Vase began to apply various different modifications to his dueling mechs. All 5 of them received some special attention that tweaked and altered them to varying degrees. This was necessary because he knew that his opponent would definitely learn from the first phase and configure his biomechs to counter what he had seen. Unlike Drive, Navarro, Vase was much more limited in this regard. His mech was made out of lots of metal and composite materials. Changing large swaths of them was clearly out of the question. Some mechs can't be changed at all. He sighed. His Transcendent Punisher was a good example of that. It couldn't be employed as anything other than a heavy artillery mech. At most, he might be able to tweak its armor system or its weapon settings. He had a bit more flexibility with his other mechs. He could outfit them with different weapons or alter their flight characteristics. In the end, Vase only applied a modest amount of changes. He didn't change the fundamental nature of his mechs because he believed their designs should have already been adequate enough to handle various different challenges. He only applied a couple of specific solutions, such as allowing his Swarm Monarch to wipe out parasites and providing his Valkyrie Redeemer with a specific solution against biomechs that suddenly grew out a lot of hair. I don't have the time to implement more changes anyway. He let out an exhausted breath at the end of his preparation time. 3 days had passed by the time he put down his last tool. His dueling mechs looked a lot more formidable now that he had patched them up to an extent. Even though they still looked shabby in some ways, Vase did not doubt their fighting ability. Once Vase transmitted a signal that indicated that he was done, Vase decided he needed a good rest. Arena personnel soon arrived to take stock of his mechs. Since they probably observed his actions throughout the entire period, they did not have any doubts that Vase had perverted his work or slipped something in that was against the rules. Gloriana hadn't come. She knew better than that. She detested design duels because the mechs that generally tended to come on stage were all abominations in her eyes. Even Vase felt a little ashamed when he looked at how many compromises he made in order to save time. Someone else greeted him instead. Captain Reyna Ember, formerly of the Zona Stalker, walked up to him with a grim expression. A lot has changed while you remained in isolation for the past 3 days. Oh, where's Calabast? She is taking care of another matter. She assigned me to fill you in on what has changed. Tell me. Vase tried to shake off his exhaustion. What did I miss? The recently joined member of the Black Cats handed over a secure data chip. Vase pressed his thumb against its surface, allowing him to interface with it through his cranial implant. Hundreds of images, documents and recordings poured into his implant. It was too much for him to process in a short amount of time, but Vase was still able to skim the material. His eyes widened as he learned that the Prosperous Hill system had become a lot more turbulent. While the outcome of your design duel is still in the air, a lot of lifers have become concerned. Captain Ember summarized the findings. Protests have broken out. Incidents have become more frequent. The locals are angry. While they can't do much, who knows what they will stir up if Dr. Navarro loses. Are there any acute threats? No. Our security situation is still good, but we are still suffering from other consequences. Recruitment has stalled due to all of the controversy surrounding our clan. We risk failing our targets at this rate. Damn, these lifers had too much time on their hands. Chapter 2800 bottled up. The atmosphere in the Prosperous Hill system changed considerably over the last 3 days. While Vase had been isolating himself in the workshop in order to prepare his mechs for the next phase of matches, the citizens of the Life Research Association vented their feelings in public. The state's proud biomech industry, and by extension its entire biotech sector, was under attack. How can a foreign mech designer who is younger and less experienced than Federico Navarro gain the upper hand? It's impossible. Don't worry just yet. Biomechs are a lot better at picking themselves up. I bet that Navarro's biomechs will be completely healed by the time they step into the arena. That Larkinson fellow will weep at the sight. What if we lose? The reputation of our strongest industry will tank. No one will think highly of our products anymore. It's all the fault of the radicals. Whoever publicized this dumb design duel should be fired. No, they should be shot. Tongues wagged both at the grassroots level and the higher levels. While the design duel was less acute in other star systems, Prosperous Hill was at the heart of the vortex. No matter how much the locals tried to ignore the issue, they simply couldn't get around the discussion of what might happen in the future. In truth, many people weren't as deluded and caught up in upbeat delusions as everyone thought. There were plenty of folk who observed various shortcomings and deficiencies in how the LRA was run. Despite investing massively in biomechs, they failed to gain ground in the rest of the star sector. The rest of the biotech industry fared a lot better. The exo-beast industry, beast design industry, pharmaceutical industry, augmentation industry and so on all achieved good results. They were not only progressing further ahead than the industries of other states, but also brought in a lot of revenue. In contrast, the biomech industry failed to become a comparable expert activity. The only foreigners who bought biomechs to begin with were either diehard fans or curious customers. Too few mech buyers were persuaded on the merits of biomechs over classical mechs. The tally is 3-2 in the favor of the foreigner. How can this be? Even if the score is tied, we would still lose out in the end because that just shows our biomechs aren't worth the trouble. Why are our biomech designers so useless? Maybe the radicals have a point. We've been muddling along for several centuries in the same direction and it hasn't worked out. If we want to turn Majestic Teal into a paradise for biomechs, we need to go on the attack. While it sounded ridiculous to use the results of a single random design duel to gauge the strength of the LRA's biomech industry, many people didn't know any better. They weren't scientists nor statisticians. They didn't understand the fallacy of making bold conclusions out of a single sample. They just looked at a single instance where a classical mech designer squared off against a biomech designer and instantly concluded the entire biomech industry was doomed. With unknown powers manipulating public opinion in various different directions, the lifers had become more divisive over the issue. Some wanted to do anything the Supreme Sage told them to. They possessed a slavish devotion to the greater lifer in their midst. Others bought into the narrative of the radicals and other deviant factions who advocated for change. There were more groups of people who developed all kinds of thoughts. Whether they were correct or not, the heated tone of the debate caused everyone's attitudes to harden. For example, the recruiting hall that the Larkinson clan had rented downtown had suddenly turned into the site of a rapidly growing protest. Larkin's sons go home, someone yelled while projecting a virtual banner that stated the exact same words. We don't want your trash can mechs. Expel the foreigners. Don't let anyone who doesn't use biomechs. You better not win or there will be hell to pay. The protesters were fairly harmless. No one carried any weapons and even if they did, the security measures were robust enough to withstand any attack that didn't involve mechs. Regardless, the demonstration had become far too disruptive. A lot of prospective recruits decided to turn around as soon as they noticed the angry crowd parked in front of the recruiting hall. The Larkinson clan was forced to abandon the original recruitment hall and rent a more inaccessible site that was situated higher up the tree buildings. With the relatively strict traffic rules, it was impossible for protesters to approach a building from midair and linger for a long period of time. It was simply too hazardous to let them mill around at an altitude. Still, the relocation and deteriorating public opinion disrupted a lot of arrangements. The Larkinson clan succeeded in recruiting tens of thousands of eager recruits in the past few weeks, but it still suffered a shortfall in many different positions. Many other transactions experienced disruptions as well due to the spreading discontent in Prosperous Hill. Even though the planet depended heavily on acting as a nexus of foreign trade, the locals became increasingly more hostile towards foreigners who were responsible for injecting lots of wealth into their economy. The people were restless. Traffic had lessened but there were significantly more people on the streets. More mechs were visible as the demand for armed escorts increased. Although no one had crossed the line and opened fire on someone, that was only because the planet was too well regulated. Yet the authorities were very reluctant to tighten the rules even further. They were keenly aware that humans could only tolerate so much control over their lives. Besides, there were plenty of factions who wanted to give ordinary people the room to voice their discontent. It's all building up to something. Vase whispered his guess. No one riles up so many people for nothing. The radicals and combinants don't seem like the types who make so many moves in order to achieve a minor shift. There's a greater goal in mind. Are you suggesting that the opposition is seeking to depose the conservatives from power? Captain Raina Ember looked increasingly more concerned. You're the lifer here. What do you think? We've been out of touch for several decades. The Zona stalker depreciating said. My fellow comrades and I all tried to cling onto our identity as lifers, but now that we have returned to our original home, we suddenly feel out of place. Life here is too mundane. The amount of people I've met who come across as spoiled and entitled beggars belief. These whiners won't last a single day in the Nixian Gap. Vase understood the former pirate's sentiment. He spent enough time in lawless space to know that the veneer of civilization was a lot thinner than everyone thought. The LRA may have been peaceful for a long period of time, but that meant that various grievances and causes never had a chance to vent. Instead, all of these underlying issues continued to bottle up until the pressure reached a point where the entire container might be on the verge of exploding. Calabast promised to investigate the details surrounding Master Lehigh Brixton. Have you gathered any useful news? We've gathered plenty of material. The notes should be in the data packet that you have just received. Vase manipulated his implant until he found the relevant documents. Every Master Mech designer generated lots of news, and Master Brixton was no different. In fact, his actions came under a greater spotlight due to his contrarian opinions. As a prominent cyborg mech designer who had clashed against the conservative faction throughout his long and storied career, a lot of people kept an eye on his movements. Master Brixton turned out to be an avid researcher and more interested in pushing the boundaries of cyborg mechs rather than maximizing his sales. Cyborg mechs were niche products in the LRA, so they weren't as popular as traditional biomechs. Still, a master was still an excellent mech designer, and the mechs designed by Master Brixton still sold at fantastic prices. Although his career was long and eventful, Vase didn't notice anything that stood out from the master's record. The older man's teaching record was a bit more interesting. The man adopted 6 personal disciples, of which 1 had died. The youngest personal disciple immediately caught Ves's attention. The newest mech designer who received Master Brixton's inheritance was a 45-year-old journeyman who also worked with cyborg mechs. Master Brixton's latest pupil advanced to his current position when he was 37 years old, which was not an exceptional result but still sufficient enough to enjoy a bright future. Yet there were a few details that put this cyborg mech designer in a different light. Dr. Leonardo Brixton is Master Lehigh Brixton's great-grandson. Vase stated. That's correct. While the relationship between the two isn't described in public, our sources have gathered several rumors that suggest it isn't as cordial as it seems in public. Great. Vase had a hunch that Leonardo was in fact the person that Master Brixton intended to dump onto Ves's lap. It made too much sense. If Leonardo wasn't the master's relative, then it would have been easy enough to kick the disciple onto the streets. Yet because of their familial relationship, it was important to project harmony to the public. No one wanted to air their dirty laundry in public. In this regard, passing a problematic descendant onto the Larkinson clan was a good way to get rid of someone troublesome. The Red Ocean held a lot of attraction to ambitious young people, so it would be easy to excuse Leonardo's departure as a willingness to seek the unknown and work towards his own future. This way, the reputation of everyone involved would remain intact even if both sides hated each other's guts. Vase let out a sigh in relief. Lack of information always discomfited him. Now that he became aware of Leonardo's existence and potential entry into the Larkinson clan, he could plan ahead. Good work, but I need more information. Please dig into Dr. Leonardo Brixton's details and try to find what is going on behind the scenes. Since he is a relative of a master, there should definitely be something concerning about him if he wasn't welcome anymore. We are already in the process of doing so, sir, but we are dealing with limited access. There is only so much information that we can gather from public records and asking our relatives. Well, get used to it, because you'll encounter these situations plenty of times. Vase studied Drive, Leonardo Brixton's record one last time. Even though the information surrounding him was rather sparse on details, the man was still an accomplished journeyman. In fact, Leonardo was probably stronger than Drive, Navarro due to his age. That gave Vase some headaches as well. If Leonardo ever joined the Larkinsons, then the design department would likely welcome an older and more experienced mech designer. Unless Vase resorted to harsher methods, it wouldn't be easy to earn the possible addition's respect. Leonardo's work also didn't fit in with the rest of the clan. Biomechs demanded an entirely different infrastructure to grow. This infrastructure would definitely be lacking in the Larkinson clan. Then again, the Dragon's Den might solve this issue to an extent. The bioresearch vessel that the Larkinsons were looking to acquire also featured enough growth facilities to produce biomechs. Chapter 2801 Cesspool. Dr. Leonardo Brixton was not the ideal recruit to Vase. He was older and more set in his ways. This meant that Goldie wouldn't be able to inspire as much loyalty and devotion to the Larkinson clan. Cyborg mechs sounded interesting, but Vase wasn't convinced that it was worth the trouble to bother with fully or semi-organic mechs at all. All of the fleshy bits reminded Vase too much of Dr. Jutland's shenanigans, yet the value of recruiting a cyborg mech designer whose expertise straddled both classical mechs and biomechs was unquestionably high. There was no way that Master Brixton withheld too many of his core trade secrets when instructing his blood descendant. Vase may not have reached this level as of yet, but even he had no intentions of passing any of his closest secrets to anyone aside from worthy offspring. Others simply didn't deserve to know. Not even his wife was privy to all of his secrets. The only people he truly trusted were those who he was able to shape himself. The more he was able to manipulate them, the more he was willing to pull them into his inner circle. So far, a handful of people such as General Verl, Venerable Joshua and Dr. Rania was starting to earn his appreciation. They were much less stubborn and high-minded than his own wife and were much more pliable as a result. It also helped that they didn't seem to pursue any great agendas. With Gloriana, Vase always had to keep her advocacy in mind. She did not see any contradiction between helping the Larkinsons and helping the Hexers. Vase thought differently, and that was the cause of most of their disputes. He still loved her, though. Even though it wasn't entirely logical for him to feel this way, his heart never made sense in the first place. He just wanted to maintain a certain degree of separation from her on business matters. As Vase thought about implications, he finally took a brief rest and woke up just before the start of the second phase. Ruzin Arena attracted a lot more attention these days. The amount of spectators had increased as many lifers wanted to witness Drive Navarro's impending victory for themselves. Expectations were still high even though the current record wasn't optimistic. It was impossible for many fans to drop their confidence after suffering a modest setback. Dr. Navarro shall prevail. He will prove to the entire star sector that our biomechs are competitive. LRA, 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 we should kick every metal mech out of our state. Groups of people wearing green clothing and banners all passed through the entry gates and moved up to their respective viewing platforms. The crown of trees surrounding the main dueling ring became more and more populated as many of them wanted to witness a turning point in the LRA's history. A lot of lifers came in order to obtain the answer to a simple question. Were their biomechs competitive enough? Today, the lifers deeply wanted Drive Navarro to succeed. His biomechs not only had to make up for his disappointing score, but also win the hearts of the mech pilots who participated in the duel. The latter part had become a lot more contentious than before. If they know what is good for them, then the mech pilots won't betray their own states. They're trained in piloting biomechs. Why should they ever prefer to pilot dead machines when they can pilot living mechs instead? Our offerings are far superior. The partiality of the 10 mech pilots who would be issuing their verdict at the end of the second phase was crucial. The locals all wanted the mech pilots to favor their own state while many foreign observers watched carefully in order to see whether the lifers were about to cheat. Vase wasn't too worried about that. Even if his hosts couldn't resist the temptation to cheat, both Vase and Dr. Navarro knew the actual score. There was no way to lie about the results when both of them were mech designers. That said, the Larkinsons were fully prepared for trouble this time. The clan didn't even bother to open their new recruitment hall this time. Plenty of Larkinsons had already left the surface and those who remained behind were fortified inside Gentle Lotus Base. The Infinity Guards had become more active as well. They not only put their available mechs on high alert, but also prepared several evacuation routes. Though a part of Vase didn't want to show up at all, another part of him felt more alive. Old instincts and habits were starting to wake up. The complacency and lethargy that had settled over his mind started to shake off from all of the excitement running through his veins. His blood was pumping faster. His attention became sharper. His competitive streak rose. He wanted to win. More precisely, he wanted to defy the lifers for hoping that he would lose. As a proud mech designer, how could he tolerate any doubt in his own ability? While Drive Navarro was a formidable opponent and a capable mech designer in his own right. His life experiences were much duller. Out of safety concerns, fewer people accompanied Vase this time. More bodyguards accompanied him this time, though all of them had to stay outside the entrance of the VIP platform. Only a couple of people kept him company this time. Aside from Lucky, he only brought a single expert pilot and consultant. Damn, the stakes are higher than ever, Vase. Do you think they'll get mad if they lose? Vincent cheerfully asked as his hover chair floated forward. Venerable Janzi slapped the side of the floating device. Watch your words. Do you even realize what you are saying? You'll make a lot of people upset towards us if they hear your words. Show some care. She's right, Vincent. I didn't bring you here to brag on my behalf. As pathetic as it sounds, I still find your insights useful. He enjoyed the commentary he received during the first phase of the design duel. He cared about Rayla, though, so he decided to leave her behind. Vincent was a different matter. Vase didn't care at all whether the bastard lived or died. It didn't matter whether the wounded Larkinson was an expert candidate. In fact, if Vincent happened to meet an unfortunate accident today, then Vase would have one less future expert mech design to worry about. Not that he actually expected something to happen. Vase only had to look around to spot hundreds of biomechs in the air and on the ground. Each of them were marked in the colors of the Planetary Guard and other government institutions. A lot more security guards on foot appeared as well. The authorities must have shipped in an entire security division to Ruzin Arena on short notice because there were guards posted around every group of fans. Their odd combat armor was organic in nature and so were their rifles. It made them look like infested humans, but strangely enough their monstrous appearance didn't inspire any fear or revulsion from the locals. I heard you made a deal with Master Brixton. The old master went straight to the point. I did, so what? He offered me a reward for doing something that I already planned to accomplish. I see no reason to refuse a free deal. You should have refused his offer. The two of you share a connection now. No matter how benign it seems, you cannot deny that you are a bystander now. I was never a bystander to begin with. Vase pushed back, heedless of the fact that he was talking to an esteemed master. I didn't ask to get involved, but since someone pushed me into this cesspit, I might as well go for a swim. Master Klein looked exasperated. I had hoped you would show more prudence, but I did not sufficiently account for your youth. It is rare to hear a master admitting a fault. We are still human, Mr. Larkinson. We may stand at a greater height than you, but we are still plagued by the same flaws that afflict any individual. In fact, some theorists claim that our faults are magnified. Vase definitely believed in that theory. No mech designer achieved success by going through the motions. Being abnormal was practically a necessity. Can you tell me what's in store for me once I advance to senior? Hey, Master Klein smirked as a hint of amusement shoved aside his irritation. You must have asked this question to many high-ranking mech designers, correct? It's worth a try. Well, I will give you the same answer that my other colleagues have told you. Don't worry about it. Becoming a senior is a major threshold. While it is not considered to be a significant transformation, your approach to mech design will undergo a major transition. You will have to look beyond your immediate mech designs and start to consider the bigger picture. I see. Vase looked disappointed. I'll look forward to that then. Do biomech designers have a harder time advancing than classical mech designers? This is not a simple question to answer. The threshold to become a biomech designer is higher because there is much more knowledge involved. While this means that our numbers are not as great, each of us are more brilliant on average. This is not a boast, but a fact that is backed up by plenty of studies. I believe you. The logic holds up. Even I'm a bit intimidated by having to learn so many biotechnology-related subjects. It's a different discipline. Vase replied. Correct. It's a different discipline, though there are many ignorant critics who think differently. The fact of the matter is that mech design and biotechnology require different skill sets and aptitudes to excel at. While there is a lot of overlap between the two fields, it still takes a genuine talent to marry the two together. What about cyborg mechs? Vase curiously asked. From my shallow understanding, Master Brixton is a very renowned mech designer in this state. What makes his kind of product so special? You should ask this question to someone else. As much as I oppose his stances, I still respect his work. Master Klein didn't stick around for long. After he gained whatever he sought from Vase, he quickly bid goodbye and returned to his seat. Just like before, 6 master mech designers had showed up. Perhaps a few of the faces had changed, but Master Klein and Master Brixton were both suddenly on the opposite ends of the row of plushy seats. Master Brixton even turned around and nodded at Vase. It seemed that the leader of the combinants was quite optimistic about Ves's chances. Why, did Master Brixton get a sneak peek at the mechs prepared by both sides? That shouldn't be the case. Their dueling mechs were under strict guard. Masters weren't even allowed to get close because there were a million different ways they could strengthen or weaken any given mech. At this time, a familiar bombastic voice boomed over everyone's heads. Welcome everybody to the second phase of the design duel between Vase Larkinson and Dr. Federico Navarro. After pitting 5 pairs of mechs and mech pilots against each other, we will be performing the matches again. This time, the mech pilots have swapped their seats. Each of them are now expected to do their best to achieve victory for the mech they previously fought against. The second phase was a lot more strategic than the one that came before. Both the mech designers and mech pilots knew what they were up against now. This not only allowed them to plan in advance, but also leverage the information they gathered to their own advantage. The next set of matches would surely be a lot more dynamic than before.